Those who have raised an alien queen know that not only are alien queens obedient and docile, but they can also become your exclusive mounts as they grow. Thus, immediately after you crossed over, you allowed a facehugger to parasitize you, because in this world where everyone tames beasts, only you know the power of aliens. They not only possess a strong reproductive capacity and growth rate but can even assimilate different beast genes to evolve into stronger forms. At this moment, inside the school office, the class teacher looked at you with a puzzled face. Student, have you been brainwashed by online marketers? Although insects possess strength beyond their own body weight, once their size exceeds a critical value, they will be crushed by their own weight. Are you really choosing that? What's it called? Facehugger? You've thought this through? Teacher, I believe the facehugger is the most suitable beast for me. Seeing your reluctance to give up on choosing the facehugger, the teacher had no choice but to let it go. Then he handed you several beast cards. This is your resource for entering school. Take it. In 1 week, the school will conduct a preliminary test. Before that, if you want to change your mind, it's still not too late. You nodded slightly, then took the cards from the teacher's hand, thanked him, and turned to leave. 2.5 hours later, you returned to the luxurious single room assigned to you. Next, you are to cultivate beasts. You quickly walked to the sofa, sat cross-legged on it, and then took out the prepared field card. Accompanied by a faint glow, a translucent panel appeared in front of you. You quickly filled in your identity information and completed the binding, then connected to the beast space. The next second, what came into view was an endless grassland. This is the original space of the field, not yet opened up. The system voice sounded in your ear, host, do you need to change the environment of the original space? Since different beasts require different living environments, every newcomer entering the space gets one chance to modify the field. You unhesitatingly refused. The true strength of aliens lies in their ability to survive in any harsh environment. Begin extracting the host's beast information. Start breeding? At this moment, you suddenly asked the system, can I make food based on myself? Although you could let the facehugger parasitize animals like cows or sheep, the most powerful aspect of facehuggers is gene assimilation, and human genes are undoubtedly the most perfect. However, no one in this world has ever done such a thing. Your words made the system go silent until after 2.5 minutes, the system finally responded, beginning to analyze the host's body to make beast food. A flash of light, and food identical to you fell from the sky. The thing produced is, after all, food, so it does not possess your memories or reason. Yet, looking at someone identical to yourself, you felt somewhat peculiar. Begin analyzing host memory. Confirm to hatch facehugger as a beast? You nodded without hesitation. As the system completed the analysis, this creature that should not exist in this world quickly appeared before you. You have created a facehugger in the beast space. You gained the loyalty of the facehugger. The slowly awakening facehugger did not directly pounce on your replica but instead curled up dumbly on the grass, as if waiting for your command. Then you opened your own field panel again. Host Feng Xiu, God of Facehugger, Beast, Facehugger. You looked at the facehugger on the ground, and immediately issued the first parasitism command. The facehugger, receiving the direct command, acted without any hesitation, speeding towards the food. By the time you reacted, the facehugger, true to its name, had embraced the food in front of it. The reason you favor the facehugger so much is because of its hatching method. Not only does it hatch quickly, but once it reaches adulthood, it will lay eggs on its own, hatching more facehuggers, endlessly reproducing. You looked around at the lush green grassland. It wouldn't be long before this place could birth an army of aliens. And when the alien emerged from the replica, it brought with it redness and wailing. This overly realistic scene also intensely impacted your brain. The system's voice sounded in your ear, the beast in the beast space has completed evolution. Since it is a new species, please give it a name. A new species, eh? Then call it alien. After naming the new species, you gained the loyalty of the alien. Very well, you nodded. Then, you observed the little alien that had emerged from the replica. Unlike the purely parasitic facehugger, the chestburster's defense and combat abilities had been doubly enhanced. With enough food, it only needed a few hours to become an adult, reaching a height of 2 to 3 meters and possessing an astonishing self-healing ability. What's even more terrifying is that all aliens do not need to breathe, which allows them to survive even in environments without air. Then, start feeding. You took out a resource card and then created a herd of cattle. Not only could you feed the aliens, but you could also cultivate their combat prowess through hunting. In another week, there will be a preliminary exam. According to the information you searched online, there will be a martial exam involving beast combat. Its purpose is to see, in just one short week, the nurturing ability of new students. Even though you used the resource card to create a huge herd of cattle, the alien did not directly launch an attack. Its flat and rounded small head wandered back and forth between the cattle and you, occasionally making a strange noise as if begging for your hunting command. The alien itself is a hive mind. In their consciousness, your status is supreme. Begin the hunt. After receiving your permission, the chestburster, unable to restrain itself, rushed towards the cattle herd. At first, the herd did not take the little chestburster seriously until the chestburster jumped onto one of their backs and secreted acid from its mouth, melting the old cow's neck. Only then did the entire herd realize the danger had arrived, and they panicked and ran away. As the alien continued to eat, its body began to grow visibly faster. In less than an hour, its size had surged from less than a meter to a height of 1.8 meters. Coupled with its pitch-black exoskeleton, its presence was tremendously imposing. The change of the alien was not just in its shape. Its head gradually lost its original smoothness, its back tube became short and thick, and its sharp claw-like hands opened into human-like fingers. Since it was the only alien in this beast-controlling space, the male genes that existed in its body slowly faded away, causing the chestbreaker to gradually change during the process of eating. Is this an alien queen? This change surprised Feng Xiu greatly. He had thought that he needed to constantly analyze and create face-hugging worms to cultivate an army of aliens. Unexpectedly, the alien could automatically change its gender. Does life inevitably find a way? Feng Xiu couldn't help but sigh. However, this alien queen that awakened its femininity did not lay eggs directly but instead approached Feng Xiu. It slowly lowered its body, continuously staring into Feng Xiu's eyes. Although the queen is the true mastermind in the alien species, Feng Xiu's identity as the creator made this alien queen revere him as if he were a god. It lowered its body and knelt at Feng Xiu's feet. The alien queen said nothing, only bowing and worshipping. This act of submission made Feng Xiu feel somewhat subtle. He tentatively extended his hand and gently stroked the alien queen's head. The texture was smoother than he had imagined, as if he were caressing the thigh of a girl in leather pants. Why does my alien queen seem a bit delicate? Gurgle. Just as Feng Xiu was enjoying all of this, a gurgling sound came from his stomach. Let's go eat. Feng Xiu rubbed his stomach. After all, to nurture his alien, he had been busy here for several hours. However, what Feng Xiu did not expect was that the alien queen, kneeling at his feet, seemed to have sensed something. It pushed off with its hind legs and completed a short sprint across the grassland in just 2 or 3 breaths. It brought a bloody yellow cow to Feng Xiu's feet. That feeling was like a little kitten bringing a mouse back to its owner. It was only at this moment that Feng Xiu realized. Why, when the alien queen was hunting, did it intentionally stop without his command after killing its prey? In its understanding, it was merely a hunter, and the food it brought back should be enjoyed first by Feng Xiu, the king. Truly, the hierarchical consciousness of the hive. Thinking of this, Feng Xiu stroked the alien queen's head. You eat. Not to mention that the resource cards were expensive. After seeing the alien queen's hunting method, he really could not eat anything here. After calming the alien queen, Feng Xiu left the beast-controlling space and returned to the real world. Gurgle. The rumbling in his stomach became even louder. Half an hour later, Feng Xiu arrived at the cafeteria of Crane City 1. As night fell, all the new students received resources from their respective homeroom teachers. Although it was evening, the area in front of the cafeteria was bustling with activity. Are you that Feng Xiu? Just as Feng Xiu was about to enter the cafeteria, a deep voice came from behind him, carrying a hint of hostility. Upon hearing the name Feng Xiu, many new students emerging from the cafeteria and preparing to enter stopped in their tracks, buzzing with discussion. Feng Xiu? Why does that name sound so familiar? Isn't he the one who chose the face-hugging worm? I thought he was some academic top student, yet he picked a second-rate beast. His grades must have come solely from rote learning. Before high school, he only learned general knowledge. It is only in high school where one truly engages with beast control. That's when the real competition begins. The discussions quickly turned against him. It seemed to them that Feng Xiu was merely a fake academic, someone who had only gotten into Crane City 1 through internal competition. There is nothing remarkable about it. However, Feng Xiu did not take these doubts to heart. Who would get angry over a mere roadside incident? Who are you? Feng Xiu's attention focused on the classmate who called out to him, dressed in a black tracksuit, standing nearly 2 meters tall, towering over Feng Xiu, with powerful arms and solid thigh muscles bulging under his tight athletic pants. Are you the PE teacher? Feng Xiu raised an eyebrow. Although he was a traveler from another world, he had done some homework on this one. In his original world, PE teachers were often weak and sickly, and their classes were easily taken over by math or language teachers. But this world was different. This world revered beast tamers. And PE teachers were just those responsible for this subject. Some veteran PE teachers had even more authority than class teachers. What math teacher? What language teacher? If my PE teacher says you're sick, then you are sick. Today's math class is all changed to PE class. Based on this common knowledge, Feng Xiu's first reaction was that the PE teacher of Huqing No. 1 High School had some opinions about him raising a bug-like beast and came to confront him. The newcomer, upon hearing Feng Xiu's question, was stunned for a moment. I am a freshman, ranked 11th in the entrance exams, with a score of 674. My last name is Chen, and my first name is Fan. I remember your score is 689, ranking 7th in the city. Since we met here, why not have a match? As soon as this was said, the crowd erupted in chatter. Chen Fan? I've heard of him. The largest chain supermarket in our city is owned by his family. Without a doubt, both Fang Xiu and Chen Fan were leading figures among the freshmen. Word spread quickly, and the number of onlookers grew larger. Chen Fan had been holding back his frustration. He was always confident in his scores, thinking he could definitely make it into the top 10. Yet unexpectedly, his rank was stuck at 11. Although the school gave 7 days before the preliminary test for new students to train their beasts. If it were you, you should have completed the initial training by now, right? As he spoke, Chen Fan took out a beast space card from his pocket. Fang Xiu never expected that on the very first day of school, someone would set their sights on him. However, he certainly had no reason to refuse this challenge. The greatest advantage of his bizarre form was to assimilate the genes of other creatures through parasitism. Since Chen Fan was confident in using his beast to fight, it showed that the beast he raised must have considerable combat strength. Moreover, Fang Xiu wanted to see just how strong his insect queen was in this world of beast tamers. Chapter 4, The Challenger Who Comes Seeking Fame? Fang Xiu unhesitatingly took out the beast space card. Battling was one of the functions of beast tamers. Even without Chen Fan initiating the challenge, there would be plenty of sparring in the future, so the school distributed beast space cards that could create an online domain via a local network. There's one more thing I need to clarify here. Chen Fan used the resource card to create the online domain and sent an invitation to Fang Xiu. His voice then grew heavy. The person I want to defeat is not just you, Fang Xiu. The top 10 of Heching No. 1 High School are all my stepping stones. I just happened to meet you first here. If it were Li Qingqing or Zhang Shuren, I would challenge them just the same. Chen Fan spoke firmly to show that this was not a personal grudge. He simply wanted to prove that being ranked 11 did not mean he was any worse than the top 10. Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren. Are they the others in the top 10? This Chen Fan seems to have done his homework. In comparison to Chen Fan's fighting spirit, Fang Xiu felt somewhat lazy, completely unaware of who the top 10 were. But Fang Xiu only silently mocked himself in his heart. On the surface, it was still a light breeze and gentle clouds. Once you've said it, let's get started. After saying this, Fang Xiu clicked on Chen Fan's invitation on the Beastmaster space card. Buzz. In an instant, Fang Xiu felt a loud roar echoing through his mind. Looking ahead again, he saw that the space had expanded more than 100 times. Mountains, waterfalls, and even camps built from wooden houses. I remember my Beastmaster space only had a few dozen square meters of grassland. Seeing these things that did not belong to his Beastmaster space, Fang Xiu couldn't help but sigh. Chen Fan really put in a lot of effort. Roar. Immediately after, a loud roar echoed throughout the space, rougher than Fang Xiu's memory of a tiger's roar. In the next second, the ground began to tremble slightly. Footsteps came closer like raindrops. Fang Xiu, listen carefully. Chen Fan took a deep breath and then spoke loudly. My beast is not a common species, but a rare ancient species. Since the beginning of junior high, my family has hired a tutor for me to teach me various general knowledge about ancient species. To cultivate a beast, one must first understand the beast. Ancient creatures, due to the high oxygen content of Blue Star, not only have a larger size but also have very solid muscles. But without the guidance of ancient biology experts, it is not easy for children from ordinary families to access general knowledge about ancient species. Without sufficient knowledge, it is impossible to cultivate ancient species beasts. From this, one can see the impact of one's upbringing on a new life. No wonder Chen Fan has the confidence to view the top 10 as a sharpening stone. A wealthy family background gave him his confidence. Fang Xiu thought to himself, shifting his gaze to the huge creature that let out the roar. He saw a brown-yellow triceratops, wildly charging towards them. Its sharp horns were thicker than Fang Xiu's arm, and the bony plates growing near its neck looked very sturdy, its size much larger than a minibus. If this were the wilderness of the original world, just a glance at such a creature would leave one pale with fear. Chen Fan crossed his arms. So, what is your beast? My beast. Fang Xiu thought for a moment. He had told his homeroom teacher that his beast was a facehugger, but saying that now clearly wouldn't be appropriate. However, this was not important. What mattered was, where is my beast? Fang Xiu looked around. His Beastmaster space was only a few dozen square meters, a grassland in plain view. When he returned to the real world, his alien queen had already grown to a height of over 1.8 meters. Where could it have gone during this time? Seeing this, Chen Fan had an even darker expression. Thinking back, he realized he hadn't seen anything resembling a beast since entering. Where is your beast? After a brief silence, Chen Fan couldn't help but ask. Could it be that Fang Xiu, this top 10, was just a test taker from a small town? Only good at general studies and had no idea about beasts? Could it be? Fang Xiu ignored Chen Fan and his triceratops. After surveying the area, he suddenly noticed that a deep pit had been dug out of his original space. On one side of this deep pit connected to a dark hole. I understand now. In an instant, Fang Xiu enlightened. The social structure of aliens is hive-minded. After obtaining sufficient food, the queen will lay eggs through asexual reproduction. Because of the hive mind, the alien queen does not lay eggs on the grassland, but seeks a cave to incubate the alien eggs in a dark and gloomy environment. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu looked up at his surroundings. Because he hadn't thought of this issue immediately, he'd failed to build a comfortable nest for the alien queen, resulting in it digging out an underground cave. But this couldn't be blamed on Fang Xiu. According to his original design, the alien queen would need at least 48 hours to reach adulthood. It seems that the food energy from the resource card has accelerated the growth of the alien queen. Accelerated growth. Although Fang Xiu is the god of aliens, even the queen completely submits to him. After looking at the size of the cave entrance, Fang Xiu suddenly had a bad feeling. Chen Fan, it's still not too late for you to back out now. As a rare ancient species, Fang Xiu naturally wanted the aliens to assimilate the genes of the Triceratops. But this Chen Fan is not a bad person. If he regrets, it's still not too late. Poof. Chen Fan let out a cold snort. Although he noticed the unusual deep pit, he felt completely calm inside. His beast was the ancient species Triceratops, and its horns and hip bones were born for battle. However, the next second, the entire ground began to shake violently. The green grass cracked at a visible speed, and the fractures quickly spread to Chen Fan's feet. The once fierce Triceratops, with its red eyes filled with the desire to fight, seemed to sense something terrible, its eyes wide open like copper bells filled with fear, and the bones near its neck drooped down. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Completely different from the Triceratops's thunderous roar, from the deep, dark cave came a low, hoarse sound, like a gas leak. Although the volume of this sound was not very loud, it continued to echo in Chen Fan's ears. The feeling he experienced was like someone scratching glass with their nails. That deep discomfort made all the hair on his body stand up. Cold sweat gradually appeared on his forehead, and without him noticing, his collar became soaked. What exactly did Fang Xiu cultivate? Boom! Chapter 5, The Oppressive Feeling of the Alien Queen, a battle that ends instantly. Just as Chen Fan felt a chill run down his spine, the deafening crash pulled his thoughts back to reality. He saw a massive black figure leap up from the depths, a strange hissing sound echoing continuously. Chen Fan instinctively looked up, feeling that this creature's size was enough to blot out the sun. The Triceratops he raised trembled even more, its lower body intermittently spraying yellow urine. In great terror, Chen Fan couldn't help but open his mouth wide, his eyes widening more than the Triceratops's. Stunned. In fact, it wasn't just Chen Fan who was shocked into standing still by the scene before him. Even Fang Xiu was startled. Before leaving the beast space, his alien queen was only about 1.8 meters tall. But now the creature flying out of the underground cave was a staggering 4 to 5 meters tall. Its black bones had transformed into an inner spiral skeleton, with a huge fan-shaped crown on its elongated head, looking longer than Fang Xiu himself. Extra armor grew on its chest, and the back tubes became sharp spikes, sharper than the horns of Chen Fan's Triceratops. Moreover, this alien queen was different from regular aliens. It had an extra pair of forelimbs on its chest. Although they appeared somewhat uncoordinated compared to its massive body, they gave the alien queen a posture reminiscent of a T-Rex. Its tail was thick and long, resembling a bony joint without skin, with a blade-like sharp tip. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The alien queen's roar continued, translucent slime dripping steadily from its exposed teeth. Before Chen Fan could even see its movements clearly, this domineering alien queen had already charged in front of the Triceratops, its sharp tail brutally stabbing into the other's neck. Ow! In an instant, the Triceratops's body visibly trembled, blood splattering in all directions. The red on Chen Fan's face, his clothes, and the eerie howls made one shiver in fear. But no matter what, Chen Fan was still a first-year student at Heching High School, and there was no personal grudge between him and Fang Xiu. The most important thing was that killing someone and the impact of killing a beast were completely different. After a slight hesitation, Fang Xiu still did not let the alien queen attack Chen Fan. In the next second, the alien queen turned and ran back into the underground cave. The whole process was smooth and seamless, done in one go. From the alien queen charging out of the underground cave, to capturing the Triceratops, and returning to its underground kingdom, the whole process took less than half a minute. In front of such monsters as aliens, even ancient beasts were no match. What was even scarier was, aliens could assimilate the genes of their hosts, evolving their best abilities into alien powers. As long as enough beasts were captured, Fang Xiu's alien would become infinitely stronger. Unlike Fang Xiu, who was relaxed and starting to daydream about the future, Chen Fan was completely stunned by the scene just now. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? And what was that dark thing? Fang Xiu's beast? Why does it feel like it's nothing like any species that ever existed on Blue Star? Could it be a mythical beast species that only emerges from hundreds of thousands of people? Yes. It must be a mythical beast species. Back in middle school, his general knowledge classes had always been among the best. Plus, with the private tutor his family hired for him. Whether modern creatures or ancient ones, he couldn't say he understood everything, but at least he could be sure that the gigantic creature just now was definitely not something that should exist on Blue Star. Thud. After being hit with an unprecedented shock, Chen Fan completely lost his will to fight. He collapsed onto the ground, his face pale as paper, his mind blank, unable to recover. As Chen Fan lost his fighting spirit, his beast space began to collapse. In less than 2 breaths, Fang Xiu and Chen Fan returned to the real world. The area near the cafeteria was still crowded with many new students. Although they couldn't see the battle process, and didn't think much of Fang Xiu's facehugger, the lively atmosphere meant they wouldn't leave easily. But what no one expected was, when Fang Xiu and Chen Fan returned to reality, their states were completely different. Fang Xiu still had the same calm, composed look. Chen Fan, however, was slumped on the ground, his face pale, his bangs wet with sweat, and his clothes and face stained with fresh red blood. The beast space card in his hand slipped out and fell to the ground with a soft thud. Hey, what's going on? Did Chen Fan lose badly? Fang Xiu's beast is the facehugger, right? How did he manage to do that? Could it be that Chen Fan's beast is even worse? Fang Xiu, as a new student who entered Heqing High School with one of the top 10 scores in the city, had always been the center of attention. News of him cultivating a facehugger had spread among the first-year students. Before the battle result was revealed, they all thought it was a one-sided win for Fang Xiu. Ancient species, Triceratops? Suddenly, someone in the crowd cried out, and everyone's eyes immediately focused on the beast space card that had fallen to the ground next to Chen Fan. Although beast space cards could hide the information about the beasts, the usually proud Chen Fan would never bother to use this function. In fact, he hated it and probably wanted to announce to the world that he had cultivated an ancient species. And this time, the surrounding new students were all in an uproar. No one expected that on the first day of school, Chen Fan had already cultivated a rare ancient species. And every new student knew the strength of ancient species. Even without undergoing alien upgrades, their inherent strength was already terrifying. The battle between Fang Xiu and Chen Fan didn't even take 2 minutes. The ancient species was killed instantly? What kind of beast has Fang Xiu raised? What on earth is this facebug? I searched it on my phone, but there's no information about facebugs. Could it be that this facebug is also an ancient species? Countless eyes turned to Fang Xiu, and some freshmen couldn't help but feel their scalps prickling. What is the origin of this facebug? It can actually take down Chen Fan's ancient species. What kind of monsters are these top 10 talents in the city? For a moment, many people's gazes towards Chen Fan changed to pity. Before this, they thought Chen Fan just had bad luck, which is why he ranked 11th. Now it seems, there might really be a huge gap between the top 10 and the 11th. However, Fang Xiu did not become conceited because of the gazes of others. Because he knew this was just the beginning. The alien queen could still continue to evolve into the alien empress. Even when the alien race grows large enough, it will give birth to an ultimate being like the Mother Queen. Chapter 6, The First Day of School Shakes the School. A large number of freshmen gathered at the entrance of the cafeteria, some even took out their phones to film videos, uploading them to Slowhand and TikTok, quickly causing a sensation at Crane City High School. As Fang Xiu's homeroom teacher, Zhang Yu quickly put down his work and hurried towards the cafeteria entrance. Thinking of Fang Xiu choosing the facebug as his beast, Zhang Yu automatically pictured Fang Xiu getting beaten up, his face bruised. But this is good. Rather than waiting to fall behind others in the diagnostic exam, realizing the inadequacies of his beast in time can prompt Fang Xiu to give up on training the facebug and instead nurture a more powerful beast. All the way, Zhang Yu kept mumbling to himself. As a top student in the city's top 10, as long as Fang Xiu nurtures well, his score in the college entrance examination will definitely not be poor. Even if he is not in the top 10 nationally, he still has a chance to enter 985 or 211 universities. At that time, as Fang Xiu's homeroom teacher, this would undoubtedly be a solid achievement of his own. For this reason, when Zhang Yu learned that Fang Xiu wanted to choose the facebug as his beast, he felt a headache. "Hello, Teacher Zhang Yu." When Zhang Yu arrived near the cafeteria, a student quickly recognized him, and with the student's exclamation, the other freshmen retreated like the tide, making way for Zhang Yu. However, what Zhang Yu never expected was that the scene he had been looking forward to did not appear. At that moment, Fang Xiu stood calmly among the crowd. On the contrary, Chen Fan, who had challenged him, looked frightened and was slumped on the ground. What's going on? Fang Xiu's facebug won? That student is Chen Fan? Although Chen Fan's city ranking was only 11th, he was still a promising talent worth cultivating for Crane City High School. Besides, with Chen Fan's family's affluent financial power, even Zhang Yu had a deep impression of him. Even when he learned that Chen Fan was assigned to Class 6, Zhang Yu felt it was a pity. Such a good seed, why wasn't he assigned to my class? I remember Chen Fan's beast is the ancient species Triceratops. The face bug defeated the Triceratops? What kind of joke is this? Zhang Yu really couldn't understand the situation before him. Fang Xiu. However, being popular brings trouble. Fighting at the cafeteria entrance on the first day of school doesn't look too good. Zhang Yu quickly calmed down and grabbed Fang Xiu's wrist. Come here. Teacher Zhang, I haven't eaten yet. Fang Xiu complained with a black line on his face. After nurturing the alien he had worked on for an afternoon, he was already starving. First, it was Chen Fan, now it's Zhang Yu. Can we still call it a pleasant meal? But this Zhang Yu is after all my homeroom teacher, and he really is strong. Fang Xiu had no choice but to follow him to the office first. Fang Xiu, what exactly is going on? As soon as he sat down in the office, Zhang Yu showed a stern expression. Sigh. Fang Xiu deliberately let out a sigh first. I also want to know what's going on. I nurtured my beast in the dormitory for an afternoon, and my stomach is growling. I wanted to go to the cafeteria to eat something good, to reward myself for my hard work, but suddenly a Chen Fan appeared out of nowhere. He insisted on challenging me. How could I possibly be afraid of him? If this gets out, it would be a small matter to tarnish my reputation, but if other classes find out, wouldn't they say that Zhang Laoshi's class is all timid and afraid? Zhang Yu couldn't help but be taken aback. The reasoning was indeed as such. Especially in this world, as we enter an era of universal beast taming, with the wealthy in martial arts and the poor in literature, who doesn't want to nurture a powerful beast? If a beast tamer doesn't fight, how can they become strong? Moreover, before bringing Fang Xiu back, Zhang Yu specifically checked Chen Fan. Although there were bloodstains on him, they were not his. It should be the blood of his beast. He was just frightened, and the person himself was not seriously injured. Stop your nonsense, don't you know that retreating a step leads to a broader sky? Forget it, let's not talk about this. Let me see your beast. Zhang Yu changed the topic. He hadn't planned to hold Fang Xiu accountable, he was just curious about what kind of beast this guy had nurtured that could scare Chen Fan like that. Bang! However, just as Fang Xiu was about to respond, a loud bang sounded from behind him. He turned around to see a muscular middle-aged man with a square face striding in angrily, followed by a man in sportswear with gold-rimmed glasses. Li Guosheng. Zhang Pan. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow and instantly became vigilant. The newcomers were none other than Li Guosheng, the homeroom teacher of Class 6, and also Chen Fan's teacher. The other was a new physical education teacher, responsible for the physical education classes of Class 2, Class 6, and Class 8. Although he looked cultured and had a somewhat amusing name, Zhang Yu had heard that he entered a 985 sports university through a recommendation, and his strength was not to be underestimated. Zhang Yu, your student killed Chen Fan's beast and openly humiliated my student, isn't that too much? Li Guosheng strode in, slamming his large hand heavily on the table. He glanced at Fang Xiu with the corner of his eye. You are Fang Xiu? His words were filled with gunpowder. Yes. Fang Xiu wanted to refute, but was pulled behind by Zhang Yu. Facing the bulging veins of Li Guosheng, Zhang Yu's aura was equally strong. High school freshmen are naturally hot-blooded, it's not strange for them to let off some steam, is it? As for teacher Zhang Pan, are you also here to hold someone accountable? Classes 2 and 6 are both under your jurisdiction. Fang Xiu is also your student, why treat them differently? Is it because of Chen Fan's family background? Fang Xiu silently watched the scene, thinking, this teacher Zhang Yu seems ordinary, but unexpectedly knows how to defend his students. And moreover, he immediately brought up the teacher who came along, this person has some skills. You misunderstand, teacher Zhang Yu. Zhang Pan raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a slight smile, then pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses. I just came to watch the excitement. Chen Fan's family had once asked me to be his bridging class teacher, so I am somewhat familiar with his strength. That's why I'm curious about what kind of beast Fang Xiu has nurtured. You are Fang Xiu, right? Hello, I am Zhang Pan, your physical education teacher for the first semester. Can you let me see your beast? Zhang Yu immediately frowned, he hadn't expected Zhang Pan to make such a request. After all, she would be Fang Xiu's future physical education teacher. If he refuses here, it will affect Fang Xiu's opinion of him. But what if Zhang Pan wants to stand up for Chen Fan and deliberately suppress Fang Xiu? A trace of conflict arose in Zhang Yu's heart. Chapter 7, you can see my beast, but you have to pay. Although I am Fang Xiu's homeroom teacher, the most important beast class is Zhang Pan's stage. If I hold a grudge and really want to interfere with Fang Xiu's learning progress or suppress him, as the homeroom teacher, it's not easy to notice in time. Even if I do find out, it wouldn't be good to have a conflict with Zhang Pan. Sure, Fang Xiu noticed Zhang Yu's dilemma and readily agreed. After all, in this world, physical education teachers can make math teachers sick at any time. There's no need to escalate the conflict right from the start. Wait a moment. Li Guosheng's face darkened, he brought Zhang Pan over to get help for Chen Fan. How did it suddenly turn into watching Fang Xiu's beast? However, Zhang Panpan remained silent, just giving Li Guosheng a look, signaling him not to be anxious. If Fang Xiu's beast used some vile and dishonorable means to win, this physical education teacher would have something to say. Seeing Zhang Panpan's attitude, Li Guosheng could only nod in agreement. But who would have guessed that Fang Xiu didn't directly pull out the beast space card to invite them in? My beasts cannot be viewed for free. In the process of speaking, Fang Xiu raised a finger. 1,000, how about it? Zhang Yu? Li Guosheng? Zhang Panpan? In an instant, all three had a face full of question marks. Goodness. Among them, one was Fang Xiu's homeroom teacher, and another was his physical education teacher this semester. Why does it cost money even just to take a look at his beasts? Sigh. Seeing the three teachers with wide eyes, Fang Xiu helplessly sighed. I come from an ordinary background, I'm not as wealthy as Chen Fan's family. Expanding the beast space and purchasing various beast foods are not small expenses. I'm not trying to make you feel sorry for me, I really am poor. To expand the size of the beast space card, one needs to buy various expansion packs, and the various foods in the resource card are limited. Once consumed, students need to recharge. Some students who originally had the potential to enter 985 and 211 universities often fall behind their classmates in senior year due to financial difficulties, ending up with only an ordinary undergraduate or even a vocational degree. To avoid such a situation happening to himself, Fang Xiu came up with this idea. You seem to have a point. Zhang Yu was somewhat speechless but understood the reasoning behind it, so he took out his phone, added Fang Xiu as a friend on Tingxuan, and transferred 1,000 yuan. Seeing this, Zhang Panpan said nothing more. In this world, any teacher could be short on money, but physical education teachers never are. Isn't your class too much? You injured my student and now want me to pay to see your student's beast? Isn't this bullying honest people? Then Teacher Li can wait here, I'm not insisting you must see. Fang Xiu said without thinking. If you don't want to spend money, then wait outside. You. Watching Fang Xiu acting like he was taking advantage, Li Guosheng's forehead muscles were popping out. But first, he didn't want to foolishly wait outside. Second, everyone has curiosity, and he really wanted to know what beast defeated Chen Fan's beast. Li Guosheng paid angrily. All right then. After receiving the money, Fang Xiu didn't hesitate and directly took out the beast space card, inviting the three teachers in. A faint light flashed, and Fang Xiu re-entered the beast space. Even though Li Guosheng was furious, he was still a teacher and wouldn't stoop to using his beast to bully Fang Xiu. So Zhang Yu and the others simply entered Fang Xiu's beast space. He did not choose to release his beast. Where is your beast? Zhang Yu looked around. Fang Xiu's beast space was just the original grassland form, and the area was very small. Looking up, he could see all the scenery at a glance. Let alone any beast, he hadn't even seen anything that resembled one. Follow me. Fang Xiu waved his hand, signaling the three teachers to follow. In just a short while, they arrived at the entrance of an underground cave. Inside, not only was it pitch black, but it also felt a bit cold. It is worth mentioning that it was also Fang Xiu's first time cultivating a xenomorph. He hadn't even considered that the xenomorph queen would dig underground caves at first. Now, seeing the dark underground cave, Fang Xiu finally realized. Xenomorphs like to lay eggs in such environments, but for humans, such conditions were simply a blind spot. Snap. Just as Fang Xiu was about to make a torch in the underground cave, Zhang Panpan's crisp snapping sound caught his attention. Electro eel. With a low whisper from Zhang Panpan, 3 silver-white electric eels appeared out of thin air and surrounded him. In the next second, these electric eels began to shimmer with dazzling white light, illuminating the dark cave as if it were broad daylight. What surprised Fang Xiu even more was that the electric eels, which originally lived in water, could actually ignore the rules of gravity and float beside Zhang Panpan. And this light was even brighter than a streetlight. This was no beast, it was simply magic. This is the real beast. Fang Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he could find some videos of beasts online, the overwhelming impact of being there in person was something no video could compare to. In Fang Xiu's view, compared to a true beast master like Zhang Panpan, Chen Fan's Triceratops beast was merely child's play. If only I could let my facehugger parasitize this electro eel. The thought of a glowing, electricity-generating xenomorph was thrilling. Teacher Zhang, can you give me one of your beasts? Fang Xiu said very politely. As far as Fang Xiu knew, powerful beast masters could possess several beast spaces, and their beasts were countless. This electro eel might just be one of Zhang Panpan's least noticeable beasts. Even if I wanted to give you one, this level of beast is not something you can control right now. If a beast master's own strength is not strong enough, not only can they not control their own beast, but they will also suffer backlash. Zhang Panpan earnestly educated Fang Xiu. Although he had defeated Chen Fan this time, the path of beast mastery was always filled with the bones of the fallen. He still had a long way to go. Thinking of getting a hold of a beast like the electro wheel now would only backfire. However, what Zhang Panpan did not know was that Fang Xiu did not intend to cultivate an electro wheel at all, he just wanted to use his electro wheel to feed his xenomorph. If he really said such a thing, it would probably make Zhang Panpan question life. Out of control? Fang Xiu pondered. The xenomorph is a strictly hierarchical hive society, with the xenomorph king holding supreme power. But once it transforms into a beast, would these strict hierarchical rules still apply? No. Fang Xiu shook his head, there's really nothing to worry about. If the strength isn't enough, then just become stronger. If the xenomorph queen is destined to be a witch, then I just need to become a demon king. Chapter 8, Teachers in Shock, this xenomorph is an illusory beast. Along the way, Fang Xiu continuously asked Zhang Panpan questions about beasts. Although he knew that Zhang Panpan wanted to help Chen Fan, all knowledge about beasts would become useful experience for him. Moreover, with Zhang Yu, the homeroom teacher, present, Fang Xiu was not worried that Zhang Panpan would deceive him. As the group continued to delve deeper into the cave, Zhang Panpan gradually felt something was off. Teacher Zhang, Teacher Li, don't you think this cave is a bit too extravagant? Zhang Panpan frowned, the height from the ground to the rock top was at least 3 stories high. What kind of beast did Fang Xiu raise that required such a large space? Moreover, since earlier, a strange hissing sound had been continuously coming from the depths of the cave. This sound not only made one's ears uncomfortable but also revealed a bone-chilling coldness. During her university days, Zhang Panpan was considered outstanding among her peers and had seen many beasts, some of which were horrifying. But one must remember, Fang Xiu had just entered high school, he was a new student. Today was his first encounter with beasts. Zhang Yu's expression also became strange, hearing Zhang Panpan say this, it does feel a bit odd. I remember Fang Xiu's beast is called a face bug, right? Isn't it just a bug? Why would it need such a big space? After an unknown amount of time, they finally entered the cave's main nest after several winding turns. Zhang Panpan's electric eel quickly flew into the air, expanding its glow as much as possible to increase visibility. However, just with one glance, Zhang Yu's eyes widened like those of a cow. What the hell? Next to him, Li Guoxing couldn't help but curse. Not just these two teachers, even Zhang Panpan subconsciously rubbed her eyelids, unable to believe what she was seeing. Fang Xiu, you call this thing a face bug? Zhang Yu turned his head sharply, his voice booming like a wild beast. There lay Fang Xiu's alien queen, curled up with her legs, her massive body towering as high as 2 stories. If it weren't for the hissing moaning sounds coming from the alien queen's mouth, Zhang Yu might not have realized this gigantic creature was a beast. What shocked Zhang Yu even more was that this alien queen did not have muscles covering its bones like ordinary creatures, protecting the bones. This alien queen's bones were directly exposed, inversely protecting its own muscles, and below its pelvis, there connected a gigantic ovipositor, looking extremely similar to an ant queen's lower body. Only this one was magnified thousands of times. Li Guoshang swallowed incredulously, using a rough estimation to measure the length of this ovipositor. It was over 8 meters long. Wait a minute, Teacher Zhang, what did you just say it was called? Li Guoshang felt he vaguely heard the words face bug. But he couldn't understand why this colossal thing would be called a face bug? Whose face was it holding? Just standing in front of this alien queen, Li Guoshang felt completely uneasy. If he encountered this creature in the wild, he would definitely release his beast to fight at the first moment. This. Zhang Yu frowned, quickly taking a deep breath to keep calm. You asked me, who should I ask? But. Although the alien queen was staring closely at them, creating a sense of pressure, Zhang Yu felt the alien queen did not harbor any hostility toward the 3 of them. It was clear that Fang Xiu had disciplined this terrifying alien queen very well. Zhang Yu's gaze followed the ovipositor to the other side, where a mass of slimy eggs was densely packed together. No, rather than saying they were eggs, they looked more like a type of white shell. And Chen Fan's triceratops beast was now discarded in one corner of the nest, with a pale yellow face bug clinging to its face. Even though that face bug was nearly 1 meter long, compared to the alien queen, it hardly seemed like the same species. Zhang Yu glanced at the face bug, then at the alien queen, and could not help but draw in a deep breath. Fang Xiu, don't tell me this thing evolved from the face bug? Watching Zhang Yu's bewildered expression, Fang Xiu also felt a sense of satisfaction rise within him. It's not exactly evolution. It's actually just the adult form of the facehugger. Zhang Yu? Li Guoshang? Zhang Panpan? In an instant, all 3 of them widened their eyes in shock, then looked at the densely packed insect eggs on the ground. A rough estimate showed there were more than 20 of them. According to Fang Xiu's words, didn't that mean these eggs could turn into huge creatures like the alien queen? Not exactly. Only female facehuggers can grow this large. I named it the alien queen. As for the male facehuggers, they're much smaller. Hearing Fang Xiu's explanation, Zhang Yu suddenly understood. Although these facehuggers were shockingly large, their social structure was that of a hive-minded insect. It was like ants. The queen ant is usually 3 to 4 times bigger than a regular ant. Even when they reach adulthood, they'll only grow to be about 3 meters tall, Fang Xiu said nonchalantly. What? Zhang Yu stood frozen in place again. Based on the size difference between the queen and regular ants, a male alien would only be about a meter tall at most. Yet Fang Xiu said the regular alien could grow to over 3 meters tall? And looking at the state of the nest, it seemed the alien queen's reproduction was asexual. Does that mean, as long as this alien queen had enough space and resources, it could continuously expand its colony? This is just too unreasonable. Fang Xiu, how exactly did you create such a beast? Could it be that it's an ancient beast? Zhang Yu looked back at the alien queen. In ancient times, Blue Star had an oxygen level so high that many bizarre creatures were born. Even mosquitoes, if placed in modern times, would be unusually large. Because of this, Zhang Yu couldn't help but speculate that Fang Xiu might have found this alien in some ancient beast taming book and bred it. Sigh. Had I known that the facehugger Fang Xiu mentioned was such a beast, I should have supported him wholeheartedly. Just thinking about it, Zhang Yu couldn't help but wish he could slap himself. Fortunately, Fang Xiu was very determined, and I'm not the kind of teacher with a strong need for control. Otherwise, wouldn't I have killed off a genius beast tamer? It was only at this moment that Zhang Yu truly understood why the school set the rule that homeroom teachers can only guide and not make decisions for students. No. Zhang Panpan observed carefully and then refuted Zhang Yu's words. This is not an ancient species, Fang Xiu's beast is a mirage beast species. Ha? Li Guosheng, standing beside them, was instantly frozen in place. Mirage beast species? Mirage beast species? Even Zhang Yu was shocked by Zhang Panpan's words. Regular and ancient species of beasts are based on Blue Star's life system, but the mirage beast species completely transcends these limits. As far as Zhang Yu knew, among millions of beast tamers, only 1 in a million would naturally possess a mirage beast species beast. Zhang Panpan's words meant that Fang Xiu was one of those rare, genius beast tamers. My god. Zhang Yu sucked in a cold breath. From the moment he entered Heching First High to today, it had been 7 spring and autumns. As the strongest high school in Heching, all the outstanding students in the city would be sent here. Even so, the number of mirage beast tamers who graduated from Heching First High was still very small. In fact, throughout Zhang Yu's teaching career, he had never met a single student with a mirage beast species, and Fang Xiu was the first. How could this not excite him? Wait a minute, Zhang Panpan, how can you be so sure that Fang Xiu's beast is a mirage beast? Li Guosheng found it hard to accept at the moment. If Fang Xiu's beast was a regular species or even an ancient species, he would have a way to help Chen Fanxiang. But once Fang Xiu's beast was labeled as a mirage beast species, the situation would be completely different. Because of this, Fang Xiu is definitely the top student of this session, and could even enrich the principal, even the head of education in Heching's resume. Hey, Teacher Zhang, where are you? However, when he turned around, Li Guosheng found that Zhang Panpan, who was originally standing next to him, had run off somewhere. I'm here. Fang Xiu and the others looked over and discovered that Zhang Panpan was inspecting the alien queen's eggs, holding a unique card in her hand, from which a faint glowing light enveloped the entire insect egg. Right, why do you say this alien is a phantom beast species? Zhang Yu's mouth lifted like a smile, although he was echoing Li Guosheng, he was clearly already overjoyed inside. Because this alien is not a carbon-based lifeform. As she explained while turning around, Zhang Panpan stood up. Since just now, she had felt that the structure of the alien queen was very peculiar, so she conducted an internal scan of the insect egg. The result left her astonished. The life structure of this alien is not based on carbon elements. Ah? Li Guosheng was once again stunned. Zhang Yu was also a bit dumbfounded. He quickly took out his card to scan the insect egg on the ground. All known lifeforms on Blue Star, whether ancient or modern, are composed of organic material based on carbon elements. Only phantom beast species beastmasters can step beyond this constraint, using other elements as the basis of organic material. That's right, this alien is a silicon-based lifeform. Zhang Panpan said emphatically, to analyze, construct, hatch, and cultivate a creature from one's imagination is undoubtedly something only a phantom beast species beastmaster can do. At this point, Li Guosheng was completely dumbfounded. Although Zhang Panpan had said earlier that Fang Xiu's beast was a phantom beast species, he still held on to a flicker of hope in his heart. What if Zhang Panpan made a mistake? But to his surprise, this alien is actually a silicon-based lifeform. In fact, it wasn't just Zhang Yu. Li Guosheng was equally shocked. Fang Xiu also just realized it in his heart. If it weren't for Zhang Panpan's reminder, he would have almost forgotten that aliens were set as silicon-based life. Compared to carbon elements, silicon elements have a larger radius in silicon atoms, making the compounds formed more stable, and some scientists even speculate that silicon-based life could resist high-intensity cosmic radiation and attacks from viruses and bacteria. No. It's already silicon-based, what bacteria would dare to seek death? Fang Xiu couldn't help but complain in his heart. Teacher Li, even though my alien queen killed Qin Fan's beast, he provoked us first, so I hope you can make him stop causing trouble in the future. Fang Xiu said in a low and cold voice. In his memory, web novel protagonists usually warned antagonists like this. Then the antagonist would begin to mock the protagonist, or even come to blows. In summary, it's a case of the small hitting the big. If Li Guosheng continues to defend Qin Fan, he could openly let the alien parasitize his beast. Fang Xiu. In an instant, Li Guosheng's volume rose several times. Very good. Smack. However, just when Fang Xiu thought Li Guosheng could not contain himself and would unleash his beast, he took 3 steps and grabbed Fang Xiu's hand. Do you want to come to class 6? I can make you the class leader, and you can also manage the class funds. Also, I'll cover your meals for all 3 years of high school. Fang Xiu? Not bro, wasn't it said that the small hits the big? This script is wrong. What happened to your arrogant attitude just now? Bang! In an instant, Zhang Yu stepped forward and pushed Li Guosheng away. Old Li, what do you mean? Are you trying to snatch my student? Fang Xiu is from our class too, why should class 6 interfere? And you think being a mere class leader can win people over? Don't joke around. Fang Xiu, for high school 3 years, you can rest assured in class 2, if you need anything, just tell me. I'll also find you 3 female classmates to accompany you. Fang Xiu. What? A female classmate reading together? Is there such a thing? Old Zhang, how can you say Fang Xiu is from your class? It's only the first day of school, we haven't even had real classes yet. Using a female classmate to read together, is that something a teacher should say? Just wait for me. However, Li Guosheng did not continue arguing with Zhang Yu here, nor did he use better benefits to tempt Fang Xiu. He directly took out the beast space card and left Fang Xiu's beast space, disappearing without a trace. Damn, that old Li must be going to find old Wang. Fang Xiu, you can just focus on nurturing your face hugger. In this school, I've got your back. As he spoke, Zhang Yu also took out a card. Okay, Teacher Zhang. The sudden situation surprised Fang Xiu, but he still nodded, indicating that he understood. What Teacher Zhang? Do I look that old? Alright, Brother Zhang. Fang Xiu quickly corrected himself, understanding the meaning. What did you call me? You go? You're on the right track. Zhang Yu nodded in satisfaction and then disappeared in front of Fang Xiu. By the way, who is old Wang? Seeing that his beast space only had Zhang Panpan left, Fang Xiu finally remembered to ask. It should be Wang Kai. He is the head teacher for your first-year class. Any student who wants to transfer classes must have his approval. They left in such a hurry, they must be going to find old Wang to argue for you. Zhang Panpan smiled and explained. Although Chen Fan is a good seed, no one would offend a fantasy-type beast for an ancient one. Aren't you going? Seeing himself so sought after, Fang Xiu couldn't help but tease. I am in charge of the physical education classes for Class 2 and Class 6, so I don't mind if you go over there. But just calling you directly is too rude, so call me Brother Panpan. I'm not that much older than you. Chapter 10, Successful Hatching of a New Alien Species. This plot seems off. Fang Xiu recalled the web novels he had read in his previous life. At this point, the antagonist would usually have a deadly confrontation with the protagonist. Who knew, Li Guosheng and Zhang Panpan, one was rushing to the head teacher for him to transfer classes, while the other treated him like a younger brother. Alright, your beast is about to hatch, so I won't disturb you further. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Panpan also exited Fang Xiu's beast space. With Fang Xiu alone in the beast space, the face hugger, tightly clinging to the Triceratops's head, fell off from the top. I still wanted to go eat. Fang Xiu looked at the state of the Triceratops. The face hugger wouldn't directly kill the host, instead, it would feed on their body to provide energy for the alien until the alien detached from the host's body. Although Fang Xiu had the authority of the beast space, he couldn't stop time. If he left here now, went to the cafeteria to eat, and came back, the alien would probably have burst out already. Forget it. If it were an ordinary alien, Fang Xiu wouldn't be so expectant. But in the Alien series movies he watched, those terrifying aliens mostly parasitized humans or puppies. There had never been an alien that could parasitize an extinct dinosaur. I wonder what the alien will look like after assimilating the Triceratops genes. Fang Xiu rubbed his stomach and decided to wait until the little alien hatched before going to eat and using resource cards to provide food for the Triceratops. Fortunately, this process didn't take too long. After about 20 minutes, the eating speed of the Triceratops began to slow down. Not long after, it fell to the ground with a loud crash, creating a small shockwave. Immediately after, the Triceratops's belly began to swell continuously, revealing a hint of red within.
Come on. For some reason, Fang Xiu suddenly felt like he was waiting for a birth. He and the alien queen coincidentally looked at the Triceratops. Fang Xiu could even sense the alien queen's concern for the alien inside the Triceratops's belly.
After all, the Triceratops, an ancient creature, has thick skin and flesh, and its defense power is dozens of times stronger than that of a normal human. What's more, Chen Fan specially strengthened the Triceratops' physical strength during its cultivation.
Put.
But just as Fang Xiu was a bit worried, blood splashed out from the Triceratops' belly. Two black, pitch-like horns pierced through, followed by a third one.
Is that the Triceratops' horns? Fang Xiu's starry eyes slightly narrowed, and he saw the Triceratops' belly begin to melt.
It felt like it was being corroded by a strong acid.
Is that the alien's unique acid blood?
Although the Triceratops' skin and flesh were tough, under the unique corrosive acid blood of the alien, large patches quickly fell off.
Even if your flesh is strong, can it be stronger than steel? It all melts away. Next, the entire alien creature broke free from the Triceratops' body.
Its steps were a bit unsteady, clearly not accustomed to the new body. It feels even bigger than when the alien queen broke out of the chest. Fang Xiu muttered, recalling that when the alien queen broke out, her body height was less than 1 meter, but the new alien in front of him had an even larger exoskeleton, and its tail was the same. And at the end of this new alien's tail, there was a hammer-shaped bone, looking like a meteor hammer without the spikes. However, the alien's head still retained the unique long skull of an alien, with Triceratops horn bones growing on both sides and the front of its head. And near the neck of this alien, there was a bone plate that was gathered, looking like an unopened flower bud.
Why does it feel like a colored version of Frisia's second form? Fang Xiu couldn't help but criticize the alien's appearance.
Since the alien queen's body already contained human genes, even though this alien was hatched from a Triceratops body, it did not maintain the Triceratops' manner of movement. Although this alien's body was heavier, it had still learned to walk upright. But the way this alien walks, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't resemble a human. It looks more like a Tyrannosaurus from ancient times. It feels very oppressive.
Then, Fang Xiu consumed a resource card, created some food, and tossed it in front of the new alien, letting it feast. Although this alien was born from the alien queen and had assimilated the Triceratops genes, it still retained the hive's consciousness. When it saw the food, it didn't devour it alone but instead stared blankly at Fang Xiu, as if waiting for him to distribute the food. Very good.
Fang Xiu nodded in satisfaction but felt that the alien queen, when seeing this alien, had a sense of tenderness, as if she were doting on it.
Is it my illusion, or is it because I am the ruler of this space, so I can feel the alien queen's more delicate emotions?
I should ask the teacher about this later. After all, in the entire Alien movie series, no one had ever been able to cultivate aliens like me, sensing their emotions.
And Fang Xiu clearly remembered the setting of the alien queen. With an extraordinary IQ of 175.
And in Alien 1, when the female protagonist was about to burn the alien eggs, the alien queen even tried to negotiate with her. When the protagonist did burn the eggs, the enraged alien queen showed a sense of revenge.
As for this new alien, you are the alien queen. Then it must be the alien Triceratops. Fang Xiu tried to give it a mighty name, but then thought to himself that the name alien itself already carries a strong oppressive feeling. The placement test, I'll leave it to you. Fang Xiu quickly approached the alien Triceratops in 3 steps, raised his head, and gently stroked its head.
The alien Triceratops quickly responded by rubbing the smoother part of its head against Fang Xiu's hand.
It looked like a kitten acting spoiled.
The alien Triceratops occasionally emitted hissing sounds from its throat.
It was clear that this alien Triceratops was submissive to Fang Xiu. As for why the midterm exam was entrusted to the alien Triceratops.
Although the alien queen has more terrifying powers, releasing her would undoubtedly shock the entire Huqing No. 1 high school, but the alien queen, for the sake of reproduction, has already grown an ovipositor. I remember the alien queen can separate from the ovipositor in extreme danger to fight for her tribe, but this process would also cause immense pain.
It's just a midterm exam, it's not worth making my alien queen suffer for a better performance. Fang Xiu is truly a gentleman. On another side. In the office of the senior year director, Wang Kai, Li Guosheng and Zhang Yu pushed open the door eagerly, then rushed inside, only to awkwardly get stuck together in the doorway due to their size. Chapter 11, The Teachers Fighting for Fang Xiu.
Wang Kai looked at the two stuck at the door with a dark expression. You came just in time.
Saves me from having to find you. What's going on with the students in your class?
It was only the first day of school, and a fight among freshmen had already broken out at the cafeteria, which even made it online. This had a somewhat negative impact. Fortunately, no one was injured, otherwise, he, as the grade director, might also be implicated.
Seeing Wang Kai's unhappy expression, Zhang Yu and Li Guoshang restrained themselves. Freshmen, just getting into beast taming, it's normal to have some spirit and test their beasts against each other, right? Didn't we have similar events in previous years?
Zhang Yu casually said as he walked in. Wang Kai's teaching career was no shorter than Zhang Yu's. Fights among students were indeed not uncommon. Technology is advancing, and school rules are gradually loosening. In the past, the school didn't even allow students to bring phones, and the influence of short video platforms wasn't that exaggerated.
But now, if you are a bit strict with students, you might just get a complaint.
If anything happens in the school, a short video is sent online, and the views can easily reach tens of thousands in minutes. Especially at this school, Huching No. 1 High School.
The strongest in Huching, number 1 in the city. Countless eyes are watching them closely. You homeroom teachers should strengthen management to avoid conflicts.
Especially those schools like Sanzhong and Yucai, they have always been envious of our position.
Director Wang is right.
Li Guoshang stepped forward and added, this year, 7 of the top 10 students citywide chose us. Those schools in Sanzhong are not a concern at all. However, Director Wang, I hope to transfer the students involved in this incident to our class.
I will definitely strengthen management. Wang Kai raised an eyebrow upon hearing this.
He had found out that the parties involved were Chen Fan from Class 6 and Fang Xiu from Class 2. As the homeroom teacher of Class 6, Li Guoshang thought he was here to defend his student Chen Fan. Director Wang, there's no need for that. Fang Xiu is fine in our class, there's no need for others to worry, especially since Chen Fan provoked him first. Fang Xiu was just acting in self-defense. Zhang Yu quickly explained the situation.
Director Wang, I don't want the award for excellent teacher this year, I can give it to Teacher Zhang, I just want Fang Xiu. What do you mean by not wanting the excellent teacher award? As if that qualification is predetermined, and also Fang Xiu is my student, what gives you the right to want him?
The two exchanged sharp words, leaving Wang Kai somewhat confused. At first, he thought Li Guoshang wanted to transfer Fang Xiu to Class 6 to suppress the other party using his homeroom status. After all, Chen Fan's father had a significant influence in Huching and strong connections in the education department. To please Chen Fan can also help Li Guoshang in his future career development. However, looking at Li Guoshang's expression, that kind of appreciation for Fang Xiu is completely genuine.
What is going on? What is this student named Fang Xiu? What is his background? Is there something special about this Fang Xiu? Wang Kai recalled slightly. He had some impression of the name Fang Xiu. He ranked 7th in the city in the high school entrance examination. However, his original family background is ordinary, and once he enters high school, he may lag behind due to resource issues. If being excellent in grades could draw the attention of Zhang Yu and Li Guoshang, then Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren should be more worthy of such attention than Fang Xiu, right? Excluding other possibilities, one answer was ready to emerge in Wang Kai's mind. It's the Beast Master.
Although mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology and general education courses are the scientific foundations building this world's civilization, no research can do without the support of mathematics, including the variations and evolution possibilities of beast mastering. History, literature, and other arts can help humanity better discover ancient beasts and understand the past of the beasts. If general education courses are the foundation of research, then beast mastering is the application of research. The efforts of countless researchers are aimed at cultivating stronger beasts. But no matter how hard researchers work, creating a mythical beast species is still incredibly difficult. That is an existence that transcends the laws of nature, a reflection of the genius beast master's heart. In other words, effort can determine the lower limit, but wanting to decide the upper limit without talent is impossible. If I'm not mistaken, Fang Xiu's beast is a mythical beast species, right? As soon as these words came out, Zhang Yu and Li Guoshang almost said in unison, Director Wang, how did you know? Their reaction precisely verified Wang Kai's guess. You are all seasoned teachers with many years of experience. Have you ever had such a dispute over a student? Moreover, with Chen Fan's family background, his beast is destined to be powerful. Fang Xiu comes from an ordinary background, yet he can easily defeat Chen Fan with the beasts he cultivates. What kind of beast he has is not hard to guess. Wang Kai spoke with a false profundity, as if mythical beasts were nothing extraordinary. But in reality, Wang Kai was bursting with joy inside. As the grade director, no matter which class Fang Xiu grows in, the KPI can always be credited to him. And that's a mythical beast species. That means Fang Xiu has a chance to become a top 10 seed. No. I'm only 39 this year. When Fang Xiu enters the top 10, I'll only be 41. If Fang Xiu's grades really suppress the students of Qingqing No. 1 Middle School, Qiqing No. 4 Middle School, and Haching No. 3 Middle School, then my promotion to vice principal will be secure. Exactly, Fang Xiu is a mythical beast species. Director Wang, shouldn't this good seed be taught by someone with more experience like me?
My teaching career has 2 whole years more than Zhang Yu. That's 2 years. Li Guosheng said firmly, looking as if he was afraid Wang Kai wouldn't hear. 2 years? What does it prove? Besides, Fang Xiu has a sense of belonging to class 2, and he privately calls me brother Yu. If you forcibly transfer him to class 6, it might affect Fang Xiu's mindset. Don't you know it's better to keep still than to move? Zhang Yu countered without backing down. Everyone knows what having a mythical beast species beast master means. Not only is there a chance to advance further in the education field. More importantly, genius beast masters are all incredible people with limitless futures. While he is still inexperienced and there is still an opportunity to connect, making good friends, who knows, one day he might just take someone along to rise together. Yes. For Fang Xiu, Zhang Yu is willing to be that follower. All right. Wang Kai waved his hand, this matter will depend on your thoughts, it's somewhat unfair to Fang Xiu. With the mock exams approaching, don't disturb him for now. As for allowing Fang Xiu to go to that class, let's discuss it again after the mock exam results come out. Chapter 12, The Start of the Mock Exam. Watching the alien Triceratops drill into the body of the Triceratops, Fang Xiu thoughtfully prepared a large amount of food for it before exiting the Beast Master space, heading to the cafeteria to fill his growling stomach. For the next few days, Li Guosheng did not appear again, as if he had forgotten about transferring him to Class 6. Except for attending general studies classes, Fang Xiu spent all his time soaking in the Beast Master space. His alien Triceratops quickly grew to adult size. However, although the alien Triceratops had assimilated Chenfan's Triceratops genes, as a male alien, it naturally could not be compared to the alien queen. Even in adulthood, it was only about 3 meters long. Compared to the alien queen, it seemed to have shrunk considerably. On the other hand, the alien Triceratops's horns and tail were more aggressive. It was the second strongest entity in the alien army cultivated by Fang Xiu, after the alien queen. Indeed. After several days of cultivation, Fang Xiu created a large number of replication food using resource cards, allowing the facehugging bugs laid by the alien queen to parasitize. Thinking about it, the reproductive rate of aliens is quite incredible. As far as Fang Xiu knew, animals in the wild face dangers not only from predators during childbirth but also from various risks, such as abnormal fetal positions and difficult labor. Yet, the alien queen could lay an egg every few hours, and the parasitism rate of the facehugging bugs was as high as 100%. In just 6 or 7 days, Fang Xiu's Beast Master space had birthed over 30 aliens. This made the entire underground cave feel somewhat cramped. But when opening up the Beast Master space, Fang Xiu discovered that although the school's allocated resources could expand the size of the space, they were very limited. Exhausting all resource points from the Beast Master space card, he could only expand the cave to 5 times its original size. Although this solved the immediate problem, based on the production speed of the alien queen, within a month, the entire underground cave would become crowded again. Moreover, the school only provided resource assistance once. And, the alien population only becomes sufficiently large when an alien queen appears. Ultimate aliens like the Queen Mother require a planetary scale to be born. Looking at the alien queen in front of him, Fang Xiu couldn't help but ponder. I can't really invite all the teachers and students of the school to come and visit my aliens. Huqing No. 1 Middle School seems to have around 15 classes per grade, each with about 50 students. Even if I could invite everyone, the visitation fee would only be a few $100,000. However, this idea was no different from hoping everyone in the world gave me $1, making me a billionaire. Theoretically feasible, but practically full of problems. Looks like I need to find a way to make money. Warning! 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 Insufficient food for beasts. Insufficient food for beasts. Please recharge in time. Please recharge in time. Fang Xiu? Fang Xiu, with a black line on his forehead, pulled out the resource card from his pocket. In these days, aside from cultivating aliens, the most repetitive thing Fang Xiu did was continuously recharge money into the resource card. First, the visitation fees earned from Zhang Yu, Li Guosheng, and Zhang Panpan. Then, his own living expenses. Finally, he even had to call home for help. But his parents were just ordinary white-collar workers. I now understand what it means to be poor in culture but rich in martial ability. Previously, when searching for information online, Fang Xiu found many people on a small blue book lamenting that their original families did not support them on the path of Beast Master, causing those who originally had a chance to enter the 985 universities to end up in very ordinary undergraduate universities. Now, Fang Xiu had a first-hand experience of this. In 3 years of high school, he didn't know how many aliens would end up being consumed. You guys are the real golden devourers. Fang Xiu harshly ridiculed the strange beings in front of him. If there isn't enough food to support them, the alien eggs will go into hibernation. Although this doesn't count as a crisis for the entire group, if the issues of space and food aren't solved, the limit for the aliens will be at the alien queen. Forget it. Sitting here thinking won't solve the problem. I should go ask Zhang Yu. However, just as Fang Xiu was preparing to return to the real world to have a good talk with his homeroom teacher Zhang Yu, his Beastmaster space card suddenly transmitted a voice. All new students of Huqing No. 1 High School, gather at the school playground for the freshman baseline test. All new students of Huqing No. 1 High School, gather at the school playground for the freshman baseline test. As if afraid Fang Xiu didn't hear, the Beastmaster space card rang 3 times in a row. Baseline test. I almost forgot about this. Fang Xiu exited the Beastmaster space and tidied up a bit before hurriedly heading to the Huqing No. 1 High School playground. This playground was as big as 4 football fields, and by the time Fang Xiu arrived, it was already packed with people. Not only were there first-year students, but also many second- and third-year students who had come to watch. In fact, in the center of the playground, there was a big screen set up for projection. As Fang Xiu walked, most of the new students were eager to try, while only a very small number looked a bit disheveled, their eyes showing fear of the baseline test. After all, there is only 1 week, not everyone can cultivate their beast. Moreover, the value of cultivating beasts is not something that the National College Entrance Exam can compare to. After the college entrance exam, going to a good university makes it easier to find a job, while some people go to vocational school early, or learn a skill for a decent future. But in this world, even if you can't cultivate a powerful beast, you can still survive, yet the gap in status is hard to accept. Fang Xiu mused to himself while looking around, searching for his class's activity area and checking out any noteworthy new students. Especially Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren, the outstanding ones. They stood among the new students, and just their confidence was enough to make them stand out. Before long, Fang Xiu arrived at Class 2's activity area. Fang Xiu is here. Zhang Yu quickly noticed Fang Xiu and rushed over in 3 steps, 2 at a time. If you didn't know better, you would think Zhang Yu saw a leader. Even nearby Class 3's homeroom teacher Zhang Chao and Class 1's homeroom teacher Fan Longha cast glances his way. Perhaps the freshman didn't know much, but the story of Zhang Yu competing with Li Guosheng for students had spread among these teachers. Everyone was curious about what Fang Xiu looked like. How's your beast developing? Zhang Yu greeted Fang Xiu, deliberately raising his voice, filled with a tone of pride. Is that Fang Xiu? He really looks different. Zhang Chao and Fan Longha both stared at Fang Xiu at the same time. Sleek eyebrows and starry eyes, fresh and handsome, tall and slender, no matter how you looked at him, he was a standout, making people envious. Damn, why did Fang Xiu get assigned to Class 2? Fan Longha felt even more displeased inside. Especially since Zhang Yu had deliberately raised his voice, it was clearly a boast. He takes advantage and still acts innocent. Zhang Chao couldn't help but criticize Zhang Yu in his heart, even feeling an impulse to rush over and hit him. Not only teachers like them, but also the newcomers in classes 1, 2, and 3 couldn't help but look at Fang Xiu. Some girls were completely captivated. On the other hand, some boys crossed their arms, looking as if they thought Fang Xiu just wanted to show off. In fact, many classmates in Fang Xiu's class wanted to get closer to him. Some female classmates often surrounded him in the classroom, hoping to add him as a friend or something. However, Fang Xiu was only interested in beast taming and had no interest in anything else, especially not in early romance. Whenever a girl tried to approach him, his starry eyes would always look over coldly. After several attempts, the classmates all kept their distance from Fang Xiu, as if they had been isolated by him. But this was unavoidable. Fang Xiu was not a freshman, his mind was much more mature than those of his classmates. Things aren't going very well, he deliberately sighed upon seeing Zhang Yu, acting as if he had encountered a problem. Isn't Fang Xiu a genius? Does he also encounter problems? Who said he is a genius? He just defeated Chen Fan on the first day of school, maybe it was just luck. Exactly, the middle school entrance exam was all general knowledge, grades don't mean anything. Just because Fang Xiu is good at general knowledge doesn't mean he's good at beast taming. For a moment, those who heard Fang Xiu speak couldn't help but start to gossip. Zhang Yu, hearing this, shot a fierce glance at those gossiping classmates, then pulled Fang Xiu back into their own class's activity area. What's wrong? Zhang Yu's expression grew serious. If there's something, just tell brother Yu. In Zhang Yu's view, this was undoubtedly an opportunity. After all, the great director Wang Kai had not yet decided on Fang Xiu's fate, and if he could get closer to Fang Xiu. However, just as Zhang Yu was thinking this, the homeroom teacher of Class 6, Li Guosheng, jogged over. Long time no see, Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu? Zhang Yu? Oldly, why are you here instead of with your own class, explaining things to your students? Aren't you afraid the new students will perform poorly? Although Zhang Yu knew that Li Guosheng favored Fang Xiu, he never expected him to abandon his own students and come over to recruit Fang Xiu. This is too much. It's just a basic test, merely to assess the potential of new students' beast taming. What's there to worry about? Instead, how about you, Fang Xiu? Want to transfer to our Class 6?
While speaking, Li Guosheng couldn't help but observe Fang Xiu's reaction. The beast has encountered difficulties.
Yeah. Fang Xiu glanced at Zhang Yu's reaction, then spat at Li Guosheng. My beast eats too much, I feel like I can't afford it anymore.
Although he didn't know if using the term large battlefield was appropriate here, Fang Xiu thought that if Zhang Yu could have a confrontation with Li Guosheng, perhaps his food expenses for the irregular beast would be covered. Ah, true, Li Guosheng laughed and nodded, thinking of the exaggerated size of the irregular queen, he found it quite normal.
However,
just 1 week in, I've recharged my resource cards 3 times, and today I was notified that my balance is insufficient and needed to be recharged.
Li Guosheng? In an instant, the smile on Li Guosheng's face disappeared. You recharged?
Zhang Yu gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment. Yes, I've recharged 3 times, 2,000 each time, Fang Xiu nodded. In the cafeteria, every time he ordered 10 yuan worth of pig trotter rice, it only cost him 30 yuan a day.
Hiss. Li Guosheng took a deep breath.
As the top school in Hecheng, the resource budget was the richest. The resource cards given to new students were usually enough to feed a beast for a semester.
But Fang Xiu told them that just a week into school, his beast had eaten all the food from the resource cards? And he recharged 3 times in a row? Goodness. What kind of stomach does this irregular beast have? It can't be a voracious eater, right? Wait, how many irregular beasts do you have now? Zhang Yu quickly realized the key issue.
He had seen Fang Xiu's irregular queen in the beast taming space. Just the size alone was as exaggerated as 2 stories high. It was something he had known in so many years at the school. The most exaggerated thing seen in the new student's beast taming class. But even so, with that size of the alien queen, it is impossible to eat all the food from the resource card.
At least not within a week. Unless.
In Zhang Yu's mind, the insect eggs he saw in Fang Xiu's beast space floated up.
Yes. Insect eggs. Unless those insect eggs have all hatched into facehugger insects and grown into aliens. 1 alien queen, 1 alien triceratops. 36, 37 male aliens. Fang Xiu calculated in his heart.
As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yu and Li Guosheng's pupils trembled violently.
How many? Even the sound of their speaking trembled. Goodness. 39 beasts? Are you kidding? It's only been a week since school started. And they haven't even started PE class yet. This means Fang Xiu hasn't even received Zhang Panpan's formal guidance. He cultivated 39 beasts all by himself. Even more unbelievable, hard to believe is. Fang Xiu's beasts are neither regular types nor ancient types,
but rather illusion beasts. In 1 week, he cultivated 39 illusion beasts. Such a monstrous talent, even if someone said it out loud, I'm afraid no one would believe it. Class 3's head teacher Jiang Chao and Class 1's head teacher Fan Longhe were also shocked when they heard this.
39? Although they didn't know what aliens were like, such a number was indeed terrifying. You must know that other new students cultivated only 1 beast in a week. Some new students didn't even manage to cultivate 1 beast.
The preliminary exam hasn't even started, and they already finished.
But then Fang Xiu had 39 beasts? No, are you raising a litter? Fang Xiu. You're too exaggerated. This is beast taming. Not pig farming.
Zhang Yu patted Fang Xiu on the shoulder. Rather than focusing on quantity, it's better to focus on quality. Because he was too shocked, Zhang Yu found it hard to accept this setting in his heart for a moment.
Chapter 14, the preliminary exam officially begins.
Zhang Yu has been in the industry for at least 6 or 7 years, plus a few years as a student. He believes he has a comprehensive understanding of beast taming.
Until
he encountered Fang Xiu. First the illusion beast type, and then treating the illusion beasts like pigs, crazily breeding them in his beast space. If he hadn't witnessed Fang Xiu's aliens with his own eyes, even if you beat him, he wouldn't believe that a newly enrolled first-year student could do such a thing. It was simply like a fairy tale.
But soon, Zhang Yu's shock turned into joy.
After all, he is Fang Xiu's head teacher.
Fang Xiu, just perform normally this time.
Zhang Yu patted Fang Xiu on the shoulder. Don't feel any pressure. As for the resource card, with your brother you here, there's nothing to worry about. With Zhang Yu's words, Fang Xiu's face also showed a smile. Then, Zhang Yu grabbed Fang Xiu's hand and swaggered to the front.
Countless pairs of eyes focused on them.
Suddenly, Fang Xiu felt a chill coming from the right side. He turned his head sharply to look. He saw a boy about the same height as himself coldly staring at him. In that moment, the two locked eyes. Class 3's head teacher Jiang Chao glanced at Zhang Yu, who was nearly raising his head to the sky. Isn't it just lucky to have a good student?
What's there to be proud of?
Then, Jiang Chao quickly walked to the student who locked gazes with Fang Xiu, placing his hands on the boy's shoulders to help loosen his muscles.
Classmate Shu Ren, perform well and let the class 2 students see who the real genius is. The student named Shu Ren nodded slightly. Fang Xiu's attention shifted back from this student, Shu Ren. Could it be Zhang Shu Ren? Fang Xiu suddenly remembered that Chen Fan had mentioned this when he was challenging himself. Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren. All of them were accepted into Heching No. 1 high school with excellent grades, ranking among the top 10 in the city, and their middle school entrance exam rankings were even higher than his. That look in his eyes seems to say he has already taken me as his opponent. Very good. Fang Xiu thought to himself that this was a classic scenario in web literature. Once the protagonist shines, various talented individuals will view the protagonist as a stepping stone and swarm around him madly. Unbeknownst to them, these talents are actually his whetstone. However, what Fang Xiu did not know was. At this moment, Zhang Shuren squinted slightly, but could not help but take a deep breath through clenched teeth. I stayed up too late yesterday with my beast, and when the alarm woke me up this morning, I accidentally broke my glasses. I can't see clearly. Who exactly is Li Qingqing? Sigh, after the placement exam, I should just hurry and get a new pair of glasses. Yes. Since the first year of middle school, Zhang Shuren had studied like crazy, resulting in severe nearsightedness over 3 years. At 3 meters, he couldn't even tell male from female, and at 10 meters, he couldn't differentiate between human and animal. However, those who did not know him often sensed a strong sense of pressure from his gaze. The classmates in Class 3 even subconsciously took a few steps back, keeping their distance from Zhang Shuren. Before long, the new student's placement exam officially began. 60 machines used to connect to the Beast space cards were set up on the playground. 4 large screens were also split into dozens of small screens. At the same time, the principal of Heching No. 1 High School came to the podium in the teaching building and took the microphone. Welcome all new students to choose our Heching No. 1 High School. I have to say, the principal's voice was very strong, carrying an unspoken sense of power. That feeling was as if to say, students, don't drink boiling water directly, as it will burn. If a regular person said this, they would definitely receive a harsh glare. However, when it came from the principal's mouth, it made people feel, so that's how it is, it makes sense. Alright, next are the rules for the new student's placement exam. The placement exam, as the name suggests, is to understand the potential of the new students in the matter of beasts. Whether they can apply various theories from their general studies to the beasts. And what resources each student's original family has. Fang Xiu listened carefully to the principal explaining the rules. The content was very simple. There are 15 classes in the first year, with about 50 students in each class. Starting from Class 1, each class will go to the playground in batches, using the school's Beast space cards to connect to the machines on the playground and enter the examination area. The exam consists of 2 steps, with new students controlling their beasts to run a 1,000-meter track, then launching an attack on the machine at the end of the track. Isn't this too simple? After understanding the rules of the placement exam, Fang Xiu couldn't help but complain. I thought all new students would be sent to a large map to fight. And then evaluated by teachers outside. But is it just this? What are you thinking? Zhang Yu was first taken aback. He knew Fang Xiu was a very talented beast master, but such a thought was far too dark. Every new student entering Heching No. 1 High School is a student of this school. How can they be placed in danger for no reason? Even if they have no combat ability, beasts are the result of the beast master's hard work. They are companions. Just for a placement exam to make them fight each other? Do you think this is a killer movie? Fang Xiu, how could you have such a dark thought? I read some beast novels that write it this way. Fang Xiu was taken aback for a moment, feeling that Zhang Yu's words actually made a lot of sense. Zhang Yu was stunned for a long time. Are beast novels so dark nowadays? Stop reading those things. Moreover, don't think that the rules of the baseline test are simple, but they can assess the endurance, explosive power, and the beast master's control over their beasts. As Zhang Yu finished speaking, the principal's voice resonated across the playground again. The baseline test begins now. Please, Class 1 students, step forward. With the principal's command, the Class 1 homeroom teacher, Fan Longha, led the students in formation to the playground, following the rules to connect their beast space cards with the testing arena. Once all the students from Class 1 entered the arena, the large screen at the center of the playground quickly displayed the scene. The so-called testing arena is a square white space, and in the center stands a humanoid machine, with different areas marked with scores. It is worth mentioning that because the beasts are divided into 3 types, land, sea, and air, the arena also shows detailed differences. In addition to running tracks, there are also flying routes and swimming routes. Every possible circumstance has been considered. Fang Xiu didn't mind being an audience member, but wouldn't this kind of live-streamed baseline test put too much pressure on the new students? Chapter 15, The Shocking Abnormality. Fang Xiu initially looked forward to this baseline test, thinking his face-hugging bug could parasitize other beasts wildly. However, after watching for a while, Fang Xiu found it somewhat boring. None of the beasts from Class 1 impressed him at all. The beasts released were almost all conventional species. What's worse is that these new students seem to have no idea how to give commands. Those released beasts either ran the wrong way or stood still. Even worse, some were so stimulated by the environment of the testing arena that they curled up and didn't move at all. Forget attacking the central machine, just running a 1,000-meter track felt like a chasm, blocking the beast's steps. Some new students were so anxious they were nearly in tears.
Are the skills of these new students too poor? Feng Xiu couldn't help but complain.
In his view, if this continued, wouldn't they be getting 0 points? After all, it's only been 7 days, what can you achieve in that time? Zhang Yu explained earnestly, do you think everyone is a monster like you? Unlike Feng Xiu's thoughts, Zhang Yu believed that this was the level new students should have. As for Feng Xiu and his alien queen, they were living monsters. It wasn't until this moment that Feng Xiu realized. Zhang Yu does have a point, aliens are social creatures with high intelligence. They can grasp my thoughts directly. In contrast, these new students' beasts are really no different from cats and dogs. They need to be tamed from scratch. Fortunately, the vast majority of students in Class 1 were not defeated by the difficulties before them, they pushed and coaxed until their beasts finally reached the humanoid machine and launched attacks. Some students' performances were particularly impressive. Around the playground, the discussions of the second and third year students echoed. It seems the quality of this year's new students isn't that great. Yeah, their skills are just too poor. When I took the baseline test, it didn't even take me 10 minutes, the fastest among these new students took 15 minutes, completely unimpressive. I really don't know how these people got into the top school. Let's not jump to conclusions, after all, this is only the first class. Maybe the monsters will show up later. In the eyes of these senior students, the performance of Class 1's new students could only be described as poor. About 20 minutes later, all the new students from Class 1 exited the testing arena. Seeing the performance of these new students, homeroom teacher Fan Longhua couldn't help but frown. Why were all the new students assigned to his class so bad? Please, Class 2 new students, step forward. The principal's voice came from the loudspeaker. Do well. Zhang Yu patted Feng Xiu on the back, his smile never fading. Feng Xiu nodded and casually walked toward the playground. Take out the beast space card and participate in the exam. The next moment, a faint light engulfed Feng Xiu. When he opened his starry eyes again, teacher Zhang Yu, classmates, the playground, and the teaching building had all vanished. Replaced by a pure white space. Classmate Feng Xiu, please choose a beast for the exam. A gentle female voice came from above. Then, the beasts available for selection appeared before Feng Xiu. They were the alien queen, the alien trigon, and the male alien. Without a doubt, the alien queen had the strongest combat power, but separating it from the ovipositor would cause immense pain. Moreover, after witnessing the performances of the new students in class, Feng Xiu felt no pressure at all. I'll go with the alien trigon. Feng Xiu thought for a moment and decided not to bully this year's new students too much. As he focused his thoughts, the alien trigon appeared in the white space. Its massive body stood over 3 meters tall, as exaggerated as a story of a building. Almost the moment he released the beast, Feng Xiu became the center of attention. At that moment on the playground. What is that dark thing? I remember that new student's name is Feng Xiu. Isn't his beast supposed to be the face-hugging bug? What? That monster doesn't look like an insect at all. This Feng Xiu must have changed his beast. The first-year students couldn't help but exclaim. After all, over the past few days, Feng Xiu had become the focus among first-year students. Many had heard about him and his face-hugging bug. They initially thought the so-called face-hugging bug would be an insect, but to their surprise, Feng Xiu's beast was so terrifying. No, it's not the same one from the last battle. Chen Fan from Class 6 had also come to participate in the preliminary test. He stood firmly within Class 6's activity range, his eyes fixed on the screen displaying Feng Xiu. His eyes bulged like those of a bull. On the first day of school, he had challenged Feng Xiu at the entrance of the cafeteria. It was that battle that left an indelible impression on Chen Fan, haunting him with nightmares for the past few nights. That dark exoskeleton, the huge fan-like crown, and the sharp fingers, along with the hissing sounds, became his greatest nightmare. Yet the alien trigon Feng Xiu unleashed, though also unbelievable, was just too small compared to the monster in his nightmares. Could it be? Feng Xiu has more than one alien? Later, Chen Fan learned from Li Guosheng that the so-called face-hugging bug was merely the juvenile form of the alien. It doesn't really count as a true beast. And this pitch-black alien was Feng Xiu's trump card. Gulp. In just 7 days, being able to cultivate a powerful beast was proof enough of being a genius. Yet Feng Xiu had cultivated 2 of them. Damn it! Chen Fan instinctively clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented sense of unwillingness sprouting in his heart.
Zhang Shuren from Class 3, though severely nearsighted and unable to see what was happening without glasses, could sense the enthusiasm of his classmates around him.
Class 2 had produced an extraordinary person. Is that Li Qingqing?
Zhang Shuren couldn't help but mumble to himself. In his eyes, the only person capable of causing such a stir on the playground was the city's top-ranked Li Qingqing.
In the exam room. Alien Trigon, take down that robot.
Fang Xiu narrowed his eyes and pointed toward the robot in the center of the exam room. Hiss hiss hiss. The alien Trigon, receiving Fang Xiu's command, immediately let out a deep and cold roar, then charged forward. Taking advantage of its massive size and incredible agility, the alien Trigon could cover a distance of over 10 meters in just one step.
The 1,000-meter-long track was instantly left behind. The next second,
the alien Trigon twisted its huge body, raising its tail high, and fiercely swept it toward the humanoid robot.
Boom!
A huge sound rang out, and the machine placed here was directly slashed in half by the alien creature.
Chapter 16, 3-minute speed test.
From Fang Xiu choosing his beast to his alien Triceratops completing the attack command, the entire process didn't even take 3 minutes. Fang Xiu immediately returned to the playground, and following the staff's instructions, he pulled his beast space card from the machine. When he turned around to walk back, he realized that the area where the first-year students were located was almost completely silent. Everyone who looked at him was wide-eyed with shock,
including the homeroom teachers of each class.
Zhang Yu squeezed his thigh hard. I
can't be dreaming, can I?
It was so outrageous that he couldn't help but wonder if he was dreaming. Although I saw Fang Xiu's beast before this test, this is just too exaggerated. Thinking about this, Zhang Yu glanced at his watch. He remembered that Fang Xiu entered the exam room at 7:26, and now it was 7 hours 31 minutes and 56 seconds.
5 minutes in total.
And the best score from the first-year students was 15 minutes. It was 3 times longer. The difference was clear. Most importantly, the alien Triceratops was not only much smaller than the alien queen, but its head had 3 horn bones. This was easily distinguishable from the fan-shaped crown of the alien queen.
This alien is not Fang Xiu's trump card.
Zhang Yu swallowed nervously, feeling a lump in his throat. In other words, Fang Xiu's real trump card had not yet been revealed.
No.
Zhang Yu shook his head, the corners of his mouth rising in a bitter smile. I just complained about Fang Xiu, telling him not to focus only on the quantity of his beasts, but to improve the quality as well. Now, it feels like I'm slapping myself in the face. Zhang Yu felt that the last time he was slapped in the face was when he questioned Fang Xiu's face-hugging bug. This time, it was because he doubted his training methods.
The fool was me.
However, although being slapped in the face was painfully hot, it made him feel very pleased, very satisfied. He wished he could be slapped like this by Fang Xiu every day.
So addicted.
Another person who found it unbelievable was Class 6 homeroom teacher, Li Guosheng.
His mouth dropped open, and he gasped, the sound of an advertisement echoing in his ears.
Has it started?
It's already over.
Although Fang Xiu was in the second group for the preliminary test, Li Guosheng felt that no other freshman would be able to break Fang Xiu's record.
Slap.
Li Guosheng slapped his thigh hard, and his envy, jealousy, and hatred for Zhang Yu deepened.
Why did they send Fang Xiu to Class 2?
No, I can't let this go. I'll go find old Wang, no matter what it takes, I must pull Fang Xiu to Class 6.
Li Guosheng clenched his fist, silently swearing in his heart.
This new student, Fang Xiu, he would have him.
Around the playground, many second-year and third-year students had come to watch the first-year freshman's preliminary test.
When they saw Class 1's performance, they unanimously felt that this group of freshmen was probably the worst class. They couldn't compare at all to the preliminary test they had taken.
Until Fang Xiu appeared. Hey, I didn't see this wrong, right? He finished the preliminary test in 3 minutes? What is that big, dark thing? It doesn't look like a normal beast, does it? Could it be an ancient species?
No, even if it's an ancient species, this is still too terrifying.
Do you think that first-year student's beast could be an illusionary species? The second-year and third-year students couldn't help but start discussing.
After entering the second year, students would choose their courses, and those who chose history needed to study the knowledge of ancient species beasts. Some history top students immediately noticed that although Fang Xiu's alien Triceratops had some dinosaur characteristics, there was no such creature in Blue Star's past.
Not the ancient breed, but the illusion beast breed. Are you kidding me? A freshman in high school can cultivate an illusion beast?
The illusion beast breed is a magical creature that can only be created by a highly talented beast master. It has nothing to do with being a senior.
What a prodigy. So, does this mean another genius beast master has emerged from Huching No. 1 high school? That has nothing to do with you, why are you so excited? That's true, but it's only been a few days since school started, and someone has already cultivated such a powerful illusion beast. The student council will surely take action. Ahem, be cautious. As soon as one of the second-year students casually mentioned the student council, other older students cast strange glances. It seemed that the student council of this school was some kind of forbidden existence. But no matter how you look at it, Fang Xiu's performance brought them great shock. Coupled with Fang Xiu's sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, fresh and handsome appearance, some senior girls couldn't help but start asking for his contact information. On the other side, for this baseline exam, the school set up an impromptu platform. The principal of Haching No. 1 High School took a long time to regain his senses. What was the new student's name? From releasing the beast to finishing the baseline exam, it took only 3 minutes. Such results hadn't appeared in a long time. In fact, in the principal's memory, such results were enough to refresh the record of the top 10 in baseline exams over the years. His name is Fang Xiu. He is in class 2. Zhang Panpan slowly leaned close to the principal, whispering in his ear. When she mentioned Fang Xiu's name, a smile spread across her face. After all, Zhang Panpan was Fang Xiu's physical education teacher. Honor to honor. Even other physical education teachers instantly reacted upon hearing class 2. Classes 2, 6, and 8 were all Zhang Panpan's responsibility. This meant that Fang Xiu would have Zhang Panpan for physical education classes in the future. Damn it. In an instant, many physical education teachers turned green with envy. After all, 3 minutes of results were just too exaggerated. Let alone this year's freshmen, even past freshmen's baseline scores would be crushed by Fang Xiu in a heartbeat. Teacher Panpan, you wouldn't have secretly given Fang Xiu extra help, would you? The baseline exam is to check the potential of new student beasts, and to be fair, we won't even have physical education classes a week before school starts. A physical education teacher couldn't help but criticize Zhang Panpan, thinking he had privately helped Fang Xiu improve his beast skills. Zhang Panpan was indifferent to this. Teacher Zhao, weren't you here when Fang Xiu was taking the exam? The implication was, where were your eyes? That kind of level of beast in Fang Xiu's control over it cannot be achieved by just giving extra help. He is a born beast master. A genius who will eventually surpass all of us. As he spoke, Zhang Panpan pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, looking at the physical education teacher Zhao as if he were an idiot. Chapter 17, The Strongest Middle School Student, Li Qingqing. Seeing the strong tension between Zhang Panpan and Zhao Gang, the principal quickly waved his hand to separate them. Fang Xiu, ha! He is indeed a good seed. The principal looked at Fang Xiu walking back from the playground, deep in his heart. On the other side, Fang Xiu was naturally unaware of the episode happening on the platform. He strolled leisurely, only to find that there was not a single person beside him. Not only that, first-year freshmen and second and third-year seniors all had their eyes focused solely on him. A true moment of everyone's attention. And this was unavoidable. When Fang Xiu walked out of the exam room, the other students in class 2 were still thinking about how to make their beasts complete this exam. Fortunately, this road isn't very long, and soon, Zhang Yu came up to welcome him. Well done, Fang Xiu, Zhang Yu raised his head high. According to his original plan, Fang Xiu's mock test would definitely make the people on the playground stand in awe. But the reality was, this was more than just eye-opening. It completely shattered everyone's worldview. Looking across all the freshmen in their first year, perhaps no one could surpass. No one could get close to Fang Xiu's time. Yes. Zhang Yu already envisioned that the scores of this year's freshman mock test would be left far behind by Fang Xiu alone. Zhang Chao and Fan Longhe, who were closer to Class 2's activity area, couldn't help but grow envious. Especially Fan Longhe, whose class's mock test results had all come out. The most outstanding student was completely crushed by Fang Xiu, rendered a mere backdrop. Though Zhang Chao's class had Zhang Shuren, a top student, he didn't feel that Zhang Shuren could break Fang Xiu's record at all. Wow, while others are taking a test, Fang Xiu is simply speeding through, Zhang Chao muttered to himself. However, just as Zhang Chao was about to comfort Zhang Shuren, telling him not to feel too much pressure, he suddenly realized that Zhang Shuren was missing from the group. Startled, Zhang Chao began to search around. Fortunately, the people from Class 2 hadn't returned yet, and Zhang Chao's gaze quickly spotted Zhang Shuren's whereabouts. He saw Zhang Shuren unconsciously walking over to Fang Xiu, eyes half squinted, staring intently at Fang Xiu's face. Fang Xiu felt a bit confused at this. I remember you. Zhang Shuren finally recognized Fang Xiu after a long time of trying, then turned without looking back and left. Fang Xiu? Wait, is this guy alright in the head? What's going on? Fang Xiu looked at Zhang Shuren's back, wondering if he had read so much that he'd gone silly. Maybe he sees you as a rival. Zhang Yu was also puzzled. Yet as the second-ranked student in the city, Zhang Yu found Zhang Shuren quite memorable. After all, he was a study expert, so some quirks were understandable. Sees me as a rival.
Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow.
After seeing his own strange Triceratops's performance, it seemed this guy was confident in his beast.
By the way, the top person in Hecheng is called Li Qingqing, right? Which class is she in? For a moment, Fang Xiu couldn't help but be curious about which class Li Qingqing was in.
After all, as the top student in Hecheng Middle School, her beast must be quite impressive. If there's a chance, he could let the face bug assimilate some genes.
Are you serious?
But who knew that? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu looked at Fang Xiu with a face full of black lines.
What's wrong?
Li Qingqing is in our class, Zhang Yu said while pointing to the screen at the center of the playground. It had been a week since school started, and Fang Xiu hadn't missed any general knowledge classes.
Have you really not noticed?
As the strongest middle school student in Hecheng, Li Qingqing had not only outstanding grades but also a stunning appearance, with skin like smooth jade, eyes like ink dots, and a curvy figure. If there were a school flower competition, Li Qingqing would definitely be the queen. In fact, not long after school started, many sophomore, junior, and other first-year students came to Class 2 to ask about Li Qingqing's contact information, wanting to add her as a friend.
Did Fang Xiu not notice all this? Is that so?
In reality, Fang Xiu had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, looking fresh and handsome, with a tall and slender figure. Plus, after defeating Chen Fan, he had already become the object of admiration for many girls.
So every time after general knowledge class, Fang Xiu would jump out the window and run away.
His usual time was spent on raising his beasts, with no thought for gossip about others. This was why, after the mock test ended, he couldn't go back and had to wait here.
Otherwise, Fang Xiu would have gone home long ago.
As Zhang Yu raised a finger, Fang Xiu also looked at the screen in the center of the playground. In front of them, Li Qingqing's beast was a gray monster bird, looking extremely ugly, with its tail feathers all ruffled, resembling something gnawed on by a dog. However, this little gray bird, although not very good-looking, was incredibly swift compared to other first-year beasts. The 1,000-meter track was soon left behind, as it dashed straight towards the humanoid machine.
Bang!
With a dull sound, the humanoid machine in the exam room was directly sent flying 3 meters high by the little gray bird, like a kite with a broken string, soaring backwards. The entire process was clean and smooth, like flowing water.
When Li Qingqing walked out of the exam room, only 8 minutes had passed.
Poof! Back on the playground, Li Qingqing elegantly pulled out her beast space card. The principal of Hecheng No. 1 Middle School must be crazy, insisting on broadcasting a basic skills test. If it weren't for not wanting to expose her beast in front of the public, Li Qingqing felt her score could have been even better.
Maybe she could have gotten into the top 6.
Refreshing the basic skills test scores of Hecheng No. 1 Middle School was not impossible.
But, forget it.
Even with this score, I'm sure it's something that this batch of students can't catch up to.
Mortal beings, you can only cheer for me.
While secretly murmuring in her heart, Li Qingqing walked back with her hands in her pockets, a smile lifting the corners of her mouth. Just when Li Qingqing thought this batch of new students, as well as the second and third year students, would be shocked by her score, the voices of discussion indeed came from behind her.
Hey, did I see incorrectly? She completed the basic skills test in just 8 minutes?
That beast looks so ugly, but its strength is so strong. Although the beast is ugly, that girl is so beautiful.
She must be Li Qingqing, right?
The strongest middle school student in Hecheng, who entered No. 1 Middle School with the top score in the city.
What kind of monsters are these new students this year?
Li Qingqing appeared indifferent to the voices of the second and third year students, but inside, she felt completely pleased.
Yes, praise me, be amazed by me, mortals. However,
when Li Qingqing lifted her head to look at her class's activity area, the smile on her lips suddenly froze.
Chapter 18, Li Qingqing, who doubted her life, am I second?
Thinking that her homeroom teacher, Zhang Yu, would be waiting for her in the second class activity area, Li Qingqing was stunned to see another person standing next to Zhang Yu.
What's going on?
Li Qingqing's quick steps instantly slowed down, and she blinked her beautiful eyes, seriously doubting if she was seeing things.
Could there be someone who finished the basic skills test faster than her and returned to the activity area? Impossible.
As soon as that thought emerged, Li Qingqing frantically shook her head to deny it. During the first class's basic skills test, she had specifically paid attention, and the fastest completion time was at least 15 minutes, with some students not even finishing the test.
How could anyone finish faster than her? It must be. This student's beast level was so poor that they were kicked out of the exam room.
Yes, it must be like that. Thinking this, Li Qingqing sighed a long breath of relief, covering her chest. She was the strongest in middle school, not only ranked first in general subjects for 3 years, but also had early training in beast knowledge. Now that she had entered Hecheng No. 1 Middle School, her position as No. 1 was still unshakable. But who knew, as Li Qingqing got closer to the second class activity area, she gradually saw Fang Xiu clearly. With sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, fresh and handsome, tall and slender, he had a sort of charming demeanor. But the expression on his face was not one of defeat, on the contrary. His face radiated with tremendous confidence. It looked nothing like being kicked out of the exam room.
Could it be that this guy finished the mock exam? But how could that be?
Li Qingqing raised her one eyebrow and clenched her fists in her pockets.
Good job, Qingqing.
Zhang Yu saw this and directly gave Li Qingqing a thumbs up. This time, the first and second in the mock exam can stay in our class, ha. Zhang Yu's hearty laughter was very penetrating, and his voice was loud, as if afraid that the teachers wouldn't hear it. Class AXS head teacher, Li Guosheng, had a grim face the entire time. Just one Fang Xiu was enough, but unexpectedly Li Qingqing was also placed in class 2. This Zhang Yu, he hasn't given old Wang a red envelope, has he? Li Guosheng looked at Zhang Yu with eyes full of resentment. The head teachers of other classes, although they hadn't competed with Zhang Yu for students, were also feeling envious at this moment.
One finished the mock exam in 3 minutes. One completed it in 8 minutes.
If nothing unexpected happened, they were the first and second in this Beast Master mock exam.
The students from other classes would only serve as their backdrop. So unwilling. So angry.
However, at this moment, Li Qingqing did not feel confident. Even after hearing Zhang Yu's words, she stood there in shock.
What did you just say, first and second?
Who is the first? Although Li Qingqing had a vague sense of what was happening, the shock was too great for her to accept at that moment.
Of course it's me, could it be you? Fang Xiu couldn't help but snicker.
Li Qingqing indeed had some beauty, especially on the playground, where the girls from other classes seemed a bit dull.
But he had seen women before.
Especially the superiority in Li Qingqing's words, as if this first place was naturally hers, and no one else could take it.
What are you saying? Li Qingqing felt as if struck by lightning.
In 3 years of middle school, whether it was routine exams or various competitions.
No.
Even counting elementary school and kindergarten grades, she had always been in first place. Even in seemingly useless origami competitions, as long as she took it seriously, she had never lost to anyone. Even such firsts were as normal for her as breathing or drinking water.
At Huqing No. 1 Middle School, it was the same.
Her future college life would be the same.
It should be like this.
By the way, I finished in 3 minutes, Fang Xiu continued to speak when he saw Li Qingqing a bit dazed, revealing his score.
Impossible.
Just as Fang Xiu expected, upon hearing the words 3 minutes, Li Qingqing instinctively took a step back, her beautiful eyes wide as saucers. Her red lips parted wide, revealing pearly white teeth and a fragrant tongue.
Zhang Yu didn't expect Li Qingqing would react so strongly. Well, Qingqing, Fang Xiu. You're Fang Xiu.
Li Qingqing didn't care about Zhang Yu's words, just catching the key information from his speech.
Fang Xiu. She remembered this name.
After all, he was the one who caused a stir on the first day of school.
No, you're lying.
Li Qingqing still couldn't accept reality, her head shaking like a rattle drum.
You go, tell her what my score is. Fang Xiu still didn't comfort Li Qingqing, but felt a sense of ease inside. Is this what it feels like to slap someone in the face? It really feels good. Fang Xiu, you should talk less. Zhang Yu took a sharp breath.
The other class head teachers didn't expect such a thing to happen. In an instant, they all turned their gazes towards them.
Like spectators enjoying a show. Teacher Zhang, what exactly is Fang Xiu's score?
Li Qingqing sternly questioned. Don't lie to me, I can check it myself. Worried that Zhang Yu would lie, she didn't forget to warn him.
It really is, 3 minutes. Zhang Yu's face turned pale. He was so happy that he completely didn't expect Li Qingqing to care so much about this baseline exam.
But think about it, Li Qingqing's grades had always been stable at first place.
You ranked second because you could only achieve second place.
I ranked first because there is no place ahead of first.
This famous quote was revealed by Li Qingqing during an interview.
Although her arrogant attitude made many people uncomfortable, she indeed had the qualifications for it.
Until she met Fang Xiu. She had become the second. 3 minutes. 8 minutes. That means you were 5 minutes faster than me. 1.5 times faster. I am second.
Li Qingqing only felt a buzz in her brain, and her vision became blurry.
I am second.
This sentence kept echoing in Li Qingqing's mind, like a thunderbolt in a clear sky. Even her breathing became rapid, with beads of sweat continuously appearing on her forehead.
Qingqing?
Zhang Yu had never seen such a scene and was instantly startled, quickly reaching out to support her.
But the next second,
Li Qingqing staggered a few steps, her vision went dark, and she immediately fell toward Fang Xiu.
Fang Xiu?
Fang Xiu never expected that Li Qingqing would faint right in front of him.
Wait a minute, are you faking it? Chapter 19, Li Qingqing's justification, I didn't take it seriously.
Seeing Li Qingqing fall forward, Zhang Yu instinctively reached out to help, but was still a beat too late. His hand hung in the air as Li Qingqing directly fell into Fang Xiu's arms.
Fang Xiu and Jian Yu exchanged glances, unable to hold back their complaints. This person's mental endurance is really too weak. In his previous life, when his grades dropped several places, he didn't react like Li Qingqing did. You don't know, Li Qingqing has always been excellent since childhood, always ranked first and has never taken second place. After the senior high school entrance examination, the TV station even specially interviewed Li Qingqing. Back then, Li Qingqing said, "You rank second because you only have the ability for second place. I rank first because there is no position ahead of first." Now not only has she been surpassed by you, but her score is also double yours. It's inevitable that it would hit her hard. Zhang Yu explained. Although Li Qingqing ranked second this time, her score was enough to crush all other new students besides Fang Xiu. It's not surprising that Zhang Yu would speak up for her. So what do we do now? Fang Xiu still couldn't quite understand this feeling, but he couldn't keep Li Qingqing in his arms forever. Let's take her to the infirmary. Zhang Yu thought for a moment. As the class teacher, he still had to look after the other new students and couldn't leave right away. As for the other class teachers and students, he was somewhat concerned. Who knows if they would take his students? Moreover, Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing were both his students, not enemies at all. Letting them be in close contact wouldn't do any harm. I can take classmate Qingqing to the infirmary, but what about the expenses? Fang Xiu asked as he hoisted Li Qingqing onto his shoulder. What are you thinking? Of course, the infirmary is free. Zhang Yu said without thinking. At least, our school is a key high school in He City. How could the school doctor charge students? I'm not talking about medical fees, I'm talking about myself. I can't just go for nothing, right? I actually wanted to see other classmates' beasts too. Fang Xiu wasn't making excuses. In fact, he was really curious if there would be any new beasts this year that would leave him impressed. When the opportunity arises, he could let the face-hugging bug go parasitize. Zhang Yu was instantly dumbfounded. That's a bit too much, Fang Xiu. Li Qingqing is. Zhang Yu meant to say that Li Qingqing could be considered the school beauty, both in terms of grades and family background, and she was the dream girl of many male classmates. But Fang Xiu was fine. What a great opportunity to be alone, yet he is still unwilling. Even. While Fang Xiu and Zhang Yu were haggling, the surrounding male classmates were filled with envious gazes. My beast is almost out of money for food, I'm really poor, you goo. Fang Xiu said without hesitation. 500? Seeing Fang Xiu's greedy behavior, Zhang Yu felt a mix of laughter and tears in his heart. Good grief, this guy thinks he's a big shot. Forget it. Alright, wait for your return. Zhang Yu sighed helplessly and had to agree to Fang Xiu's condition. But who would have thought, Fang Xiu directly pulled out a resource card. He looked like he was afraid Zhang Yu would go back on his word. It's not that I don't trust you, you goo, but the place to recharge the resource card isn't far from the infirmary. I can recharge it on the way. Otherwise, I would have to make another trip. What if it delays my beast? Hiss. Zhang Yu gasped sharply. This is Fang Xiu for you, if it were someone else, Zhang Yu wouldn't spoil them like this. Thus, Zhang Yu transferred 500 to Fang Xiu's resource card. Only then did Fang Xiu carry Li Qingqing and walk towards the infirmary. However, looking at Fang Xiu's disappearing figure, Zhang Yu suddenly realized. He had directly given Fang Xiu the money on the resource card, what's the point of him recharging it? Along the way, both male and female classmates cast envious and jealous glances. Male classmates envied that they were not Fang Xiu. Female classmates envied that they were not Li Qingqing. Of course, there were also female classmates who hated they were not Fang Xiu. In no time, Fang Xiu became almost everyone's public enemy. When the principal noticed the commotion, he quickly sent someone to confirm the situation. After learning that Li Qingqing was not seriously injured, the mock exam continued. However, Li Qingqing's fainting did not last long, she had simply passed out due to an overload of emotions and anger. But after all, she was a high school student and a beast master, her physical fitness was not that poor, and she woke up shortly after. Only to find. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Fang Xiu's lower back. Her body wanted to move, but she realized she was being carried on his shoulder. How embarrassing. Other classmates were casting glances this way, causing Li Qingqing's face to turn bright red. That's so frustrating. She had thought she could shock everyone in the mock exam. Have all her classmates cheer for her and praise her. But who would have thought? This mock exam completely became Fang Xiu's stage. She felt like she had lost all face. It's over, it's over. For a moment, Li Qingqing felt like her life was over, she closed her eyes tightly and prayed to leave the playground quickly. Fang Xiu, however, did not notice that Li Qingqing had woken up. He didn't care about the gazes of others. Just carrying someone to earn 500, this deal was quite profitable. Put me down. It was not until Fang Xiu brought Li Qingqing into the teaching building that she suddenly struggled. Fang Xiu let go, and Li Qingqing staggered a few steps before regaining her balance. Fang Xiu. She clenched her small pink fist, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. Are you okay? Fang Xiu looked Li Qingqing up and down, then stretched out his hand. Li Qingqing was taken aback. What do you mean by that? Tame, I carried you here from the playground. Even though you don't need to go to the infirmary anymore, my hard work shouldn't go to waste, right? Fang Xiu said with a serious face.
Perhaps other boys would be excited just talking a few words with Li Qingqing and show off on social media.
But he wouldn't. Even if Li Qingqing indeed had some charm, it should still be about the money. Are you a penny pincher? Li Qingqing gasped, feeling it was unreasonable.
How can there be such a person in this world?
Don't think just because you got first place in this mock exam, that you are better than me. I tell you, my beast. Cough cough. I just wasn't serious.
Li Qingqing crossed her arms, emphasizing to Fang Xiu. However, to Fang Xiu, these words were just excuses from a loser.
To be serious. Even my alien queen didn't participate in this preliminary exam. In the past, when you came in first, didn't you find it ridiculous when those who came in second claimed they weren't serious?
Fang Xiu said coldly, if you have the ability, then take the first place back openly.
$1,000, thank you. Chapter 20, A Visitor from the Student Council.
Li Qingqing's face instantly turned red. It was the first time she encountered someone as unreasonable as Fang Xiu. Whether in elementary school or middle school, she had always been the center of attention, with boys generally vying for her favor.
But Fang Xiu?
He just carried her to the infirmary and dared to demand 1,000. Although this money was just a drop in the bucket for her wealthy family, she was still very angry.
Fang Xiu, you wait for me.
With that, Li Qingqing angrily transferred $1,000 to Fang Xiu's resource card, then left without looking back.
This little girl. Watching Li Qingqing's retreating figure, Fang Xiu couldn't help but mock. Even if she walked away, what can I do?
I didn't expect her to actually transfer the money to me.
Is this the power of the strongest middle school student?
Looking at the 1,500 he had, Fang Xiu felt quite happy. This solved the food problem for the alien for a week.
The following events were much simpler.
When Fang Xiu returned to the playground, the students from Class 2 and Class 3 had already finished their preliminary exams. Fang Xiu took the opportunity to observe the beasts from other classes and noted those that performed well, planning to let the face-hugging bug parasitize them when he had the chance.
After a whole day, the first-year students finally completed their preliminary exams. Although the overall results hadn't been fully counted, everyone already had a consensus on who the first place was.
Before dismissing them, the principal of the school made sure to commend Fang Xiu, setting him as a role model and encouraging the new students to learn well from him. At the same time, the principal also encouraged everyone. There was still a long time until the college entrance examination. Even if they fell behind temporarily, they shouldn't lose heart and should work hard to improve their beast strength.
You should go back soon, have a good rest. Starting tomorrow, we will have physical education classes.
Before parting, Zhang Yu specifically stopped Fang Xiu. Although he achieved very impressive results this time, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Only by being steady can one reach the highest peak.
I got it, brother you.
If he were an ordinary high school student, he might feel elated due to his excellent grades, or like Li Qingqing, be unable to handle failure when it struck. But Fang Xiu was already an adult, and his mindset was much more stable than Zhang Yu's. After bidding farewell to Zhang Yu, Fang Xiu returned to his dormitory. He first entered the beast space, exchanged all the 1,500 for food, and then fell into a deep sleep. When Fang Xiu opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. He stretched, quickly washed up, and headed straight for the campus. The previous week's courses were mostly general education classes. Since Fang Xiu had already been an undergraduate in his past life, he could easily score well with just a quick review of the books, showing no interest in these subjects. And after the preliminary exam, the real beginning had come. The schedule not only added physical education classes, but they also took up a large part of the timetable. Conservatively estimating, there would be at least 3 physical education classes a day. It might as well be renamed Beast Training Class. Fang Xiu took out his phone, glanced at the class schedule posted by his homeroom teacher, Zhang Yu, in the class group, and couldn't help but scoff. 2 physical education classes in the morning, 2 in the afternoon. Really, this is the era of everyone training beasts. But just as Fang Xiu was on his way to the classroom, Zhang Yu hurriedly ran over. Finally found you. Seeing Fang Xiu alone, Zhang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong, brother you? Fang Xiu took a glance at Zhang Yu, feeling that his expression was even worse than the first time he heard about the hugging face bug. Could it be the homeroom teacher of Class 6, Li Guosheng, really used connections to take me away? Brother you, don't worry, Class 2 is pretty good. I have no intention of going to Class 6. Fang Xiu said confidently. First, my relationship with Zhang Yu is good. Second, Zhang Yu has a protective nature towards his students. There really is no need to transfer classes. Hearing Fang Xiu's words, Zhang Yu naturally felt happy inside.
It's not about transferring classes. Old Li doesn't even have the right to snatch students from me.
It's the student council. While speaking, Zhang Yu pulled Fang Xiu around the corner of the stairs, looking as if he was afraid of being discovered by others.
The student council? Fang Xiu tilted his head.
The so-called student council, as the name suggests, is an organization self-governed by students. The school initially established the student council to enrich students' campus life. However, some students mistakenly believe that joining the student council makes them superior. They walk around with a swagger all day long.
During his 4 years in university, Fang Xiu disliked student council members the most.
Looking at Zhang Yu's expression, Fang Xiu couldn't help but complain in his heart. It seems that no matter which world it is, the student council is not welcomed.
Zhang Yu nodded. Didn't you notice when you came to school? With the development of AI, big data is becoming easier to process.
In just one night, the first high school sorted out the new students' preliminary exam results. With his 3-minute speed exam, Fang Xiu was undoubtedly the top candidate in this preliminary exam. Li Qingqing came in second, and Zhang Shuren took third. Chen Fan from class 6, although defeated by Fang Xiu on the first day, quickly raised new beasts with his solid family background and achieved a remarkable 6th place in this preliminary exam. The names of the top 100 new students were displayed by the school on banners around the campus.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
Fang Xiu said without thinking. He indeed saw the banners on the way, but felt no interest in the things on them and didn't even look at them. However, Fang Xiu understood Zhang Yu's worries.
Being prominent attracts attention.
His extraordinary Triceratops not only topped this exam but likely broke historical records. Facing such an outstanding new student, it is no surprise that the student council would want to recruit him.
There's nothing to worry about. I have little interest in leading the student council.
Fang Xiu said, thinking Zhang Yu was worried he would be obsessed with the power of the student council, affecting his beast training. On this matter, Fang Xiu still understood well. The student council might sound powerful and useful at school, but once it gets to society, who cares if you participated in the student council or not?
Things are not as simple as you think.
Zhang Yu looked at Fang Xiu with a black line of worry. If the student council only wanted to recruit Fang Xiu, his homeroom teacher wouldn't have to worry at all. If they want to sign any contract with you, just say you'll think about it and that you're just a freshman. You need to discuss such things with your family.
Zhang Yu said seriously. Chapter 21, Prepare for Battle and Face Challenges. Contract? The student council can sign contracts with students? Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow.
This was the first time he heard about such a thing. Although there were student council organizations in the world before his crossing, their responsibilities were mostly related to clubs. He had never heard of a student council signing contracts with outstanding students. It seems that this world's student council is very different from what he knew.
There is a big difference. What kind of contract could it be? Fang Xiu became interested for a moment.
But who knows? Zhang Yu shook his head. I can't conveniently tell you the specific situation right now. Also, this is just my guess. The student council might have other plans. In short, if they verbally promise you something, it's fine, but if it's something like a written agreement, don't sign it just yet. After saying this, Zhang Yu let Fang Xiu go to the classroom first and left the place himself. It seems the student council's influence is quite large. Fang Xiu was not a true high school student. After all, he understood the nuances of human behavior even before coming to this world. He could tell that Zhang Yu was quite wary of the student council.
I suppose Zhang Yu is worried that I might say something wrong and expose him? Otherwise, why act like a riddle?
This also means that the student council has a lot of power, even affecting the direct interests of the homeroom teacher. But on the other hand, Zhang Yu could have said nothing and waited for me to interact with the student council, and then provided advice later. The fact that he didn't means he is genuinely looking out for me.
Forget it.
I can't think of anything anyway, I'll just face whatever comes. Although I don't know what kind of contract the student council wants to sign with me, there's nothing to be afraid of. Let's not forget that this world is also a society ruled by law.
My unusual form is not something anyone can mess with.
If the student council dares to act recklessly, they'll face the wrath of the masses. Thinking this, Fang Xiu calmed down and walked towards the class. It is worth mentioning that on the first day of school, when Fang Xiu defeated Chen Fan, he had already become a figure of great interest. Yesterday's initial exam caused a stir throughout Heqing No. 1 High School. When Fang Xiu pushed open the classroom door and entered, it immediately stirred a commotion. Many girls rushed over, wanting to add Fang Xiu as a friend.
Even when Fang Xiu joined the class group, countless classmates submitted friend requests, bombarding him with requests every few seconds. In the end, Fang Xiu had to set restrictions to prevent others from adding him as a friend from the group. Hiss. Looking at the classmates crowding around, Fang Xiu could not help but take a deep breath.
No wonder those stars wear sunglasses and masks when they go out.
Fans can be quite passionate. However,
not everyone surrounded him. Fang Xiu looked around and found Li Qingqing sitting in the first row by the window, glaring at him fiercely before turning her head away in a sulk.
Enough already! Fang Xiu scolded his classmate's behavior and went to his seat. However, as soon as Fang Xiu sat down, a classmate beside him excitedly asked, "Fang Xiu, how did you do it? Who are you?"
Although Fang Xiu had been attending a general knowledge class for a week, his mind was focused on beast taming, and during class, he was mostly thinking about the alien queen, with little interaction with his deskmate.
I'm Shi Zhanhong.
Shi Zhanhong paused for a moment. After thinking, he realized he really hadn't communicated much with Fang Xiu.
I ranked 28th in this initial exam. That's quite impressive, right?
If it were someone else, Shi Zhanhong could proudly declare that he was one of the top 30 talents in Huqing No. 1 high school, a natural 985 genius. But in front of Fang Xiu, the first place, Shi Zhanhong couldn't even catch his breath. Even as soon as he finished speaking, a trace of regret emerged.
How did he shamelessly boast about his ranking in front of Fang Xiu? Ahem. Let's not talk about the initial exam.
By the way, my brother also goes to this high school.
If you have any questions, feel free to ask me.
Shi Zhanhong quickly changed the subject, as if he had found a breakthrough, his eyes shining with hope.
Brother, this time I'm borrowing flowers to offer Buddha. Oh? Fang Xiu's interest was instantly piqued. He really wanted to find someone to ask about the student council situation. So, do you know about the student council? Student council?
Shi Zhanhong didn't expect Fang Xiu would actually ask him about the first high school. He had just entered the first year of high school, and if Fang Xiu hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have even paid attention to the student council. I don't know, but it's okay, I can ask my brother, he should know. As he spoke, Shi Zhanhong took out his phone to help Fang Xiu inquire. However, at that moment, a loud voice came from the doorway of Class 2.
Is Fang Xiu here?
This voice was not only loud but carried a sense of arrogance as well.
Fang Xiu and Shi Zhanhong looked towards the door at the same time.
There stood a person nearly 2 meters tall, with an impressive amount of muscle.
He looked just like an NBA star.
The pressure radiating from him made the classroom fall silent instantly. Could he be the gym teacher? Many students guessed quietly in their hearts. After all, they had just started gym class today, and none of them had seen the gym teacher yet.
What's the matter? Fang Xiu quickly stood up from his seat. Hello, Fang Xiu.
I am Wang Bin from Class 3 of the second year, from the student council.
Our minister asked me to come and call you.
Wang Bin's voice did not decrease in volume. As soon as he finished speaking, it stirred up a commotion in the classroom.
What the hell, not the gym teacher? Second year? Did he just say he's in second year? Is he almost 2 meters tall? What does he want with Fang Xiu?
No one expected that the visitor was also a student, only one grade ahead of them.
Minister? What minister? What does he want with me? Fang Xiu looked Wang Bin up and down.
I am from the organization department of the student council, but I can't really say what it is.
While speaking, Wang Bin deliberately glanced at the class schedule written on the blackboard.
Missing a few general education classes doesn't matter, we will notify the teacher and it won't count as you leaving early.
Notification. Fang Xiu's eyes sparkled.
In his view, the way Wang Bin phrased it was very careful, it wasn't helping him explain to the teacher but rather notifying the teacher. Generally speaking, only a superior would use the term notify towards a subordinate, right? No wonder even the class teacher, Zhang Yu, is wary of the student council.
Okay, lead the way.
But anyway, Fang Xiu was not intimidated by Wang Bin's aura, he walked towards the door and let Wang Bin lead him.
Chapter 22 The contract offered by the student council.
Shi Zhanhong initially wanted to crowd around to watch the excitement, but when he saw Wang Bin's somewhat fierce gaze, he was instantly scared into retracting his neck.
The entire class 2 fell silent immediately. That feeling was like a school bully coming to block someone, and the other students dared not speak up.
Only Li Qingqing shot an annoyed glance at Wang Bin, not taking him seriously at all.
Follow me.
Wang Bin turned around and led Fang Xiu through the corridor, then took him to the school playground. This operation left Fang Xiu somewhat confused. He thought the place where the student council wanted to meet him would be some meeting room or classroom.
But, the playground? However, since class was about to start, there weren't many students on the playground. Minister Qian.
Wang Bin led Fang Xiu to a relatively shady spot. The person referred to as Minister Qian was sitting in a chair, surrounded by a few student council members.
You must be Fang Xiu? You look quite handsome.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Qian Feng, the Minister of the Student Council's Organization Department. It took only 3 minutes to pass the qualifying exam. That's really a rare achievement.
What do you think? Are you interested in joining us?
Qian Feng directly extended an olive branch to Fang Xiu, but he didn't intend to stand up. Rather, the classmates around him crowded towards Fang Xiu. And these classmates were all around 2 meters tall. On par with Wang Bin, coupled with their strong muscles, they continually radiated an oppressive aura. Especially their attitude, as if they would not let Fang Xiu go if he dared to disagree.
What if I say I'm not interested? But how could Fang Xiu be intimidated by their momentum?
He scrutinized Qian Feng, not taking Wang Bin and the others seriously. Qian Feng was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Fang Xiu to reject him outright. Generally speaking, many second and third year students wish to join the student council.
Currently, there are still many applications piled up in the activity room that he usually doesn't even bother to glance at. But thinking about it,
most of those who actively apply to join the student council are mediocre talents. And this Fang Xiu achieved first place in the initial assessment. The beast he raised is also a very rare magical beast species.
If he were not ambitious, could he still be called a young person? Fang Xiu, could it be that you have some misunderstanding about us? Our organization department upholds the principle of mutual help.
Well, forget it, I'll just say it directly. In terms of beast taming, it not only depends on a person's talent but also on what resources their family can provide. If, in terms of resources, one cannot provide enough help for beast masters, there might not be any problems in the first semester of freshman year, but once entering sophomore year, they will be easily surpassed by those with wealthy families.
We in the student council have seen too many geniuses fall.
Thus, to prevent such tragedies from happening again, we in the student council offer resource assistance to these talents.
Qian Feng paused slightly, his tone carrying a hint of playfulness. Fang Xiu's parents are just ordinary workers, right? Seems like there are pressures like mortgage and car loan?
Hearing this, Fang Xiu's eyebrows twitched slightly. Although from Zhang Yu's attitude and Wang Bin's performance, Fang Xiu could easily see the student council's power, it still surprised him that they managed to investigate his family background in just one day.
Is this the student council, or a private detective? Especially Qian Feng's tone, it had somewhat of a threatening implication.
This made Fang Xiu feel very uncomfortable.
So, what is the cost?
Fang Xiu maintained a serious demeanor. I don't believe there are free lunches in this world. Perhaps in others' eyes, Qian Feng is the high and mighty head of the organization department, and one should be happy to gain his favor. But in Fang Xiu's view, this Qian Feng is just a high school kid. Especially his sense of superiority, it was practically written all over his face.
So what if you are a genius beast master among the freshmen? Aren't you still standing here talking to me? It's really nothing remarkable. The term cost seems quite exaggerated.
Qian Feng smiled. We are the elite of Heching No. 1 High School, the seeds that can attend key universities in the future.
Of course.
As he spoke, Qian Feng snapped his fingers. The boy standing next to Wang Bin immediately took out a stack of documents from his backpack. Verbal promises naturally mean nothing. If Fang Xiu is willing to accept our support, he can sign this contract. In case there's any issue, we can also resolve it through legal means. Qian Feng gestured, and a document was promptly handed to Fang Xiu.
Fang Xiu, it's no problem to take a look at the contents of the contract, right?
Look, of course.
Fang Xiu snatched the document.
After all, his mindset is that of an adult, and he is not legally blind.
How could he be fooled by a sophomore brat?
Thinking of this, Fang Xiu began to flip through the documents Qian Feng brought.
But what Fang Xiu did not expect was, he thought the contract Qian Feng brought would be full of pitfalls. For example, some online literature platforms.
They would use long contracts to trap the authors, secretly adding a line in inconspicuous places that states, the copyright of this book belongs to Party B, valid for 50 years. Some authors who do not read contracts carefully would fall for this trick.
But who knew? Fang Xiu did not see any unfair clauses.
On the contrary, the conditions above looked quite tempting. For example, they would provide financial support, solve the food problem for beast companions, and expand the beast space card. They would also plan for his 3 years of development in high school, including some beast competitions, with a senior specially assigned to guide him one-on-one.
It feels like there's no problem.
Fang Xiu raised his sword-like eyebrows. The content of the contract seemed to favor him.
Could it be that this student council is really good?
However, while Fang Xiu was pondering, a term written on the second-to-last page caught his attention.
The student council would be responsible for filling in the preferred choice of high school. Preferred high school choice.
Aside from this clause that seemed problematic, there were no other issues. I remember high school choices, we can fill in 3 times. Even if there is an issue with the first choice, as long as the second and third choices are correct, I can still get into a good university. If the student council required that all choice-filling work be handled by them, Fang Xiu would definitely refuse. But if it was just about the first choice, it seemed like there was no problem.
Or could it be? Is there something about the choice-filling process in this world that I don't know? Chapter 23, Suppression from the Student Council.
If it weren't for Zhang Yu warning me in advance not to sign a contract with the student council, I might have really signed.
Fang Xiu couldn't help but sigh in his heart.
If Zhang Yu hadn't reminded him, and if Qian Feng had been a bit nicer, he might have really been fooled by this high school kid.
However,
although Fang Xiu was a bit tempted, he still threw the contract back.
The contract is indeed good.
If it were an ordinary freshman, they probably wouldn't have any reason to refuse. But unfortunately, for me, Fang Xiu, the price you're offering is just too low. Fang Xiu didn't question the admission choices, but instead, with the excuse of the price being too low, he threw the contract back hard.
Then, Fang Xiu turned around, ready to go back to class.
He thought about asking Zhang Yu or Zhang Panpan about it later.
Even if the student council has great power, it shouldn't lead to a conflict with the physical education teacher, right?
After all, the physical education teacher holds the highest status among the teachers in this high school.
But who knew?
Before Fang Xiu could take a few steps, Wang Bin and another student stopped him.
What now? Seeing this, Fang Xiu looked back at Qian Feng. Are you trying to force me into submission? In an instant, Fang Xiu seemed to understand something. No wonder Wang Bin brought him to the playground.
There are surveillance cameras in every area of the teaching building. Especially in the conference room, activity room, and classroom, there are basically no blind spots.
But the playground is different.
If they really fought, with the student council's power, he might really come to harm.
Of course, this is just theoretical.
Even if he couldn't match Wang Bin in physique, he still had mutations.
Don't misunderstand, classmate Feng.
Seeing this, Qian Feng quickly raised the corners of his mouth and smiled at Fang Xiu. Our student council is not that lowly.
Since you think the contract is unreasonable, I can report it back. However,
classmate Ma Ming watched the live stream of your mock examination and has been eager to challenge you, the genius beast master.
As Qian Feng's words fell, Wang Bin and the others stepped back. For Fang Xiu and Ma Ming, they made enough space.
Fang Xiu couldn't help but feel a little speechless. He only felt that Qian Feng's intimidation truly reflected the level of a high school student. But Fang Xiu felt that he had no reason to refuse either. These students in the student council are not just second-year students, they have had their beast companions for a much longer time, far beyond what first-year students can compare to. Secondly, since they can enter the student council and were summoned by Qian Feng to act as enforcers, it is likely that their beasts are very strong. This is just the right opportunity for me to let my shape-shifting gene assimilate.
Is it Ma Ming? I am your senior. Ma Ming coldly replied, correcting Fang Xiu's words. Did your family not teach you the manners you should have? He. Fang Xiu couldn't help but chuckle coldly. What's so impressive about being 1 year ahead of me?
There is still a gap between beasts. If you don't want to lose your beast that you have nurtured for a year, I advise you to give up this thought.
Fang Xiu stepped back to advance, trying to advise Ma Ming not to be so childish. He.
Ma Ming also laughed coldly and took out his beast space card from his pocket. Seeing this, Fang Xiu didn't say much more and also took out his beast space card. Qian Feng's mouth slightly curled up, feeling more proud inside. Although Fang Xiu is the most extraordinary talent among the new students this year and possesses the rare illusory beast type, Ma Ming, however, is a hard-working genius who has been honing his beast since the first year. The accumulated practical combat experience cannot even compare to someone like Fang Xiu, who is just a new student.
Most importantly, the student council.
With the support of our student council, Ma Ming's beast has not only undergone mutation but is also equipped with powerful gear. Though it is just a regular type, its combat power cannot be compared to Fang Xiu's shapeshifting. Qian Feng thought to himself. He admitted that Fang Xiu was a genius.
If given enough time to grow, not only Ma Ming, but even himself would eventually be surpassed by Fang Xiu.
But this world is like this. When you come out to mix, you have to speak of power and background. In the face of capital, geniuses are just tools.
In this battle, Fang Xiu will surely lose. Not only that.
Once Fang Xiu realizes the huge difference between himself, this genius, and Ma Ming, he will understand that having talent alone is far from enough in beast taming. At that point, it will be Fang Xiu coming to actively seek him out for a contract. Poof. Thinking of this, Qian Feng couldn't help but chuckle coldly.
Huqing No. 1 Middle School has never been short of talent.
And their student council has always liked to suppress such talents.
No one can refuse the student council. If there is, then suppress them until they can accept it.
At this moment, Fang Xiu was completely oblivious to Qian Feng's thoughts as he took out his beast space card, preparing to add Ma Ming as a friend and connect.
No need to make it so complicated.
However, what Fang Xiu did not expect was that Ma Ming shook his head without thinking.
Let's do it right here. Anyway, there aren't many people in the playground. Fang Xiu?
Whether it was the battle with Chen Fan or the mock exam, Fang Xiu had always entered another space for them.
He didn't expect that beasts could also duel in reality? From your reaction, you seem surprised?
Ma Ming glanced at Fang Xiu's expression and mocked, "If you were scared, you still have time to back out now."
That sentence should be mine, right? Although Fang Xiu was surprised, he didn't lose his momentum.
However, Fang Xiu did not directly release the shapeshifting queen.
Let's use the shapeshifting triceratops instead. Fang Xiu fumbled for a moment before releasing his beast. In an instant, the shapeshifting triceratops, which should have existed in the beast space, astonishingly appeared on the playground.
Its huge body crushed Wang Bin and others. Semi-transparent slime dripped from the corner of the shapeshifting triceratops's mouth, accompanied by a hiss sound coming from its mouth. A few second-year students standing next to Wang Bin, upon witnessing the figure of the shapeshifting triceratops, unconsciously took a half-step back. Although they had seen Fang Xiu's shapeshifting in the mock exam live broadcast, the feeling of being in the moment still made them feel nervous. Even if it weren't for seeing it with their own eyes, they found it hard to believe that this beast would be released by a high school freshman.
Is this what genius looks like?
Ma Ming's gaze narrowed slightly as he looked up and down at the strange triangular dragon. However, Qian Feng called him over to act as a muscle, so naturally, he wouldn't back down.
Furthermore,
his own beast was also very powerful.
Watch closely, Fang Xiu, this is my beast, Ma Ming.
As soon as Ma Ming finished speaking, a faint light flickered.
Roar! A deafening roar echoed across the entire playground. Chapter 24, One Blade Slash.
As a faint light flashed, Ma Ming released his beast directly.
Qian Feng and the others couldn't help but smile slightly.
Although Ma Ming's beast was just a standard type, with the help of the student council, it had already undergone mutation, and with the enhancement of powerful equipment, its combat power was indeed at its peak. On the other hand, Fang Xiu's beast had only recently been born and had almost no combat experience. In their view, the scale of victory in this battle had already begun to lean towards Ma Ming.
Fang Xiu didn't care about Qian Feng and the others' thoughts, instead, he turned his gaze towards Ma Ming's beast. This look was enlightening.
According to Fang Xiu's guesses, he thought Ma Ming's beast would be a powerful tiger or elephant. But who knew, Ma Ming's beast was clearly a giant wolf standing up. Not only did it have strong and sturdy legs, but it was also wearing torn jeans, and its hands had opposable thumbs like humans, allowing it to perform detailed actions like gripping. Its claws were bright red and sharp, and it carried a long knife on its back. Its size was indeed comparable to his strange triangular dragon. Such a design made Fang Xiu involuntarily think of an anime he watched before he crossed over called Digimon.
Is this a Beastman Garuramon? Fang Xiu couldn't help but scoff. Beastman? What?
Ma Ming frowned, he had naturally never heard of Beastman Garuramon. Take him down, Wolf God. Ma Ming directly named his beast as Wolf God.
With his command, the werewolf quickly approached Fang Xiu's strange triangular dragon.
Before the strange triangular dragon could react, the werewolf's right hand had already grasped the handle of the knife behind it. A flash of cold light darted by, and the gleaming knife was raised over the werewolf's head with one hand, then heavily smashed down towards the strange triangular dragon.
Fang Xiu, classmate. Although this is a spar, blades have no eyes. If your beast gets hurt, I hope you won't mind.
Qian Feng said this as he attracted Fang Xiu's attention from behind him. Especially since the newly raised beast didn't yet possess a combat mindset. Moreover, without experience, the beast master often needed to keep giving commands for it to engage in battle. As a second-year student, Qian Feng knew this well, so he deliberately used words to distract Fang Xiu's focus.
Understood, Fang Xiu replied, nodding. I hope Ma Ming also understands this principle. However,
just when everyone thought Ma Ming's werewolf would easily chop off the head of the strange triangular dragon, its raised bone plate suddenly opened.
Clang!
The werewolf's long knife struck the triangular dragon's bone plate, producing a resonant sound and creating bright sparks from friction.
It blocked it?
A trace of surprise flickered in Ma Ming's eyes. The long knife this beastman wielded was made of black steel alloy, capable of cutting through iron like mud. Moreover, the werewolf's arm strength was quite extraordinary. When it slashed down, it had several tons of explosive power.
If it struck a human, it could instantly bisect them. Unexpectedly, it was blocked by Fang Xiu's beast.
However, Ma Ming quickly suppressed his astonishment. His werewolf had more than just strength.
No. To be precise, strength has never been the wolf god's advantage. Its real trump card. It's its speed.
Ma Ming raised the corners of his mouth again. In his eyes, even though Fang Xiu's mutant triceratops possessed high defense and could block a werewolf's slash.
But the problem is, how many times can you block it? As long as you keep slashing the same spot, sooner or later you will break through the defense. Slash, slash, slash.
At the same time, the werewolf glanced back at Ma Ming, but upon realizing Ma Ming's thoughts, it danced around the mutant triceratops, constantly flashing and dodging, while its long knife continued to strike at the opponent.
Hiss, hiss, hiss.
The constantly attacked mutant triceratops did not get angry but kept making strange noises from its mouth.
Fang Xiu, your beast seems to be scared.
Shen Feng crossed his arms, supporting his chin, but this can't be helped, after all, your beast is only just starting to be trained.
Lack of battle experience will lead to such problems. Are you feeling insecure? Qian Feng? Is that why you keep talking trash here? Fang Xiu glanced at Qian Feng. If you have the ability, just kill my beast. In fact, only Fang Xiu knew that the strange noises made by the mutant triceratops were not out of fear. In fact, apart from the mutant queen, none of the mutants had the emotion of fear.
That hissing sound was more like a sonar system.
It used sound feedback to determine the position of its prey.
In this situation, using such a method was probably to familiarize itself with the werewolf's attack patterns.
Alright.
After being dissed by Fang Xiu, Shen Feng's face turned a shade of pale.
Ma Ming, stop wasting time.
Finish him.
Shen Feng's voice was low and cold, as if today was the day to eliminate Fang Xiu's beast.
However, at this moment, a hint of panic began to rise in Ma Ming's heart. Since just now, he hadn't thought about holding back his strength, constantly urging the werewolf to deal with Fang Xiu's beast.
But who knew? This mutant triceratops had skin as tough as iron.
The werewolf slashed the same spot 7 or 8 times with its swift speed, yet it couldn't break through. Ma Ming, you should actually be grateful that your beast wasn't able to break through its defense.
Fang Xiu looked at Ma Ming and said lightly. Like to talk trash, huh? Like to play psychological warfare, huh? Come on. Your next sentence is that your beast is being suppressed by my wolf god and can't move.
As soon as Fang Xiu finished speaking, Ma Ming immediately blurted out, "It's your beast being suppressed by my wolf god and can't move."
However, as soon as he said it, Ma Ming's expression froze. What? How did you know what I was going to say?
He never expected that Fang Xiu could guess his thoughts.
Could it be that this guy has mind-reading abilities? No, it can't be.
Ma Ming shook his head vigorously, while urging the werewolf's attack to be even fiercer.
Poof.
Finally, after the werewolf had no idea how many times it had slashed the mutant triceratops' bone plate, the blade finally embedded itself into the mutant triceratops' bone, green blood splattering out.
Ah.
However, the next moment, Ma Ming's werewolf covered its eyes and retreated repeatedly.
The blade embedded in the mutant triceratops' bone plate was suddenly broken. Not only that. On the alloy blade appeared holes of various sizes. Light shone through from front to back. Chapter 25, Don't say I'm bullying you. What?
Ma Ming's eyes widened like a bull's eyes, and his brain felt a buzzing sound, completely blank.
Not just him. Wang Bin and other classmates were also shocked by the scene before them.
Shen Feng, who had been sitting in the chair, enjoying the embarrassing sight of Fang Xiu's beast, also suddenly stood up with a jolt.
This is impossible.
Clearly, it was Ma Ming's werewolf beast, who slashed the alien triangular dragon, yet it was Ma Ming's werewolf that let out the tragic scream.
What on earth is going on? Look at the wolf god's knife. Wang Bin rolled his throat, incredulously swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Other classmates followed Wang Bin's suggestion and looked towards Ma Ming's werewolf beast.
They saw that the black steel alloy knife in its hand was not only broken off but also had many holes of varying sizes.
Is that alien blood? One classmate exclaimed again.
Upon closer inspection, one could see that the liquid on the black steel alloy knife was exactly the same as the liquid that sprayed out from the alien's bone disc.
Moreover, this liquid had strong corrosive properties. It could even dissolve metal like the black steel alloy knife.
The holes continued to grow longer, and eventually, the liquid dripped to the ground, breaking the werewolf's weapon into several pieces.
What was more deadly was,
when the werewolf recklessly slashed the alien, the splattered acidic blood directly flew into its eyes. When the werewolf lowered its palm, its eyeballs had dissolved away, leaving only dark, hollow pits that looked horrifying. Although I know that the alien's acidic blood is highly corrosive, the technology of this era is undoubtedly ahead of the world before I crossed over, I didn't expect it to be unable to resist the acidic blood of the aliens.
Fang Xiu secretly complained in his heart. The next second, the alien triangular dragon suddenly swung its tail towards the werewolf's neck with a heavy strike. Boom!
Accompanied by a deafening thud, Ma Ming's werewolf crashed to the ground.
I'll take your beast gene. In Fang Xiu's view, at this point, Ma Ming's beast had basically lost its fighting capability.
However, although this werewolf was a standard species beast, it was undoubtedly much more powerful than Shen Fan's triangular dragon in Fang Xiu's eyes.
If the werewolf's genes could be merged into the alien species, how strong would the creatures born from that be? Just thinking about it made Fang Xiu feel excited. I originally thought that so-called standard species were just ordinary animals. Having ferocious beasts like tigers or elephants would already be quite good. I didn't expect that the beast technology of this era could enable standard species beasts to mutate, evolving wolves into the fantastic werewolf creatures. If he hadn't heard Ma Ming, Qianfeng, and others refer to this werewolf as a standard species beast, Fang Xiu would even suspect that this werewolf might also be some kind of mythical beast species. At the same time, this made Fang Xiu curious. If even ordinary standard species can mutate into fantastic creatures like werewolves, what would happen if ancient species or mythical beast species also underwent mutations? It felt full of anticipation. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu quickly released the just-hatched facehugger from his beast space. Parasitize. Fang Xiu said in a low voice, ordering the facehugger to fly towards Ma Ming's werewolf. But just as he commanded, when the facehugger was about to attach itself to the werewolf's face, a flying knife suddenly came. A flash of cold light flickered, and the flying knife stabbed straight into the facehugger's body, pushing the facehugger away from the werewolf with tremendous force. Ha! Everything happened so quickly that by the time Fang Xiu reacted, the flying knife had already pierced through the facehugger and was firmly pinned to a tree planted by the playground. Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows. Ming, is your method? However, just when Fang Xiu thought it was a flying knife thrown by Ma Ming, he was shocked to discover that there was actually another werewolf standing next to Ma Ming. But the difference was, this werewolf was not carrying a big knife, instead, it was hung with shiny flying knives on its belt. Another beast. Ma Ming suppressed the fury in his heart and forced a smile towards Fang Xiu. I never said that I would only use one beast to fight against Fang Xiu, did I? After all, the stronger the beast master, the more beasts they can control. Or maybe Fang Xiu has only cultivated this one beast so far? What a pity. As he spoke, Ma Ming continued to release his own beasts. The third one. The fourth one. The fifth one. In just 2 short breaths, 4 werewolves had gathered around Ma Ming. In fact, he only wanted to teach Fang Xiu a lesson and perform well in front of Qianfeng. This way, when he returned, he could gain more resources. After all, a beast master like him, who is not a genius, needs to consume a lot of resources to keep moving forward on the beast taming path. He must force his beast to mutate. Only then, when facing those powerful beasts, could he have a fighting chance. However, after investing a lot of time, energy, and resources, if his beast was useless, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to all his efforts. This completely ignited Ma Ming's anger. Seeing Ma Ming getting serious, Qianfeng's previously tense heart relaxed a bit. If this ended like this, it wouldn't just fail to suppress Fang Xiu, it would actually have a negative impact on the student council if it spread. Even though he was the head of the organization department, he couldn't afford such a mistake. Now, it was better. Although it might seem a bit unfair, he could at least save face. Even if Fang Xiu is amazing, he can't possibly cultivate a second mutant beast in such a short time. Talking to himself, Qianfeng deliberately glanced at the face-grabbing bug that was knocked away by Ma Ming. That should be the second beast Fang Xiu cultivated, but it hasn't fully developed yet. Although the acidic blood of the mutant was indeed a bit tricky to handle, it was not an invincible existence. As long as they used ranged attacks, they could surround and kill Fang Xiu's mutant Triceratops. The victory in this battle would still belong to Ma Ming. But who knew? He originally thought Fang Xiu would be frightened, blame Ma Ming for bullying, or even become furious. However, there wasn't a hint of such emotion on Fang Xiu's face. On the contrary, Fang Xiu's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a devilish smile. Ma Ming, this is what you said. The stronger the beast master, the more beasts they can control. You can't say I'm bullying you. Chapter 26, Let you go? On what basis? Seeing Ma Ming getting frantic and releasing more beasts, Fang Xiu was overjoyed. Cultivating a mutant beast like him would take at least a year and a half. Even with resources tilted by the student council, it would still take months. If he directly used the face-grabbing bug to parasitize, he could simply reap the benefits. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu, who had intended to maintain a serious demeanor, couldn't help but smile widely. Then don't blame me for bullying you. As soon as Fang Xiu's words fell, brilliant light swept out in all directions, making Qianfeng and others squint. Ma Ming's heart felt increasingly unsettled. He was no stranger to acting as the student council's enforcer. He had done this even before, in the second semester of high school, after being recruited into the student council. Used by the student council to suppress those disobedient genius beast masters. During this time, his werewolf beasts couldn't possibly win every battle. There were indeed times when he was defeated by other beasts. Whenever faced with such situations, Ma Ming would release more beasts, relying on their numerical advantage to strike back. Almost everyone he suppressed would show a look of helpless rage. Cursing at him is bullying. Some irrational classmates would even rush directly for a real fight. The outcome is easy to imagine.
Standing over 2 meters tall, Ma Ming is also very skilled in fighting. This makes him feel great satisfaction every time he successfully suppresses those who are more talented than him in beast taming.
However, he did not feel this emotion on Fang Xiu's face. Why? Isn't Fang Xiu the one who just entered high school this year? Didn't he just start beast taming? Moreover, his family background, Qian Feng has already investigated. Both parents are ordinary workers, with no savings at all. Fang Xiu also has no loan records. This doesn't make sense. Beast taming has only 3 paths.
The first path, having enough talent. The second path, having enough resources. The third path, having both talent and resources. The importance, from small to large, is almost common knowledge.
Where does this guy Fang Xiu get his confidence? Fortunately, this brilliance did not last long.
After just a few breaths, Ma Ming felt that his vision was no longer so painful, and he quickly opened his eyes. But what came into view made his brain hum immediately.
At a glance, a mass of deformed creatures completely surrounded his werewolf beast.
Although these deformed creatures are not as tall as the Triceratops and shorter than his werewolf, their number is several times that of the werewolves, more than 10 times.
This is impossible.
Ma Ming rubbed his eyes hard and took several steps back.
I must be dreaming. Yes, I am dreaming.
Because the visual shock is so great that Ma Ming can't believe what he is seeing. He pinched his thigh hard, wanting to wake up from this nightmare, but the sharp pain reminded him that this is not a dream, this is reality. This guy Fang Xiu doesn't know where he got a pile of deformed creatures.
Even
in a daze, Ma Ming noticed that the beasts released by Fang Xiu not only included adult deformed creatures but also a large number of facehuggers. These facehuggers were staring intently at the movements of the werewolves. Other deformed creatures all rushed towards the werewolves.
A great battle is about to break out. But who knows?
These deformed creatures not only have highly corrosive blood in their bodies, but their intelligence is also astonishing, and they can self-harm to obtain acidic blood to deal with the weapons in the werewolves' hands. In just a few breaths, all of Ma Ming's werewolves were knocked to the ground by Fang Xiu's deformed creatures. If it weren't for the need to let the facehuggers parasitize, these deformed troops alone could have torn Ma Ming's werewolves to shreds. Qian Feng, who stood up from his chair, also widened his eyes.
How is this possible?
I clearly investigated Fang Xiu, his background is very ordinary. Even his mortgage and car loan are not fully paid off. Where did he get these resources?
In Qian Feng's view, Fang Xiu's deformed creatures are simply incomprehensible and unbelievable.
No matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't figure out how Fang Xiu cultivated these deformed creatures. A sense of foreboding rose in his heart.
Because Ma Ming's beasts are only a few. It also took an entire semester to cultivate them.
The student council has also invested a lot of resources.
If he gets taken down by Fang Xiu like this, not only would it be a huge loss for the student council, Ma Ming's beast-taming career would also hit rock bottom. No. It would be completely cut off.
After all, there are only 3 years in high school, with 1 year missing, it is only possible to catch up using a lot of resources. But Ma Ming also comes from an average family. Such a loss of composure means the student council can no longer support him. His beast-taming career is over.
No, stop it.
Seeing that Fang Xiu's facehuggers were already climbing onto the werewolves' faces, Ma Ming could no longer control his emotions, his tone had completely turned to pleading. Tears streamed down from the corners of his eyes.
Fang Xiu, I beg you, do not harm my beast. I know I was wrong. Please, no. Otherwise, my beastly career will be ruined.
Seeing Ma Ming on the verge of tears, Fang Xiu merely snorted coldly.
Beg me? If your beast had the upper hand, would you spare my mutant? And this kind of thing, you've probably done it many times before, right? When those students begged you before, did you give them a chance? Did you ever think that you would have a day like this? Wanting to let Ma Ming go here? What a joke. Let's not mention how excellent these werewolf genes are.
Why should I, the victim, forgive Ma Ming, the perpetrator? If my mutant were to suffer a terrible defeat, who knows what would happen to me? Firstly, I might never be able to lift my head again in these 3 high school years.
To reward kindness with kindness, how should one repay kindness? To reward kindness with evil, and to repay evil with justice. Fang Xiu's voice was low and cold, directly parasitizing all 5 of the werewolf beasts. No.
Ma Ming felt as if struck by lightning, his knees softened, and with a thud, he knelt to the ground, holding his head in despair, his eyes red from crying. All the beasts he had painstakingly raised were destroyed by Fang Xiu. In a fit of anger, Ma Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, his body fell straight down.
Fang Xiu watched coldly, seeming to have no intention to comfort or spare Ma Ming's beasts.
He turned to look at Qian Feng, sweeping his gaze around Wang Bin and the others.
Is there anyone else who is unhappy with me? Come at me together. Fang Xiu said with conviction, eager to fight these second-year seniors. Hiss. The seniors targeted by Fang Xiu's gaze gasped, instinctively taking a step back.
If there were only one mutant, they would still dare to challenge Fang Xiu.
No.
If Fang Xiu had only one mutant, then Ma Ming could take him down. But now, there were at least 50 or 60 mutants charging out from Fang Xiu's beast space.
The enormous bodies formed a dark and imposing formation.
Looking at Ma Ming's beasts, all were being parasitized by face-hugging bugs, collapsing on the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, but showing no signs of resistance. Ma Ming couldn't bear such a huge blow, his anger overwhelming him. He first spat out a breath, then fell straight down.
Seeing this, who would still dare to challenge Fang Xiu?
No one wanted their beasts to end up like Ma Ming's.
What's wrong? Don't you want to challenge my beasts? Fang Xiu noticed that Wang Bin and others showed no willingness to fight. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. These guys are just too cowardly, aren't they? They went silent out of fear? What about Senior Qianfeng? Since he is the head of the student council's organizational department, he must have abundant resources, right? The beasts he raised should be quite strong, right? Isn't he planning to let me see? One-on-one is fine too.
Worried that Qianfeng would think he was using a swarm tactic, Fang Xiu specifically proposed a one-on-one challenge. But even so, Qianfeng remained unmoved.
What a joke! Who knows if this guy Fang Xiu will keep his word? What if when his beasts are released, he commands a swarm of mutants to charge?
And the face-hugging bug's parasitism felt extremely disgusting.
He.
However, Qianfeng still forced himself to appear calm, smirking. Fang Xiu, you must be joking.
Our student council's original intention is mutual assistance, not to use beasts for fighting. But Fang Xiu, shouldn't you let your beasts spare Ma Ming's?
He invested not only energy, but resources in raising those beasts.
Most importantly,
in 2 years, he will be facing the college entrance exam. If he has to raise new beasts, he might not make it in time.
Just because of personal grievances.
This caused a high school sophomore to miss the opportunity to enter a 985 or 211 university.
Don't you think this is too excessive?
One should spare the mercy where there is mercy to spare.
Qianfeng questioned Fang Xiu.
No matter what, he was the minister of the organization department, and Ma Ming and Wang Bin were his people.
If he directly abandoned Ma Ming, it might discourage others.
Besides, Qianfeng also couldn't let Fang Xiu get his way so easily.
For a moment, he could only morally blackmail Fang Xiu to make him yield. But who knew? Fang Xiu's skin was much thicker than Qianfeng had imagined. Minister Qian is right. Fang Xiu nodded, showing his agreement with Qianfeng's words. If you can't stand it, just come up and hit me. Isn't it just using his own methods against him? As for not being able to enter a 985 or 211 university, what does it have to do with me? Facing Qianfeng's moral blackmail, Fang Xiu did not defend himself. I simply have no morals. What can you do to me?
Since this is an era where everyone raises beasts, with beast masters held in high regard, let's fight.
You.
Qianfeng's face turned red instantly. He raised his hand and pointed fiercely at Fang Xiu. He never expected that just a high school freshman could be so thick-skinned.
Moral blackmail was completely useless against him. What made him even angrier was
Qianfeng had no courage to strike. After all, the strange creatures gathered around Fang Xiu were just too many. The oppressive feeling from that dark formation made Qianfeng feel a hint of fear in his heart.
What kind of freak could a high school freshman be? He had only been in school for a week. Don't mention freshmen, even seniors couldn't achieve such a thing without resources. He had miscalculated. Really not going to take action? Fang Xiu stared at Qianfeng, then extended 5 fingers. 5. 4. With each number counted, Fang Xiu curled 1 finger, as if he was counting down. 3. Although Qianfeng realized what Fang Xiu was doing, his face turned green and purple, and he even wanted to explode with Fang Xiu. But, seeing Ma Ming's miserable state, Qianfeng still chose to remain silent.
Wang Bin and others turned to look at Qianfeng, their eyes full of expectation for his action.
2. Fang Xiu's tone revealed disappointment.
Qianfeng still remained unmoved.
No. To be precise, Qianfeng simply didn't dare to move. Did he really want to fight? He had no confidence. If he won, it would be fine. But what if he lost?
Not to mention not being able to explain to the vice president, the most important thing was he would have to start raising beasts from scratch.
What if it affected his college entrance exam? Qianfeng weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Winning would bring some benefits, while losing would be a disaster. Anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't gamble on this matter. As for Ma Ming, he had already spoken up for him. It was Fang Xiu who was too ruthless and unwilling to give him a chance.
No need to blame me. Gradually, Qian Feng completely gave up on the thought of making a move, comforting himself in his heart.
He placed all the responsibility on Fang Xiu. It wasn't his fault. 1. 0.
As Fang Xiu's words fell, his palm turned into a fist.
How boring.
Seeing that Qian Feng and the others had completely no intention of taking action, Fang Xiu finally let out a comment. Although he found these people very unpleasant, they weren't releasing their beasts, and he had no way to handle it.
After all, he couldn't possibly use the facehugger to directly parasitize them, right? This is a society ruled by law. Killing someone else's beast isn't a big deal. But once he made a move against humans, then it would be a huge problem.
Thinking of this, Fang Xiu directly recalled his strange creatures.
Along with Ma Ming's 5 werewolves, he sucked them all into his beast space.
According to logic, beast masters can't contain others' beasts in their own beast space. But after being parasitized by the facehugger, the werewolves' bodies combined with the genes of the facehugger.
This allowed Fang Xiu's beast space to categorize the werewolves as his own beasts. After retracting his beast, Fang Xiu walked towards the teaching building without looking back.
Qian Feng looked at his back with a sullen face, anger gnawing at his teeth. Originally, he wanted to give the new high school student, Fang Xiu, a taste of defeat.
Now it's good. Instead, the student council was suppressed. Minister, are we really just letting him go like this? Wang Bin gasped, shocked.
But as soon as he spoke, Qian Feng shot him a huge eye roll.
Why didn't you dare to fight Fang Xiu just now?
Qian Feng mocked angrily. Wang Bin felt a bit embarrassed and mumbled softly, aren't you also scared?
Chapter 28, Shocking the Internet, Fang Xiu is so strong?
Seeing that Qian Feng and others did not take out their beasts to fight him, Fang Xiu left the playground without looking back. Anyway, the beast tamer needs a few hours to evolve into a breaker, so I might as well go back to class. Although this world is an era of beast tamers, the importance of general courses has decreased a lot, but they still hold a certain score in the college entrance examination. In Fang Xiu's eyes, the college entrance examination in this world is just like the art students in his own world. If the cultural course scores are too poor, even if the art scores are high, some schools will still reject admission. Especially for those wanting to enter the top 10 of this world.
Beast scores and general scores, both are essential.
Yes. Although Fang Xiu just entered high school, he has already set the national top 10 as his goal. However, what Fang Xiu does not know is, he thought he had defeated Ma Ming on the playground, but other students were in class, so this battle did not attract much attention. However, in several classes, there happened to be spots where students could see the playground through the windows. These students secretly took out their phones to film and uploaded the footage of Fang Xiu defeating Ma Ming to short video platforms like Douxia.
Many even posted on the campus forum.
One stone creates 1,000 waves. Those students who had been suppressed by the student council began to post anonymously and heatedly discussed the matter.
Isn't that Ma Ming?
I remember he is a guy trained by the student council to be a thug. Haha, he got beaten this time, it feels great. What is this called? This is called instant karma, Ma Ming deserves it. If it weren't for him, my grades would definitely stabilize in the top 100 of the school.
Great. Let's celebrate together. By the way, who is the one who took down Ma Ming? Seems like a fresh face, a junior? Fresh face? Doesn't the one above know?
That new student is Fang Xiu, a super genius among the freshmen, who caused a sensation on the first day of school, and he passed the placement test in just 3 minutes, and his beast is even a phantom beast.
Wow, so strong? Does that mean he could be among the top 10? The problem is, he just took down Ma Ming, isn't that slapping the student council in the face? Could there be trouble? It shouldn't be a problem. Those who were suppressed before usually had no family background.
Although their grades were good, they weren't enough to draw the school's attention. But Fang Xiu is different, he's a phantom beast tamer, the strongest of the freshman group.
If the student council really acts recklessly, the school will intervene, right?
But there's that man. Completely unaware of what was happening, Fang Xiu returned to the classroom.
Teacher, I'm sorry I'm late, Fang Xiu lightly knocked on the door.
It is worth mentioning that the incident of Fang Xiu clashing with the student council had already spread in class 2. The teacher of this general course didn't really teach but stood by the window, observing from a distance. When he saw Ma Ming release several werewolf beasts, he couldn't help but feel a chill for Fang Xiu.
Until
his dark army of beasts completely surrounded Ma Ming and his beasts. Even this teacher of general studies felt a surge of waves in his heart.
Unable to calm down for a long time. Well done, Fang Xiu. Even
when Fang Xiu returned, this general education teacher even took the lead in applauding him.
The classmates sitting above erupted with thunderous applause.
Although they knew nothing about the student council matters, such a triumphant achievement naturally made them feel proud.
Most importantly,
anyone could see Fang Xiu's potential. In the future, getting into one of the top 10 colleges must mean he would soar to great heights.
If they didn't take this chance to bind ties while there was still some connection, wouldn't that be foolish?
Good.
Fang Xiu didn't expect to be so popular, but this overwhelming attention also made him feel refreshed.
Before long, under everyone's gaze, he returned to his seat.
But what Fang Xiu didn't expect was,
just as he sat down, Li Qingqing suddenly stood up.
She ignored the teacher, turned around, and walked toward Fang Xiu, then threw her high school math textbook onto the desk, finally pointing to her own seat and coldly saying to Shi Zhanhong, "Move."
"Ha?"
Shi Zhanhong was momentarily stunned.
Goodness, who changes seats so blatantly during class? He even secretly glanced at the general education teacher.
He didn't want to switch seats. Fang Xiu was part of the student council.
He still wanted to enjoy the gossip. But who knew?
After the general education teacher noticed Shi Zhanhong's pleading gaze, he simply turned his head away and cleared his throat, as if he hadn't seen anything. If it were a regular student, he would definitely reprimand them harshly for being so dismissive.
However, this guy is Li Qingqing.
In middle school, she was a prominent figure. With various interviews and shows, she was almost a little internet celebrity. Even after entering Heching No. 1 high school, her prominence was overshadowed by Fang Xiu, but she was still number 2. A future top 10 candidate.
Moreover, Li Qingqing's family background was also very good.
He was just a general education teacher, why offend Li Qingqing? Thus, regarding Li Qingqing's behavior, the teacher chose to silently approve.
This.
Shi Zhanhong felt a mix of emotions without tears. After all, he was also one of the top 30 in the mock exam.
You are ruthless.
Although Shi Zhanhong felt wronged in his heart, facing Li Qingqing's icy gaze, he was forced to stand up. Then he obediently walked to Li Qingqing's seat. Li Qingqing then plopped down. "Teacher, let's start class."
"Ha? Oh, right, let's start class." The general education teacher finally reacted and hurriedly reminded the students to open their books to page 4. Today we will talk about factoring.
However, this part of the general education class, Li Qingqing had already completely mastered during the transition classes.
On the contrary, it was Fang Xiu.
He still remembered Li Qingqing's furious face as she pointed at him, telling him to wait.
What was this? Coming here to warn him not to be too proud? Ma Ming was just someone less capable in the student council. It stands to reason that wherever the protagonist of an online novel goes, they would be stepped on, right? Fang Xiu thought to himself. Well done.
As soon as Li Qingqing spoke, Fang Xiu was stunned.
Ha? Is this guy actually complimenting me?
But, it's only been a short time since school started, and already clashing with someone from the student council is not a wise choice.
Fang Xiu, you might be getting into big trouble.
Li Qingqing covered her lips with her book and began to whisper in Fang Xiu's ear.
So, are you actually concerned about me? I thought you would be very proud. Fang Xiu couldn't help but tease. Me? Proud? Why?
Li Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, not understanding what that meant.
Wherein was her reason to be proud? Because I've been entangled by the student council, and if I get suppressed by them, perhaps the first place in the next exam will be yours? In Fang Xiu's memory, Li Qingqing is simply a person possessed by a demon.
Once she doesn't rank first in exams, her heart would shatter.
Who knows if these students will come knocking? Could it be Li Qingqing's arrangement? Are you looking at me like this?
Li Qingqing raised her perfectly arched brow, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes.
I really do want to reclaim the first place. No.
She shook her head. The first place was originally mine. But, Li Qingqing will never use despicable means to deal with others. I will compete fairly, using my own strength, to prove who is truly the number 1 in Hecheng. To avoid disturbing the general knowledge teacher's class, Li Qingqing intentionally spoke in a very soft voice. Yet, her voice carried a sense of power. This made Fang Xiu have to reassess this young girl. Especially her last sentence, emphasizing that she was the number 1 in Hecheng, not just the number 1 in Hecheng No. 1 high school. In other words, students from Hecheng No. 3, Yutsai, and No. 4 high school were nothing more than trivial beings in Li Qingqing's eyes. If I hadn't crossed over to this world, Li Qingqing might have always remained the number 1.
Fang Xiu thought to himself. So? You came all the way here just to say this? To let me know that the student council was not your arrangement? Fang Xiu asked tentatively. Of course not.
Li Qingqing shook her head again. What I want to say is, I will defeat you and reclaim the title of number 1.
But before that, you must keep getting stronger. Li Qingqing's thoughts were simple. If Fang Xiu was indeed influenced by the student council, leading to a decline in his ranking,
then by the time she reclaimed the first place, it wouldn't prove her strength. There would always be people behind her muttering, saying that it was Fang Xiu's fault that facilitated her number one.
She didn't like that. Do you really think the student council can suppress me? Fang Xiu laughed.
Li Qingqing nodded. The means of the student council are not just this. They have tightly controlled the voluntary reporting for Hecheng number 1 high school for years.
If they didn't have some tricks, how could they have that much control?
Upon hearing about voluntary reporting, Fang Xiu immediately remembered the contract that Qianfeng had brought out, which included a clause about the preferred voluntary reporting.
He originally planned to ask Zhang Yu what was going on.
But now it seems that Li Qingqing seems to know some insider information. Speaking of which, when Qianfeng asked me to go over, he brought out a contract.
You want to ask about the preferred choices, right?
Li Qingqing glanced at Fang Xiu and sighed, as I guessed. Though she was displeased that Fang Xiu took first place, she had to admit that his ranking was indeed based on his true strength. Even though she felt overwhelmed at that time, she realized from the recording afterwards that in just a week, he had trained that strange beast to that level.
Fang Xiu truly was a rare genius. As for herself, she didn't lose unjustly.
With a genius like him, the student council would surely intervene, tightly controlling him. I originally thought they would wait until the second or third year of high school, but I didn't expect them to be so impatient. According to Li Qingqing's knowledge, voluntary reporting was mainly a consideration for the third year of high school. Even geniuses would usually be targeted by the student council in their second year.
Fang Xiu's situation was, in Li Qingqing's perception, a first.
Perhaps it was because Fang Xiu's magical beast type was so unreasonable that it put pressure on the student council. If they let Fang Xiu go into his second and third years without intervention, they couldn't contain him.
Is there any explanation for this first choice? Fang Xiu pressed on.
Li Qingqing nodded. You should know some of it, right? Students with poor grades can only go to vocational schools in the future, and they can only do some physically demanding jobs after graduation. Only by entering a regular university can they have the chance to enter some big companies and take the civil service exam. Beyond regular universities, there are 985 and 211, which are key national beast taming universities.
And above these universities, there are the legendary top 10.
They are the 10 strongest universities in our country. Not only do they have abundant resources, most importantly, only the top 10 are qualified to enter the beast taming realm.
Beast taming realm? Fang Xiu suddenly brightened.
This term, he heard for the first time. Even when he previously searched for knowledge about beast taming online, he couldn't find anything about the beast taming realm.
How did this Li Qingqing know about it?
I'm not very clear on the specifics either. I just heard it mentioned by the elders in my family, telling me to do whatever it takes to get into the top 10. Only the top 10 can truly stand out.
However,
our Crane City is a small city, and very few people can get into the top 10.
Even through normal means, hardly anyone can enter the top 10. Is it that hard to get in? Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow.
He only knew that the top 10 were the best 10 beast taming universities in the country, but he didn't really understand how high the scores for the top 10 were. Yes, so for a small city like Crane City, the top 10 gives a few quotas every year.
Li Qingqing nodded. In other words, the admission score requirements will be lower. Each school has 3 quotas. Only 3?
Fang Xiu was stunned again. Top 10 times 3, that's only 30. There are 15 classes in the first year, with about 50 students in each class.
Adding other schools,
around 20,000 people from Crane City take the college entrance exam each year. Among these 20,000, only about 30 can enter the top 10.
This admission rate is really too low, isn't it?
The most critical thing is, the top 10 only accepts first-choice applications. As long as your first choice is not the top 10, even if you perform extraordinarily later, you won't have a chance at the top 10.
Li Qingqing continued to explain. This is also a trap in the student council contract. However,
in Li Qingqing's opinion, it wasn't really a trap. After all, students aren't fools. If they really want to understand such matters, they can figure it out. The reason some still accept the contract is simply because the top 10 are too hard to get into. If they can't get into the top 10 anyway, it's better to accept the student council's assistance and aim for a 985 or 211 school, which is still a way out.
But Fang Xiu is different. He is only in the first year of high school and is likely in an information bubble.
If he carelessly signs the contract, whether he can get into the top 10 would be completely in the hands of the student council.
This kind of tactic is truly sinister.
While speaking, Li Qingqing angrily clenched her fists.
Then according to your words, whether or not one can enter the top 10, doesn't it all depend on the student council's mood? Fang Xiu couldn't help but turn serious.
No wonder Zhang Yu specifically reminded him that if someone from the student council asks him to sign a contract, he must not sign. It seems Zhang Yu is already used to the student council's tactics.
But no, that's not right.
The top 10 have extraordinary significance in this world. If students from his school can enter the top 10, the school would also benefit from it.
Why would the school allow the student council to act recklessly? Does the school not care? Have students ever reported the student council before?
No matter how powerful the student council is, they are just a group of students.
Surely the principal wouldn't be afraid of them? And what about those parents? If their children are being bullied, don't they speak up? How could they not care? Li Qingqing sighed.
Although the quotas for the top 10 are limited, if the student council kicks out one potential candidate for the top 10, there will always be someone to take their place. In theory, it wouldn't affect the school's admission rate. But this situation is still a bad influence. Moreover, some parents have reported the situation, and the school has also intervened in this matter.
However, this brings us to a certain person. Who? Fang Xiu asked without hesitation.
Chu Xinghe.
Who?
Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows, feeling as if he had heard that name somewhere before,
but couldn't remember.
Li Qingqing looked at Fang Xiu as if he were a monster. She thought Fang Xiu would be shocked by this name.
It's not like that, bro.
No matter how much you like monsters, you should at least know the history of Yi Zhong, right?
That's Chu Xinghe.
Forget it.
In Li Qingqing's eyes, Fang Xiu must be enchanted by beast taming. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him not to know who Chu Xinghe is.
I have a bit of an impression, I just can't recall right now. Is he very famous? Fang Xiu asked again.
Not just famous.
Chu Xinghe is the beast-taming champion of our Hejiang province. Chu Xinghe's beast-taming career could simply be called a monster. While others started beast-taming in high school with the support of school resources,
Chu Xinghe began in middle school.
For 3 years in high school, he maintained first place all year round. Before he showed up, the student council of Yizhong was just a name with no substance, at most organizing some club activities. It wasn't until Chu Xinghe became president that he made sweeping reforms, integrating all the resources possible. At that time, because of Chu Xinghe's fame, even though some things were unreasonable, the school still gave him the green light.
This gave the student council a lot of say.
After the reform, Chu Xinghe kept helping everyone improve their strength.
Hearing this, Fang Xiu couldn't help but feel puzzled. According to Li Qingqing, this Chu Xinghe seemed to be a good person.
Besides, with his champion strength, he shouldn't have to worry about someone stealing his top 10 spots, right?
Or is it that after Chu Xinghe left, those beneath him held great power and started to become corrupt?
What Chu Xinghe wants to do is still unknown, but if you say he is a good person, you're still too naive. Even after going to the top 10, Chu Xinghe did not give up control of the student council.
The current president of the student council is just a puppet of Chu Xinghe. Do you remember what I just told you?
The student council's volunteer contract caused some parents dissatisfaction, and in the end, it was Chu Xinghe who stepped in to silence all those voices.
Chu Xinghe has such great power? Fang Xiu's eyes became serious. Isn't he still a student? Or has he already graduated?
Currently, he is in his 3rd year of college, and his power is enormous. After all, he is the only champion to emerge from Heqing in 20 years, and it is said he has established his own influence in the top 10.
He has an unlimited future. How could the principal of Yizhong offend Chu Xinghe for an ordinary student? Li Qingqing said indignantly. Only then did Fang Xiu suddenly realize. I understand now. You understand? What do you understand? Li Qingqing was taken aback. It's simple, since Chu Xinghe has such great power, being loyal to the student council is just being loyal to Chu Xinghe? Plus, the top 10 spots are limited. How does Chu Xinghe ensure that everyone from Heqing supports him?
Of course, it's through the spots. He makes sure every student rising to the top 10 follows his lead. If I'm not mistaken, all the students from Heqing Yizhong who entered the top 10 in recent years went to the same school, that is, Chu Xinghe's school, right? Although Chu Xinghe can buy people's hearts in the top 10, those people can't possibly be more obedient than the students from Heqing. Those who are unwilling to stand with Chu Xinghe are directly expelled from the top 10 and sent to 985 or 211 universities. No wonder Chu Xinghe would pressure Yizhong to deal with those parents' voices. It must be said that Chu Xinghe indeed has some abilities.
Maybe.
His provincial championship also broke through after integrating student council resources.
So you're not stupid.
Li Qingqing was momentarily stunned.
Fang Xiu's guess was almost identical to the results she had investigated. She had even investigated the admission situation of Heqing Yizhong, all students entering the top 10.
They all went to that school of Chu Xinghe.
No exceptions. I thought you only knew about beast taming and couldn't understand anything else. Li Qingqing couldn't help but critique.
Impossible, I just don't care much about those rumors.
Fang Xiu smiled, are you telling me this to try to win me over and deal with the student council together?
In Fang Xiu's view, with Li Qingqing's grades and looks, the student council would be very willing to accept her. As long as she agreed to the conditions set by the student council and obeyed well,
she would eventually attract Chu Xinghe's favor.
Speaking of which, no wonder Chen Feng and Ma Ming would act that way.
Their oppression is a form of testing. Fang Xiu thought to himself while watching Li Qingqing's beautiful eyes.
He had already clashed with the student council.
Li Qingqing was still willing to say so much. She must also be very dissatisfied with the student council.
What she said, wanting to defeat him fair and square and take back what belongs to her.
Maybe that was just part of the reason. No.
But who knew? Li Qingqing shook her head, expressing that she did not want to join forces with Fang Xiu against the student council. But then, Li Qingqing said firmly,
I want to take down Chu Xinghe. I will go to the university he is at and then take him down. Let him be ruined.
As she spoke, Li Qingqing's eyes inevitably turned a bit red.
Chapter 31, The Hope of Resisting the Student Council. What did Chu Xinghe do to you?
Seeing the redness in Li Qingqing's eyes, Fang Xiu felt curious inside.
As far as he knew, Li Qingqing could be considered a winner in life.
Not only did she come from a good background, but she was also a super academic. She had finished 3 years of general courses in middle school with all first-place scores. She was beautiful and a regular on TV interviews. If it weren't for his appearance, she would definitely be the most noticed high school student in Heching these years. But when it came to Chu Xinghe, the hatred she showed was completely unmasked.
No. To be precise, Li Qingqing's hatred for Chu Xinghe had already reached its peak. It was something that couldn't be easily hidden. What kind of grudges were there between these two?
3rd year, 1st year. Fang Xiu calculated in his heart that the two were 5 to 6 years apart.
When Chu Xinghe was in the first high school, Li Qingqing hadn't even started middle school. What kind of conflict could there possibly be? Or could it be family grudges?
However, Li Qingqing did not answer Fang Xiu's curiosity. She directly stood up and returned to her seat. Shi Zhanghong looked confused as she rushed him back.
What's going on? What happened to her?
When he brushed past Li Qingqing, Shi Zhanghong noticed that her eyes were somewhat damp.
Did she cry because Fang Xiu bullied her? Who knows?
Fang Xiu shrugged, he also wanted to know what was going on.
Meanwhile, inside Zhang Yu's office. Bang!
With a loud noise, the door to his office was kicked open by someone. Zhang Yu was startled, and the pen in his hand fell onto the table.
Old Li?
When he saw that it was Li Guosheng who barged in without knocking, an unnamed fire rose in his heart.
Are you crazy? I tell you, I will not give Fang Xiu to you. Even if old Wang agrees, it won't work.
Seeing Li Guosheng's rushed appearance, Zhang Yu thought he had persuaded Wang Kai and specially came to ask for someone.
What are you thinking? If old Wang was going to give in, would I need to come find you? I would go directly to your class to find Fang Xiu, okay?
Li Guosheng glanced at Zhang Yu with annoyance. He came with good intentions, but this guy.
Not only did he not say thank you, he even thought of him in a bad way. Am I really that kind of person? It seems I really am. Ahem.
Li Guosheng pulled over a chair, sat down next to Zhang Yu, and then took out his phone.
Your class's Fang Xiu has gotten into big trouble.
As he spoke, Li Guosheng handed over his phone. Zhang Yu first glanced at the content above. As a result, this glance was no small matter. A dark swarm of alien creatures lined up on the playground, looking quite terrifying.
Without a doubt, it was Fang Xiu's beast. What is this? Zhang Yu frowned, and an ominous premonition suddenly arose in his heart.
He snatched Li Guosheng's phone away. This glance was no small matter.
Fang Xiu and Ma Ming from the student council had started fighting right on the playground.
And the video on the phone appeared to be filmed from the teaching building. The views had surpassed 100,000.
It had already sparked some popularity online. Various comments floated across the screen. What beast is this? No way, are all the students from Heching No. 1 High School this exaggerated, 1 person equals 1 beast army? Who is that person? Anyone know? The person in front, you don't know them? The super genius of Heching No. 1 High School, Fang Xiu.
Not only is he a spiritual beast master of the phantom species, but he also completed his preliminary exam in just 3 minutes.
Absolutely in the top 10 talent. So cool. Does anyone know my husband Fang Xiu's WeChat? I want to add him as a friend. The person before, are you daydreaming? Clearly, he is my husband.
Watching the content on the screen and those endlessly floating comments, Zhang Yu couldn't help but gasp.
Did you see that? There's not just one such video. Fang Xiu directly clashed with the student council. Do you know what this means? He's in big trouble. The student council won't let this go easily. Li Guoxing took the phone back. What should we do now? Although Fang Xiu was not a student in his class, Li Guoxiang had a good impression of him. These days, he had been wanting to pull Fang Xiu into his class. Now that Fang Xiu was causing trouble, he naturally wouldn't give up on him easily. Moreover, the student council was arrogant and used Chu Xinghe's influence to make the voluntary reporting chaotic at number 1 high school. As the class teacher, he had long been dissatisfied with the student council's ways. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that, in his view, Fang Xiu did well. I'll make it clear, if you are afraid to offend the student council, then transfer Fang Xiu to our class. I'm not afraid to confront them. Zhang Yu heard this and coldly looked at Li Guoxiang. Can you take on Chu Xinghe?
Li Guoxiang, who had initially appeared fearless, instantly froze. Years ago, a female student died because of the voluntary reporting issue. Many parents raised their voices, and the principal also wanted to abolish the student council.
And what happened? Chu Xinghe directly brought people back from the imperial capital.
In the end, this matter just faded away.
Do you want to confront the student council? On what basis?
The year Chu Xinghe returned, Zhang Yu was already a class teacher at number 1 high school. At that time, some physical education teachers, displeased with Chu Xinghe's arrogance, chose to take action. In the end, Chu Xinghe alone defeated all the physical education teachers. Even across the entire Heqing, Zhang Yu felt there wouldn't be a stronger beast master than Chu Xinghe. In the era of universal beast masters, this was absolute power. And it was the reason all the teachers at number 1 high school feared the student council.
So, does that mean we won't help Fang Xiu? Li Guoxiang was taken aback.
He remembered that Zhang Yu always protected his students.
How could we not help?
Zhang Yu sighed. Honestly speaking, he didn't want to offend Chu Xinghe either. But after watching the video just now, he was filled with enthusiasm. In just 8 days since school started, he had cultivated dozens of aliens.
No.
Perhaps Fang Xiu had even more aliens, but he simply let out these. Such a talented beast master was someone he had never seen in all his years of teaching.
How could he allow the student council to bully him?
If there is truly someone who can abolish the student council controlled by Chu Xinghe, then that person will undoubtedly be Fang Xiu. Moreover, from Fang Xiu, Zhang Yu saw a possibility. That was to abolish the student council.
To let Heqing number 1 high school back to the original appearance.
Ha! At this moment, Li Guoxiang was stunned. He never dreamed that Zhang Yu would put the hope of abolishing the student council on Fang Xiu.
But abolishing the student council?
Li Guoxiang stared at Fang Xiu on the phone screen. Perhaps it really was as Zhang Yu said. The only person who could do this was indeed Fang Xiu.
Chapter 32 New Student Exchange Competition. Heqing number 1 Middle School. Class 1, 2.
The general knowledge teacher was writing formulas on the blackboard with chalk.
Knock knock knock.
Suddenly, the knocking sound interrupted the action of the general knowledge teacher, who turned around and softly asked, "Who is it?" Without wasting time, the person pushed open the door of Class 2.
Fang Xiu and Shi Zhanhong looked toward the door in unison, and saw a young man wearing golden-rimmed silver glasses standing there, and Fang Xiu recognized his identity at a glance. Zhang Pan,
the physical education teacher of Class 1, Grade 1. When he defeated Qin Fan before, he had come with Li Guoxiang to stand up for Qin Fan.
He ended up being deeply shocked by Fang Xiu's abnormality.
"Hello, Teacher Zhao, I am Zhang Pan, the physical education teacher of Class 2.
I am here to find Fang Xiu."
As he spoke, Zhang Pan scanned the classroom until his gaze fell on Fang Xiu. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiu instinctively looked at Teacher Zhao's reaction.
"Go ahead, Fang Xiu." Teacher Zhao's attitude was very kind. "And one more thing, Teacher Zhao, aren't you feeling well? All the classes this afternoon will be replaced with physical education,"
Zhang Pan said in a low voice. It sounded as if he was not discussing with Teacher Zhao but rather unilaterally informing him.
"You don't have to teach Class 2 this afternoon.
It's all changed to physical education." The students in the classroom were all stunned by what they heard. Teacher Zhao was only in his 40s, strong and robust, walking and talking without any problem, completely not looking unwell.
Is this the value of a physical education teacher? If you say you're not well, then you're not well, even if you are fine.
I feel like our physical education teacher is really cool.
Yeah, and he looks very young too.
For a moment, the students in the classroom could not help but whisper to each other. Although Teacher Zhao looked a bit embarrassed, he didn't say much, just nodded slightly to indicate he understood.
"And Li Qingqing, you come out too."
Just as Fang Xiu passed by Li Qingqing's seat, Zhang Pan raised an eyebrow and called Li Qingqing to come out with Fang Xiu.
Yes, teacher.
At this moment, Li Qingqing had already completely calmed down. Although she didn't know what Zhang Panpan was looking for her for, she still stood up obediently. After all, the physical education teacher was in charge of the Beast Mastery score. He was the primary subject teacher at Huqing No. 1 Middle School. His speaking power sometimes surpassed that of the class teacher.
Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing left the classroom, one after the other, under the gaze of their classmates. I feel like Fang Xiu is so busy every day.
Shi Zhanhong stared blankly at the classroom door.
After the assessment test just ended, it was either the student council or the physical education teacher.
There was always a feeling that the world was revolving around Fang Xiu.
Is this the life of a genius in school? On the other side, you really are not honest.
On the first day of school, you beat Qin Fan, and now you've had a conflict with the student council. After calling Fang Xiu out, Zhang Panpan couldn't help but complain. After all, the news of Fang Xiu beating Ma Ming had spread throughout the school. Especially for the physical education teacher who was previously defeated by Chu Xinghe, it felt particularly satisfying.
This can't be blamed on me, right? I just want to study well and improve every day. It's always others causing me trouble. Fang Xiu answered without a second thought, showing an expression of helplessness. Is that so?
Zhang Panpan's mouth curled up, and a faint smile appeared. Clearly you are the biggest beneficiary.
If I'm not mistaken, those face-sucking bugs of yours have already parasitized Ma Ming's beasts, right?
Although his beasts are just regular kinds. He cleverly forged connections and managed to get into the student council. Last year, he began to act as the enforcer for the student council, suppressing many fellow students. Thus, he further gained the admiration of the student council. The mutation that was originally only available in the second year of high school was completed by him in the latter half of his first year. Adding in his own efforts, he could be considered a genius among ordinary people. Your parasitic creature directly latched onto his beast, and if it assimilates the mutated beast genes, it might awaken some special ability. Zhang Panpan walked in front, guiding Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing, while pushing his glasses and explaining concepts to Fang Xiu.
On one hand, I truly appreciate Fang Xiu.
Besides his rare fantasy beast type, his personality is also very pleasing to me.
Since others have bullied him, of course, we must fight back.
On the other hand, I am indeed Fang Xiu's physical education teacher, so explaining beast knowledge is part of my job. However, you also need to be careful. If your beast becomes too strong, it may develop a rejection towards the beast master.
If handled improperly, it could be dangerous.
My suggestion is that when your mutation completes the parasitism, it's best to have a powerful beast master nearby to protect you.
Why not just let Panpan come then?
Fang Xiu immediately understood. Anyway, this afternoon is all physical education class, my mutation can probably break through by then.
Hee, it costs 1,000 just to observe once. Too pricey. Zhang Panpan didn't forget to criticize Fang Xiu's charging behavior. What are you talking about? If Panpan comes to my beast space, how could I possibly charge 1,000?
Although we are teacher and student, our age difference is not that big, and in my heart, I've always seen my teacher as an older brother.
Fang Xiu said with a smile, then changed the subject. 500, how about that? Zhang Panpan?
In an instant, Zhang Panpan was full of question marks.
This doesn't feel right. Usually at times like this, shouldn't he say, how can I ask for money with Panpan coming? But giving a 50% discount? What's going on?
Come on, Panpan knows I'm poor, I have no resources. Now that I've offended the student council, I might often be suppressed in the future. When I win the lottery one day, I'll let you visit my beast space for free. Fang Xiu simply began to play the poor card in front of Zhang Panpan. And the conversation between the two left Li Qingqing stunned.
This isn't right. Just to visit the beast space, and there's a fee? Has Fang Xiu lost his mind over money?
Speaking of which, the last time he sent her to the infirmary, he also asked for 1,000.
Goodness.
This is truly a case of taking advantage of others.
Ahem.
Unable to watch any longer, Li Qingqing deliberately cleared her throat. Although she didn't know exactly what was happening, if it was just to talk to Fang Xiu, she didn't need to be dragged into it. Moreover, Li Qingqing didn't like the feeling of being a supporting character, so she interrupted their conversation.
Teacher Zhang called us out, what's the matter? Well.
Seeing Li Qingqing slightly unhappy, Zhang Panpan temporarily stopped discussing the mutation issue.
He then paused in front of his office door. Do you all know about the exchange competition? Exchange competition?
Fang Xiu immediately felt his understanding of this world was still too lacking. Although this world also had computers and smartphones, and many problems could be searched online, but a person cannot search for things they have not thought of. For example, the freshman exchange competition that Zhang Panpan mentioned.
I know.
Li Qingqing nodded. It's just a gathering of key high schools in Heching to exchange and discuss beast mastery insights.
Exactly. Zhang Panpan nodded.
Although our school is always the best in Heching, it's the pride of Heching, other high schools have always wanted to surpass us.
The exchange competition was born from this.
Fang Xiu nodded, suddenly enlightened.
To him, the exchange competition mentioned by Zhang Panpan and Li Qingqing seemed like something similar to a high-level math competition.
Every school would send its best-performing students to compete together. Then there should be rewards for such an exchange competition, right? For example, cash prizes? Fang Xiu didn't care about which schools were participating.
He was more interested in the prize money. After all, in Fang Xiu's view, there was no way he could lose.
The champion of the exchange competition must be him. You only think about money all day.
Zhang Panpan complained unkindly. The exchange competition is a showdown between prestigious schools, a chance to win honor for number one high school. But despite her complaints, Zhang Panpan still told Fang Xiu that there was indeed prize money for the exchange competition. If he could achieve first place, the prize was about 200,000. The second place would get 100,000. The third place would get 50,000.
200,000? Fang Xiu's pupils dilated upon hearing this number.
Although he guessed there would be a prize, he still underestimated the prize pool of the exchange competition. In Fang Xiu's mind, competitions like this usually had a prize of about 30,000 to 50,000, which was already pretty good.
But this? 200,000. Doesn't this mean he could double the capacity of his beast space and let the aliens eat and eat?
At that time, wouldn't it be possible to increase the number of aliens to 3 digits? Just thinking about it made Fang Xiu feel excited.
Don't get too happy too soon.
Zhang Panpan poured a bucket of cold water on him, then pushed open the door to her office. Although number one high school is the best high school in Heching, the other schools aren't that bad. Despite half of the top 10 students in the city's middle school entrance exam entering number one high school. But the middle school exam mostly focuses on general knowledge courses.
Once students enter high school, those past general knowledge courses will no longer be the focus. Some students who were behind in general knowledge can easily catch up through beasts. Even Fang Xiu himself is a very good example. His middle school exam score was only 7th in the city. He was completely not comparable to Li Qingqing, who was the first.
So how did the mock exam go? Fang Xiu's score crushed Li Qingqing's directly. So you understand now?
Other schools could also have beast masters like you. Zhang Panpan patiently explained. Moreover, in the exchange competition, there won't be situations like you and Ma Ming, where everyone mindlessly releases all their beasts to fight. Based on the competition content from previous years, even in the combat stage, it's one-on-one.
Your advantage with the aliens won't be able to play out. However, Fang Xiu wasn't worried about this issue.
Even without considering the number, his aliens were enough to crush the other students' aliens.
It's fine, I'm confident. Fang Xiu remained composed.
Zhang Panpan just smiled at this, by the way. This time, the exchange competition will calculate rankings based on team scores.
Fang Xiu? Almost instinctively, Fang Xiu couldn't help but glance at Li Qingqing.
If he remembered correctly, Li Qingqing's beast seemed to be an unremarkable little gray bird. Although her mock exam score was good, she completely looked like a weakling.
This person wouldn't slow him down, right? Thinking of this, Fang Xiu couldn't help but frown.
Li Qingqing also read his worries from Fang Xiu's expression.
You don't think I'm going to slow you down, do you? It's not about me slowing you down, it's about our school. Fang Xiu gasped.
You. Li Qingqing immediately clenched her fists, wishing to punch Fang Xiu's sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. But thinking of Zhang Panpan being there, Li Qingqing still desperately restrained her displeasure.
You don't need to worry about that. I won't lose to anyone, including you. All right. Zhang Panpan shook her head.
They were both from class 2, and she thought their relationship would be good, but she didn't expect the tension between the two to be so thick.
You all don't need to worry too much. I've seen both of your beasts. Even compared to some senior students, they're not lacking. Especially Fang Xiu.
Your face-hugging bug has just parasitized Ma Ming's beast. It can be used as a trump card in battle. And Li Qingqing, your beast has a big advantage in speed, and your control over your beast is also very strong.
I'm not worried about the two of you.
As she spoke, Zhang Panpan pushed her gold-rimmed glasses and gave the two a high evaluation.
Fang Xiu immediately caught the key point of this statement.
Since she wasn't worried about him and Li Qingqing, it meant others were.
How many spots are there for this exchange competition? The two asked in unison.
4. Zhang Panpan held up 4 fingers. Besides you and Li Qingqing, there are also Zhang Shuren from class 3 and Chen Fan from class 6.
Chen Fan? Li Qingqing frowned. Why him?
Zhang Shuren made sense to her. In middle school, he was second to her in the general knowledge class. Despite not having good eyesight, he was strong in many areas. Participating in this exchange competition was no problem for him.
But Chen Fan. In her memory, he didn't even make it into the top 10.
His beast was ancient, but it wasn't particularly strong.
There should be new students better than Chen Fan in our school. Li Qingqing couldn't help but complain.
Well.
Zhang Panpan nodded.
If viewed from the beasts, Chen Fan was indeed not the strongest. However, his family was wealthy. Chen Fan's father said that if Chen Fan can participate in this exchange competition, he is willing to sponsor us.
So,
Chen Fan might be a weak link,
Zhang Panpan said seriously.
This meant that Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, and Zhang Shuren absolutely couldn't have any problems in this exchange competition.
Otherwise, it was very likely that they wouldn't win first place.
Also, our number 1 high school has consecutively won first place in the exchange competition for 3 sessions.
Zhang Panpan smiled as she spoke.
Damn Chen Fan.
Li Qingqing clenched her fists fiercely.
Isn't it just because his family has some dirty money? What's so impressive about that?
By the way, Chen Fan's dad also said that if you need any sponsorship for this exchange competition, you can just ask.
Zhang Panpan added.
Leave Chen Gongzi to me to take care of.
Fang Xiu replied with confidence.
Li Qingqing?
Chapter 34, Fang Xiu, the one who takes advantage of others.
Li Qingqing?
Li Qingqing looked at Fang Xiu with a puzzled expression.
Wait, aren't you usually so aloof? Fang Xiu, please be a little more reserved.
Li Qingqing said with irritation.
Chen Fan's family was indeed very wealthy. But as a beast master, how could one bow to money?
You're rich, so of course, your words don't come with any pressure.
Fang Xiu glanced at Li Qingqing.
Regardless of anything, Li Qingqing was a prominent figure in Heqing. Her background could easily be found online.
Her father's business was related to beast equipment.
Her mother was a cadre in the system. During her 3 years of high school as a beastmaster, she didn't have to worry about resources at all.
Her family could prepare everything for her perfectly. I was completely different.
My parents were ordinary workers, they had to pay off car loans and mortgages every month. My monthly living expenses were only 1,000.
That's why Heqing No. 1 High School was willing to provide free dorms for students who studied well. Otherwise, my living expenses would be tight.
If you're capable, if we win first place this time, you don't take the prize money, just give it to me.
Fang Xiu said seriously.
After all, Li Qingqing was proud, maybe she would really agree when she's excited.
Dream on.
However, Li Qingqing was not swayed by Fang Xiu's words, she just glared fiercely at him.
So, when will Chen Fan's family send the money? Fang Xiu ignored Li Qingqing and directly asked Zhang Panpan. Don't be so anxious. Although Zhang Panpan could understand Fang Xiu's feelings,
After all, the path of beast taming has always involved spending money, and sometimes he felt sorry for Fang Xiu for not having a good family.
I will ask Chen Fan to add you as a friend, you can contact him later.
With that, Zhang Panpan took out 2 forms from her desk drawer and handed them to Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing.
You two can fill these out first.
The inter-school exchange competition did not involve students with poor beast taming skills, but there were often students like Chen Fan, who had resources at home and weren't doing too poorly in grades.
So how should this be handled?
Naturally, the students apply to participate in the exchange competition themselves, and then the teachers review them. This way, even if a student with better exam scores gets eliminated, the teachers can still justify their decisions. Although your scores were better last time, a certain student's beast is more suitable for this competition. Our school absolutely does not engage in any shady operations.
Okay. Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing said in unison as they quickly filled out the forms and returned to their class.
During the next few classes, no one came to take Fang Xiu out. Even at noon when going to the cafeteria, Fang Xiu was not disturbed. Even his deskmate Shi Zhanhong unknowingly became Fang Xiu's little brother, continuously pestering him to treat him for lunch. With such a kind gesture, how could Fang Xiu refuse? He also took the opportunity to share some of his beast-taming insights with him.
Time quickly passed to the afternoon.
This was the first physical education class for the freshmen, and every student's eyes were filled with anticipation.
Even Fang Xiu was curious, would this world's gym class have a group of students fighting together?
However, whether it was because school had just started or for some other reason, Zhang Panpan's gym class began with the theory of beast taming. Of course. The students in class 2 still took notes very seriously. After 20 minutes, Zhang Panpan allowed everyone to enter their beast taming spaces for practice. Then, Zhang Panpan quickly walked over to Fang Xiu.
Take me along. Seeing this, Li Qingqing quickly followed. What's going on?
Shi Zhanhong asked, noticing the PE teacher and Li Qingqing crowding around Fang Xiu, both curious and unwilling to be left out.
Not much, my aberrant beast might mutate, so I asked Pan Pan to help me protect it. Fang Xiu smiled as he explained to Shi Zhanhong, want to come for a visit?
As soon as Zhang Panpan heard the word visit, her pupils instantly widened.
This guy Fang Xiu wouldn't possibly want to. No way.
Zhang Panpan shook her head slightly. After all, not every student at East City No. 1 high school comes from a wealthy family like Li Qingqing or Chen Fan.
Shi Zhanhong's parents were both ordinary white-collar workers. Although they belonged to the middle class, they couldn't be considered rich. All right. Shi Zhanhong nodded quickly.
Of course, it's not free, I'll just charge you $20. Fang Xiu's smiling lips were like a devil's grin, depicting the art of plucking feathers from a goose to perfection.
Fang Xiu? Li Qingqing? Wait, why do you charge him 20 while I charge 500? Zhang Panpan couldn't help but complain.
Exactly, why do we have to pay 500? That's unfair. Li Qingqing joined in the complaint.
Do you think he can come up with 500? Fang Xiu pointed at Shi Zhanhong and said as if it were a matter of fact. He had already done his homework.
The PE teacher at East City No. 1 high school was the one with the most benefits. Who knows how many gifts Chen Fan had given to Zhang Panpan. Li Qingqing's family background was even more impressive. She had over 20,000 in pocket money each week, a definite rich girl.
Who wouldn't want to get something for nothing?
Besides, Fang Xiu added, brother Panpan, sister Qingqing. The exchange competition is coming up, we are in this together.
If I shine brightly in the exchange competition, it would be the honor of our class too, right? Pay up.
While speaking, Fang Xiu took out the resource card. Let them directly transfer the money into their own cards.
All right. Zhang Panpan didn't say much more.
Just as Fang Xiu said, if they can achieve good results in this new student exchange competition, as a physical education teacher, she can also share in the glory.
Money is secondary. Performance is what truly matters.
Thinking of this, Zhang Panpan paid the money gladly. Li Qingqing felt unhappy, but she didn't want to argue with Fang Xiu over 500. However, as she paid, she glared fiercely at Fang Xiu. If looks could kill, she could definitely tear Fang Xiu to pieces. Only Shi Zhanghong looked completely confused. Seeing that Zhang Panpan and Li Qingqing had both paid, he could only obediently pay as well. Fang Xiu looked at the resource card in his hand, nodded with satisfaction, and then took out the beast space card, inviting Zhang Panpan and the others into his beast space. As the three of them pressed agree, a faint beam of light flickered from Fang Xiu's beast space card, quickly engulfing them. When Fang Xiu opened his eyes again, they had arrived at the entrance of the underground kingdom of the otherworldly beings.
Is this your beast space?
Li Qingqing stood at the entrance of the underground cave, peering inside.
A pitch-black environment where one couldn't see their fingers.
Strange hissing sounds continuously came from inside, making one's hairs stand on end.
Chapter 35 Zhang Panpan's Beast, Hellfire. Fang Xiu, what do you mean by guardian?
Shi Zhanhong had been shocked by Fang Xiu's otherworldly beings more than once. Now that he had the chance to visit the beast space, he certainly had no reason to miss it. But when he truly entered Fang Xiu's beast space and stood at the entrance of the otherworldly queen's underground kingdom, feeling the chill pouring out from inside and hearing the hissing noises, the hairs on his body stood on end. A bad premonition arose in his heart. Although he was a new student in his first year of high school and would search for learning materials online after school.
But when the mutation happened, did they still need guardians? He really wasn't sure about that. It means exactly that.
Zhang Panpan replied without thinking.
Fang Xiu's progress with his beasts is too exaggerated.
According to normal procedures, students at Huqing No. 1 high school would only come into contact with mutations after entering the second year. But Fang Xiu's face-hugging bug had the ability to parasitize and integrate beast genes.
It might cause the mutation to occur ahead of time. Anyway, the essence of the beast is an animal. They will see beast masters as their kind and bow down to them. This situation is similar to raising a dog. A good owner can train their dog to be very obedient. But
once they think you're not strong enough and can't take the initiative, their actions will become lazy, ignoring the Beastmaster's commands. In the worst-case scenario, they might even attack the Beastmaster. Based on these various relationships, Beastmasters and beasts must improve together. Although Fang Xiu's otherworldly being had a hive mind, it was still a phantom beast, without any prior examples to follow. To ensure that this process doesn't go awry, Zhang Panpan chose to act as the guardian.
I need to clarify. Although this exchange competition is very important, if your beast shows aggression, I will eliminate it right here. Zhang Panpan's voice turned cold.
Although she felt that Fang Xiu was a rare genius beastmaster, for safety's sake, if something needed to be discarded, it should be discarded.
Fang Xiu nodded.
Although he believed that his face-hugging bug would give birth to very powerful beasts after parasitizing Ma Ming's werewolf.
He didn't want a group that couldn't be raised.
If what Zhang Panpan said was true, it was better to resolve it early. Even without them, just with the otherworldly Triceratops, I will definitely win this exchange competition.
Fang Xiu thought secretly in his heart. The exchange competition, is it the new student exchange competition? Shi Zhanhong couldn't help but pause upon hearing this.
Although he was a freshman in the first year, he had heard of the new student exchange competition. Not to mention the chance to showcase one's beast companion, the prize money of over 10,000 was enough to make anyone's eyes turn green. But then he thought again, and Shi Zhanhong felt relieved in his heart. After all, Fang Xiu was the top newcomer. A 3-minute speed pass for the introductory exam. He was already touching what should be encountered in the second year. If they didn't let this genius beast master join the new student exchange competition, then who should go? Electric eel. Zhang Panpan immediately released her beast companion.
Several electric eels floated in mid-air, as if they were swimming freely. Once they entered the cave, their bodies emitted a blazing white light, illuminating the pitch-black cave as bright as day.
Li Qingqing looked around, carefully observing Fang Xiu's beast space. The underground cave space was quite exaggerated, with a height of at least 7 or 8 meters from the ground to the ceiling, spacious enough to rival the hall of a teaching building. However, the deeper she went, the more she could feel the chilling winds. If she didn't know that this was Fang Xiu's beast space, she would have definitely hesitated to enter. Hiss, Shi Zhanhong couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Although he knew Fang Xiu was the master here, and those strange forms would never act recklessly, he still felt a creeping dread inside.
After all, fear is the most primal emotion in the human heart. It cannot simply be changed by restraint.
However, Fang Xiu had long since accustomed to such an environment. Besides attending classes, he mostly stayed here.
Fang Xiu, can you sense the face-biting worm? Has it completed the parasitism yet?
Zhang Panpan asked after thinking for a moment.
Not yet. Fang Xiu shook his head.
Zhang Panpan replied, because she had been here once, she had a general understanding of the environment. To be prepared, she also released her beast companion.
Hellfire. Along with Zhang Panpan's low roar, a ball of green flame appeared in front of the four.
A wave of heat swept outward, driving back the chill that permeated the underground cave.
Then,
the spreading fire began to contract, like a tornado, sucking up rocks of all sizes from the cave walls, gathering them together.
Hands, feet, body, head.
In no time, a fire giant over 6 meters tall stood alive before them.
Fang Xiu? Shi Zhanhong gasped, ah?
Li Qingqing frowned slightly, a phantom beast type? When she first saw Zhang Panpan, she thought this physical education teacher was too young and doubted his teaching abilities. Even his name seemed somewhat comical to Li Qingqing. Why would a handsome guy in his 20s be called Panpan? It was only after witnessing Zhang Panpan's beast companion that Li Qingqing realized she had underestimated him.
Is this a beast companion? Fang Xiu blinked.
As far as he knew, so-called beast companions had to be living creatures. This thing of Zhang Panpan's hardly matched the definition of a living creature.
Who said beast companions must be living creatures?
Zhang Panpan raised her lips, smiling proudly. That's just because you students, both physically and mentally not strong enough, are made to use the most ordinary beast companions to train your abilities.
Only when you reach university, can you really enter the door.
Zhang Panpan said proudly. It had to be said, Zhang Panpan's beast companion really opened Fang Xiu's eyes. If it weren't for seeing it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have imagined that there would be such beast companions in this world.
Interesting. However, Fang Xiu felt even more curious in his heart. Could his face-biting worm parasitize Zhang Panpan's hellfire? He really wanted to give it a try. Follow him.
Zhang Panpan continued. And with each step that the hellfire took forward, the ground shook slightly.
Its power is truly immense.
At the same time, Fang Xiu felt he had made a huge profit this time. Not only did he have Zhang Panpan's hellfire to act as the guardian this time, he also received a tour fee. Zhang Panpan is truly a great teacher.
Most importantly,
he didn't know what other beasts Zhang Panpan could bring out.
Fang Xiu had a strong premonition in his heart.
This hellfire is not the most powerful beast in Zhang Panpan's hands. So, is university where the real entry begins?
Fang Xiu murmured to himself. Chapter 36, The Alien is Terrifying. Looking at Zhang Panpan's hellfire, Fang Xiu's heart was filled with hope for the future. He must get into the top 10. Before long, Fang Xiu and his group arrived deep in the underground cave.
The alien queen was still curled up with her legs, her body connected to a giant ovipositor, looking like she was sitting on a throne. Moreover, this alien queen's body was about 5 to 6 meters tall, even taller than Li Qingqing and the alien Triceratops that Shi Zhanghong had seen.
This is a beast?
Shi Zhanghong's eyes widened like cow's eyes, looking around in disbelief.
One could see facehugger eggs occasionally being spat out from the alien queen's ovipositor, densely packed like a square formation. If all these eggs were to hatch, the number of aliens could easily exceed 3 digits. No wonder Fong Xiu's aliens looked so overwhelming when he fought Ma Ming. This unreasonable breeding speed is the fundamental reason aliens are terrifying. Is this the gap between genius and ordinary people?
Shi Zhanghong felt his eyes turning red in an instant. If aliens keep developing like this, it seems Fong Xiu could be admitted to the top 10 without even taking the college entrance examination.
Not only Shi Zhanghong, but also Li Qingqing's pupils couldn't help but tremble. All along, she had been the top student in the eyes of teachers and classmates. Not only was her academic performance outstanding, but her journey with beasts was also very smooth. She was definitely a winner in life. But now, seeing Fong Xiu's alien army, she suddenly felt the gap. Who can compete with Fong Xiu? Isn't your alien breeding speed a bit too fast?
Zhang Panpan quickly identified the problem. Although aliens are silicon-based life forms, even a few days without food wouldn't have too much impact. The alien queen would consume a lot of energy when laying eggs. Additionally, being confined by the ovipositor's limitations, the alien queen couldn't move, so Fong Xiu's aliens had to take on the task of feeding the queen. The increasing number of aliens made this space here crowded.
Yes. Fong Xiu nodded.
It only takes 48 hours from facehugger parasitism to alien maturity. And the alien queen lays eggs every 2 to 3 hours.
In this alien race, the alien queen is undeniably a breeding machine.
At first, Fong Xiu was delighted. He thought as long as the alien race kept growing, he could become the strongest beast master. But after really raising them, he found that food and space all cost money.
This underground cave was still a result of Fong Xiu's expansion, having the size of a football field.
But even so, this space still felt too small for the continuously reproducing aliens.
Due to insufficient food resources, some aliens fell into hibernation to reduce energy consumption.
Hiss.
Zhang Panpan couldn't help but take a sharp breath, feeling her scalp tingle.
Such a huge scale, let alone Fong Xiu as an ordinary high school student, even this physical education teacher found it quite overwhelming.
However, thinking from another perspective, how many beast masters would be eager to cultivate an alien like this? It's hard for you as well.
Zhang Panpan felt the pressure Fong Xiu was under and couldn't help but pat his shoulder. If only he could have a family like Chen Fan's, Fong Xiu would truly be invincible. But alas, what a pity.
At that moment, the face-hugging parasite on the werewolf started to drop off.
It seemed that these werewolves were regaining their self-awareness and were crawling up from the ground one by one.
It's begun.
Fong Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly and exchanged the money he had just coaxed from Zhang Panpan and Li Qingqing for food, throwing it in front of the 5 werewolves. This, Shi Zhanghong was stunned at a single glance. Because Fong Xiu's way of feeding was very simple and crude, he had directly customized the food into pork. The quantity was so large it could even pile up into a small mountain. It's worth mentioning that when Fong Xiu first controlled beasts, he had resources provided by the school. The food he fed the mutants was live cattle and sheep. When he finally consumed all the resources allocated by the school and had to spend his own money, only then did Fong Xiu realize the waste issue.
1 pound of beef or mutton costs about 34.
Pork, on the other hand, is cheaper at only 11. If he had known, he should have fed the mutants pork from the very beginning.
What a miscalculation. Good grief, Fong Xiu, your mutants eat way too much, don't they? This food is enough to feed my beasts for half a month. Shi Zhanghong couldn't help but mock. Not just him, but Li Qingqing was also shocked. Fong Xiu, can you afford to raise so many mutants?
From initial shock, both of them couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Fong Xiu.
So now you know why I'm so poor, right? Fong Xiu smiled helplessly.
The food issue was secondary. Because my space has not been expanded, my mutant queen is very reluctant to have babies. While speaking, Fong Xiu didn't forget to glance at Zhang Panpan. The implication was, think of a way, Panpan. The pork Fong Xiu brought out was quickly devoured by the werewolves, even the bones were swallowed down.
Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanghong had a blank look on their faces. You call this little baby? Fong Xiu, here is 20,000.
Li Qingqing hesitated for a moment, then took out her resource card and transferred 20,000 to Fong Xiu. Although her beasts weren't that hungry, there were still many places that needed money. Plus, her family had limitations on her living expenses. Her pocket money wasn't much either. Fong Xiu was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Li Qingqing to be so generous. Well deserved of the beautiful and kind-hearted Lady Li.
Fong Xiu quickly bowed slightly. Don't forget what I told you. Just consider it an investment.
I hope one day you won't sabotage my plans. Li Qingqing said with a serious expression. At first, she had a bad attitude toward Fong Xiu, but there was no enmity between them, just her temporarily imbalanced mindset. After getting over it, she realized the fault wasn't Fang Xiu's.
It was a kind of compensation. Secondly, it was Fang Xiu's strength. He was the most talented beast Master Li Qingqing had ever seen. If he were to enter the top 10 in the future, she at least didn't want Fang Xiu to be her opponent. Your matter? Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow, then remembered what Li Qingqing had said. One day, I will defeat Chu Xinghe.
Don't worry, I'm on the same side as Lady Li.
Fang Xiu quickly regained his smile.
Although he had no real enmity with Chu Xinghe, the student council had tormented the students for long enough.
He didn't plan to conspire with Chu Xinghe.
Zhang Panpan quietly watched the conversation between Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing. A look of relief blossomed on her face.
Chapter 37, The Birth of Higher-Level Mutants.
Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing were not only the most powerful beast masters of Class 2 but also the hope for the upcoming college entrance examination for Yi Zhong. Zhang Panpan naturally hoped they could get along harmoniously and help each other. So, for the next part, Fang Xiu and the others waited in this beast control space for the mutants to burst forth from the werewolves' bodies.
Thinking of what Zhang Panpan said, Fang Xiu's heart felt a bit anxious. Although with Zhang Panpan's hellfire protecting me here, I shouldn't worry too much about safety.
But Fang Xiu looked at the werewolves, not to mention that he had already consumed several facehugger eggs to host them. The food given to them had almost drained the balance of his resource card. If it weren't for the 20,000 transferred to him by Li Qingqing, feeding them in the following days would have become a problem.
I absolutely cannot fail.
Fang Xiu thought silently to himself. And Fang Xiu also noticed that it wasn't just him who was anxiously waiting. The alien queen seemed to sense the alien babies inside the werewolves. Her production speed had also slowed down, her focus entirely on the werewolves. The alien triceratops and some male aliens appeared ready to act.
Is the alien queen feeling uneasy? Fang Xiu lifted his eyebrows.
According to the alien setting, the queen not only had a super high IQ of 175, but the fan-shaped crown on her head could also release special pheromones to sense the locations of all aliens and issue orders. Perhaps, the alien queen sensed something unusual from the aliens inside the werewolves' bellies.
Could it be that Zhang Panpan was right? Fang Xiu thought to himself.
Shi Zhanghong instinctively retreated to the corner of the underground cave. Even with Zhang Panpan and his hellfire, Shi Zhanghong still felt a chill in his heart.
A bad premonition arose in his heart. Li Qingqing was completely focused on the werewolves. Zhang Panpan directly issued orders to the hellfire. If aliens burst out from the werewolves and attack them, they would eliminate the threat immediately. Alien Triceratops, protect the queen. Fang Xiu hesitated for a moment.
With Zhang Panpan's hellfire on his side, he didn't have to worry too much.
But what if these aliens truly resisted his commands or even attacked the alien queen? That would be troublesome. As Fang Xiu gave the order, the alien Triceratops quickly walked in front of the alien queen, vigilantly staring at the werewolves. Fortunately, this wait did not last too long. Suddenly, one of the werewolves collapsed, its body twitching continuously, its expression twisted in agony.
A wail erupted from the werewolf's throat, and the intensity of its twitching increased. Li Qingqing and Zhang Panpan both became tense.
Splat!
Sharp claws ripped through the werewolf's abdomen, extending outward, blood splattering in all directions. Fang Xiu focused intently on that hand. Like other aliens, the one that incorporated the werewolf's genes still had the feature of being a bone package with flesh, the dark exoskeleton protecting its muscles. Plus, the werewolf's large size made the chestburster emerging from its abdomen around 1 meter 56 long.
And its hand was different from ordinary aliens.
Its hand was not only wider, but the knuckles were more finely detailed. Compared to other aliens, it looked more like a human hand.
Is it getting closer to being human? Fang Xiu thought to himself.
Soon, the alien that merged with the werewolf's genes drilled out from its body, shaking its head. Its head was shorter than the alien Triceratops, and its fully upright posture was much closer to being human rather than resembling a dinosaur. Its tail was shorter compared to other aliens, and there was an extra joint at the elbow.
To Fang Xiu, this alien looked like a skinless version of a werewolf.
Hiss, hiss, hiss.
However, this alien's vocal organ was the same as other aliens, still producing the hissing sound. It scanned Fang Xiu and the others.
Although there was no malice displayed, it still made Shi Zhanghong feel a chill.
Fang Xiu, Zhang Panpan became highly nervous.
He never dreamed that he would feel such great pressure in the beast master space of a high school freshman.
Can you command it?
Although this creature was still a minor, the sense of oppression it brought was extremely strong.
Sit down.
Fang Xiu cautiously commanded this creature.
However,
this creature did not act upon hearing Fang Xiu's words. Such an unusual scene even made the alien queen feel a sense of crisis. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hiss, hiss. The alien queen's emotions became somewhat agitated, constantly scolding this little guy that had just broken free from its chest in the alien language. No matter how you say it, in the alien queen's mind, Fang Xiu was the king of this world. Yet her own offspring dared to ignore the king's orders, which was simply a death sentence.
What's wrong? Li Qingqing noticed the situation and couldn't help but ask Fang Xiu.
Aliens are social creatures with a strict hierarchy.
The alien queen's orders are absolute. And as the alien king, I am the absolute among the absolutes. So this creature not following my command to sit down is undoubtedly challenging the authority of the alien queen.
Fang Xiu casually explained, feeling somewhat nervous inside. He could sense the uniqueness of this creature. Especially the joints on its elbows, which were organs not possessed by other aliens. This indicated that this creature had completed a higher level of evolution after absorbing werewolf genes.
If possible, Fang Xiu really didn't want Zhang Panpan's hellfire to take it down. Pan Pan, is there a way to enhance my power?
Fang Xiu suddenly remembered that Zhang Panpan once said if the beast master's power is too weak, the commands given would be ignored by the beast.
So, in reverse, as long as he became stronger, he could suppress the alien again, right? So, is there a way to make himself stronger? There is actually a method. Zhang Panpan hesitated slightly, but there were ways.
After all, human technology was very advanced, and methods to quickly enhance a beast master's mental strength had already been found.
However,
this method was not free.
And Fang Xiu's alien queen seemed to have suddenly lost patience.
Its fan-shaped crown then released pheromones, issuing commands to the male aliens present. In an instant, two 2-meter-tall aliens suddenly charged forward towards the alien that had walked out of the werewolf's body.
They imagined using strength to make it submit. However, just as these two aliens approached the werewolf alien, a black knife suddenly popped out from the joint on its elbow. Chapter 38, Mutation Skill? Gale Step? It wasn't until the alien queen ordered the two male aliens to charge at the werewolf alien that Fang Xiu understood what the joint on the werewolf alien's elbow was. He saw the werewolf alien's forearm slightly shake, and a black knife directly protruded from the joint, which was then grasped by this werewolf alien. Almost as an instinctive reaction, as soon as it grasped the black knife, it swept horizontally at the charging aliens. The next second, the werewolf alien directly flashed behind the two aliens, and accompanied by a flash of cold light, the two aliens were instantly bisected at the waist. Acidic blood splattered everywhere. Ah!
This sudden scene caught Fang Xiu completely off guard, and he instinctively blinked his starry eyes, unable to suppress a gasp. You must know that aliens are not only silicon-based lifeforms but also have a lifeform wrapped in bones and flesh.
Their exoskeletons are tougher than steel alloys. Yet they were sliced in half with one knife? How sharp could this werewolf alien's black knife be? Is this the power of mutation? Fang Xiu's starry eyes focused on the werewolf alien. It is impossible to say that I am not excited at all. After all, this werewolf alien is my familiar. Stop. Seeing those male aliens itching to rush over, Fang Xiu quickly ordered them to retreat. In his view, his werewolf alien might not necessarily have a rebellious bone.
Perhaps it was just newly birthed, still in a daze about this world.
Feeling hostility from those two male aliens, he was forced to retaliate. Wow, is this the familiar of Master Fang Xiu?
Shi Zhanhong, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. He had seen how powerful Fang Xiu's alien was, both in the mock examination video and in a short video showing an alien defeating a werewolf. Given various circumstances, Shi Zhanhong believed that Fang Xiu's alien was the strongest familiar among the new high school freshmen.
However,
such a terrifying familiar was actually taken down in one slash.
Unbeatable.
Shi Zhanhong's eyes widened like a cow's, and he couldn't help but feel a mix of envy and jealousy.
All being new high school freshmen, why were the familiars so different? So strong.
It wasn't just Shi Zhanhong, Li Qingqing also found it unbelievable and astonishing.
At the moment the werewolf alien struck, she couldn't even see its movements clearly. Is this really the strength that a high school freshman should have? Li Qingqing's mood was like a stormy sea, unable to calm down. Everyone be careful. However, Zhang Panpan's voice quickly pulled Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong back to reality. Teacher Zhang. Li Qingqing instinctively looked at Zhang Panpan. What should we do about Fang Xiu's familiar?
In her view, the alien that emerged from the werewolf's corpse had already surpassed Fang Xiu's control and had recklessly killed its kind. If left unchecked, not only would the aliens here face slaughter, but Fang Xiu might also be in danger. Although it was a pity to eliminate such a powerful familiar, there was no other choice. After all, Fang Xiu did not yet have the power to control such a strong familiar.
We can only. Zhang Panpan said, glancing at Fang Xiu. No matter what, this alien was Fang Xiu's familiar. Even if he understood the stakes, it wouldn't be easy for him to accept. We have to eliminate it here.
A glimmer of slaughterous intent shone in Zhang Panpan's eyes as she gave the order to Hellfire.
Wait, Pan Pan.
Fang Xiu didn't expect Zhang Panpan to act so quickly. He was startled and quickly waved his hands, asking her to wait. But who knew, Hellfire had already taken action. Hellfire charged toward the werewolf alien, its 5 fingers curled into a fist in the air, and with each step of its massive body, the entire underground cave trembled.
Before Hellfire, the werewolf alien seemed very small.
Fang Xiu, to hesitate when not decisive will only lead to chaos. Zhang Panpan had no intention of stopping, instead encouraging Fang Xiu.
But just when Hellfire's fist was about to strike down on the werewolf alien, it suddenly vanished.
The gigantic fist continued downward and eventually slammed into the ground.
Boom!
Accompanied by a tremendous sound, the entire underground cave began to shake violently. A green shock wave and heat wave swept in all directions. Li Qingqing and Zhang Panpan were even pushed back a few steps before stabilizing themselves. Hiss! Li Qingqing sucked in a breath, her heart filled with fright. On one hand, Zhang Panpan's Hellfire, with just a normal punch, created such an enormous shockwave, far greater than that of firearms. On the other hand, where had Fang Xiu's werewolf alien gone? Where did it go? Li Qingqing racked her brains and could not understand how this werewolf alien had evaded. Even when she looked around, she saw no trace of the werewolf monster. At the same time, a prompt sound from the Beastmaster space system rang in Fang Xiu's ears. Congratulations Beastmaster, the monster has mutated, gaining skill, stealth.
Fang Xiu was momentarily stunned. Mutation? And, a skill? Could it be?
In that moment, Fang Xiu suddenly understood.
His werewolf monster must have used stealth to evade the Hellfire's attack.
Swift step. Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow, thinking of a single-player game he had played before crossing over, called Warcraft. In that game, there was a hero unit called the Blade Master, and one of his skills, Swift Step, allowed him to enter a stealth state, increasing his movement speed. When attacking a target again, it would also expose the target. Although he didn't know what this stealth skill was, from its performance, Fang Xiu felt his werewolf monster seemed to have mastered a skill similar to Swift Step. Gone, Zhang Panpan frowned, a bad premonition rising in her heart. She never dreamed that Fang Xiu's monster could hide its tracks.
Fang Xiu is a first-year high school freshman, right? For a moment, Zhang Panpan couldn't help but question her life.
She was a teacher at Haching No. 1 High School, a proper university graduate. Logically speaking, dealing with a first-year high school freshman's beast should be as easy as an adult beating up kindergartners. Why did it feel like she was participating in a college beast competition?
This isn't scientific.
Even just as Zhang Panpan had this thought, the vanishing werewolf monster reappeared. It stood to the right of Hellfire, knees slightly bent, using all its strength to propel itself, wielding a black blade, aiming a chop at Hellfire's shoulder.
Boom!
The werewolf monster's black blade struck directly against Hellfire's arm, creating a deafening sound.
A terrifying shockwave spread outwards.
Seeing this, Zhang Panpan quickly shielded Li Qingqing behind herself to block the shockwave. The ceiling, walls, and floor of the entire underground cave were cracked by the impact. Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, Zhang Panpan, and Shi Zhanhong all held their breath at that moment, not daring to blink.
Hey, are you kidding me? Zhang Panpan soon exclaimed in amazement.
She saw the werewolf monster's black blade slowly embedding into Hellfire's arm. After a couple of breaths, the werewolf monster's black blade completely passed through Hellfire's arm, brutally severing it.
Boom! Hellfire's arm fell heavily to the ground. Ah! Shi Zhanhong's mouth gaped into a big O.
He never expected Fang Xiu's werewolf monster could actually overpower Zhang Panpan's Hellfire. After all, Zhang Panpan was not just any high school student. She was a physical education teacher. With nearly 10 years of beast taming experience. How could she be suppressed so thoroughly by someone who had only recently started beast taming? Isn't this just absurd? What kind of monster is Fang Xiu? Shi Zhanhong secretly glanced at Fang Xiu's side profile, gasping in shock. In fact, it wasn't just Shi Zhanhong, Li Qingqing also secretly wondered if she was dreaming. What kind of creature is Fang Xiu's monster?
Brother Pan Pan.
At this moment, Fang Xiu was the calmest one. He slowly spoke, "Let your Hellfire stop attacking."
Ah! Zhang Panpan was taken aback. What did you say?
Even though Hellfire had its arm chopped off by the werewolf monster, it wasn't a fatal injury. After all, Hellfire's core was fire. The fallen arm was just a stone that had been absorbed. Hellfire turned its body, and a group of green flames surged towards the ground. Roll up the fallen arm and reattach it. The werewolf mutant quickly stepped back, creating distance again.
Fang Xiu, I know you are reluctant to part with this beast, but
a disobedient beast will bring a lot of trouble. Not only will you be in danger, but your beast will also be harmed. As she spoke, Zhang Panpan subtly indicated the 2 mutants that had been bisected by the werewolf mutant. What's worse is that there are still 4 more mutants that haven't hatched.
If we don't resolve Fang Xiu's problem here, all of his hard work during this time may go to waste.
No, Brother Pan Pan, I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm telling you to stop, not out of reluctance. Fang Xiu said calmly.
Even though his body is just that of a high school freshman, his mind is that of an adult. You just said that as long as the Beast Master is strong enough, the beast won't resist its orders, right?
Fang Xiu countered Zhang Pan Pan. The two locked eyes. Zhang Pan Pan saw unprecedented determination in Fang Xiu's starry eyes. This guy isn't just bluffing. You. Zhang Pan Pan's gaze flickered with surprise.
This was the first time he had seen a student like Fang Xiu. First cultivating a rare phantom beast seed, then breeding frantically in just a few days. And now, he had even cultivated a mutated beast.
The key is Fang Xiu's mindset. He wasn't afraid because of the werewolf mutant's performance.
Perhaps.
Zhang Pan Pan looked at Fang Xiu, then at his werewolf mutant. After a brief hesitation, he still couldn't help but want to believe Fang Xiu. All right.
Finally, Zhang Pan Pan relaxed his tone, ordered Hellfire to stop, and had it step back a few steps.
I'm counting on you, Fang Xiu. In fact, Zhang Pan Pan was also feeling extremely excited. Although he knew there was some risk involved, what if? What if Fang Xiu could really suppress the werewolf's commands? What if he could make it acknowledge Fang Xiu as its beastmaster? Teacher Zhang, isn't this too dangerous? Li Qingqing felt it was unreasonable as she watched.
Although Fang Xiu's werewolf mutant was indeed excessively powerful, it is Fang Xiu who could cultivate such a beast that is the most critical presence. In other words, as long as Fang Xiu trains himself more, he will eventually be able to cultivate such a powerful beast again, and by that time, he won't have to bear the current risks. Fang Xiu is only a freshman, there is no need for him to take risks right now.
Fang Xiu.
We are only in the first year, even if we lose one or two beasts, it doesn't matter. By the time we reach the second year, I believe you can cultivate even stronger beasts, and by then you will be able to control them.
For a moment, Li Qingqing couldn't help but persuade Fang Xiu. But how could Fang Xiu give up the werewolf mutant here just because of Li Qingqing's words? Let alone the strength of the werewolf mutant. The most important thing is? This mutant was cultivated by me.
I gave them a chance to survive in this world.
I am their master. Fang Xiu said firmly.
In his view, this is not about making sacrifices or being impatient for success. He is the god of mutants. For a moment, even Li Qingqing was shocked by Fang Xiu's performance. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something but hesitated.
Teacher Zhang, is this possible?
Sure, Jihong did not expect the situation to develop to this point. He cautiously walked over, standing behind Zhang Pan Pan, unable to help but ask.
It's not impossible. Zhang Pan Pan thought for a moment. No matter how strong humans are, they can't engage in hand-to-hand combat with beasts.
So essentially, one must suppress their beast in the spiritual realm.
In other words,
some beasts will indeed resist their beast master. But that's because these beasts are unlike humans, they have no language, no characters, but they observe in detail.
The reactions of beast masters can reveal whether they are afraid of themselves. After all, fear is an emotion that all life possesses from the moment of birth. Once a beast discovers that its master is afraid, it will feel that its master is too weak. This is why there are events where beasts rebel against commands and even attack their masters.
What Fang Xiu needs to do is erase the fear of the werewolf aberration from his heart.
On a mental level, conquer the opponent.
Originally, Zhang Pan Pan thought this was impossible until he saw Fang Xiu's eyes. Those eyes did not resemble those of a high school student, they looked more like those of an adult.
Fang Xiu took one step after another towards the werewolf aberration. Have you had enough trouble?
Fang Xiu spoke in a deep voice, gazing at the werewolf aberration while exuding a powerful aura that pressed down on it.
The werewolf aberration stared back at Fang Xiu. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Chapter 40, 2 Skills from the Aberration? Fang Xiu scrutinized the werewolf aberration, stepping forward until he stopped less than 5 meters away.
Zhang Pan Pan, Li Qingqing, and Shi Zhanhong held their breath, not daring to blink as they watched Fang Xiu. Especially Zhang Pan Pan, although he chose to believe in Fang Xiu and looked forward to a miracle, he dared not take any risks.
Hellfire slowly approached Fang Xiu, itching to pounce on the werewolf aberration.
If the werewolf aberration made any excessive movements, it would attack immediately. Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong were extremely tense, beads of sweat forming on the latter's forehead. Li Qingqing kept repeating Fang Xiu's name in her heart.
Have you had enough trouble? Fang Xiu's voice was steady as he continued to stare at the werewolf aberration. Yet the werewolf aberration did not respond, it merely observed Fang Xiu.
It seemed, just as Zhang Pan Pan said, it was judging whether Fang Xiu would fear it. Suddenly, the werewolf aberration moved. It stepped forward, trying to shorten the distance between them, wanting to force Fang Xiu back.
If Fang Xiu showed any signs of retreat, it might launch a follow-up attack. But Fang Xiu knew very well. He had created the aberration. Without him, they would never have been born into this world. He is the god of aberrations. Not running away, but actually approaching me? Then why not come a little closer? Fang Xiu said coldly, stepping forward. In Fang Xiu's view, his actions were not reckless.
Aberrations are creatures of the swarm, their hierarchy deeply ingrained in their genes.
And while wolves are also social animals, a powerful wolf can challenge the wolf king. Fang Xiu thought this behavior might influence the judgment of the werewolf aberration.
However, the perfection of aberrations comes from their genes, which can suppress the genes being assimilated, making them aberrations rather than other species. Of course, these were merely Fang Xiu's guesses. He approached the werewolf aberration with careful calculations in mind. If the werewolf aberration really attacked him, Zhang Panpan's hellfire would eliminate it in an instant. In other words, Fang Xiu felt very confident. This confidence transformed into his aura. For a moment, it was the werewolf aberration that felt confused. Seeing Fang Xiu approaching, it actually became unsettled.
Put away your blade. Fang Xiu continued.
At that command, the werewolf aberration truly sheathed the black blade, slowly bending its knee and kneeling before Fang Xiu, lowering its head.
That guy, surrendered?
Shi Zhanhong rubbed his eyes, whispering in disbelief.
He thought the werewolf aberration would attack Fang Xiu. Unexpectedly, Fang Xiu actually suppressed the aberration with sheer aura. Moreover, he not only subdued it but also made it submit to him.
Li Qingqing also sighed in relief in her heart. Although Fang Xiu stealing her first place left her uneasy, she felt that Fang Xiu's temper was quite good after these past couple of days. It was very much to her liking. If possible, she didn't want Fang Xiu to give up this werewolf morph.
Teacher Zhang?
However, Li Qingqing still felt a bit uneasy as she turned to Zhang Panpan. Has Fang Xiu succeeded? But when she turned to Zhang Panpan, she suddenly noticed that Zhang Panpan's pupils were shaking wildly, and her mouth involuntarily gasped for cold air. She was shocked. Zhang Panpan was stunned by Fang Xiu's actions. It's truly unbelievable. Although Zhang Panpan gave Fang Xiu a chance to try, in her heart, she did not believe Fang Xiu could succeed. Because this werewolf morph had already exceeded Fang Xiu's beast mastery level. Typically, by the second year of high school, one would only start to come into contact with mutations. In Zhang Panpan's view, a beast like the werewolf morph was even stronger than some third-year students' beasts. With a beast of this level, it could go take the college entrance examination right now. Even if it couldn't get into the top 10, 985, or 211, getting into an ordinary undergraduate program would be a piece of cake. It's simply extraordinary and hard to believe. Though my teaching career has not been long, I have been in school for over 10 years and have seen many talents. But someone like Fang Xiu, I have never seen before. After the shock, Zhang Panpan's heart filled with joy. She felt happy for Fang Xiu. Very good. Fang Xiu looked at the completely submissive werewolf morph and nodded in satisfaction. However, at that moment, 4 other morphs burst out from the werewolf's chest. Blood splattered everywhere, and a chilling hiss echoed in the underground cave. Shi Zhanghong and Li Qingqing, who had just managed to relax their nerves, tensed up again.
Oh no! I almost forgot, Fang Xiu has 5 beasts.
Shi Zhanghong's face immediately turned as pale as paper, and he hurriedly hid behind Zhang Panpan.
Just one werewolf morph had already put them on edge.
Now that 4 more appeared, it truly frightened Shi Zhanghong.
Teacher Zhang.
Li Qingqing, with great worry, stared at the 4 creatures emerging. But who knew, these 4 morphs did not ignore Fang Xiu's orders like the first one, but instead, they knelt on one knee, pledging their loyalty to Fang Xiu. Congratulations to student Fang Xiu for completing the mutation.
Your morph has gained a new skill, synchronize. Synchronize? Fang Xiu raised his brow, not quite understanding the meaning of synchronize.
But when he instinctively murmured synchronize, the 4 kneeling morphs were suddenly pulled up by a force. They quickly left the ground, flying up like kites with broken strings. And the direction they flew towards was exactly where the first werewolf morph was.
What is going on?
Shi Zhanghong was startled by this scene, thinking something strange had happened again, and instinctively clung to Zhang Panpan's arm. He looked as if he might fall apart if he let go. He even regretted coming to Fang Xiu's beast space. These morphs were too frightening.
Teacher Zhang, what is happening now?
Li Qingqing also looked puzzled, but at least she was not as flustered as Shi Zhanghong.
It's a skill of the mutation.
Zhang Panpan inhaled another breath of cold air. She realized this was Fang Xiu's morph that had gained a skill during the mutation process.
But is this reasonable?
Normal mutations only change the form of the beast. Only in very few cases would a beast gain skills during a mutation. And, that earlier disappearance of the morph should have used a skill.
Fang Xiu's morph has mutated into 2 skills? What a joke. Chapter 41. I feel terrifyingly strong.
Hiss. Zheng Panpan looked at Feng Xiu. The more she looked, the more she felt this guy was truly extraordinary. Not only did he manage to make such beasts submit to him, but he also transformed and gained 2 skills. Feng Xiu naturally didn't know what Zheng Panpan was thinking. His entire focus was on his own alien form.
He saw the 4 aliens flying over, emanating a faint glow. His body seemed to transform into liquid, entering the body of the first werewolf alien. As the light disappeared, the 4 aliens also vanished without a trace. Feng Xiu was momentarily stunned. 5 into 1? What kind of synchronous skill is this? My 5 aliens turned into 1 alien? Isn't that a loss? Feng Xiu couldn't accept this. He hesitated for a moment and tentatively muttered, separation?
As his voice fell, the werewolf alien in front of him began to shake rapidly. What was even more unexpected was that the shaking was not the body moving. It resembled a phone screen shaking due to poor signal.
The next second,
4 aliens split from the body of this werewolf alien, landing in 4 directions: front, back, left, and right. A hint of joy flashed in Feng Xiu's eyes.
Could it be?
A bold idea arose in Feng Xiu's heart.
Synchronization.
As soon as he spoke, the separated aliens resynchronized into 1 entity.
Separation. Synchronization.
Feng Xiu tried several times, and each time he could make the werewolf alien split and synchronize.
Isn't this just a mirror image?
For a moment, Feng Xiu thought again of the hero unit Blade Master in Warcraft 3.
Stealth corresponding to wind walk. Synchronous separation corresponding to mirror image. Could it be that this werewolf alien developed to a certain level and could also unleash Bladestorm?
Feng Xiu, how did you do that? Sure, Jihong didn't understand what had happened, but he felt Feng Xiu's alien was simply awesome. Li Qingqing also curiously examined Feng Xiu's beast.
Brother Panpan.
Seeing his alien was no longer a threat, Feng Xiu returned to Zheng Panpan's side and asked with great curiosity.
Does every beast gain skills when they mutate?
Because Feng Xiu remembered that when Ma Ming battled with him, he seemed not to use any skills.
Not necessarily.
Zheng Panpan shook his head.
Most beasts only change form during mutation, making them more suitable for battle.
Their strength and speed will all see significant improvement.
Only a very small number of beasts will gain skills during the mutation process.
Of course, when we say skills, they look more like some kind of superpower.
Whether it's the werewolf alien's concealment or synchronous separation, these can't be easily explained by science. In fact, mutation and skills have always been a research direction for scientists. It's just a pity that humanity currently can't answer questions in this area.
All that can be known is that only a very small number of genius beast masters can make their beasts produce skills during mutation.
Of course.
Although most beasts do not acquire innate skills, they can rely on their own and their beast master's efforts to create skills later on.
Feng Xiu nodded in sudden realization.
But he still didn't quite understand why his alien had developed skills similar to the Blade Master from Warcraft.
Could it be that beast skills are related to the beast master's perception? Brother Panpan, will a beast's skills be related to the beast master's understanding? For example, if I subconsciously hope my beast gains a certain skill, could it possibly be born?
Feng Xiu inquired. Sure, Jihong and Li Qingqing quickly took note of this question as a key point of knowledge.
There really is such a possibility.
Zheng Panpan nodded. This theory was not something Feng Xiu was the first to propose. Previously, beast control scientists recognized that the skills of transformed beasts might very well reflect the inner workings of beast controllers.
Or perhaps it is the manifestation of mental energy. But there is also one question.
If it really relies on subconsciousness, inner reflection, and mental energy to grant skills to beasts,
then why is it that only a very small number of beast controllers can make their beasts gain innate skills?
Although some have tried to answer, this question feels like it's digging into a dead end. It's hard to propose a hypothesis that can convince others. As time goes by, no one can figure out the key to innate skills.
But Zheng Panpan took a deep breath. Even though this hypothesis lacks scientific support, I actually believe it is true.
Because my beast has also given birth to innate skills, and that skill was something I always wanted to have as a child.
What is it?
Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong asked in unison, their eyes sparkling with curiosity.
Bang! Bang!
Yet, Zheng Panpan directly flicked the foreheads of both of them, and her expression seemed to say, don't poke around. Feng Xiu, however, stood thoughtfully in place.
In other words, my mutant can manifest skills from my innermost memories? That's why I got Gale Steps and Mirror Clone? And also, because this world doesn't have a game like Warcraft, my beast space doesn't know the correct term for Gale Steps and calls it stealth instead?
Feng Xiu pondered in his heart. When he played Warcraft before, the Sword Master was indeed his favorite hero.
After all, which boy wouldn't like such a powerful warrior? Wait a minute. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu couldn't help but look back at the mutant queen.
If the skills of the sword master could appear in this world,
then Sharingan would release Birth of the Trees, Godly Transformation, Smash Voluto. Holy crap! In an instant, Fang Xiu couldn't help but marvel in his heart. He was a traveler, a modern person.
The things he knew, placed in this world, could simply be a crushing defeat. The already powerful and immortal silicon-based life forms, combined with those super abnormal abilities.
Just thinking about it made Fang Xiu feel terrified. Fang Xiu? Fang Xiu? Seeing that Fang Xiu seemed a bit distracted, Li Qingqing couldn't help but raise her voice repeatedly. Are you okay? No, no problem. Fang Xiu shook his head. I just feel frighteningly powerful right now. I really want to fight the student council again.
For a moment, Fang Xiu wished he could take on the whole student council and let his parasite monster crazily infest their beasts.
God knows what kind of skills his mutant would give birth to next time due to an anomaly. Chapter 42, Methods of Transformation and Credits. Stealth should be renamed Gale Steps, and the synchronizing name should be Mirror Clone. Fang Xiu ordered the Beast Space System.
After all, stealth and synchronization sounded a bit odd, so Fang Xiu decided to modify it.
Skill renaming completed. The system's feedback was quick.
Gale Steps and Mirror Clone sound a bit cool, Shi Zhanhong said with envy.
When would his beast be able to transform and develop skills?
Fang Xiu, you can also design a name for this beast. Zhang Panpan was very happy to see Fang Xiu completely tame the mutant. In her eyes, mutant is a collective term for a race. Just like all dogs are called dogs, but as pet dogs, they can often have names like Lucky, Little Black, and Eat Nanny. As the most powerful individual in the mutant group, it completely deserves Fang Xiu to give it a unique name.
A name? Fang Xiu hadn't thought about this issue in detail.
When he parasitized the Triceratops before, he simply combined mutant and Triceratops and called it Mutant Triceratops. Then let's call it the Shapeshifting Sword Saint.
Fang Xiu thought for a few seconds and simply named his transformation the Sword Saint. Sword Saint?
Li Qingqing was instantly taken aback. That's really quite childish. While mocking, Li Qingqing also took a look at Fang Xiu's beast. Although this beast was indeed terrifyingly strong, calling it Sword Saint.
How could he be so bold? Shapeshifting Sword Saint?
Shi Zhanhong's eyes lit up, thinking that Fang Xiu was simply a genius at naming. Shapeshifting Sword Saint, Gale Steps, Mirror Clone, all felt like very domineering names. Zhang Panpan just smiled at this. In terms of childishness, his hellfire wasn't much stronger than Shapeshifting Sword Saint. By the way, Panpan, Fang Xiu thought for a moment. Although the Shapeshifting Sword Saint evolved from the werewolf that parasitized Ma Ming, in Fang Xiu's heart, the Shapeshifting Queen was the most powerful.
If it underwent a transformation, he didn't know what kind of skills might be born. What should I do if I want to transform the Shapeshifting Queen? Shapeshifting Queen?
Zhang Panpan glanced at Fang Xiu's Shapeshifting Queen. As long as you have enough credits, you can choose to transform.
Credits? Fang Xiu was taken aback. He thought transformation only required money.
Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong also leaned in, all ears. Although this knowledge would be taught by a teacher in their second year, as top students at Huqing No. 1 High School, how could they miss the opportunity to gain knowledge?
That's right.
Generally speaking, if you don't arrive late or leave early, if your midterm and final exam scores are good, and if you don't cause any trouble during school,
you can earn enough credits in the second year to choose a transformation. Zhang Panpan explained. Didn't Ma Ming complete his transformation in the second semester of his first year? How did he do it? Fang Xiu hurriedly asked. Since Ma Ming could transform early, it showed there was a way to manipulate credits. Extra credits. Zhang Panpan knew Fang Xiu would ask this, and he hoped for it. As a beast master, if one doesn't strive, what's the point of being a beast master? It's better to graduate early and find a good class. Extra credits? Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing said in unison. That's right. Extra credits are a reward system at Huqing No. 1 High School. For example, participating in competitions or doing good deeds in society can earn you credit rewards. Like this time's freshman exchange competition, if you achieve good results, the school will reward you with credits. Zhang Panpan paused for a moment before continuing. Don't underestimate these credits. Besides allowing you to choose a transformation, you can customize equipment for your beasts with them, or even exchange for various beast resources, cash, etc. And to choose a transformation, you need to accumulate 100 credits. If you really achieve first place in the freshman exchange competition, that's 10 credits. Second place also has 5 credits. Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing exchanged glances. They initially thought the freshman exchange competition was just a way to make money, but they didn't expect there were credits to gain as well. For a moment, both couldn't help but smile knowingly, already prepared to shine in the freshman exchange competition. However, the light in Zhan Hong's eyes quickly dimmed.
With his results, he naturally had no chance to participate in the freshman exchange competition. Not just the freshman exchange competition, but other competitive events were probably also difficult for him to have a chance.
But, can you really earn credits for doing good deeds? If such things happen off campus, isn't there a risk of someone faking it? Fang Xiu hadn't considered that doing good deeds could also count.
After all, in his original world, the term doing good deeds had almost become a derogatory term.
It's not that easy.
Zhang Panpan couldn't help but chuckle. Now the streets are full of surveillance cameras, and whether two people have intersected or know each other can be easily checked.
As for why universities have such a system,
perhaps it is also to establish a good atmosphere. I personally think there is nothing wrong with this. When you do good deeds, you should be rewarded. Only in this way can more people be willing to lend a helping hand. Doing good, but getting no reward at all, is what is truly wrong. Of course, this is just my personal opinion, there is no need to agree with my viewpoint. Although Zhang Panpan had his own sense of right and wrong, he did not demand others to agree with him. Fang Xiu, however, nodded thoughtfully and then looked towards his shape-shifting queen.
Now that they knew the method of transformation, the next step was to accumulate credits. And so,
Fang Xiu took out the beast space and returned to the real world with Zhang Panpan and the others. Other classmates also gradually came out from their own beast spaces. Under Zhang Panpan's guidance, their beast efficiency significantly improved. Zhang Panpan did not favor anyone, and in the following time, he visited each classmate's beast space one by one to provide personal guidance. Unknowingly, Zhang Panpan's physical education class came to an end.
When Fang Xiu and the others returned to class, Zhang Panpan also went back to his office.
However, just as he climbed the stairs and reached his office floor, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. The visitor was none other than the Class 2 head teacher, Zhang Yu. He originally planned to find Zhang Panpan during physical education class, but felt it would disturb the students.
After weighing it, he came to wait at Zhang Panpan's office door for his return. Is there something you need, Teacher Zhang?
While asking, Zhang Panpan strode quickly towards Zhang Yu.
Chapter 43, Zhang Yu is shocked again. What is genius?
Zhang Panpan had little interaction with Zhang Yu, and now seeing him waiting at his office door, the only thing he could think of was Fang Xiu.
Did you come here about Fang Xiu? Zhang Panpan smiled.
As the strongest freshman of Huqing No. 1 High School, Fang Xiu's name had already spread to every teacher's ears. As the head teacher of Class 2, Zhang Yu naturally couldn't be indifferent to Fang Xiu's matters.
Yes. Zhang Yu nodded seriously. You have heard about it, right? Fang Xiu had a conflict with Ma Ming from the student council.
Although that guy Ma Ming has no background, this matter has indeed involved the student council.
I'm worried the student council might be unfavorable towards Fang Xiu. Also,
in addition to worrying about the student council causing trouble for Fang Xiu, Zhang Yu was also concerned about another matter.
That was Fang Xiu's beast.
He, Zhang Panpan, and Li Guosheng had all been to Fang Xiu's beast space. Besides knowing that shapeshifters are silicon-based life forms, he also knew that the facehugger can parasitize others' beasts and assimilate their genes.
Chen Fan's Triceratops is a perfect example. But Ma Ming's beast had already been mutated. Although it wasn't as abnormal as Fang Xiu's, it had at least consumed some resources from the student council. His beast was not ordinary. Given various relationships, Zhang Yu worried that Fang Xiu would be overly eager for quick success and lose control over his shapeshifter. Ha ha ha. Zhang Panpan understood Zhang Yu's feelings but couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing about?
Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback. He was seriously discussing this matter with him.
How could he still laugh?
Fang Xiu was also his student. If something really happened, he was also partly responsible as the physical education teacher.
Teacher Zhang, you are overthinking it.
In the recent physical education class, Fang Xiu's facehugger successfully completed its parasitism, and the resulting shapeshifter has also undergone mutation. As he spoke, Zhang Panpan could barely contain a smile.
Ha? What did you say? Zhang Yu blinked. Really?
Generally speaking, you can only accumulate enough credits for transformation choices by the second year.
Even with extra credits, the fastest would have to wait until the second semester of sophomore year.
The reason the school does this is first to cultivate students' competitive spirit. Only in this way can beast tamers continue to grow stronger. Secondly, there are risks with mutation. If a beast tamer's mindset isn't strong enough, it can cause their beast to go out of control and, in severe cases, even harm the tamer themselves.
That's why the school doesn't dare let freshmen easily attempt mutation. As a result, Pan said that Fang Xiu's beast forcibly mutated through parasitism? Doesn't that mean Fang Xiu's beast directly leveled up several ranks? You can't be saying Fang Xiu controlled the mutated creature?
Zhang Yu gasped, his pupils shaking wildly. Although he wasn't a gym teacher, he had been a homeroom teacher for a few years and understood mutations quite well.
A freshman, not even a month into school, completed a mutation? Who would actually believe this if it were said out loud? Not only that.
Zhang Panpan smiled and shook her head. Fang Xiu's mutated form even awakened 2 skills.
What? As soon as this was said, Zhang Yu stood there dumbfounded.
Just being able to control a mutated beast was already an incredible feat. Yet, Zhang Panpan said that it was more than just control.
His mutated form also gained 2 skills? What kind of joke is this? Is Fang Xiu even human? This is simply a monster.
Honestly, even though I haven't been a teacher for long, I've been in school for over 10 years, especially at our university, where we never lack geniuses. Zhang Panpan pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, but among all the geniuses I've heard of, none can compare to Fang Xiu. He is a natural top talent.
Even
his future achievements might shake the world. As she spoke these words, Zhang Panpan's tone revealed a strong pride.
No matter what, she had been a teacher who helped Fang Xiu. If Fang Xiu ever leaves a mark in history, she might also get remembered a little. To be honest, I feel like I'm witnessing a legend.
At this point, Zhang Yu's mouth dropped open in a big O. He wanted to say something, but at that moment, words felt powerless.
He wasn't oblivious to Fang Xiu's talent.
On his first attempt at beast taming, he created a phantom beast species. In his first time taking a preliminary exam, he broke the record of Huqing No. 1 high school. In his teaching career, he had never seen such a student.
But in less than a month of school, he managed to mutate his beast successfully and awaken 2 skills?
Hiss. Zhang Yu was dazed for a long time, feeling dry-mouthed before he gasped in shock. Don't worry, Teacher Zhang, although I don't know much about the student council's situation, I believe someone like Fang Xiu will be able to solve this problem. Zhang Panpan continued to reassure Zhang Yu. He had heard some rumors about how dominant the student council at Huqing No. 1 high school was.
However, in his opinion, unless the student council's president or vice president personally intervened. Otherwise, those few department heads shouldn't be able to handle Fang Xiu.
And right now, the student council president Ma Wanfeng and vice president Wu Mingjian were busy with their senior year, dealing with college entrance exams.
They probably didn't have the energy to deal with Fang Xiu.
Of course. The premise was that Fang Xiu doesn't cause any more trouble.
Zhang Yu nodded, that's true.
When soldiers come, I will fight, when water floods, I will block. With such a good talent like Fang Xiu, I don't believe the student council really dares to do anything to him.
Zhang Yu made up his mind.
In the past, when his students were oppressed by the student council, he had kept silent out of respect for Chu Xinghe's dominance. But this time, for Fang Xiu, he would stand up to them.
Meanwhile,
at the student council activity room,
Qian Feng arrived at the activity room door with a dark face.
Even the hand knocking on the door was trembling. This time, not only did I fail to deal with Fang Xiu, but I was also slapped in the face by a freshman from the first-year class.
What's worse, this incident has gone viral on short video platforms. Come in.
Hearing the voice from inside the activity room, Qian Feng nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva.
Wu Ge.
Qian Feng forced a smile on his face, his voice barely a whisper. He stood at the door, glancing at the situation in the classroom with the corner of his eye. How many times have I told you, when you're at school, you need to address by title? The person called Wu Ge was sitting in a corner of the activity room, holding a book titled Postpartum Care for Beast Masters.
This person was none other than Wu Mingjian, the vice president of the student council for this year. He was also the 4th strongest at Huqing First High School. Chapter 44, Freshman Exchange Competition.
In the following days, no one from the student council came to find Fang Xiu. His school life returned to normal, a simple routine of going to school and then retreating to his Beastmaster space to train his beasts. Especially after receiving the sponsorship from Li Qingqing, the pressure of feeding his beasts was relieved. The alien sword saint, under his care, had also reached adulthood. Not only did it grow to a height of 4 meters, but its movements also became more agile. Just standing still was enough to create a strong sense of oppression.
Fang Xiu was full of confidence for the upcoming freshman exchange competition.
That was until a week later when the PE teacher, Zhang Panpan, came to his classroom door.
Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, come out for a moment.
Yes.
Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing spoke in unison, then stood up from their seats, nodded to the general studies teacher, and left the classroom. Watching Fang Xiu's back as he left, Shi Zhanhong felt a deep envy. The freshman exchange competition, do we still have classes? After entering the corridor, Fang Xiu asked curiously. He had thought that the freshman exchange competition would be like a sports meet from his original world. The classmates would be free to move around and watch the competition. But he didn't expect. The freshman exchange competition neither had a holiday nor allowed students to spectate. Well, Zhang Panpan adjusted his glasses, after all, losing face is a little for the losers.
No matter how you look at it, the freshman exchange competition concerned the school's reputation. If it were held within the school, wouldn't that be like a public execution? To protect the reputation of these schools, every year's freshman exchange competition is held at the Beastmaster Sports Arena in the city. And since 3 of the 4 students participating in the competition were Zhang Panpan's own students, the school allowed him to lead Fang Xiu and the others to the arena. You seem like a caveman. Li Qingqing couldn't help but tease Fang Xiu. Although it was their first time participating in the freshman exchange competition, this competition was considered one of Cheng's signature events. Fang Xiu knew nothing about the procedures at all. He was clearly a top student. Well, Fang Xiu shrugged, I spend all my time training beasts, so I don't pay much attention to these things. He had crossed over from another world and didn't have many memories of his previous life, so how could he have channels to learn about such matters? Besides, these trivial details, did they really need to ask about online? The school arranges it, and I just follow. After saying this, Li Qingqing was a little stunned. Though she wanted to say something to refute Fang Xiu, she couldn't argue when all of Fang Xiu's beasts suddenly grew intense. Bang, bang. Fortunately, Zhang Panpan knocked on Class 3's door even faster, calling Zhang Shuren, who was participating in the freshman exchange competition, out of the classroom. Hello, Teacher Zhang. Zhang Shuren appeared wearing a blue windbreaker and brown-green work pants, looking very trendy. Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing. Noticing Fang Xiu following beside Zhang Panpan, Li Qingqing greeted him enthusiastically. However, Zhang Shuren's gaze was mostly focused on Li Qingqing, even addressing her in a more familiar way. Li Qingqing crossed her arms, clearly unimpressed. You two know each other? Fang Xiu asked, a little curious. Not just know each other. Zhang Shuren chuckled awkwardly, during middle school, I was always overshadowed by classmate Qingqing. They even called me Zhang Lar, ha ha ha. Hearing the nickname Zhang Lar almost made Fang Xiu laugh out loud. But thinking about it, it was true. Since Li Qingqing was always first, this guy could only be the eternal second. It's okay, Zhang, in our school, no one will consider you as second. Fang Xiu smiled and deliberately glanced at Li Qingqing. You. Li Qingqing shot a fierce glare at Fang Xiu. Zhang Shuren pushed up his glasses, a hint of a wry smile appearing. Yes, I thought in high school, I could rely on my beast control to surpass Qingqing, but then I found out. Not only am I overshadowed by classmate Qingqing, but now I'm also overshadowed by classmate Fang Xiu. Zhang Shuren studied hard and trained his beasts desperately, hoping to turn the tables in high school and become the top student everyone admired. But when he saw Fang Xiu's unique beast, he instantly felt disheartened. He truly understood the saying that there's always someone better out there. Zhang Panpan didn't interrupt them, just led the way ahead. After all, these freshman exchange events included team competitions. Letting Fang Xiu and the others get to know each other couldn't hurt. Later, Zhang Panpan took people to Class 6, called out Chen Fan, and then left the classroom building, driving to the Beast Control Stadium in the city center. However, what Fang Xiu didn't expect was, when he heard Zhang Panpan say that the losers would feel embarrassed, he thought the freshman exchange matches would be small in scale. Aside from the leaders of various schools, the Beast Control Stadium had no other spectators. But who would have thought? When Fang Xiu entered the Beast Control Stadium, he realized the space was incredibly vast, at least as large as 4 football fields combined. In fact, the audience seats were also filled with people. Pan, are you sure this arrangement will allow the losers to save face? Fang Xiu couldn't help but complain. This clearly would be more embarrassing. Well, it's much better than having students from their own school see their newcomers fail repeatedly. Plus, this way, it can bring revenue to the school. Zhang Panpan didn't think much of it. Revenue? Fang Xiu instantly grasped the main point. Worrying about losing face? These guys just wanted to make money. It also made sense, if they invited their own students to watch, could they charge for tickets? Even if they charged, how much could they collect? If they set ticket prices at 500 or 1,000, those parents would definitely complain together. This school is tricking people into spending. But if it were outsiders? Then it wouldn't matter, nobody forced you to buy a ticket. It seems that although classmate Fang Xiu's beast is very powerful, he seems completely clueless about worldly affairs. Ever since being defeated by Fang Xiu, Chen Fan admired him immensely. Now, seeing Fang Xiu again, Chen Fan's attitude towards him was also full of respect. For the tickets to this freshman exchange competition, they are priced at 3,000, 5,000, and 10,000. That's just the school's quotation. In reality, tickets are extremely hard to get. Do you see that corner over there? Chen Fan said, pointing at a corner position. The ticket price there has skyrocketed to 8,000 each. Ah? So expensive? Fang Xiu was taken aback. One ticket costs 8,000? Of course, this freshman exchange competition at Huqing No. 1 High School happens only once a year. If even that kind of seat can be hiked to 8,000, then how much more for a good one?
Isn't it going to cost tens of thousands?
Fang Xiu was truly surprised. He never expected such a big fuss for a freshman exchange competition. When it comes to raising money, it's that group of guys who excel.
Not just that. Zhang Shuren smiled. Last year this incident even made the news on Huqing TV.
A few security guards bought tickets for the freshman exchange competition. The audience thought they were scalpers. Little did they know, once inside, they were taken backstage and made to impersonate security guards. It was only at the end of the event that everyone realized there were over 200 security guards in the Beast Master Stadium.
Fang Xiu couldn't help but turn serious.
But upon further thought, it was not hard to understand. After all, they were battling using beasts, a truly brutal showdown.
Attracting attention was only natural.
However, the ticket prices were still too high.
Pan, as participants in the freshman exchange competition, don't we get any benefits? Like family tickets, half-price tickets, and so on? For a moment, Fang Xiu felt a little tempted. If he could get tickets and sell them, wouldn't he be making a fortune? Don't even think about it.
Zhang Pan glanced at Fang Xiu. I don't even have any.
Besides, it's not encouraged. Do you think scalpers are good people?
They'll get caught. I firmly oppose such behavior. Zhang Pan said it with conviction, but was met with a roll of the eyes from Zhang Shuren. Though he said nothing, that eye roll seemed to mock, suggesting she was only stating that because she didn't have a ticket herself.
However, this little episode quickly ended, and under Zhang Pan's lead, Fang Xiu and the others soon arrived backstage.
Other schools' teachers and participating freshmen were also resting here.
Unlike Huqing Yizhong, these freshmen were all in neat uniforms, looking quite united.
Among them, the 4 freshmen from Yucai High School all had shaved heads. Fang Xiu, you must be curious why Yucai students all have shaved heads. Chen Fan leaned closer to Fang Xiu and whispered.
You know? Fang Xiu glanced at Chen Fan.
Then he recalled how Chen Fan had troubled him at the cafeteria door. He felt that this guy had really changed. I still liked your rebellious spirit.
Yeah.
Chen Fan nodded. There are 4 schools participating in this freshman exchange competition. Among them, Yizhong, Sunzhong, and Bazhong are all key high schools in Huqing.
Only this Yucai High School is a privately run institution.
The principal who founded Yucai High School, named Lu Zilong, is over 100 years old. When he was young, he was not only the principal of the Qingpu Military Academy, but supposedly also fought in a war.
Fang Xiu?
In fact, after crossing into this world, Fang Xiu had also searched online for the rough history and cultural background of this world. In the 1930s, the neighboring Sakura country waged a beast master war to seize resources from the beasts. Although they ultimately suffered defeat, they killed many beast masters from our side. Even today, after nearly 90 years, the competition between beast masters from both countries is still quite intense. Now hearing that the principal of Yucai had a background in Qingpu Military Academy and participated in the beast master war,
Fang Xiu instantly understood why all Yucai students had shaved heads. Wow, the principal of Yucai is treating his high school like a military school. By the way, Fang Xiu suddenly remembered that Chen Fan had a strong ability to collect information.
When he had just entered Huqing Yizhong, Chen Fan recognized him at the cafeteria door and even accurately mentioned Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren's rankings.
Are there any new students you recognize here? Fang Xiu asked curiously. Top 10 finishers in the high school entrance exam were like family to Chen Fan.
Perhaps he had even done research on those who went to other schools.
Yes.
Chen Fan nodded and casually pointed. That person might be our biggest rival this time.
His name is Li Jin. 4th in the city for the high school entrance exam.
At that time, I thought he would choose the first high school, but unexpectedly, he went to the 3rd high. I was quite curious why he would give up the 1st high. Later, I found out his mother is the vice principal of the 3rd high. Chen Fan said this through gritted teeth.
Do you have a grudge against him?
Even Fang Xiu could feel Chen Fan's hatred towards Li Jin.
It's not really a grudge.
I just can't stand people who rely on their family.
Fang Xiu? Fang Xiu looked at Chen Fan with a black line on his face. Goodness. How did you even participate in the freshman exchange competition without any self-awareness? If it weren't for your family's money, you wouldn't even qualify to participate, okay? If it weren't for his family's connections, he couldn't get the mythical beast species for his beast. Fang Xiu, question mark. What do you think he has? Fang Xiu's eyes instantly lit up. Just like you, he has a mythical beast species.
I've heard that his family used connections to copy the data of mythical beast species from others and then forced it to be cultivated. In simple terms, he's just a guy relying on his family's power. Otherwise, how could his beast be so good? That's why he took first place in the 3rd high's mock exam. Although the 3rd high couldn't compare to the 1st high in ranking, having connections made all the difference. Students like Li Jin would have better development by going to the 3rd high.
And not just that.
For years, the third high has been wanting to surpass the first high, so they are more willing to invest money in student education. I even heard a saying that the third high was waiting for Li Jin. Before his high school entrance exam, his mom had already made connections. They were just waiting for this chance to overtake our school.
Chen Fan shared the information he had investigated with Fang Xiu.
Although he felt confident challenging the top 10 new students before the entrance exam, being defeated by Fang Xiu made him realize a lot. With his own qualifications, he simply couldn't defeat someone like Li Jin.
Fang Xiu, this time, it all depends on you.
Just as Chen Fan finished speaking, Li Jin noticed them. Li Jin stood up from his class area, hands in his pockets, and walked towards Fang Xiu.
You must be Fang Xiu. Li Jin smiled disdainfully at Fang Xiu.
No matter how you look at it, Fang Xiu had been in the spotlight during this time. His clips were everywhere on short video platforms.
Fang Xiu nodded. My name is Li Jin.
Li Jin looked down at Fang Xiu sitting in the chair.
I am the strongest first-year student at the third high.
This time, I will defeat everyone from the first high and let the third high reach the top of his city. After saying that, Li Jin turned around and walked away without looking back.
Was he like this in middle school too?
Fang Xiu gasped, feeling that high school students in this world were all a bit abnormal.
Chapter 46, Battle against Yucai High School. Fang Xiu paid no mind to Li Jin's provocation.
For him, the so-called freshman exchange competition was just a process to go through, then take home the credits and prize money. Soon, the staff came to inform Zhang Panpan to get ready. Before the exchange competition started, they needed to enter the venue, where the host would introduce them to the audience. As the strongest freshman of his city's first high, Fang Xiu naturally became the captain of the team. And the process of the exchange competition was very simple. It was divided into two parts. The first part was a ring competition, with the order of combat determined by drawing lots. Each team could arrange their own order of battle. Once all the freshmen on one side were eliminated, that team would lose.
Fang Xiu entered the venue under the guidance of Zhang Panpan. The entire Beast Sports Center was semi-enclosed, and the competition site was open air. To Fang Xiu, it felt similar to an ancient gladiatorial arena. The difference was that the ground here was covered in lush green grass. Even without shoes stepping on it, there would be no discomfort. In fact, to Fang Xiu, the environment here is even better than a football field.
Soon, the host's voice echoed throughout the venue through the gym sound system. First, let's welcome the first team of this freshman exchange competition, the newcomers from Huqing No. 1 High School.
Speaking of Huqing No. 1 High School, we have to mention Fang Xiu.
The two hosts responsible for the commentary had a lively exchange, with one mentioning Fang Xiu and the other quickly taking the cue.
Oh, who is Fang Xiu? You don't know?
He's the star of this school. Not only does he have a beast spirit, but he also broke the record for the school's mock exam. Even more importantly, Fang Xiu has a heroic appearance, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. His strong and upright figure truly resembles a dragon and phoenix of ancient times, a sight to behold. In no time, the dialogues of the two hosts flowed from the speakers and filled the entire Beastmaster Sports Hall.
This introduction quickly ignited the atmosphere on site.
Many audience members stood up from their seats, taking out their phones to snap photos of Fang Xiu.
That must be Fang Xiu, he really is so handsome. I want to marry my daughter off to him. I've made up my mind. From today on, I'm a fan of Fang Xiu. Dude, aren't you a guy?
A male fan is still a fan. In an instant, the surroundings were filled with excited chatter.
Hiss.
Even Fang Xiu didn't expect to be so popular. Although usually at school, whether he was eating in the cafeteria or attending class, fellow students would come over to watch him. But compared to the atmosphere in the Beastmaster Sports Hall, the frenzy of those classmates was truly minor.
Fang Xiu, are you not used to it?
Li Qingqing was quite accustomed to it. After all, she had been the center of attention since middle school.
However,
just as Li Qingqing wanted to share some tips with Fang Xiu to adjust his mindset, the hosts on stage happened to bring her up.
The girl following Fang Xiu is indeed Li Qingqing.
I know Li Qingqing. It's said that she has ranked first in her 3 years of middle school, the top scorer in the Huqing High School entrance exam, a true academic genius. That's right, and I think everyone who has heard of Li Qingqing would believe that with her talent, she will definitely keep being first in high school.
It's just a pity that she met an even more monstrous talent at No. 1 High School, Fang Xiu. In an instant, the smile on Li Qingqing's face froze. She glared fiercely at the host, wishing she could rush up and punch him. Be composed. Fang Xiu chuckled at the sight.
Soon, freshmen from other schools also entered the venue and were introduced one by the hosts. However, most freshmen weren't very famous, and the hosts quickly skimmed over them.
Until
No. 3 High School, as the second best school after No. 1, has produced many excellent Beastmasters. For years ago, it was a newcomer from number 3 who broke number 1's winning streak and won first place in the freshman exchange competition.
Unfortunately, since then, there haven't been many outstanding students from number 3.
Exactly, except for this time, Li Jin, who ranked 4th in the city's entrance exam.
Only 4th?
Well, though he's 4th, in reality, Li Jin's general knowledge talent wasn't great. It was only after entering high school that his abilities were discovered, and he's a big favorite to win this freshman exchange competition. There's even a rumor that number 3 high school had already discovered Li Jin's talent, just waiting for him to enter.
The showdown between the top student from number 3 and the top student from number 1? It feels so fated. As the hosts introduced Li Jin, they didn't forget to compare him with Fang Xiu.
One can't deny that with the hosts' excitement, many started looking forward to this freshman exchange competition.
Fang Xiu, guided by the staff, arrived at the venue to draw lots.
Besides him, Li Jin from the 3rd high school, Wang Dalong from Yucai, and Su Mengmeng from the 8th high school also came to the drawing table.
The results came out quickly.
It was Yi Zhong against Yucai, and 3rd Zhong against 8th Zhong. The first match was Yi Zhong versus Yucai.
Please give me your guidance, Fang Xiu. Wang Dalong took the initiative to shake hands with Fang Xiu.
He clearly knew that although Yucai was one of the 4 top schools in Yi City, only 1 or 2 students could enter the top 10 each year, and sometimes even none. They came to the freshman exchange competition, basically just to make up the numbers. There was no psychological pressure at all.
Hello.
Fang Xiu smiled politely, then turned his back to Wang Dalong and left the drawing table. Next, a referee came to the stage and asked Yi Zhong and Yucai to determine the order of combat.
I'll go first. Chen Fan volunteered, wanting to take the lead.
He knew very well that his beast was naturally not comparable to Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, or Zhang Shuren, the true top students. His ranking in Yi Zhong was at most the 4th. In this situation, he should be the one to go on stage first, to test the strength of Yucai and also consume their stamina.
Most importantly,
their goal this time was to win the championship. Yucai was just a stepping stone on the road to victory. Li Jin from the 3rd high school was the biggest challenger.
Chen Fan did this also to save Fang Xiu's stamina.
To fight at full strength against Li Jin.
This is the strategy one have come up with,
Chen Fan said with a serious face. It was clear that he was sincerely considering the team. Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren nodded in agreement, feeling it was a feasible plan.
Do you think,
However, as Zhang Shuren turned around, he suddenly found that Fang Xiu was already missing. He looked around and suddenly realized that Fang Xiu had already stepped onto the ring. What the hell, when did this guy go up?
Zhang Shuren exclaimed upon seeing Fang Xiu on the ring.
No, what happened to discussing strategy?
Fang Xiu, as the top first-year student from Yi Zhong, should not be their trump card.
There was no reason for him to go up first.
This guy just loves to show off.
Li Qingqing crossed her arms and couldn't help but criticize Fang Xiu. In her view, Fang Xiu just didn't want to miss the chance to be in the spotlight. Chen Fan opened his mouth but hesitated to say anything. No matter what, Fang Xiu was the captain of the Yi Zhong freshman team. Although they were shocked, it didn't make sense to rush over and pull Fang Xiu back.
Zhang Panpan didn't react much.
After all, Yucai High School was just a private school. If it weren't for their principal still being alive, this school might have already fallen. Many parents send their students to Yucai just to take advantage of Lu Zilong's fame and management style. If it were really about teaching quality, it would have to be Yi Zhong or 3rd Zhong. Zhang Panpan thought to herself, feeling it would be good if Fang Xiu could quickly end this waste of time. On the other hand, although it was called a ring, the entire venue was a combat area. After all, both sides were competing with their beasts. For humans, the area as large as 4 football fields was indeed exaggerated. But even the first-year students' beasts were often several meters tall, so if the battle area wasn't made larger, the spectators in the stands might be in trouble.
Hello, students, I am the referee, Wang Wei.
The referee motioned for Fang Xiu and the students from Yucai to step forward, then asked them to insert their beast space cards into the machine in the venue and started explaining the competition rules. After all, this was a freshman exchange competition, the focus was on exchange, not slaughter. There was basically only one rule: do not harm the life of the beast master. After all, this was a freshman exchange competition. It's not really a deadly fight. If someone ends up dead, that would be terrible.
Okay, I understand.
Yucai's classmate politely nodded, then smiled at Fang Xiu. I never thought I would have the chance to challenge the top student of Yi Zhong.
Hello, Fang Xiu, my name is Gao Han. I am a student from class 6 of Yucai's first year. I hope you can give me more guidance, Fang Xiu.
Although Gao Han felt that his grades were good and his beast was strong, he was still quite aware of his limitations when facing the strongest new student from Yi Zhong.
He just thought that if he could wear down Fang Xiu's stamina, that would be enough.
Hello, let's get started.
Fang Xiu nodded, then stepped back a few paces as per the referee's instructions, waiting for Gao Han's beast to appear.
It didn't matter what kind of beast he had, it didn't matter if it was strong or not.
What mattered was what kind of beast it was. Fang Xiu's starry eyes narrowed slightly, eager to possess it.
But who would have guessed that Gao Han's beast released was a grey wolf? Although this grey wolf was about 2 meters long, definitely a wolf king level, in Fang Xiu's eyes, this beast was simply unimpressive.
Do you have any other beasts?
A hint of disappointment flashed in Fang Xiu's starry eyes. If you have other beasts, just release them all at once.
Other beasts? Gao Han was momentarily taken aback. No, are students from Yizhong able to nurture several beasts simultaneously?
Just this one beast had already cost him a lot of effort.
None. Fang Xiu watched Gao Han's reaction and instantly understood everything. Indeed.
All the participants this time were freshmen from various schools. They were just starting to get in touch with their beasts. Not to mention them, even top students like Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren only had one beast.
Let alone an ordinary freshman like Gao Han. Then let's make it quick.
Fang Xiu thought for a moment and directly released the shapeshifting sword saint. Firstly, as the strongest single entity among the shapeshifters, it should hone its fighting spirit well. Secondly, there were many spectators at this new student exchange match, and there was even a live broadcast. If he showcased the might of the shapeshifting sword saint, perhaps he would receive praise from Yizhong and gain more resources.
Cut it down. Fang Xiu's voice was deep and cold.
The shapeshifting sword saint, standing about 3 meters tall, slightly shook its wrist, and a black knife with a metallic luster protruded from its elbow joint, then grasped it in its hand.
The aura exuding from it made Gao Han's grey wolf tremble and quickly tuck its tail. Ha!
Gao Han's eyes bulged like those of a stunned cow. Although he had long heard that Fang Xiu was a prodigy from Yizhong, he never imagined that Fang Xiu's beast would be so outrageous. What kind of beast was that dark creature?
Even the entire gymnasium fell into silence. When had these people ever seen such a beast? What's going on? Fang Xiu's beast can use equipment?
The host swallowed hard.
Beast equipment is custom-made, right? Moreover, it needs to be exchanged with credits. But just starting school, where did the credits for exchanging equipment come from? Due to various reasons, beast equipment basically wouldn't appear in the new student exchange match.
No, it's not equipment, another host carefully observed and noticed. Although Fang Xiu's beast held a black knife, imposing and fierce, that knife wasn't equipment but a bone jutting out from its elbow.
Hiss, is this a phantom beast species? Standing at about 3 meters, the body is that skeletal? The host squinted, carefully observing Fang Xiu's beast.
From Fang Xiu's shapeshifting sword saint, the host saw no trace of muscle or skin, only felt that this ferocious beast's entire body was made of bones. Thinking of the rumors that Fang Xiu had nurtured a phantom beast species, the host suddenly felt a chill run down their spine. This was not the first time he hosted the freshman exchange competition. He had seen all kinds of talents before. But someone as outrageous as Fang Xiu was a first for him.
Wait, is that beast really something a first-year student can raise?
Look, Gao Han's beast is so scared it's about to wet itself. With the host's explanation, the audience suddenly realized that Gao Han's grey wolf wasn't just scared and tucking its tail, but was uncontrollably urinating all over. Its fur was standing on end, clearly showing signs of extreme stress. Gao Han's face was as pale as paper.
What the heck is this? In Gao Han's eyes, Fang Xiu's beast was simply like a giant robot. Wait a minute.
In a panic, Gao Han hurriedly raised his hand, his voice trembling uncontrollably.
Referee, I concede.
Gao Han whispered, looking pitiful as if he were about to cry. Even Fang Xiu didn't expect this to happen.
Ha! There's even a concession?
Looking at Gao Han raising his right hand to announce his concession to the referee, Fang Xiu was momentarily stunned.
Isn't this a competition for freshmen? How can there be a concession?
Referee Wang Wei quickly walked to the center of the arena, and through the microphone hanging from his ear, announced to the audience.
Round 1, Fang Xiu wins. In an instant, the audience was silent.
They came to watch the beast competition for the visual thrill. Yet unexpectedly, Gao Han simply surrendered. Even though they could see the gap between Fang Xiu and Gao Han, that skinny grey wolf had no chance of competing with the bizarre sword saint, but to give up without even fighting still annoyed them. The host awkwardly laughed, trying to explain for Gao Han. Though beasts can get injured, and death is common, as long as we record the beast data, we can quickly cultivate a new beast, but this process consumes a lot of resources.
Students like Gao Han from less privileged backgrounds often can't afford such costs.
Knowing he couldn't win, choosing to concede is a rational decision. The host, Zhao Di, had once been filled with hope for beasts in high school, but after seeing talented and wealthy classmates, he truly understood the gap and realized the world doesn't revolve around people like him. So when he saw Gao Han had to concede, he felt a resonance inside. I have to say, Fang Xiu is indeed a rare genius. The other host, a woman named Du Liao, felt a flutter in her heart at Fang Xiu's great looks, feeling a bit out of time. If she could turn back the clock 10 years, she could attend the same high school as Fang Xiu. Who knows, they might even spark a romance together. Yes. Even when witnessing it firsthand, it's hard to believe that terrifying beast is raised by a first-year student. Zhao Di nodded in agreement. I even suspect that if we pitted Fang Xiu directly against third-year students, his beast would still rank among the best.
Seems like Huqing No. 1 High School has given birth to another Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe, as a genius who emerged from Huqing, is undoubtedly a household name.
From Fang Xiu, Zhao Di could even see a shadow of Chu Xinghe.
No.
Zhao Di shook his head slightly.
If we're talking about absurdity, Fang Xiu might be even more remarkable than Chu Xinghe.
It seems aside from Li Jin from No. 3 High School, no one can match Fang Xiu.
Zhao Di took a deep breath, trying to lift the atmosphere.
After all, Gao Han's concession was too unexpected, and to prevent the audience from feeling upset, he directly mentioned Li Jin.
Let's refocus our attention on the competition. It seems there are some issues on Yukai's side. Du Liao noticed that Yukai's students seemed to be communicating with the referee.
About half a minute later, referee Wang Wei announced the outcome of the discussion. The other two new students from Yukai also announced their withdrawal.
Another withdrawal. Du Liao gasped, but she felt she could understand the feelings of the new students from Yukai. Fang Xiu's beast was terrifying like a monster. It could use its head to strike? It seems there is still one person who hasn't withdrawn.
Zhao Di noticed that after the two new students had withdrawn, the last new student from Yukai slowly walked onto the competition field. He is Wang Dalong, the captain of Yukai High School. Indeed, the Song of Humanity is the Song of Courage. Even after seeing Fang Xiu's strength, he still chooses to challenge Fang Xiu.
Even if he ultimately loses the match, such courage deserves our admiration.
Zhao Di did not mock Wang Dalong for challenging Fang Xiu at this moment. Instead, he felt that Wang Dalong at least had the courage to challenge. Just this kind of spirit was already far stronger than ordinary people.
Not bad. Fang Xiu initially thought the Yukai team would collectively surrender, but unexpectedly, one dared to challenge him. Don't misunderstand.
Wang Dalong did not expect Zhao Di to praise him like this, and immediately after he spoke, the audience erupted in thunderous applause.
To be honest, I also didn't want my beast to fight against that kind of monster. But there is no choice.
If even I, as the captain, withdraw, then Yukai would lose too disgracefully.
Wang Dalong smiled bitterly, feeling helpless.
He knew very well that as a private high school in Crane City, Yukai had often been criticized by the students from No. 1 and No. 3 high schools. Even his middle school classmates would tease him at summer gatherings about how he could go to a high school like Yukai. It was simply a waste of talent. However, Wang Dalong also had his own considerations. If he went to No. 1 or No. 3 high school, with his not-so-outstanding grades, he would just be ordinary. Plus, since he had no resources at home to help him, once he entered the second or third year of high school, he could easily fade into the crowd, ending up at an ordinary university. After graduation, he would return to the company, living a 9-to-5 life forever. Although Yukai was not as good as No. 1 or No. 3, they were willing to nurture him, helping him with beast resources.
Chicken head. Or phoenix tail. Wang Dalong gave his answer. He did not regret this choice.
On the contrary, he was very grateful that Yukai gave him this opportunity. For various reasons, even after witnessing Fang Xiu's strength and knowing he would lose, Wang Dalong chose to stand up and defend Yukai's dignity.
Someone like you, a genius, must find my thoughts very laughable, right? He.
Wang Dalong smiled, then summoned his beast. With a flash of faint light, a standing Nile crocodile appeared in the competition arena. It stood a full 4 meters high, significantly bulkier than Fang Xiu's otherworldly sword saint. Its claws had evolved into human-like twin thumbs, capable of performing complex actions like fist clenching and gripping. Its tail was thicker than Fang Xiu's waist. Its dark red eyes radiated an overwhelming sense of terror.
Desert Butcher, Recton?
Seeing Wang Dalong's beast, Fang Xiu couldn't help but think of a MOBA game he once played called League of Legends. There was a hero named Recton, very similar to Wang Dalong's beast.
But wait, isn't this shape-shifting beast supposed to appear only after mutations? Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows. Could it be that Yukai was trying to achieve results in this new student exchange competition? Did Wang Dalong forcefully undergo mutation? Interesting.
Chapter 49, even among the first, there are differences.
The mutated beast tamer? Fang Xiu observed Wang Dalong's beast and immediately felt it was somewhat interesting.
Since Wang Dalong could be the captain of the Yucai team, he must be among the top students in the first-year class, just like Fang Xiu. Moreover, as Yucai is the only private high school in Heqing to enter the freshman exchange tournament, it naturally wants to make a mark in the tournament. Using a large amount of resources to help Wang Dalong's beast mutate is not strange at all. Of course. Having resources is not enough, Wang Dalong's own inner strength is needed to make his beast submit to him.
In this regard, Wang Dalong is indeed strong. He can resist the temptations of Yizhong and Sanzhong and choose his own path.
Even after his companions successively gave up, he still chose to fight for Yucai. A beast tamer like this is bound to have a bright future.
Then, let me take the first move. Dalong, let's go. Roar. Wang Dalong directly named his beast Dalong. With a shout, the crocodile man charged fiercely toward the alien sword saint. With every step it took, the arena trembled.
Wang Dalong held his breath, placing his hopes on his beast.
The next second,
the crocodile man's hand formed a fist, striking towards the alien sword saint's head. But just as he was about to unleash his punch,
the latter unexpectedly vanished. Gone. Wang Dalong's eyes were widened like a cow's eyes as he quickly searched for the alien sword saint's location.
The crocodile man's punch hit nothing but air, a glimmer of surprise flashed in its eyes. Not only for it and its beast master. The audience also had no idea what just happened. Only Fang Xiu understood that this was the gale step of the alien sword saint. It could use light to hide its figure, making it seem like it had vanished into thin air.
Immediately after, the alien sword saint reappeared.
It circled around the crocodile man's back and swept horizontally with its black blade. But that's not all. After the sweep, the alien sword saint followed up with a vertical slash. The two slashes were executed so quickly that they seemed to be completed at the same time. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sharp blade created a whoosh, and the strike unleashed a half-transparent shockwave that hit the crocodile man. That seemingly tough crocodile's skin crumbled under the alien sword saint's attack. Poof! Blood splattered from the wound, showering the air like dancing red butterflies. The sword's impact sent the crocodile man tumbling backward. Roar! Then a mournful wail echoed through the beast sports arena. Wang Dalong was startled and rushed over.
But how could the alien sword saint's speed be compared to that of a high school student?
The moment Wang Dalong started to run, the alien sword saint had already appeared beside the crocodile man, stepping on it with one foot, its sharp black blade pointing directly at the opponent's throat, stabbing downward.
Enough! Fang Xiu shouted in a hurry. In an instant, the alien sword saint's blade tip halted, nearly touching the crocodile man's throat, a drop of blood trickling from the blade's tip. It was clear that, had Fang Xiu not shown mercy, the alien sword saint would have pierced through. The reason it did not choose to behead the crocodile man was due to the characteristics of the alien race. Although the alien queen can infinitely reproduce and expand her clan, the newly hatched facehuggers need to parasitize to grow into aliens. For this reason, aliens typically inflict severe damage on their prey before letting the facehugger parasitize. However, although Fang Xiu's alien sword saint chose to show mercy in the eyes of the audience, this battle was simply a crushing display of power. Even the hosts Zhao Di and Du Lia could not help but fall silent. No. It wasn't silence. It was shock. Both of them stared wide-eyed, their mouths hanging open in disbelief. The freshmen from other schools who came to participate in this exchange competition were also left dumbfounded. Especially Gao Han and the others. Wang Dalong was the top student of Yucai. He could even be said to be the star student molded by Yucai's full efforts. This time, the freshman exchange competition was meant for Wang Dalong to shine brightly. But who would have thought? Facing Fang Xiu's beast, Wang Dalong's beast was instantaneously killed. I didn't see that wrong, did I? Is this over already? Instant kill. Is this the strength of the top student from Huching No. 1 High School? No, is this guy really a freshman? He can't be a senior pretending to be one. Gao Han and the others couldn't help but complain. In their eyes, Fang Xiu's strength was not even in the same dimension as theirs. Even if you told them he was a senior, they would believe it. It wasn't just them, students from No. 8 and No. 3 high schools felt the same. This is too abnormal, how are we supposed to fight against this? Phantom beasts, they are completely on a different level from us. No worries, we still have Li Jin, his beast is also a phantom beast. Compared to the despair from No. 8 high school, the students from No. 3 high school felt a bit better. Although they didn't think their beast could defeat Fang Xiu's shape-shifting sword saint, they were well aware. Li Jin was the ace of No. 3 high school. Not only did he also possess a phantom beast, but his mother was also the vice principal of No. 3 high school, with immense connections. He must have plenty of hidden cards. Fang Xiu. Li Jin narrowed his gaze and looked Fang Xiu up and down. He had originally thought this freshman exchange competition would be his stage to slaughter enemies. But unexpectedly, a Cheng Yao Jin jumped out halfway through. He. We both have phantom beasts, don't we? No. Li Jin vigorously shook his head, even if we both have phantom beasts, mine is nobler than yours. That ugly appearance is simply not on the same level. A hint of disdain flashed in Li Jin's eyes. The top newcomer from Hacheng will definitely be him. He was sure he could defeat Fang Xiu.
At this moment, Fang Xiu did not notice Li Jin's gaze.
He was fully focused on Wang Dalong. I admit defeat.
Wang Dalong gritted his teeth, and unwilling tears streamed down the corners of his eyes.
Though he desperately wanted his crocodile man to rise and fight again, the blade tip of the shapeshifting sword saint was aimed at its throat.
If the crocodile man made any move, it could be pierced through the throat with terrifying speed. The gap in strength between the two sides was like heaven and earth. He had no chance of winning.
Is this the strength of Hacheng No. 1 High School's top student?
Although I had already made up my mind to push forward as the leader of Yutsai, aiming for the top 10 nationwide. But I never expected the gap between me and the top student of No. 1 High School would be so vast. Wang Dalong clenched his fists in frustration. For the first time in his life, he felt so powerless.
Chapter 50, Fang Xiu is the MVP, Li Qingqing is the lucky winner.
Seeing Wang Dalong's unwilling expression, Fang Xiu immediately withdrew his shapeshifting sword saint and walked towards him.
Don't doubt yourself. Your beast is strong. It's just a pity it encountered me. Try harder next time. Although Wang Dalong was a freshman from Yutsai, his composed attitude earned Fang Xiu's respect.
And indeed, Wang Dalong's beast was very impressive, making Fang Xiu think of Rekton. In 3 years of high school, with Yutsai's full support, Wang Dalong would definitely raise his beast to a remarkable level. Fang Xiu even suspected that if Wang Dalong's opponent had not been him, but Zhang Shurun or Li Qingqing,
he might have a great chance of winning.
As for that Chen Fan guy, in Fang Xiu's eyes, he was simply not Wang Dalong's match. Wang Dalong did not expect Fang Xiu to say such things to him. He thought Fang Xiu had come over to humiliate him fiercely. It was he who had underestimated Fang Xiu's character with his own petty thoughts.
Fang Xiu, after I go back this time, I will train hard.
One day, I will challenge you again.
Wang Dalong sorted out his emotions and said strongly to Fang Xiu.
The two looked at each other, then smiled at the same time and each stepped down. The host, Zhao Di, couldn't help but feel emotional when he saw this scene.
Although this match ended with Fang Xiu's victory, Wang Dalong's beast taming was truly impressive. He deserves the title of the top new student.
Please give a warm round of applause for classmate Wang Dalong.
With Zhao Di's encouragement, the audience erupted into thunderous applause.
Although the top 3 new students from Yutsai chose to forfeit, judging from the final results, classmate Fang Xiu completely has the ability to take on 4 alone. Dulia also thought Wang Dalong performed well. But in her heart, she liked Fang Xiu even more. In her view, even if Gao Han and the others did not forfeit, they probably wouldn't be Fang Xiu's match.
Truly worthy of being the strongest of Hacheng No. 1 High School. I feel like I am witnessing a legend. Dulia said excitedly.
Yes, Hacheng hasn't had a beast tamer like Fang Xiu for a long time. However, the competition is still ongoing. Next is the contest between No. 3 High School and No. 8 High School. Zhao Di shifted the focus to the next match and began to introduce the students from No. 3 High School one by one.
At the same time,
as soon as Fang Xiu returned to the lounge, he saw Li Qingqing pouting angrily.
You really stole the spotlight this time. In the next match, you are not allowed to go first.
Li Qingqing came to participate in this new student exchange competition, not to be a supporting character.
No.
Even as a supporting character, at least there is a chance to be on stage. Someone like Wang Dalong is what you call a supporting character. Goodness, as soon as she sat in the lounge, she witnessed the collective elimination of Yutsai's new students.
And Fang Xiu's alien sword saint shocked Li Qingqing to a great extent.
She still remembers when the alien sword saint hatched. She was right there at the scene. At that time, the alien sword saint was only about 1.8 meters tall, not much taller than Fang Xiu. However, after it was released, she found that Fang Xiu's alien sword saint had grown to double its size. When standing upright, it was over 3 meters tall.
How long has it been? Is Fang Xiu's alien sword saint raised on pig feed? With its battle power, let alone just a private school like Yutsai, even the 2 key high schools, No. 8 and No. 3, might not stand a chance against it.
If in the next match, Fang Xiu continues to take the lead, these new students might not have a chance to appear at all.
Fang Xiu is the MVP, while Li Qingqing is just coasting along. Li Qingqing could even imagine how the school's confession wall would evaluate her. Qingqing.
Chen Fan saw this and quickly walked over with an awkward smile, but before he could finish, he received a glare from Li Qingqing.
Is Qingqing something you can call?
Li Qingqing inherently had no good feelings toward Chen Fan. If it weren't for using connections at home, he wouldn't even qualify to participate in the new student exchange competition.
Li Qingqing. Chen Fan scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry. What I wanted to say is, Fang Xiu, we know you are very strong. In fact, when Fang Xiu released the alien sword saint, Chen Fan was completely dumbfounded.
As someone who had a bout with Fang Xiu on the first day of school, he had some understanding of Fang Xiu's alien creature. Especially the shock that the alien queen brought. Even now, he still has nightmares after waking up at night. And just now, the alien sword saint, while not as exaggerated in size as the alien queen, nonetheless possessed speed and strength that made Chen Fan feel it was even superior. Such a powerful beast, in Chen Fan's eyes, no one could be Fang Xiu's match.
If Fang Xiu continues to take the lead, they really don't have to do anything. Fang Xiu, it's time for us new students to show what we can do. Zhang Shuren wore a nonchalant expression. He didn't have much desire to perform. After all, they were all part of the same team. If they could win easily, why bother to work hard?
Li Qingqing and Chen Fan are right, Zhang Panpan said earnestly upon seeing this.
You are a team, a whole.
Maybe the new students from Sanzhong and Yucai are all quite weak.
With just your strength, you can easily defeat them.
But this world is vast.
Sooner or later, you will encounter powerful opponents.
When that time comes, you will realize the helplessness of individual strength in front of the collective.
Fang Xiu, you will be the last to compete in the next match.
With that, Zhang Panpan adjusted her glasses.
There are 34 large states and 667 cities. Hecheng is just an 18-line small city. Fang Xiu may be the strongest hope of Hecheng.
But looking at the entire Hejian province, he might not be the strongest beast master. If he doesn't realize the importance of teamwork here, there will come a day when he suffers a great loss. Especially when he encounters powerful beast masters like him.
However, Fang Xiu didn't think too much.
He just wanted to parasitize the beasts of the new students as much as possible. He didn't expect that the first three from Yucai would forfeit. As for Wang Dalong, although he could make the face bug parasitize, whenever he saw Wang Dalong's eyes, he felt a sense of camaraderie.
Okay. Fang Xiu nodded, allowing Zhang Panpan to decide the order of appearance for the next match.
Then, Fang Xiu watched the live broadcast of the match between Sanzhong and Bajong through the lounge screen.
However, though Bajong is also a key high school, its overall quality is far inferior to Sanzhong.
Before Li Jin could even take the stage, the four new students from Bajong had already been completely defeated.
As expected,
Zhang Panpan was not surprised by this result. Although there are many high schools in Hecheng, only Yizhong and Sanzhong can truly be called the dual heavenly supremes.
Chapter 51, Yizhong vs Sanzhong.
Though Bajong is also a key high school in Hecheng, in Zhang Panpan's eyes, Bajong has neither strong faculty nor adequate resources.
Not one of the top 10 students in the city's high school entrance examination chose a school like Bajong.
They come every year to participate in the new student exchange match, just going through the motions. On a lucky day, they might get matched up with Yucai in the draw, reach the finals, and achieve second place. But most of the time, Bajong and Yucai are just brothers in hardship. Seeing Sanzhong effortlessly eliminate Bajong, Zhang Panpan naturally felt no surprise.
Chen Fan will go first, then Zhang Shuren, Li Qingqing, and finally Fang Xiu will wrap it up.
Zhang Panpan took the order from weakest to strongest so that every new student would have a chance to appear. Of course. In Zhang Panpan's heart, doing this was not just to let everyone show their faces,
but to accumulate experience.
The new student exchange match is just a beginning, not the end.
Fang Xiu and his classmates will definitely participate in various competitions over their 3 years of high school. Getting them to accumulate combat experience earlier has no downside.
Good. Chen Fan excitedly clenched his fists, he could hardly wait. Although he knew deep down that he was the weakest beast master in the team, he didn't care.
Just having the opportunity to take the stage is enough for him.
Fang Xiu sat in a corner of the lounge, watching the live broadcast on the screen. He saw Chen Fan hurriedly rushing to the venue.
The host, Zhao Di, began to commentate. The new student representing Yizhong this time is named Chen Fan. I remember his entrance exam rank was 11th in the city.
His performance in the placement test after entering Hecheng Yizhong was also very good.
And also, looking dignified.
He must be one of the top 10 talents.
Zhao Di couldn't help but praise as soon as he saw Chen Fan. Du Liao also understood. Let's look forward to Chen Fan's performance together.
I wonder what kind of beast he is trained. The reason is simple, Chen Fan's family runs a chain supermarket.
The largest supermarket in Crane City is theirs. Naturally, no one would say anything bad.
This time, the new student from number 3 high school is Han Bing. He was the one who stood up to fight first against number 8 high school, and with his own strength, he defeated 2 students from number 8.
Du Liao said this.
That's right, and when facing the third challenger, Han Bing had a chance to win the match. It's just a shame, he fell just a little short. I wonder if Chen Fan can defeat Han Bing this time. In the competition arena.
You are that Chen Fan?
Han Bing followed the referee's instructions, walked to the center of the arena, and inserted the beast space card into the machine. A smirk appeared on his face, showing a hint of disdain.
On the first day of school, you were beaten by Fong Xiu, what a loser. You guy. Chen Fan shot Han Bing a fierce glare. He couldn't remember Han Bing's name among the top 10 before the high school entrance exam.
And he himself was ranked 11th, meaning,
besides the top 10, he was the strongest in the entrance exam. A mere Han Bing dares to mock him? Do you think you deserve it?
Chen Fan returned to his previous aloof demeanor.
It's one thing to act like this in front of Fong Xiu and Li Qingqing. Who do you think you are, unremarkable guy, to show off in front of me?
Han Bing didn't expect Chen Fan to speak so directly, and his expression froze.
But soon after, he laughed again. The former number 1 high school may have been the strongest high school.
But this year is different. Number 3 high school has invested a lot of resources this time and welcomed a genius like Li Jin. The title of the strongest high school in Crane City should change hands. As Han Bing spoke, he released his beast.
His beast was a rhinoceros. However, the rhinoceros's horn was not an ordinary white-bone rhinoceros horn.
Chen Fan observed that this horn was not only black but also had a metallic sheen. It was evident that it had been enhanced during cultivation. Believing in Li Jin is like going back to dream. In dreams, anything is possible. When Chen Fan was in middle school, he was in the same class as Li Jin. The person he hated the most was someone like Li Jin who relied on connections. Although he didn't think he could compete with Li Jin, as long as Fong Xiu was present, Li Jin had no chance at all. As long as Fong Xiu was here, number 1 high school will never lose. After Chen Fan's words fell, he released his beast. Roar! A roar echoed throughout the competition arena. The beast released by Chen Fan was a Tyrannosaurus. Yes. His second beast was still an ancient species. Even after learning from past failures, Chen Fan became more aggressive and cultivated a Tyrannosaurus. Although Han Bing's rhinoceros stood over 2 meters tall. In front of Chen Fan's Tyrannosaurus, it still seemed somewhat weak. You guy. Han Bing didn't expect Chen Fan's beast to be a rare ancient species. Only when he saw Chen Fan's beast did he remember that Chen Fan was not just the 11th in the city's entrance exam. This guy's family runs a supermarket. Moreover, he has connections within the system. He definitely does not lack resources. Although he received help from number 3 high school's resources, no matter how much help he received, it couldn't compare to someone like Chen Fan, a rich second generation. He instinctively turned to look at Li Jin. Realizing that his beast was not comparable to Chen Fan's, Han Bing started to consider foregoing the match. However, Li Jin merely glanced at him. That look seemed to say, if you plan to forfeit, then just drop out. Sweat beads the size of soybeans appeared on Han Bing's forehead. In a short time, they could only brace themselves and move forward. Take it down. With Han Bing's command given, the blackhorn rhino let out a low growl and charged towards Chen Fan's Tyrannosaurus. Let me show you how big our gap really is. Facing Han Bing's initial attack, Chen Fan's lips curled up in a smile. Suddenly, his Tyrannosaurus spun around and swung its tail with great force. In an instant, the blackhorn rhino was thrown off balance by Chen Fan's Tyrannosaurus's powerful tail. Boom! With a deafening crash, the blackhorn rhino crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a terrifying gust of wind that swept in all directions. Get up, get up! Han Bing gritted his teeth, urging his blackhorn rhino to rise and fight again. However, the weight of these two beasts was not even close to the same level. Before the blackhorn rhino could stand again, Chen Fan's Tyrannosaurus had already opened its massive jaws and bitten down fiercely on its neck. With the Tyrannosaurus's terrifying bite force, it tore off a chunk of flesh from the blackhorn rhino's body. Blood sprayed everywhere. The audience erupted in a chorus of screams. Wild screams. Chapter 52, Adam the Upright Man. Chen Fan's Tyrannosaurus clamped down on the blackhorn rhino's head, then forcefully swung it, hurling the several-ton beast right to Han Bing's feet. Lie down. Chen Fan's voice was low and cold. You. Han Bing's forehead bulged with veins. If looks could kill, he would have shattered Chen Fan into a million pieces. The winner of this match is Chen Fan from Class 1. The referee quickly stepped forward to announce the result of the match. In Class 1's lounge. Is Chen Fan really that capable? Li Qingqing, though looking down on Chen Fan as a connection-based student, had to admit that his beast was indeed not as weak as she imagined. Although Chen Fan participated in this new student exchange competition due to family connections, he is not that bad himself, Zhang Panpan said from behind Li Qingqing. Before the start of the first year, he had given Chen Fan extra lessons. Though Chen Fan's talent wasn't remarkable, he was willing to put in the effort, and with family support, he achieved what he has today. In terms of strength, he could even rank in the top 10 in the entire Huqing No. 1 high school. Li Qingqing nodded, finding Zhang Panpan's words quite reasonable. Soon, Class 3 sent out their second contestant. The person wore the Class 3 uniform, had a crew cut, wasn't exceptionally good looking, but had a decent physique. As he walked onto the stage, he clapped his hands.
What a nice beast. Chen Fan. Chen Fan sized up the newcomer. Are you Gung Wangwei? Generally, Chen Fan seldom remembered the names of students who didn't perform well academically. But Gung Wangwei was an exception.
His grades were average, not outstanding, but after his father died in an accident, his family received a compensation payment.
Gung Wangwei used that money to build a power in school.
This originally meant nothing to Chen Fan. However, after getting a taste of power, Gung Wangwei became increasingly arrogant. Not only did he bully classmates, but he also touched female classmates inappropriately when he felt like it. Even on the way home from school, he would rob younger students' money. As a classmate of Gung Wangwei, Chen Fan naturally couldn't stand such behavior and confronted him. Gung Wangwei thought that with his money and followers, he could beat Chen Fan. Unexpectedly, facing a true second generation like Chen Fan, none of his followers dared to act. In the end, both sides ended up in a fight, stirring up a commotion in the school. The principal didn't dare to touch your family, he only expelled me. How should we settle this score?
Gung Wangwei clenched his fists.
To this day, he still held a grudge about it.
He. Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle coldly. How is that calculated? What about those classmates you bullied? How should that be calculated? Is it right for you to steal from those lower grade students?
Your father died in the line of duty, which makes him a person of substance, yet you are such a disappointing child.
You can bully others, but when you are bullied, is that not allowed? Chen Fan did not think he had any problem at all. Maybe the final handling of that incident indeed involved his family. But if it weren't for Gung Wangwei's bullying first, he wouldn't have had a conflict with him.
Alright. Gung Wangwei repeated alright 3 times in one breath. I hope you won't regret it.
As soon as he finished speaking, Gung Wangwei directly released his beast. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed as he looked towards that ray of light. However, what he never dreamed of was that the beast released by Gung Wangwei was actually a human. The man was over 2 meters tall, with solid muscles all over, his clenched fists as big as Chen Fan's head, a tiger skin around his waist, and a heavy hammer on his back.
No, not a human.
Chen Fan gasped in shock, his pupils wildly shaking. Although the beast released by Gung Wangwei looked very much like a human, he who had researched ancient species quickly saw the difference. This beast had a flat face, with a reduced jaw structure, while the upper jawbone had expanded considerably.
Homo erectus? Your beast is Homo erectus? Chen Fan instantly realized.
The appearance of Homo erectus was a milestone in the evolution of humans, laying the foundation for the emergence and development of Homo sapiens.
Since Homo erectus eventually went extinct, they are not considered ancestors of modern humans. According to the beast law, Homo erectus can be used as a beast. But,
due to the uniqueness of Homo erectus, very few people would cultivate this kind of beast.
Gung Wangwei is truly malicious. He. Gung Wangwei noticed the disdain in Chen Fan's eyes and instead sneered. Ever since I was expelled from school, I've wanted to take you down every moment. However, it's thanks to you.
If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been forced to transfer schools, and I wouldn't have met Lord Li Jin.
And then,
I wouldn't have gained the power to defeat you and defeat number 1 middle school. Although Gung Wangwei's father died in the line of duty, leaving behind a compensation fund, all these years, it had been used to secure his living and tuition fees. So he had not saved up any considerable wealth to raise his beast. The reason he could cultivate this Homo erectus beast was because he received help from Li Jin.
A lackey. Chen Fan sneered at Gung Wangwei. He originally thought he could learn a lesson from that incident.
Now looking at it, Gung Wangwei had not changed at all.
Cut the chatter. Let's see whether your Tyrannosaurus is strong or my Adam is strong. Gung Wangwei clenched his fist and ordered Adam to attack. Adam.
This name made Chen Fan frown. This Gung Wangwei really dares to name his beast like that.
However,
even though Chen Fan looked down on Gung Wangwei from the bottom of his heart.
But as a species that survived for millions of years before going extinct, Homo erectus had outstanding predatory abilities. Roar!
The Tyrannosaurus ran forward and then turned its body, sweeping its tail across. But facing the Tyrannosaurus's attack, Adam had no fear on his face, sliding under the Tyrannosaurus's tail. When he stood up again, he was already by the Tyrannosaurus's legs, grabbing the hammer behind him, and striking hard at the Tyrannosaurus's knee. Perhaps the primitive strength of Homo erectus was limited, but the tool in his hand was a product of industrialization. Not only was the hammerhead made of high-quality steel, but the hammer handle was treated and was no longer traditional solid wood, but a product of random copolymer polypropylene, which could withstand horrifying impact while also increasing rebound, further enhancing the power of the strike.
Bang! With a loud sound, the Tyrannosaurus's knee suddenly cracked.
The massive body instantly lost its balance and crashed to one side with a thunderous noise. Gung Wangwei's eyes became fanatical. Kill him.
Chapter 53, Who says I only have one beast?
Gung Guangwei fiercely glared at Chen Fan. This time, he not only wanted to defeat Chen Fan but also to humiliate him severely.
Kill him.
As Gung Guangwei gave the order, Adam grabbed the hammer with both hands and smashed it down hard on the Tyrannosaurus's head.
Bang! A terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions, and the Tyrannosaurus trembled under this force. But what no one expected was,
Adam clearly had defeated the Tyrannosaurus, but he did not stop. Instead, he abruptly turned around, focusing his fierce gaze directly on Chen Fan.
A bad premonition rose in Chen Fan's heart. You guy.
Chen Fan's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Gung Guangwei. He knew that this guy had always had character issues, but he didn't expect him to dare to act recklessly in the freshman exchange competition. After all, he is a biped, with insufficient brain capacity. Sometimes, it's not surprising that he can't understand the commands of beast masters.
Gung Guangwei smirked, deliberately lowering his voice so that only Chen Fan could hear.
In the next second, Adam slightly bent his knees and then charged straight towards Chen Fan with all his strength. With fingers clenched into a fist, he smashed towards Chen Fan's face. At that moment, Chen Fan shifted his weight with all his might and barely dodged Adam's punch. But immediately after, another kick came straight at him, hitting Chen Fan hard in the abdomen.
Bang!
In an instant, Chen Fan flew backward like a kite with a broken string, his body tracing a parabolic arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, blood staining the grass of the competition ground. His body rolled several times before finally coming to a stop.
Stop!
Seeing the situation getting out of hand, the referee Wang Wei quickly intervened. The freshman exchange competition is just for exchanging beast masters.
No attacks on beast masters.
Wang Wei shot a glare at Gung Guangwei and then pulled a yellow card from his pocket.
I'm sorry, my beast isn't very smart. Sometimes it can't really understand my commands.
Gung Guangwei didn't care about this and just shrugged.
Adam then retreated back to his side.
In the lounge of the first school, Li Qingqing stood up angrily from her chair. This guy is definitely doing it on purpose. In her view, if this biped truly couldn't understand commands as Gung Guangwei said, he should have used the weapon in his hand. But after rushing to Chen Fan's side, he resorted to fists and kicks.
This means he knew he couldn't deal a heavy blow to Chen Fan. This was clearly Gung Guangwei's intention. Zhang Shuren, be careful.
Zhang Panpan saw this and first reminded Zhang Shuren to be cautious of Gung Guangwei's methods in the next match, then hurriedly rushed out of the lounge.
She went to check on Chen Fan's injuries with medical personnel. Teacher Zhang.
Chen Fan forced himself to stand up from the grass while enduring the pain, retrieving his Tyrannosaurus and reluctantly lying down on the stretcher.
I'm sorry, Teacher Zhang, it's all my beast's fault.
Gung Guangwei, seeing this, deliberately came over to annoy Chen Fan, only to be met with a fierce glare from Zhang Panpan that made him back off. The conflict between Chen Fan and Gung Guangwei had caused quite a stir back then. He had heard some whispers about it. But he never expected that this Gung Guangwei not only entered the third school but also raised a biped beast like this. Though there were no explicit rules against it, it was widely accepted not to raise bipeds as beasts. But Gung Guangwei, in his quest for victory, resorted to unscrupulous means. Poof. Zhang Panpan let out a heavy cold snort. As Chen Fan's teacher, he felt it beneath him to say anything more to Gung Guangwei. Even the host, Zhao Di, felt somewhat displeased with Gung Guangwei. But there was nothing they could do about it.
The match continues.
Zhang Shuren came to the competition field from the rest area, and on the way, he brushed past Chen Fan.
Be careful, his beast is very strong. Zhang Shuren shook Gung Guangwei's hand, then continued forward, releasing his beast.
A black panther was summoned directly to the field.
Zhang Shuren put his hands in his pockets. Gung Guangwei, you're the one who fought with Chen Fan and got expelled, right?
What, are you here to lecture me? Gung Guangwei sneered at Zhang Shuren, scoffing, and even the way he looked at Zhang Shuren was full of disdain.
The top 3 academic students in the city.
The beast he raised was just a regular black panther. This guy has no beast-taming talent at all.
High school is not like middle school. Your grades are meaningless here.
Zhang Shuren, this year, our third high school will definitely defeat your first high school. As he spoke, Gung Guangwei made a gesture with his hand. His atom suddenly charged at the black panther, its 2-meter-tall body making Zhang Shuren's panther seem somewhat weak. However, Zhang Shuren only pushed up his glasses. His beast had never been one focused on strength.
Zhang Shuren's black panther kept dodging and weaving, avoiding Adam's hammer blows, as agile as a flash of black lightning.
After several feints, the black panther seized the opportunity, opened its bloody mouth, and bit down hard on Adam's wrist.
Ah!
With a scream, Adam's hammer fell to the ground.
Next, it's time for the counterattack.
Zhang Shuren smiled, his eyes showing that in his view, Gung Guangwei's upright human was nothing impressive. The black panther revealed its sharp claws and swiped at Adam's abdomen.
5 bloody scars were left on him. Adam staggered back, wildly swinging his fists. But the Black Panther dodged each blow and seized the opportunity to bite again and again. Just as Zhang Shuren thought Gung Wangwei would change his expression, the latter instead laughed. He. In an instant, faint lights flashed around Gung Wangwei, and two upright humans, matching Adam's size, appeared by his side.
One held a spear, and the other carried a bow and arrow. Adam number 2, number 3, take down that Black Panther for me.
Gung Wangwei's voice was low. If it was just about single combat, an upright human without weapons was weaker than most beasts.
Even compared to modern humans, their advantages weren't huge. But the two greatest characteristics of upright humans, apart from using tools, were their social behavior. With Li Jin's support, not long after Gung Wangwei started school, he increased the number of upright humans to 3.
By coordinating, they could hunt any beast.
Zhang Shuren, Li Qingqing, in my eyes, you are nothing.
Gung Wangwei thought to himself.
Adam number 3 drew his bow and shot repeatedly. Although Zhang Shuren's Black Panther sensed danger and tried to dodge, Adam number 1 seized the opportunity, his fist landing hard on the Black Panther's head.
The powerful blow drove the Black Panther deep into the grass. Adam number 2 then threw his spear, which pierced through the Black Panther's abdomen. Chapter 54, What? First high school is being defeated 2-on-1? What? This guy has 3 beasts? Zhang Shuren was stunned. He had thought he could defeat Gung Wangwei and avenge Chen Fan.
But unexpectedly, Gung Wangwei had increased his number of beasts to 3 in such a short time.
Isn't this a freshman exchange match? He, didn't expect this, did you, Zhang Shuren? Gung Wangwei spread his hands. This is what resources can do. As for my grades, I admit I'm not as good as yours.
But I am a trusted confidant of Lord Li Jin, and with his resources, not only have I tripled the number of upright humans, but I've also equipped them with weapons.
This is also very fine beast taming equipment. Just that hammer alone costs 50,000. Gung Wangwei said proudly. It seemed as if he possessed unlimited resources, just like that person. You.
Zhang Shuren was a bit angry, but his Black Panther was pierced through the abdomen by Adam number 2's spear, firmly pinned to the grass, unable to move.
Down you go, weakling.
Gung Wangwei had already received a yellow card. If he did anything excessive again, he would get a red card and be punished.
There were still 2 people in class 1. No. The really tricky guy is that new student named Feng Xiu. Gung Wangwei thought to himself.
The power and speed of that alien sword saint were monstrous. Even if there were 3 standing people, he wasn't very confident. However, Class 3 aimed to win the championship of this new student exchange competition. They had invested heavily. The only thing Li Shijia and I can do is to consume as much stamina as possible from Feng Xiu's beast, so that Lord Li Jin can take him down. This way, not only can Class 3 claim the championship, but it will also ensure that Lord Li Jin shines. As Li Jin's little brother, Gung Wangwei naturally knew the stakes.
Get lost,
he said to Zhang Shuren, as if the strong should humiliate the weak. Although the referee Wang Wei disapproved of Gung Wangwei's actions, he still had to announce the result.
Gung Wangwei from Class 3 wins 1 against 2.
Zhang Shuren's face turned a bit pale, but he said nothing more. He recalled the Black Panther and turned back to the lounge.
I'm sorry. Zhang Shuren lowered his head. I wanted to help classmate Chen Fan. No need to say more.
Zhang Panpan patted his shoulder. You did very well. If it weren't for Gung Wangwei's numerical advantage in beasts, Zhang Shuren could have won this round. But there was nothing to be done about it. I can only say that Class 3 has really invested heavily for this new student exchange championship.
Gung Wangwei.
Li Qingqing's anger was completely ignited, her fists clenched. I won't let him go.
If Gung Wangwei had released 3 beasts from the start, Zhang Shuren might not have lost so completely.
But he deliberately used only one standing person to deceive Zhang Shuren, then shot an arrow at a crucial moment.
This wasn't a fair fight at all. I'll go.
Seeing this, Feng Xiu directly requested to go on stage. Though he had no connection with Chen Fan or Zhang Shuren, Gung Wangwei's methods were indeed a bit sinister. He remembered that Li Qingqing's beast was a small gray bird. Although it was quite fast, it was not suitable for battle at all. If she acted too boldly, Li Qingqing might also lose. You don't need to worry. However, Li Qingqing did not appreciate Feng Xiu's concern and walked straight out of the lounge.
Zhang Panpan did not say anything about this.
Although she thought Feng Xiu could beat Gung Wangwei, but
Class 1 was not the same as Feng Xiu's Class 1.
Li Qingqing, Chen Fan, Zhang Shuren, they were all students of Class 1.
They needed to grow. On the other side, Li Qingqing angrily arrived at the competition arena. Hey, little beauty.
Gung Wangwei had long heard of Li Qingqing's name and did not expect to meet her at the new student exchange competition.
What's up? Want to transfer to our Class 3? I promise I will take good care of you. Get lost. Li Qingqing glared fiercely at Gung Wangwei, then released her beast. Her beast was a gray monster bird, not much bigger than a goose. Even when Li Qingqing released her beast, Gung Wangwei couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Ah, just this? Ha 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 ha. Gung Wangwei immediately covered his belly and couldn't help but laugh. Is this your beast, Li Qingqing? This is too weak, right? Ah, just a bird. It was known that Li Qingqing was a very bright student during middle school. In addition, she was the top in all general courses for 3 years, and her high school entrance examination scores were perfect except for Chinese. Once even called the most powerful brain. I thought that Li Qingqing's beast would perhaps be a mythical beast, or at least an ancient species. But, unexpectedly, this little gray bird is so weak and fragile. I can't take it anymore, I'm laughing to death. Li Qingqing, aren't you just good at studying, and not at taming beasts? Ha 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 ha. Adam 3, take her down. Even in Gung Wangwei's opinion, he didn't even need all 3 atoms to deal with Li Qingqing's beast. With just Adam 3's archery skills, he could easily take her down. Even the hosts Zhao Di and Du Liang's faces turned pale. I didn't see wrong, that is Li Qingqing's beast? If it weren't for Fang Xiu's sudden rise, Li Qingqing should be the best at Crane City High School, but her beast seems too weak. Zhao Di frowned. No matter how he looked at it, Li Qingqing's beast didn't seem powerful at all. It even gave a feeling of being very weak. Could it really be as rumored that Li Qingqing is just good at studying and has no talent for taming beasts? Du Liang couldn't help but feel it was a pity. She truly couldn't stand Gung Wangwei's smug expression. But Li Qingqing's beast really didn't look like it could fight. It's not uncommon for a student to be good at general studies but fail at taming beasts, otherwise, everyone wouldn't say high school is a turning point in life. Zhao Di sighed. It seems that Fang Xiu's pressure will become very high. Yes. Du Liang nodded, not to mention the worth of Li Jin, Gung Wangwei and Li Shizhia's beasts are very strong. With Fang Xiu's beast, it must be very difficult to take on 3 at once. Could it be that this year's freshman exchange competition's champion really has to change hands? Zhao Di gasped, the resources of the 3rd school have always been not much worse than the 1st school, they have won in previous exchange competitions. Only this year, the 1st school will lose a bit badly. Ha! Gung Wangwei has attacked. With Zhao Di's exclamation, Adam 3 drew his bow and shot a precise arrow at the little gray bird's chest. The hearts of the audience tightened at that moment. Chapter 55, Li Qingqing's Secret, Mythical Beast. Before Li Qingqing appeared, many people were full of anticipation for this top student who ranked first in the high school entrance exam. Especially Gung Wangwei's arrogant attitude, which caused much dissatisfaction among the audience. Everyone hoped that Li Qingqing could beat Gung Wangwei badly. But, unexpectedly, when she summoned her beast, all the audience gasped in disbelief. Even the hosts Zhao Di and Du Liang were left stunned. Humph, die. Gung Wangwei crossed his arms, and under his command, Adam 3 drew back his compound bow. Whoosh! The sharp arrow flew straight towards the little gray bird. The audience held their breath, their palms sweating cold for Li Qingqing. However, just when Gung Wangwei thought he could end the battle instantly, the little gray bird vanished, and the arrow flew into empty air, drawing a parabolic line and landing on the ground. What? Gung Wangwei's heart trembled. Adam 3 not only had skill but also used weapons that were masterpieces of modern technology, making it impossible to dodge easily. Humph. But Gung Wangwei quickly calmed down his emotions. Though Li Qingqing's little gray bird was indeed surprisingly fast, it only had speed. Your beast is no better than rural poultry. Even if it can dodge Adam 3's attack, it poses no threat to my Adam. Gung Wangwei mocked Li Qingqing again. Oh really? Li Qingqing smiled, then let me show you what my beast can do. As soon as Li Qingqing finished speaking, the vanishing little gray bird reappeared behind Adam 3. Adam 3, Gung Wangwei saw this and he quickly reminded. Though the upright man has nothing to do with modern humans, after all, they are of the same kind, and their intelligence far exceeds that of ordinary beast tamers. Under Gung Wangwei's training, they can understand human language. Adam number 3 immediately turned around, the sharp arrow perched on the bowstring. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze focused on the little gray bird. It's over, at this distance, your beast has nowhere to escape. Gung Wangwei did not forget to use words to disturb Li Qingqing. Who says my beast will escape? Li Qingqing scoffed at Gung Wangwei's tricks. In an instant, her little gray bird opened its small beak. In the next second, a bright light surged from the little gray bird's beak, unleashing a wave of heat. Adam number 3 tried hard to see the position of the little gray bird, but his eyes were stunned by the scorching light. In an instant, Adam number 3 let out a miserable scream, stepping back repeatedly, shielding his vision with his arm. Gung Wangwei blinked hard, unable to believe what he saw.
He could see Li Qingqing's little gray bird spitting out a scorching tongue of fire, pouring towards atom number 3. In just 2 breaths, atom number 3 was engulfed in flames.
The terrible cry sent chills down everyone's spines, as the compound bow and arrows fell from his hands, and he collapsed onto the grass, rolling around. Then a smell of charred flesh began to fill the air. However, Li Qingqing's little gray bird showed no intention of letting atom number 3 off, still pouring out its fiery tongue towards him.
Until the blazing fire covered atom number 3 completely.
Such a horrifying scene instantly made Gung Guangwei's scalp tingle.
Guliolu. Gung Guangwei swallowed, nervously gulping down saliva. This was the first time he had seen a beast that could breathe fire.
Not only him, when the little gray bird spewed the fierce fire, the entire audience erupted in screams, as if a pot had blown up. The hosts Zhao Di and Du Lia both stared with wide eyes, like brass bells. Just a moment ago, they thought Li Qingqing's beast had no killing power. Even though it had a speed advantage, it was still hard to defeat Gung Guangwei's upright man.
But who knew? Li Qingqing's little gray bird could actually breathe fire. Even in an instant, atom number 3 was suppressed. Is this a phantom beast type?
Du Lia's eyes sparkled. To her, only a phantom beast could achieve this level. And upon careful thought, the little gray bird's appearance was indeed rare.
At least in her memory, she had never seen such a beast. Phantom beast type? It's not impossible.
Although innate phantom beasts are extremely rare, said to be born once in hundreds of thousands, but
who is Li Qingqing?
In 3 years of middle school, she topped all her general knowledge classes. In the high school entrance exam, she scored full marks in everything except for Chinese. I wouldn't be surprised if she awakened a phantom beast. But even though it was said this way, Zhao Di's heart was still quite shocked.
Even the audience began to cheer Li Qingqing's name. If it's a phantom beast type, then Gung Guangwei has no chance of winning. Du Lia felt refreshed. She never liked a guy like Gung Guangwei. Now seeing Li Qingqing's beast was the phantom type, she could not imagine how Gung Guangwei would win. In the first high school's lounge, Zhang Shuren suddenly stood up from the bench, staring at the screen in disbelief. Li Qingqing's beast is actually a phantom beast? In an instant, Zhang Shuren felt as if struck by lightning. Since the first year of junior high, he had regarded Li Qingqing as a rival to chase after. Always fantasizing about defeating Li Qingqing and earning the title of number 1. Even now, he still sees Li Qingqing as his nemesis. During the 3 years of general studies in middle school, Li Qingqing overwhelmed Zhang Shuren. His ability in the high school entrance exam was completely crushed. Now, even Li Qingqing's beast is of the phantom type. As for his own beast, he doesn't even know about ancient types, it's just an ordinary, conventional type. Although, with his hard work, his beast's power has improved by leaps and bounds, compared to the phantom type beast with limitless potential, it's truly a world apart. For a moment, Zhang Shuren clenched his fists tightly, and a sense of defeat surged within him. A strong sense of defeat. He didn't feel this way even when he was defeated by Gung Guangwei. Is it a phantom type? Fang Xiu stared at the screen. He didn't expect Li Qingqing to hide it so well. If her beast hadn't suddenly breathed fire, he wouldn't have noticed it was a phantom type beast. However, this also means that the phantom type possesses supernatural powers. On the competition field, I am not as despicable as you, Li Qingqing said firmly. Although Gung Guangwei's direct attack on Chen Fan made her feel disgusted, she would never resort to such filthy tactics. Upon seeing the fear in Gung Guangwei's eyes, Li Qingqing said this while directing her little gray bird to deal with Atom 1. Even though she wouldn't directly attack the Beastmaster, she planned to wipe out Gung Guangwei's beasts. Chapter 56, Despicable Gung Guangwei. Among the 3 standing figures, only Atom 3 had the most skilled archery, and in one face-off, he was immediately engulfed in flames by Li Qingqing's little gray bird. Even when facing the little gray bird directly, fear filled Atom 1's eyes. Gung Guangwei's face turned ashen in an instant. Damn it! He bit his teeth and subconsciously glanced toward the direction of the 3rd middle school's resting room. He wasn't worried about losing to Li Qingqing. What he truly feared was Li Jin. This time, the 3rd middle school is determined to win the championship. No matter what, I must make Lord Li Jin reach the top. Gung Guangwei thought to himself. If he got eliminated by Li Qingqing here, the 1st middle school and the 3rd middle school would turn into a 2v2 situation. If Li Shijiao lost to Li Qingqing again, then Li Jin would have to face 2 opponents alone. Both Li Qingqing and Fang Xiu are phantom-type beast masters. No way. Gung Guangwei shook his head, he couldn't allow such an accident to happen. Thinking of this, he looked again at Li Qingqing. Atom 1 was desperately dodging the flames of the little gray bird. Only a last resort remains. Gung Guangwei steeled himself. If he seriously injured Li Qingqing, she would have no choice but to withdraw. Even though he would be penalized with a red card and face harsher punishments, at least he could keep the advantage for the 3rd middle school. Atom 2.
Gung Guangwei's voice was deep and cold.
Adam too understood his intention and tightened his grip on the spear, his fierce gaze focused on Li Qingqing. In an instant, Li Qingqing also felt this overwhelming killing intent.
Ha! Li Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Adam too. Although she knew Gung Guangwei was not a good person, she still underestimated his limits.
Adam too took a few steps forward, the muscles in his arms bulging, channeling all his strength into one point, launching the spear with terrifying power.
Whoosh!
The silver spear whipped through the air, shooting straight toward Li Qingqing. Such a terrifying scene turned the referee's face pale as paper.
Host Xiao Di and Du Lia's eyes widened in shock, their mouths gaping open in an O shape. Insane! This Gung Guangwei has absolutely gone mad. He actually directed his beast to attack the beast master.
Li Qingqing's little gray bird noticed the speeding spear and quickly abandoned Adam 1, rushing toward the spear. With Adam 2's run-up, the explosive force reached a truly astonishing level. The little gray bird crashed directly into emptiness. Li Qingqing kept retreating, but she couldn't dodge in time.
Puff!
She saw the spear thrown by Adam number 2 directly pierce Li Qingqing's thigh, penetrating her flesh, the sharp end firmly nailed to the ground, blood splattering into the air like a dancing red butterfly. Li Qingqing's face instantly turned pale as snow, her eyes nearly bursting, beads of sweat as big as beans began to emerge from her forehead.
An unprecedented pain nearly made Li Qingqing faint. Instead, Gung Guangwei felt a sense of relief right away.
Putting aside the pain of having a spear pierced through her thigh, it was something a little girl simply couldn't bear. If she wasn't sent to the hospital in time, Li Qingqing would soon be in shock from blood loss.
Ha!
Sweat also appeared on Gung Guangwei's forehead, but he felt a long breath of relief in his heart. Although this meant he had seriously violated the rules, at least it was a one-on-one mutual explosion with Li Qingqing. As long as I can hold on to Lord Li Jin's thigh, the results of the freshman exchange competition are of no importance to me.
Gung Guangwei thought to himself.
He stood in place, waiting for the referee to come and announce the result.
What are you doing, treating the freshman exchange competition like this?
Referee Wang Wei rushed over with big strides, pulling a red card from his pocket. If it weren't for professional ethics, he would have wanted to punch Gung Guangwei.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Gung Guangwei shrugged. I just wanted to defeat classmate Li Qingqing, but my beast control wasn't working well, so an accident happened.
That's right, that spear was originally aimed at Li Qingqing's beast. It was she who didn't dodge. Although Gung Guangwei had anticipated the consequences of doing this, he absolutely couldn't openly admit it. Even if he would be penalized with a red card, he would firmly insist it was an accident. It was an accident. Gung Guangwei purposely raised his voice, desperately defending himself. However,
this shameless behavior drew a chorus of boos from the audience.
Some audience members couldn't control their emotions and threw their drinks on the floor. No.
But what Gung Guangwei never expected was that Li Qingqing suddenly spoke up.
No? Gung Guangwei furrowed his brows, not quite understanding what Li Qingqing meant. Can't she forgive him?
After all, Li Qingqing was a student from the first high school, and he was from the third high school.
No matter how dissatisfied she was, she couldn't do anything to him, right? Don't give him a red card.
Li Qingqing pressed down on her thigh to slow the bleeding, struggling to squeeze out a complete sentence.
Referee, since it was an accident, then the match should continue. Isn't that so? Despite Li Qingqing's intense anger, she didn't want to end like this. She hadn't taught Gung Guangwei a good lesson yet.
You?
Gung Guangwei was taken aback.
He thought Li Qingqing would not let him off, but unexpectedly, she wanted to continue fighting him and even asked the referee not to give him a red card?
Has this girl lost her mind? Classmate Li Qingqing. Referee Wang Wei was also surprised by Li Qingqing's tenacity. If you don't hurry to handle your injury, it might affect your recovery later.
No matter what, Adam number 2's spear had directly pierced Li Qingqing's thigh.
It's better to stop the match and get her to the hospital quickly. No way. I am Li Qingqing, how can I easily admit defeat?
Li Qingqing shook her head vigorously, but her vision became a bit blurry.
Swish. Swish.
Suddenly, Li Qingqing felt 2 gusts of wind by her ears, and her pin leg finally regained some feeling. However, the intense pain made it difficult for her to maintain her balance, causing her to topple over to the other side.
Thump!
What Li Qingqing did not expect was that she did not fall to the ground, but instead, she directly rushed into someone's arms.
Li
Qingqing frowned slightly, her blurred vision could only make out a rough outline.
You are the captain of Ijon, Fang Xiu? The referee Wang Wei recognized the boy who was holding Li Qingqing at a glance. It was indeed the man who had eliminated the entire Yucai, Fang Xiu. At the same time, the last trump card of Hecheng Ijon. Chapter 57, using their own methods against them.
Fang Xiu, let go of me.
Although Li Qingqing's beautiful eyes could not see clearly, she instinctively struggled upon hearing Fang Xiu's name.
However, her strength was already weaker than Fang Xiu's, and now injured, even a slight movement caused her severe pain. Being held in Fang Xiu's arms made it even harder for her to exert any strength. Zhang Panpan and Zhang Shuren also arrived on the competition field with medical staff.
Gung Guangwei, don't you think this is too much?
Zhang Shuren pushed up his glasses and glared at Gung Guangwei. If looks could kill, he would wish to shred Gung Guangwei into pieces. To actually argue that his monster's intelligence was poor, that it was an accident, an unintentional injury.
Did he really think these people had no eyes? Adam number 2 had clearly aimed at Li Qingqing on purpose.
To win, he would stop at nothing. How could there be a person like Gung Guangwei in this world?
He really had no shame. Don't slander me, I didn't. Gung Guangwei retorted, still trying to argue, I really didn't mean it.
Then, I voluntarily withdraw from this freshman exchange competition, and my results shall be nullified.
I am willing to bear all medical expenses, that should be enough, right? Gung Guangwei spoke softly, indicating his willingness to take responsibility for it all. But he absolutely did not mean to do it. Fang Xiu, let me fight him.
Li Qingqing still wanted to compete with Gung Guangwei. But her voice got smaller and smaller, even the little gray bird couldn't sustain anymore and was forcibly taken back into the beast controlling card.
Pan Pan brother, I leave Li Qingqing to you.
Fang Xiu lifted Li Qingqing and then turned to the stretcher, placing her on it. Don't worry, Fang Xiu, I won't let her get hurt.
Zhang Panpan nodded seriously.
Although he had just become a PE teacher not long ago and this was the first time encountering such a thing, he had seen terrible beast masters like Gung Guangwei before.
Fang Xiu, the freshman exchange competition is up to you now. Don't lose.
However, with this incident happening, the competition could hardly be called an exchange contest anymore.
I know. Fang Xiu responded, next, it's personal grudges. First Chen Fan, then Li Qingqing.
Although his relationship with these two wasn't particularly good, he was at least the captain of their small team.
Most importantly, is a person not human? Could they just roll away when in trouble and stop when they are safe?
Referee, sir. You just heard it, right? This guy says he didn't mean it, it was an accident. Just because of an accident, to give a red card and expel him, I think that's unreasonable.
And,
as he spoke, Fang Xiu glanced back at Li Qingqing. I think classmate Li Qingqing won't accept this explanation either. So please let us continue the match. Once these words were spoken, the whole place was in an uproar. After all, with such an incident, everyone felt that Gung Guangwei was guilty beyond escape. Yet unexpectedly, Fang Xiu actually wanted him to continue the competition. This. Referee Wan Wei also felt troubled. He believed Fang Xiu was not acting out of a saintly notion of forgiving Gung Guangwei. On the contrary, he definitely wanted to solve Gung Guangwei in his own way.
Are you out of your mind? Gung Guangwei was momentarily stunned.
At the moment he decided to take action, he had already prepared to be eliminated and have his results cancelled.
Unexpectedly, Fang Xiu actually requested the referee not to eliminate him. Did he even know what he was saying? Even though he had absolute confidence in his beast. But he didn't necessarily have to fight hard against his beast. As long as he repeated his old tricks, he could even eliminate him. Don't hit too hard. Looking at Gung Guangwei's arrogant attitude, the referee Wang Wei ultimately chose to turn a blind eye, stepping back while reminding Fang Xiu. Don't hit too hard. The referee has retracted the red card. The host Zhao Di's expression grew serious. If it were a normal match, he believed Fang Xiu could win. But the 3 recent matches were enough to prove that Gung Guangwei was not a good person. Fang Xiu, beat him hard. Dulia didn't care about anything else, directly grabbing the microphone and shouting at Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu, Fang Xiu, Fang Xiu. In an instant, the entire audience began to chant Fang Xiu's name. The atmosphere on site was completely ignited. No one could stand Gung Guangwei's behavior, and everyone hoped Fang Xiu could fix this guy. Have I become the villain? Gung Guangwei looked around, not expecting the atmosphere to turn out this way. However, he didn't care, instead, he was happy inside. At the very least, he had stayed in this competition. Fang Xiu, do you like Li Qingqing? He. You must think you look super handsome right now, right? But let me tell you, it won't help. The champion of this new student exchange competition will definitely be from our class 3. I'm telling you. At this point, Gung Guangwei no longer pretended. After all, there was only Fang Xiu left among the new students from class 1. As long as he took him down here. If they both exploded together, victory would belong to class 3. Gung Guangwei didn't even bother to pretend anymore. His Adam 1 and Adam 2 charged directly at Fang Xiu. He paid no attention to Fang Xiu's beast at all. But in the next second, two black figures suddenly appeared behind Atom 1 and Atom 2.
It was Fang Xiu's aberrations. These two aberrations, although just ordinary male aberrations, stood at 2.5 meters tall, a whole head taller than Gung Guangwei's upright form.
As soon as they appeared behind Atom 1 and 2, they whipped their tails and wrapped them around their necks, restraining their movements.
And beside Fang Xiu stood the aberrant sword saint, who flicked his wrist, and the black knife sprang out from his elbow joint. Then, a white facehugger fell from Fang Xiu's side to the ground, quickly climbing up Atom 1 and 2's faces, firmly hugging onto them. Even Atom 3, who had been charred by the fire, was not spared by Fang Xiu. Seeing him on the verge of death, he still released the facehugger to parasitize him.
In just 2 quick breaths, all 3 of Gung Guangwei's beasts were taken care of by Fang Xiu. Next, it's you, Fang Xiu said in a deep voice.
The aberrant sword saint stepped forward, the sharp tip of the knife slicing through the lightly green grass on the competition field. Everywhere it went, the green grass was cut in half. Combined with its huge body, it caused Gung Guangwei to shiver.
You, what do you want? A bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart.
I forgot to tell you, my beasts aren't very smart, sometimes they will ignore my commands.
Fang Xiu said slowly, word by word. Chapter 58, Those who humiliate will be humiliated.
Fang Xiu naturally had no sympathy for someone like Gung Guangwei. The aberrant sword saint strode forward, constantly moving closer to Gung Guangwei, and referee Wang Wei noticed the actions of the aberrant sword saint, instantly understanding Fang Xiu's intentions.
Fang Xiu. After a moment of hesitation, referee Wang Wei still couldn't help but speak.
Although we could understand Fang Xiu's feelings, if something tragic happened here, Fang Xiu's future would come to an end. As the strongest in the hope of Class 1 in Huqing, he really didn't want to see Fang Xiu fall into the wrong path because of a moment of anger.
However, Fang Xiu did not pay attention to referee Wang Wei's advice.
The distance between the alien sword saint and Gung Guangwei quickly shortened.
No, no.
With a thud, Gung Guangwei fell to the ground, staring at the oppressive alien sword saint, his pupils shaking wildly.
Fang Xiu, do you know what you are doing? This is intentional harm, it is intentional harm.
Gung Guangwei frantically shouted at Fang Xiu, hoping he would stop here. But whether it was the referee Wang Wei's persuasion or Gung Guangwei's pleas, he remained unmoved. Those who insult others, all are insulted. In an instant, the alien sword saint struck fiercely at Gung Guangwei. Before he knew it, Gung Guangwei instinctively raised his arm, continuously begging Fang Xiu for mercy.
Stop it, quickly make your beast stop. I know I was wrong, Fang Xiu, no, no, no. Gung Guangwei's screams echoed throughout the beast sports arena, and some spectators instinctively turned away, unable to watch. Referee Wang Wei's eyes widened, he saw a flash of cold light as the alien sword saint's black blade slashed across Gung Guangwei's arm. The next second, bright red gushed out from the severed stump, like a faucet being turned on. Ah.
Gung Guangwei's whole face turned ashen, he never dreamed Fang Xiu would be so ruthless. Even when the alien sword saint's black blade came down, he still held onto a hint of fantasy, imagining that Fang Xiu was just scaring him, not truly daring to let his beast harm him. No matter what, Fang Xiu was the best in Huqing No. 1 middle school, and also the last contestant. If he violated the rules here, it would be a loss no matter how you looked at it. Unexpectedly, this guy actually went for it. Bean-sized sweat dripped from Gung Guangwei's forehead, he clutched his arm tightly, writhing in pain on the grass. However, not long after, Gung Guangwei's consciousness reached its limit, his eyes went black, and he fainted on the spot. Doctor, doctor. Seeing this, referee Wang Wei hurriedly shouted on the field and quickly walked to Fang Xiu's side, grabbing his wrist. Enough, Fang Xiu. Just cutting off one of Gung Guangwei's hands, Huqing No. 1 middle school could still find a way to help him out, but if he really killed someone in a public place, Fang Xiu would face a criminal issue. In fact, Fang Xiu was not blinded by rage. First of all, Gung Guangwei's 3 beasts had been captured by him, and one of his hands was chopped off by his alien sword saint. Even with the healing methods of this world, they could help Gung Guangwei reattach his severed limb, but his future life would still be impacted. Most importantly, with such a disgraceful match, the 3rd middle school would definitely no longer provide resources to Gung Guangwei. His beast master career was over. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu called the alien sword saint back and also put the upright person parasitized by the face-hugging bug into his beast's space. The winner of this match is... Referee Wang Wei grabbed Fang Xiu's wrist, raising his arm high, and announced loudly to the audience. In an instant, the whole place erupted, thunderous applause rising above the rest. Of course, Fang Xiu received a yellow card warning from referee Wang Wei for being unable to control the actions of the alien sword saint. Pay attention next time, Fang Xiu. After displaying the yellow card, referee Wang Wei stepped back from Fang Xiu, and medical staff rushed onto the field to pick up Gung Guangwei's severed hand and quickly took him off the field. What a thrill! Watching Gung Guangwei fall like this, Zhao Di exclaimed joyfully in his heart.
But now, Fang Xiu has also received a yellow card warning. Do Li Yang deeply agreed with Fang Xiu's boldness and passion? In her view, a guy like Gung Wangwei, who had such a corrupt character, had no right to be a beast master. If she were a teacher at the third middle school, she would definitely expel this guy. That's right, actually harming students from other schools in order to win. This is a new student exchange match. It is not just about distinguishing superiority and inferiority, or deciding life and death. I only hope that classmate Li Qingqing can be safe and sound.
Zhao Di said this. At the same time, Gung Wangwei was taken to the hospital, passing by the lounge of the third middle school.
Looking at Gung Wangwei, who had completely passed out, Li Jin couldn't help but frown. Although Gung Wangwei was indeed loyal, helping him eliminate Zhang Shuren and Li Qingqing, but his methods were indeed too ugly. Even if he won the game, it would affect the reputation of the third middle school. What a shame for our third middle school. Li Jin said in a low voice, his eyes filled with disdain for Gung Wangwei.
This scene made Li Shijia's expression become subtle.
In his impression, Li Jin and Gung Wangwei had a very good relationship, calling each other brothers privately.
Even the equipment Gung Wangwei used for controlling magical beasts was sponsored by Li Jin. As a result, that kind of disdainful gaze seemed as if it wanted to send Gung Wangwei straight to hell.
Li Shijia, you must not be like the kind of person Gung Wangwei, bringing shame to our third middle school. Li Jin then looked at Li Shijia and continued. Li Shijia couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling an immense pressure, and he instinctively glanced at the PE teacher Wang Ying, hoping she would say something to ease the atmosphere.
Sigh. Wang Ying sighed.
This freshman exchange competition is indeed a very critical match for the third middle school. But now that it has turned into this, it probably won't end easily.
Should we expel Gung Wangwei?
Wang Ying hesitated for a moment and confirmed with Li Jin. Although she was the leading PE teacher, she was still young, not much older than Li Jin, and even for a decision like this, she had to consult Li Jin.
That would be good.
Li Jin nodded slightly. The reputation of the third middle school is crucial. I don't want to hear someone talking behind my back after graduation, saying that guy came from the third middle school. After the freshman exchange competition ends, let's hold a press conference and cut ties with Gung Wangwei. Upon hearing that Gung Wangwei was to be expelled, Li Shijia couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. In his view, if it weren't for Li Jin, Gung Wangwei would never have fought so hard to this extent, and in the end,
just like that, he was expelled? Even before he had even woken up.
Chapter 59, Another Beast Master of the Illusion Beast Species. Hiss. Li Shijia sucked in a breath, unwilling to stay in the lounge any longer.
When he arrived at the competition venue, the host Zhao Di began to introduce.
Okay, now making his entrance is the third contestant from Hucheng Third Middle School, Li Shijia. It is said that he ranked third in the high school entrance exam, right after Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren, a top student. He is a genius that the third middle school spent a lot of resources to recruit. Du Liao nodded. Perhaps usually everyone hears the names Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren more, but Li Shijia is also a very impressive freshman. Just from the fact that the third middle school spared no resources to recruit him, we can see this.
But I wonder, will Li Shijia's character be like Gung Wangwei, resorting to any means for victory?
Even though Gung Wangwei had already exited the match, Du Liao still did not miss the opportunity to diss him.
On one hand, Gung Wangwei's actions were indeed extremely despicable. It even sparked outrage from the audience.
On the other hand, Du Liao was also reminding Li Shijia not to be like that guy Gung Wangwei and use vile methods. And her words naturally reached Li Shijia's ears.
He.
Li Shijia raised the corners of his mouth, showing a hint of a bitter smile. To be honest, he couldn't stand Gung Wangwei's style either, but he felt he could understand why he had to do so.
This freshman exchange competition was completely different from before.
Not to mention that Hucheng Third Middle School had been suppressed for several years. This year, a lot of resources were invested. Li Jin, as a highly anticipated student, brought hope to the third middle school.
Based on this relationship, Gung Wangwei wanted to ensure the third middle school secured first place, even if the means were not honorable.
It was just that he could never have imagined. His loyalty to Li Jin did not earn him protection, but rather severance.
Fang Xiu.
Li Shijia mumbled Fang Xiu's name, then adjusted his mindset and inserted the Beastmaster space card into the machine. If you are ready, unleash your beast and start the battle, the referee Wang Wei said in a deep voice. Because of Gung Wangwei's influence, he had no good feelings towards the third middle school. Li Shijia said nothing more and simply released his beast cleanly.
Fang Xiu's starry eyes narrowed slightly, instantly captivated by Li Shijia's beast.
What appeared was a beast over 2 meters tall, with a sturdy build, its skin a light blue, long ears, sharp teeth like an elephant, a tiger skin skirt around its lower body, and a string of animal skulls hanging from its waist. He held a stick in his hand. But rather than a stick, it resembled a staff. At least in Fang Xiu's eyes, the weapon used by Li Shijia's beast looked very much like the staffs used by wizards in online games. And Fang Xiu was sure, this beast of Li Shijia was definitely not an ancient species.
Neither Homo erectus nor the Beijing ape-man had anything to do with Li Shijia's beast. Is this a troll? Fang Xiu looked up and down at Li Shijia's beast.
No matter how one looked at it, this creature resembled the troll race in Western fantasy novels.
That's right. Li Shijia nodded. Because Gung Guangwei behaved in a despicable manner, he could naturally not tarnish the reputation of the third middle school, and at this moment, he acted as brightly as a knight, officially introducing his beast to Fang Xiu before the battle began. My beast is indeed a troll, a phantom beast like yours.
I named him Shadow Wizard. As for why it's a wizard, the reason is simple, my beast has the primal strength of a troll, but he is better at using sorcery. His strength is very powerful. Li Shijia said seriously. It must be said, after Li Shijia released his beast, the entire audience erupted in excitement. This was the new student exchange competition they had been looking forward to, a battle between geniuses.
A competition between talents. Even Du Liao, who usually looked down on Li Shijia, was suddenly impressed. Another phantom beast.
Following Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing, Li Shijia was the third genius to showcase a phantom beast.
Moreover, there were many rumors that Li Jin's beast was also a phantom type. Does that mean that both first middle school and third middle school have 4 phantom beast tamers?
Clearly, it's a rare beast that appears among millions.
Du Liao couldn't help but exclaim. I think this can be easily explained. Zhao Di was already used to this.
Phantom beast tamers had appeared in previous new student exchange competitions. Although it's said to be a rare species that only appears among millions, think about it, who are the new students participating in the exchange? Talents from various schools, the cream of the crop.
They are truly exceptional individuals. Is it really surprising that they possess phantom beasts? Just like the top 10.
In our Crane City, only a few dozen students make it to the top 10 each year.
Considering Crane City's population of millions, these students are already the rarest of the rare, but within the top 10?
You would be astonished to find that every student is a genius capable of making it into the top 10.
Zhao Di used a very simple and blunt analogy.
It was called a new student exchange, but it was, in fact, a genius new student exchange.
How many phantom beast tamers there were? What's the big deal? It's Li Shijia, his character looks much more upright and honest than Gung Guangwei.
I don't know if he was always this type of student. Or perhaps, after Gung Guangwei did such a thing, Li Shijia has reined himself in.
But anyway, Zhao Di and Du Liao still look forward to this match in their hearts. Witchcraft. Fang Xiu's eyes suddenly lit up.
Although he didn't know what the witchcraft Li Shijia spoke of was, it sounded amazing. And in his alien tribe, there were no witches at all.
I want it. I'm touched. Fang Xiu, what kind of eyes are those?
Li Shijia had a face full of black lines, feeling Fang Xiu's starry eyes were somewhat fanatical.
No. This is not just a little fanatical, it's plainly overly fanatical.
That feeling is like a child seeing a favorite toy, wanting it at all costs. I want your shadow witch, Fang Xiu said decisively. The two male aliens rushed directly toward Li Shijia's shadow witch. No matter what, they still didn't know what the other party's witchcraft was. Rushing the alien sword saint at this moment was not a wise tactic. Here it comes, Li Shijia swallowed nervously, shadow witch.
Key kick.
The shadow witch listened and then began to laugh sinisterly.
Chapter 60, The Massacre Formation of 10,000 Snakes. Add one more. Key kick.
Seeing two aliens charging towards him, the shadow witch was not in a hurry, just laughing sinisterly while reaching for the skull at his waist. Fang Xiu saw this and instinctively counted the number of skulls.
From the shape, these skulls seem to belong to small dogs.
Counting the one held in the shadow witch's hand, there are a total of 5. However, Fang Xiu was not worried in his heart, his aliens had expanded to over 100, and even if they stacked here, they could still crush Li Shijia's shadow witch.
Crack! Crack!
As the shadow witch increased his strength, the skulls shattered on the spot, and fragments drifted down from his hands. At the same time, the shadow witch raised the staff in his hand, aiming at one of the aliens.
Chains.
Only then did vague commands come out of the shadow witch's mouth, and an orange energy flew from his staff, forming a set of iron chains that wrapped around the charging alien.
Bang!
With a loud sound, the iron chains wrapped around the alien, binding its limbs and causing its body to lose balance, crashing to the ground. The other alien continued forward, opening its blood basin mouth, spitting out a second mouth. However, the remnants of the shattered skull did not all drift down, instead, they stirred a whirlwind, continuously spinning in the air, transforming into a snake spirit. Snake spirit guardian, the shadow witch said in a deep voice. This snake spirit, though small, standing up was only about 1.2 meters tall, could spit sharp flying needles from its mouth. And these flying needles were not physical entities, it was more like a spiritual body.
1, 2, 3.
The snake spirit summoned by the shadow which continued its action of spitting and swallowing, launching needle after needle towards the alien. Although the alien sensed everything, it showed no signs of evading, it still ran quickly toward the shadow witch. Even Li Shijia's face suddenly changed. According to reason, every beast master would cherish their beasts immensely. Seeing their beasts at risk of dying would change their expressions painfully.
But what he never expected was countless flying needles shot out, almost turning Feng Xiu's alien into a hedgehog, and this guy didn't even blink. That feeling was as if this alien was his own death soldier, not worthy of any pity.
Hiss. Li Shijia's mouth curled up, taking a breath of cold air. In his heart, he only felt that Feng Xiu was really a bit cold-blooded. However, what he did not expect was, although Feng Xiu's alien was shot into a hedgehog by the shadow wizard snake spirit, green slime continuously sprayed from its wounds, the alien's movements showed no signs of sluggishness. It displayed a kind of awareness, knowing that there were tigers in the mountains, yet still moving toward the tiger's mountain. Even as the alien continued to approach the shadow wizard, blood sprayed from its body, directly hitting the shadow wizard.
In the next second, the shadow wizard let out a miserable scream, pushing off with force under his feet, quickly retreating.
Li Shijia only then realized that on the shadow wizard's body, there were one bloody crater after another. Not only were the wounds extremely difficult to heal, but the bleeding was also hard to stop. Even the grass on the ground that was splattered with alien blood began to wither at a visible speed.
Acid blood. Feng Xiu enjoyed the shocked expression on Li Shijia's face and then began to explain.
My alien not only has a hard as iron exoskeleton armor, but its blood also has a strong acid effect. Don't mention flesh and blood, even a few meters thick steel plate can be dissolved layer by layer. So, be careful, Li Shijia.
Feng Xiu reminded Li Shijia to stay away from his alien.
Otherwise, once touched by the alien's acidic blood, it could lead to disfigurement at best, and death at worst. What a vicious ability. Li Shijia complained with a dark expression, quickly jogging away from Feng Xiu's alien.
Shadow Wizard, take it down.
Use all the snake spirits. Each time a snake spirit was created, a dog must be killed to feed it with its flesh and blood. This kind of evil sorcery sometimes made Li Shijia feel helpless. He also did not understand why his beast had awakened such an ability. But now, in order to defeat Feng Xiu, he could not think of anything else. He could only find a way to replenish his beast after the competition was over.
Jia.
The shadow wizard nodded. Although his body was painfully corroded by the acidic blood, he still endured it and smiled wickedly, then began to crush all the skulls at his waist one by one to create snake spirits.
In an instant, 5 snake spirits formed a pentagram pattern, trapping Feng Xiu's alien in the middle.
Needles shot out like a storm, blasting toward Feng Xiu's alien. Before long, his alien was beaten into a pulp.
Feng Xiu, surrender.
Your alien is indeed troublesome, but it is destined to lose to my shadow wizard.
Especially after the snake spirits are formed, any flesh and blood will be easily pierced by them.
You have no chance of winning. Li Shijia warned Feng Xiu to surrender quickly. No matter how you look at it, Feng Xiu's beast was also a phantom beast type. There was no need to risk the life of his beast just for a newborn exchange competition. Besides, the second place result was already good enough.
It seems you know nothing about my alien. Feng Xiu smirked. The shadow wizard's snake spirit formation was indeed impressive. But precisely because his phantom beast type was so great, that's why he wanted it. How strong would the new alien created by combining the alien and sorcery be?
Just thinking about it filled Feng Xiu with indescribable excitement.
Go for it. However, Feng Xiu did not directly let the alien sword saint attack the snake spirit formation.
After all, the alien sword saint was his trump card alien.
With this in mind, Feng Xiu directly released a large number of male aliens. 1, 2.
In just 1 or 2 breaths, over 20 aliens directly appeared on the competition field. Such an astonishing number made Li Shijia's brain feel a loud buzz. It was only at this moment that he completely understood why Feng Xiu showed no change in expression when he saw his alien being attacked or even killed. It turned out it was because he had too many aliens.
Losing 1 or 2 would not hurt at all. In an instant, the beings of Feng Xiu kicked off with force, charging towards the snake spirit formation.
Sword Saint used the mirror images. Accompanied by Feng Xiu's low roar, his Sword Saint instantly split into 4 doppelgangers, running together with the main body, rushing towards the Shadow Sorcerer's snake spirit formation. The sheer number of beings was astounding, and the Shadow Sorcerer's snake spirit formation could only carelessly attack wildly for a moment, unable to concentrate their firepower.
Chapter 61, Capturing the Shadow Sorcerer. This is impossible.
Li Shijia stared at the scene before him, his pupils shaking wildly. Although he did not have a background like Li Jin's, as one of the very few beast masters, he had been discovered by number 3 middle school during the qualifying exam. In the matter of beast taming, number 3 middle school had provided strong support, allowing his shadow sorcerer to obtain this 10,000 snakes massacre formation. He had thought he could crush Fang Xiu's beings and win this competition. No. Even if he really could not defeat Fang Xiu, he at least expected to heavily injure his beasts. But who knew that Fang Xiu's beings seemed endless? Even if they were pierced through by his snake spirit, there would immediately be new beings to follow, endlessly charging forward, effectively suppressing the firepower of the 10,000 snakes massacre formation. Not only that, but Fang Xiu's sword saint also split itself into 4 mirror images on the spot, striding forward, and in less than a breath, they appeared near the snake spirit, their black blades sweeping forward, instantly cleaving the shadow sorcerer's snake spirit in half. Faced with this sudden scene, a glimmer of fear flashed in the shadow sorcerer's eyes. As the hosts, Zhao Di and Du Lia were momentarily speechless. It was too shocking. They never dreamed they would witness such an incredible battle in this new students' exchange competition. Especially Fang Xiu's beings. It directly challenged Zhao Di's understanding. No, this Fang Xiu, is he really just a freshman? Long before becoming a host, he had paid close attention to the high school league. In past new students' exchange competitions, many geniuses had often appeared. However, in Zhao Di's understanding, even those so-called geniuses had beasts that were far inferior to Fang Xiu's beings. Du Lia even specifically picked up the documents beside her for confirmation. She found that Fang Xiu was indeed a freshman. How on earth did he do this? High school has only been in session for a month, right? In such a short time, just being able to raise a single beast well is already impressive. Yet Fang Xiu could manage dozens of beasts at once? Du Lia exclaimed in amazement. Adding to Fang Xiu's sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, and his fresh and handsome appearance, she felt increasingly regretful inside. Why didn't she just arrive a few years later? Perhaps she could spark a romantic fire with Fang Xiu. It's not just that simple. Zhao Di swallowed nervously, gulping down his saliva. Some beasts sacrifice individual power to expand advantages. In certain specific situations, they can exhibit astonishing effects, but these beasts often do not have particularly strong individual combat power. But look at Fang Xiu's beings, not only mastering exquisite swordsmanship, but their bodies are as hard as iron, and even their blood has a strong corrosive property. Even without a numerical advantage, these beings are not something that just any beast can tackle. Zhao Di couldn't help but praise Fang Xiu's beasts. Du Lia nodded in agreement. As the sword saint shattered the shadow sorcerer's 10,000 snakes massacre formation, Li Shijia's beasts completely lost their means. He looked in terror at the charging beings and turned to flee. Referee Wang Wei witnessed this scene. Once beasts exhibit such behavior, it basically signals defeat. However, the scene before him was so shocking that he was momentarily frozen, forgetting to stop Fang Xiu. Soon, Li Shijia's shadow wizard was knocked to the ground by the pursuing alien. However, these aliens did not directly tear the shadow wizard's body apart. After all, without the command of Fang Xiu, the alien king, they did not have the qualification to kill the target. Go, facehugger. Fang Xiu's eyes revealed a frenzy. Seeing the shadow wizard controlled by his alien army, he quickly released the white facehugger. The facehugger dashed towards the shadow wizard like a white lightning bolt. Since everyone's attention was focused on the aliens, no one noticed the facehugger released by Fang Xiu. Even Li Shijia did not realize that the facehugger was approaching his beast. Referee. However, Li Shijia quickly reacted. With the breaking of the shadow wizard's 10,000 snakes massacre formation, naturally, there was no way to fight back. If he did not stop Fang Xiu's aliens, his shadow wizard would probably perish here. Although his beast space had recorded the cultivation data of the shadow wizard, which he could again hatch after returning, having poured so much effort and resources into it, he did not want to start over. Referee, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Quickly make Fang Xiu stop. Li Shijia yelled desperately, simultaneously taking out his beast space card, wanting to retract his shadow wizard, but he was still a step too late. Just as he yelled this, the facehugger released by Fang Xiu had already pounced onto the shadow wizard's face. Warning, warning. The shadow wizard is being parasitized. If stored in the beast space, it may pose a danger to the beast master. The warning sound from the beast space card echoed in Li Shijia's mind. The moment the facehugger grabbed it, it directly implanted its parasitic device into the shadow wizard's mouth. What? Li Shijia felt his entire brain buzz. Only then did he suddenly notice that his shadow wizard was being tightly held by an ugly thing. Parasitize? What the hell is parasitizing? Li Shijia's eyes were as wide as a cow's, looking at his shadow wizard and then at Fang Xiu. In stark contrast to his bewilderment and disbelief, Fang Xiu was beaming with joy. Succeeded. Fang Xiu excitedly clenched his fist. Referee Wang Wei also suddenly realized at this moment.
I announced that the winner of this match is Fang Xiu.
Referee Wang Wei announced the result of the battle loudly.
Fang Xiu quickly activated the beast space and first retrieved the parasitized shadow wizard back into the beast space. Then, the aliens he released also disappeared in droves. Fang Xiu. Li Shijia gritted his teeth and shouted at Fang Xiu, "Give me back my beast." "What's your beast?" Fang Xiu glanced at Li Shijia, "It's mine now. Since you've come to participate in the freshman exchange competition, how can you not even have this awareness?" Fang Xiu's lips curled up, feeling he had no issue at all.
In fact, Fang Xiu had already reviewed the competition rules when he entered the freshman exchange competition.
Although attacking beast masters was prohibited, it allowed the beast master's beasts to kill the opponent's beasts. Moreover,
the rules of the freshman exchange competition did not mention that one could not parasitize another's beast. What is not prohibited by law can be done.
"Let Li Jin come," Fang Xiu said in a low voice, urging Li Shijia to leave the stage quickly. He was eager to see what kind of beast Li Jin had. Chapter 62, shocking the entire crowd, a beast that can parasitize and usurp. Fang Xiu. I'll fight you to the end.
Seeing his shadow wizard taken by Fang Xiu into the beast space, Li Shijia could no longer restrain his emotions, and with bloodshot eyes, charged towards Fang Xiu. His red eyes looked as if he had seen his father's murderer.
"Are you sure?" Fang Xiu coldly glanced at Li Shijia. The alien sword saint then stepped forward.
The terrifying momentum pressed toward Li Shijia.
With a thud, Li Shijia's legs went weak, and he collapsed directly onto the grass.
Referee Wang Wei hurriedly made a gesture, signaling the security at the scene to take Li Shijia back to the resting room.
The rules of the new student exchange competition do not state that one cannot parasitize the opponent's beast.
But
Referee Wang Wei glanced at Fang Xiu.
Just the strength of the aberration was already quite exaggerated. He never expected it could also take over the opponent's beast through parasitism. And that aberration sword saint, if closely observed, looked completely different from other aberrations. Not only was its figure more imposing, but its elbow joints could also extend weapons. Apart from all having black exoskeletons, it was as if it and other aberrations were not the same kind of creature.
Could it be Fang Xiu's aberration sword saint evolved through parasitizing other beasts? If this is true, Fang Xiu's aberration possesses limitless potential.
It was not just Judge Wang Wei who realized this.
In the restroom of Yucai School,
Wang Dalong sat in a chair, observing the battle. When he saw Fang Xiu's face-hugging bug dragging Li Shijia's shadow wizard into its beast space, his brain felt a buzz.
Parasitism. Fang Xiu's aberration can parasitize other beasts? But why? Wang Dalong's pupils trembled wildly. Gao Han and others felt relieved in their hearts.
Thank goodness I chose to forfeit, otherwise, being parasitized by Fang Xiu would be unbearable.
Gao Han inhaled sharply and complained. Damn, is this the monster from Huqing No. 1 High School? This is too perverse, who can beat him?
If I were Li Jin, I would directly forfeit. Losing is one thing, but having my beast be parasitized is too painful.
Gao Han and others' relief formed a sharp contrast with Wang Dalong's gloomy face. Do you think Fang Xiu would even want your beasts?
Wang Dalong turned around, lowering his voice.
Although Gao Han and others chose to forfeit, he was actually facing Fang Xiu head-on.
Against the attack of the aberration sword saint, his crocodile man, Wang Dalong, stood no chance at all.
In less than 2 rounds, he was already trampled underfoot by the aberration sword saint.
Moreover, at that time, Fang Xiu hadn't revealed his face-hugging bug yet. In other words, if Fang Xiu had used the face-hugging bug to parasitize his beast, he wouldn't have been able to react at all.
But Fang Xiu didn't do that.
Because his beast was neither a phantom beast nor an ancient species.
Damn it!
Wang Dalong clenched his fist tightly, striking the chair heavily. He felt no sense of relief but rather that his beast had been looked down upon.
Gao Han and others exchanged glances, and their earlier relief instantly faded. Indeed. What was there to be happy about? It was because their beasts were too weak that they weren't valued by Fang Xiu. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the Yucai restroom dropped to freezing point. On the other side, in the restroom of No. 3 High School, Li Shijia was forcibly dragged back by the security, his eyes red, and his bangs wet with sweat. Let go of me, let go of me.
As soon as the security loosened his grip, Li Shijia rushed out to confront Fang Xiu.
The result? Smack.
Li Jin raised his right hand and hit Li Shijia hard across the face. The fiery pain instantly brought him back to his senses.
Li Shijia stared blankly at Li Jin. Waste. Li Jin spoke in a low voice. Why didn't you charge forward just now, letting Fang Xiu's aberration kill you directly?
Although he didn't have high hopes for Li Shijia defeating Fang Xiu, he thought he should at least consume some of Fang Xiu's strength, right?
Now it's good, not only did he not exhaust Fang Xiu's strength, but he also sent a beast to Fang Xiu. And in the end, this guy clearly lost his mind wanting to deal with Fang Xiu but ended up being scared to the ground by the aberration sword saint. At that time, why didn't I just rush over and force the alien sword master to take action? If that were the case, maybe I could have had the referee give Fang Xiu a red card. Victory would belong to Class 3. Now, it's turned out to be. I actually have to face Fang Xiu, who can parasitize others' beasts. What a waste. The more Li Jin thought about it, the angrier he became, unable to help but raise his fist and smash it hard into Li Shijia's face. Bang! Li Shijia staggered back, tripped over a chair, fell directly to the ground, blood gushing from his nose, his face full of terror as he looked at Li Jin. Li Jin physical education teacher Wang Ying saw this and hurried over to mediate. Li Shijia has worked hard too, at least he forced out Fang Xiu's trump card. Although he has a lot of aliens. Before Wang Ying could finish her sentence, she was fiercely glared back at by Li Jin. A lot of aliens? Don't I know there are a lot of aliens? My beasts don't have that many. If Fang Xiu shamelessly uses a sea of people strategy against me, how am I supposed to win? Because of that guy Gung Guangwei, Class 3's reputation has already become extremely bad. If I could win this championship and cut ties with Gung Guangwei, maybe I could save some face. But now, Fang Xiu's aliens are simply unreasonable in strength. If I lose, won't Class 3 be laughed at for an entire year? Well, Wang Ying also started to feel a bit troubled. To be honest, in this situation, she didn't know what to do either. Forget it, Li Jin shook his head. Tell the organizing committee people to notify the referee. Tell him to warn Fang Xiu not to summon so many beasts anymore. Calm down, Li Jin rearranged his tactics. In his eyes, this new student exchange competition was just like playing chess. Sometimes, the player's strength is crucial. But sometimes, victory is not just on the board, it can be outside the board too. As long as you limit the number of beasts. Then Fang Xiu's aliens wouldn't be that impressive anymore. Hurry up. Li Jin spoke in a commanding tone to Wang Ying. Ah, yes. Wang Ying quickly nodded and turned to leave the lounge. After she left, Li Jin glanced at Li Shijia and walked over quickly. I can't believe I have to use such dishonorable means. Saying this, Li Jin raised his foot and kicked hard at Li Shijia's head. In no time, Li Shijia's face was all red. The security guards who brought him back couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. Chapter 63, Unfair Treatment, add one more. Hey, it seems something is wrong with the match. Just as Zhao Di was looking forward to the clash between Li Jin and Fang Xiu, he noticed several men in black suits came to the competition field. They seemed to be communicating with Fang Xiu and referee Wang Wei about something. Could it be that they are going to punish Fang Xiu? Du Liao couldn't help but feel a chill for Fang Xiu. His aliens were not only impressive in number, but the alien sword master's speed and swordsmanship were remarkable too. But Fang Xiu's final method of using the face hugger to parasitize the shadow wizard would indeed raise some controversial issues. Especially since Li Jin. Not only was he regarded as the top student of Class 3, but his mother was also the vice principal of Class 3, with great connections. What I don't know is whether Li Jin's mother would use her connections to force Fang Xiu to lose. I don't think so, Zhao Di shook his head. Illusion beast types naturally have various abilities. Although parasitism is rare, there are precedents. But this method of parasitism, like the aliens, I've never seen before. Yet in any case, the competition rules don't restrict this. Even if new rules come out forbidding the parasitism of other beasts in the competition, it shouldn't invalidate the results of the previous match. As for the question Miss Du just raised, Zhao Di smiled. The leaders from Class 1 are not pushovers. Fang Xiu and Li Jin. They are all monster tamers of the illusory beast type, all representatives of different schools, and all the last members of their new student teams. The outcome between these two individuals concerns which school will win the championship of this year's new student exchange competition. For the third school, it is acceptable to use any means. Shouldn't the first school be able to do the same? In Zhao Di's view, this is just a temporary addition of some rules. In reality, the situation was quite similar to what Zhao Di had imagined. The committee staff arrived at the competition venue. You are Fang Xiu, right? We have just reached a consensus regarding your beast. We have 2 restrictions to propose. The staff member in a suit said with a serious expression. 2 restrictions? Fang Xiu raised his sword-like eyebrows, not expecting any rules to be added temporarily. First, regarding parasitism, for the rest of the competition, you are not allowed to parasitize anyone else's beast. Otherwise, we will directly cancel your competition results and qualifications. Do you have any objections? The staff member in a suit looked at Fang Xiu seriously. What if I do have objections? Fang Xiu frowned. You can protest by foregoing the competition.
The staff member in a suit said softly, as if everything was perfectly reasonable.
Fang Xiu? Fang Xiu had a look of confusion. What does it mean to forego the competition as a protest? So, if I don't agree to your demands, I cannot continue competing?
Although he had heard Qin Fan say that Li Jin's mother was the vice principal of the third school and knew quite a few people, the sudden change of rules was indeed beyond Fang Xiu's expectations.
Clearly,
Li Jin's beast is also of the illusory beast type. If he could let the face-hugging worm parasitize and integrate the genes, a very powerful variant could be cultivated.
Then the second requirement is about quantity.
Fang Xiu, the number of your variants is too many, this is very unfair for the competition.
After our unanimous discussion, we are limiting the number of your variants.
While speaking, the staff member raised 2 fingers, warning Fang Xiu that he could only use 2 beasts.
Wait, just now, Gung Guangwei used 3 beasts, why can't I use more than 2? Fang Xiu looked speechless. Even if there needs to be a limitation on the number, it should at least be 3, right?
If you have any objections to our rules.
Before this staff member could finish, Fang Xiu directly interrupted, forego the competition as a protest? Or is it that my results will be voided? Don't you think what you are doing is too shameless?
Before coming to this world, he had already encountered some behind-the-scenes manipulation. He never expected that coming to a world of universal monster taming, he would still face this.
Speaking of which, where are the leaders of the first school? Are they just going to allow their students to be bullied? Although he knows this may be related to Li Jin's mother's influence, Fang Xiu still felt uneasy inside. Fang Xiu, let's continue the competition. Referee Wang Wei also felt that such restrictions were unreasonable. Permitting parasitism could be understandable.
But the number of beasts should depend on the beast tamer's strength. The stronger the beast tamer, the more beasts they can have.
Why must they restrict Fang Xiu in this way? Do they really not want him to become the victor?
But sometimes, individual strength feels so powerless. Even as a referee, he couldn't interfere with the committee's restrictions.
Moreover,
even if he contacted the leaders of the first school now to intervene, it would be too late. The competition will not give Fang Xiu so much time. Right now, the only thing he can do is accept the rules and continue the competition. I know you might feel very dissatisfied, but this world sometimes is just like this.
Without a good family background, you will face unfair treatment.
But with your talent, Fang Xiu, I believe that one day, you will be able to say no to these unfair treatments. Referee Wang Wei comforted Fang Xiu, helping him adjust his mindset.
Forget it. Fang Xiu waved his hand, signaling the referee and the staff not to speak anymore.
Let that guy named Li Jin come up and fight.
Even without the parasitic and swarm strategies, my alien form couldn't possibly lose to a person like Li Jin.
Seeing that Fang Xiu had stopped causing trouble, the staff finally nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave the area.
Soon, the results were transmitted through the Bluetooth earpiece to Zhao Di and Du Liao.
They exchanged looks, both a bit surprised by the committee's decision. Especially Du Liao, who had always favored Fang Xiu and now felt extremely displeased upon hearing this judgment.
This is just too unfair. Du Liao couldn't help but gasp in anger, wishing she could punch those staff members. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received a notice from the committee.
Particularly, Fang Xiu's beast mastery ability is too unreasonable and will affect the fairness of the competition. Therefore, the committee has decided to impose restrictions on Fang Xiu's beast. First, the parasitic ability is banned.
Then, concerning the number of beasts, Fang Xiu can only deploy a maximum of 2 aliens to fight.
As soon as this was announced, a chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. Whether it was parasitic abilities or quantity advantages, they were all part of Fang Xiu's beast mastery.
This wasn't some underhanded tactic. What was unfair about it? Many in the audience believed that the committee's sudden imposition of such restrictions was clearly favoring Li Jin from School 3. However, even though some audience members were dissatisfied, it still couldn't change the outcome. Amidst the boos, Li Jin walked onto the competition stage.
Chapter 64, The Temptation of Li Jin's Match Fixing.
Who is truly the strongest new student in Hecheng High School?
Zhao Di slowly said, watching Li Jin walk onto the stage. Although he thought the tactics of School 3 were rather low, he had to admit that both Li Jin and Fang Xiu were the strongest newcomers from their respective high schools. Their battle would determine who would take home the championship.
Fang Xiu. Li Jin took quick steps to stand in front of Fang Xiu.
The two locked eyes, with Fang Xiu's alien sword saint standing beside him.
Release your beast. Fang Xiu urged Li Jin in a low voice, pushing for a quick resolution. Don't be in such a hurry.
Li Jin casually put his hands in his pockets, unfazed by the boos from the audience. He wasn't in a rush to unleash his beast either.
Want to make a deal?
Li Jin deliberately lowered his voice.
Deal? Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow. That's right. Li Jin spread his hands. Even if you win this new student exchange competition, it's only 200,000 in prize money, and you'd have to share it with others. Besides defending the honor of School 1, it has little significance. Individual first, group second. If you lose this match, I'm willing to pay you 300,000. What do you think?
That's almost 6 times the prize you would end up getting.
And my offer isn't just that simple.
As long as you agree, I can pull strings to help you transfer to our School 3.
Li Jin's lips curled up, exuding confidence. It was as if he was recruiting Fang Xiu.
With the audience booing Li Jin, besides referee Wang Wei, no one else could hear their conversation. Referee Wang Wei also deliberately turned his head away, pretending not to hear them. Though he looked down on Li Jin's behavior, he felt it was inappropriate to say anything due to Li Jin's connections.
Fang Xiu didn't expect Li Jin to propose such a deal. Oh? In an instant, a curious expression appeared on Fang Xiu's face. You want me to throw the match? Don't put it so bluntly, Fang Xiu. I just had someone check your situation.
Li Jin smiled. Your parents are regular workers, and they have monthly car and house loans. They can't offer much help regarding beast mastery. And your alien strength lies in numbers. Yet, the quantity of beasts has both advantages and disadvantages. A massive beast army needs various resources. If you had a background like mine, you might become the most powerful beast master in Heching's history.
Unfortunately,
with your family's condition, once you reach the 2nd or 3rd year of high school, you will be overwhelmed by the number of exotic forms. Even though the first high school is a key school in Heching, without connections, their care for you will be very limited.
So, I can offer you a bright future.
Li Jin said seriously, as long as you lose this match, you can have everything. Although he used family connections to temporarily limit Fang Xiu's beast, he still didn't have full confidence in defeating Fang Xiu, thinking of the Sword Saint's skills and incredible speed. And if he were defeated here, the expectations from his school would be small. If things went badly, his mother would also face targeting. To ensure nothing goes wrong, Li Jin had to propose the idea of a fixed match to Fang Xiu.
As long as he lost to him, what's 30,000?
This deal was very worthwhile for Li Jin.
In fact, in Li Jin's eyes, such a huge temptation was simply something a first-year student couldn't refuse.
You have already defeated Li Shijia, proving your talent. Losing unexpectedly to me, the first person in the 3rd school, is nothing unusual.
Most importantly, you saw the equipment used by Gung Wangwei and Li Shijia's beasts, right? As long as you are willing to be loyal to me, I can give you the beast equipment.
Li Jin further wooed Fang Xiu. If he could really get Fang Xiu to transfer to the 3rd school, it not only would fill Gung Wangwei's position, but also could lead to a sharp decline for this current first school, leaving them no chance of rising again.
Think about yourself, sometimes one should be a bit selfish. Li Jin continued.
In his eyes, Fang Xiu's heart had already begun to waver, even feeling a stir.
Those are great conditions,
Fang Xiu said with a slight smile. Compared to the 50,000 bonus, 300,000 is much more helpful for my beasts and can even cover my beast costs for the first semester. For a student from a poor background like me, it's truly a big help.
Fang Xiu nodded, indicating that Li Jin's words were quite realistic.
Seeing this, Li Jin also revealed a satisfied smile. No wonder you are the first in the first school. A smart person recognizes the times.
However, the next second. But, I refuse. Fang Xiu's smile suddenly vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. Li Jin?
What did you say? Li Jin froze, doubting if he had misheard. One of my favorite things to do is to say no to those I think are above me. Fang Xiu said, hands in pockets, with the exotic sword saint beside him exuding a terrifying sense of pressure, advancing towards Li Jin.
Better family background? More resources? Wider connections?
Don't make me laugh. If you really have the ability, let your beast out and have a real fight with me.
If you don't have the courage for that, just hurry home and find your mom.
Upon hearing this, Li Jin stood there dumbfounded.
Not just him, even the referee Wang Wei couldn't help but admire Fang Xiu.
You should know, that was 300,000. Even without using it for beasts, it could buy a C260L. Even online, people usually look down on cars worth 300,000, but in the real world, that amount is not something an ordinary family can take out. Especially for someone like Fang Xiu, 300,000 is definitely a huge sum.
Yet he was refusing it so dominantly. You guy.
Li Jin's face turned even more contorted, his fists clenched tightly. Throughout his life, whether in school or attending events, he had always been the center of attention. Not to mention he initiated conversations, just sitting there alone.
Countless people would flock to flatter him. Yet, this Fang Xiu actually dared to actively reject him. Does this guy really think his beast is invincible in the world? Looking for death.
In an instant, Li Jin could no longer contain his emotions and unleashed his beast. A terrifying pressure of wind swept out in all directions, ripping up the grass beneath his feet, casting it away. Even the referee, Wang Wei, was forced back a step by this wave of energy.
Chapter 65, Li Jin's beast is actually a half-dragon man? So strong.
Referee Wang Wei raised his arm to shield himself from the oncoming wind. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would hardly believe this was a first-year high school student's beast.
That is... Fang Xiu narrowed his starry eyes, observing Li Jin's beast.
Li Jin's beast stood around 3 meters tall, equal to his otherworldly sword saint. In stark contrast to the otherworldly sword saint, Li Jin's beast was completely snowy white, forming a sharp contrast with the black exoskeleton of the otherworldly.
What left Fang Xiu in disbelief was...
Not only did Li Jin's beast have solid muscles, but it also wielded a steel fork, and its head resembled that of a dragon from the west.
Half-dragon man? Referee Wang Wei couldn't help but exclaim.
Although 3rd High and 8th High had clashed before, even 8th High with all their might could not force Li Jin off the field. Thus, Li Jin's beast was making its debut in this contest.
The audience, which had originally been full of boos, suddenly went silent. It was evident that everyone was stunned by Li Jin's half-dragon man. Even the 2 hosts, Zhao Di and Du Liao, blinked in disbelief. Half-dragon man? Li Jin's beast is actually a half-dragon man?
Hiss.
And the weapon it wields seems to be no ordinary steel fork. Du Liao gasped in astonishment.
Pay attention to the symbol on that steel fork. Zhao Di's eyes widened as he noticed a crossed sword and knife symbol on the fork.
That logo was unmistakably the mark of Longquan Industry.
Legend has it that the beast equipment they create is the top tier in existence, with deposits often reaching 6 figures.
That's more than his annual salary. So rich. Zhao Di couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy.
The rarest illusion beast, the half-dragon man, combined with the finest equipment.
How is Fang Xiu supposed to fight?
If he relies on sheer numbers, Fang Xiu's otherworldly army might have a chance, but the organizing committee's last-minute rule changes prohibit more than 2 otherworldly beasts for Fang Xiu.
Du Liao clenched her fists, feeling injustice for Fang Xiu. This match allows a guy like Li Jin to win the championship. She really couldn't accept it. This is what being wealthy means, Zhao Di sighed.
In his eyes, Fang Xiu's talent was stronger than Li Jin's. But this world is often like this, talent may not always lose to effort, but it will definitely lose to resources.
What good is talent?
That steel fork in the half-dragon man's hand probably costs enough to feed a family of 3 for 10 years.
He.
Seeing the shock in referee Wang Wei's eyes, Li Jin smirked.
Did you see that? Fang Xiu. This is the gap between you and me.
In Li Jin's view, after witnessing his beast and the weapon it wielded, Fang Xiu would surely feel a sense of loss. Though he is the most powerful freshman in Crane City No. 1 High, the first high school couldn't afford to invest so many resources in him.
After all, this world still values family background. If you're really so confident in your beast, why limit the number of my otherworldly creatures? Deep down, you still lack confidence, Fang Xiu retorted.
It's really a shame, if only I could use a face-sucking bug to parasitize Li Jin's beast, Fang Xiu thought inwardly.
What did you say? Li Jin's originally arrogant expression suddenly became a bit awkward.
After all, Fang Xiu's aliens were too numerous, and each one possessed the unreasonable setting of acid blood.
Even if his half-dragon person was strong, it might still be exhausted by the endless army of aliens.
Although he currently had the upper hand, being hit by Fang Xiu's critical point still made Li Jin's face lose its color.
Take him down, Lucas.
Li Jin clenched his fists and immediately ordered the half-dragon person.
Swift wind step. Fang Xiu was no longer polite. Right then, the alien sword saint vanished and more footprints appeared on the grass. Invisible? Li Jin took a sharp breath, clearly not expecting the alien sword saint could become invisible. However,
facing the oncoming alien sword saint, Lucas was not flustered. As a half-dragon person, it possessed intelligence comparable to that of a human.
Even
because it was copied data, Lucas's battle experience was also quite rich.
It slowly closed its eyes, seemingly sensing the alien sword saint's aura.
The next second, it spread its arms, and a bolt of lightning burst forth from it, expanding outward.
In an instant,
the lightning released by Lucas formed a protective barrier around it due to a seal. Fang Xiu's alien sword saint appeared at this moment. It held a black knife with both hands above its head and swung it down towards Lucas's head. After all, the rules had prohibited parasitism.
It also did not need to give the facehugger any chance to parasitize. Boom!
Accompanied by a huge roar, the alien sword saint's black knife forcefully collided with Lucas's lightning barrier.
Lucas suddenly opened its eyes wide and released an even more powerful current. Rumble!
The sound of thunder was deafening, and Fang Xiu's alien sword saint was forcefully thrown back by this power. However, the lightning barrier protecting Lucas also dimmed at a visible speed. The alien sword saint flipped in midair, kneeling on one knee, sliding out 8 yards on the grass. It was seen that a wisp of gray smoke floated from its exoskeleton. It was evident that the current released by Lucas just now had generated a temperature of over 1,000 degrees. This is what aliens being silicon-based creatures means. If it were a common carbon-based being, merely that terrifying current would be enough to pierce through flesh and blood. Seeing Fang Xiu's alien sword saint being pushed back, Li Jin's mouth once again curled upward.
How about that, Fang Xiu? Now do you understand the gap between us?
The weapon in Lucas's hand is called an electric fork. It not only possesses extremely exaggerated hardness, but it also enhances Lucas's strength.
What you just saw was the effect after the electric fork was enhanced. Your aliens can't harm my Lucas at all.
Li Jin's smile became manic. Lucas forcefully pushed off the ground and charged towards the alien sword saint, the electric fork in its hand swirling continuously.
Crackle! Each swing of the electric fork sparked with purple electricity. Its agility was as if it were an extension of Lucas's arms and legs. Clang!
Faced with the fierce charge, the alien sword saint hurriedly lifted the black knife in its hand, crossing it with Lucas's electric fork, causing sparks to fly. But Lucas's strength was greater, forcibly pushing the alien sword saint back. It stepped down hard on the ground again, using the reaction force generated to launch itself, the electric fork slashing repeatedly at the alien sword saint.
Chapter 66, Is Fang Xiu going to lose? +1. Fang Xiu's alien is being completely suppressed. Zhao Di nervously observed the alien sword saint.
Whether by size, strength, or speed, the alien sword saint was the strongest among all the aliens Fang Xiu had released. However, it was now being overwhelmed and unable to resist by Li Jin's half-dragon person.
If it weren't for the committee's last-minute change in rules, Fang Xiu's alien army absolutely can defeat Li Jin's half-dragon.
Du Liyao still felt a deep unease in her heart. Although Li Jin's image was also good, and his family's resources were abundant, compared to him,
Du Liyao still preferred Fang Xiu. Yes. Zhao Di tightened his fist. If that dark and surging alien army appeared, how could Li Jin remain so calm now? He even thought that changing the rules on the fly was unreasonable. What do you think, if Fang Xiu released another alien to feign attack for the alien sword saint, would there be a chance to turn the tables? In a moment of desperation, Du Liyao had already started brainstorming for Fang Xiu.
This is very difficult.
However, Zhao Di didn't like this plan.
He had just observed Fang Xiu's other aliens.
Compared to this alien sword saint, they were completely different aliens. Their strength and speed were far inferior to the alien sword saint.
Even if it launched a feint attack, it would probably be easily killed by Lucas. The audience in the stands broke into a cold sweat for Fang Xiu.
It seems Fang Xiu can only go this far.
This is unavoidable. Li Jin's beast is too strong, especially the weapon he uses, Longquan Industrial.
Yeah, that electric fork must cost millions, truly rich. Is this the golden quality of the third middle school young masters? The audience was in an uproar.
In their view, if Lucas did not have the electric fork, Fang Xiu's alien sword saint might still have a chance.
Mirror clone.
Fang Xiu stood still, having noticed the decline of the alien sword saint.
I didn't expect the enhancement from equipment to be so significant.
Recalling the hatching process of the alien sword saint, it had originally been a mutated species that parasitized Ma Ming's werewolf. When it had just hatched, it even harbored treasonous thoughts. In the end, it was only under his own mental oppression that it became obedient. At that time, Zhang Panpan had confidently declared that her alien sword saint would be the strongest existence in the entire He City new generation. But unexpectedly, this Li Jin from the third middle school was more unreasonable. In an instant, at Fang Xiu's command, the alien sword saint split into 4 mirror clones that jumped toward Lucas from different directions. However, the power of these mirror clones depended on the state of the original body. After a fierce battle, the alien sword saint had also become weak, and its mirror clones were no longer as swift as before. Seeing the creatures charging from different directions, Lucas once again spread his arms, and electricity surged from its body. In an instant, it opened a lightning barrier.
Boom! Thunderous roars echoed as the mirror clones of the alien sword saint were all flung away.
Lucas took advantage of this opening, swinging its tail fiercely. The terrifying force directly sent the alien sword saint flying.
Ha ha ha!
Watching the alien sword saint being completely suppressed by his Lucas, Li Jin laughed coldly again.
Let me tell you one more thing, Fang Xiu.
Although my Lucas has only been nurtured for a month, but
Lucas is not my original beast.
My original beast was just a regular species. Although its power was decent, compared to the cap of the illusion beast species, it was still too weak. So, my mother used some connections and copied various data of Lucas from the top 10 students. That's how I came to possess this illusion beast half-dragon. As he spoke, Li Jin walked closer to Fang Xiu, and his attitude grew increasingly arrogant.
This is the gap between rich people and ordinary people.
Or you could say, the chasm. No matter how talented you are, what does it matter? Even if you naturally have an illusion beast, so what?
As long as I have resources and a background, I can solve the problem of not having an illusion beast.
My equipment is also better than yours. What do you have to compare with me?
As he copied the data of the illusion beast, Li Jin also allowed Lucas to gain abundant combat experience.
Moreover, with the electric fork's support, its combat power could reach 600%. In the rest area of Class 1,
Zheng Panpan, after sending Li Qingqing to the hospital, contacted the Class 2 head teacher Zhang Yu, asking him to go care for her while she returned. Unexpectedly, the shapeshifting sword saint, whom he had high hopes for, was actually suppressed by Li Jin's Lucas.
Zhang Shuren's face also turned ashen.
He had heard about Li Jin back in middle school. He originally thought Fang Xiu could rely on talent to defeat Li Jin.
But what he didn't expect was the battle situation would take a sharp turn. At this rate, Fang Xiu was likely to lose.
Zhang Shuren gasped, hoping Fang Xiu could defeat Li Jin and lead Class 1 to victory. But now, whether it was the Sword Saint scale step or his mirror avatar, they were all completely restrained by Lucas.
Moreover, after several exchanges, the raging electric current released by Lucas was gradually breaking down the Sword Saint's exoskeleton. If this keeps going, Fang Xiu will undoubtedly be defeated.
Zheng Panpan nervously bit her nails. There's nothing we can do, Longquan Industrial's custom equipment is just too strong. Without the electric fork, Lucas could never cause such great damage to the Sword Saint.
Could it really end here?
Yutsai, the students from Class 8, also felt despair after witnessing Lucas's power. The electric fork that Lucas used was something their parents would never afford even after a lifetime of hard work.
Moreover, even if they had the money, no connections meant they might not obtain a custom-made one. Even a genius like Fang Xiu couldn't withstand Li Jin's financial power. What capital did these ordinary people have to be rivals to someone like Li Jin?
What made them even more desperate was that Li Jin was just a local tyrant in Hacheng. There were certainly many people in the world with more resources and connections than Li Jin.
Even if they performed well in the college entrance exams and entered a good Beastmaster university, in the end, wouldn't they still have to work like beasts for someone like Li Jin?
Thinking about this, the eyes of Wang Dalong and others suddenly dimmed. On the competition stage, Fang Xiu looked at the shapeshifting sword saint who had fallen into a disadvantage, along with Li Jin's cold ridicule, and finally sighed.
He. Li Jin's mockery grew louder, regretting it now, Fang Xiu?
If you had accepted my terms earlier, you could have exited with dignity. Now, it's too late.
Li Jin, you shouldn't have limited my beasts to 2.
If you were a bit more ruthless and limited me to just 1, perhaps I would truly have had a chance to defeat you.
Fang Xiu's starry eyes flashed with disdain. If you want to be a villain, why not go all the way? Chapter 67, The Appearance of the Shape-Shifting Queen. What do you mean by that?
Li Jin was taken aback, looking at Fang Xiu's calm demeanor. A tinge of unease arose in his heart, his gaze instinctively shifting towards Lucas. His half-dragon had the custom equipment from Longquan Industrial, clearly suppressing Fang Xiu's sword saint.
Where did this guy find his confidence? Are you stunned by my Lucas?
Li Jin snorted coldly, feeling that Fang Xiu was merely bluffing. Furthermore, since Fang Xiu was the last one from Class 1, he couldn't directly take action against him. Once he was eliminated, the victor would be himself.
Do you think your shapeshifter can restrain my half-dragon, and then use other shapeshifters to deal with me? It's useless, Fang Xiu. Li Jin said emphatically.
Not to mention Fang Xiu had already received a yellow card, the organizing committee of this newcomer exchange match was standing on his side. But who knows, faced with Li Jin's howls, Fang Xiu merely turned around. He looked at Lucas, who was suppressing the alien sword saint, and spoke in a low, cold voice.
Let me show you something. The true alien.
As he spoke, a faint glow flickered beside Fang Xiu, and a huge, pitch-black creature appeared instantly behind Lucas. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The deep and chilling cry made Lucas shiver involuntarily. He instinctively turned around and saw a massive creature curled up, looking down at him.
The alien queen.
Among all Fang Xiu's beasts, the most powerful existence. Curled up, its posture resembled sitting on a throne, while its gigantic fan-shaped crown cast a massive shadow, enveloping Lucas entirely. The robust figure, over 3 meters tall, looked like a baby standing before an adult in comparison to the alien queen. Li Jin's eyes widened like those of a bull, and he couldn't help but gasp. Not just him, but also Judge Wang Wei, host Zhao Di, Du Liao, other new students from different schools, leading teachers, and all the audience filled in the Beast Sports Gym. Without exception, they all gasped. Zhao Di and Du Liao rubbed their eyes hard, their trembling pupils seemed to say, "Did I really see that? Wow, what is that thing? A beast? That's too exaggerated. No. This was cultivated by a first-year student? Hiss, this is terrifying."
Is this the strength of the top student from Huching number 1 high school? A monster, this guy is a complete monster. Voices of discussion erupted from the audience.
Just a moment ago, they thought Fong Xiu's alien sword saint was pushed to a dead end by Lucas, yet in the blink of an eye, Fong Xiu released such a terrifying alien queen.
Has Fong Xiu not been serious all this time? Zhao Di exclaimed on the spot.
Though he didn't understand aliens, he could still see that the strength of the alien queen and the alien sword saint was not on the same level. It's hard to believe we have such a monstrous beast master in Hacheng.
Du Liyao excitedly waved her hands.
On the competition stage, Li Jin's mouth dropped open into an O shape, standing there in a daze until the drool from the corner of his mouth dripped onto his hand before he finally snapped back to reality.
Meanwhile, Fong Xiu's alien queen had already raised its large palm and slammed it down towards Lucas. No sooner said than done.
Sensing danger, Lucas quickly spread his arms, and wild electric currents erupted from his body, forming a lightning barrier to resist the alien queen's attack.
But the next second. Boom!
The explosion deafened, sending a terrifying wave of air sweeping outward. The alien sword saint rushed back to Fong Xiu's side, using its body to shield him from the pressure of the wind. Li Jin, however, was lifted off the ground, floating like a kite with a broken string. The alien queen's palm tore a hole in Lucas's lightning barrier with raw power, leaving even the half-dragon Lucas stunned in shock.
Bang!
The alien queen slapped Lucas in the face, sending him crashing to the ground, the lightning barrier instantly dissipating, and the electric fork worth millions spun away.
Lucas's upper body was embedded directly into the grass.
Looking at the alien queen's arm that penetrated the lightning, it simply rose with a wisp of black smoke.
The audience's voices were abruptly silenced.
The entire competition venue was enveloped in dead silence.
Fong Xiu stood with his hands in his pockets, still wearing a calm expression.
It has to be the alien queen, the purest form of destructive beauty, Fong Xiu murmured, glancing at the unconscious Lucas who fell from the slap. Although the alien sword saint assimilated the genes of the werewolf and mutated them, its alien genes were only the lowest level male aliens, far less violent than this alien queen.
Referee, can you announce the result now? Fong Xiu then turned around and softly said to referee Wang Wei.
In his view, Li Jin's beast had already lost its ability to fight. Referee Wang Wei was momentarily stunned. The whole process happened too quickly, it was less than 2 breaths of time. He did not have time to react.
Li Jin's half-dragon beast was actually killed in one slap? Gulp.
Wang Wei nervously swallowed, then slowly announced to the audience, the winner of this match is
Hesity number 1 high school, Fong Xiu.
As Wang Wei shouted this loudly, the entire audience erupted into thunderous applause.
Fong Xiu. Fong Xiu. Fong Xiu. Then came waves of cheers, everyone was excitedly shouting Fong Xiu's name.
For them, Fong Xiu was not just the winner of this match.
He proved something to everyone.
Even an ordinary person like Fong Xiu could defeat someone wealthy like Li Jin.
Let's congratulate Fong Xiu for leading Hesity number 1 high school to win the championship of this freshman exchange competition. Du Liyao clapped excitedly. Hesity number 1 high school is the champion. Hesity number 1 high school is the champion again.
Congratulations to Hesity number 1 high school for achieving 4 consecutive championships.
Zhao Di, seeing this, also couldn't hold back, shouting with all his might. Congratulations, Fong Xiu.
Zheng Panpan also ran to the competition stage with Zhang Shuren and hugged Fong Xiu tightly.
Is it necessary to be this excited?
Fong Xiu looked at Zheng Panpan, who was almost crying with emotion, feeling somewhat speechless.
Did she not think from the beginning that she could definitely win the freshman exchange competition? What's there to be so surprised about? But Fong Xiu secretly glanced at Li Jin's half-dragon Lucas. It's a pity it can't be used for parasitism. Chapter 68, when you are asked for an interview, how come you start selling lessons? Fong Xiu still recognized Li Jin's half-dragon man in his heart, but since the organizing committee added rules at the last minute, he let it go.
Soon, Fong Xiu returned the alien sword saint and alien queen to the beast control space and bowed to the audience as requested by the staff.
Li Jin, looking dirty and dejected, stood up from the stage, clenching his fists.
Watching everyone in the audience stand up to applaud and cheer for Fong Xiu, he felt a surge of anger in his heart. These honors should have belonged to him.
Li Jin.
The physical education teacher from number 3 high school, Wang Ying, hurriedly walked to Li Jin and grabbed his arm. It's over.
It's not over yet.
Li Jin gritted his teeth, his eyes turning red.
This Fong Xiu is just an ordinary person, why does he have such a beast?
It must be cheating from number 1 high school, yes, they must have cheated. That beast was definitely not cultivated by Fong Xiu himself.
Li Jin yelled hysterically, completely disregarding his image. Or rather, at this moment he was completely dizzy with rage, not caring about so-called image at all.
I am the undisputed top person of number 3 high school, with custom gear made by Longquan Industry.
Why does this Fong Xiu have the right? Why can he defeat my Lucas? He must have cheated. I want to protest. Li Jin clenched his fists, raising his arms to declare he would utilize all connections to investigate Fang Xiu's cheating. Security, security.
Seeing this, referee Wang Wei quickly called the security personnel to pull Li Jin back.
Ha! Once Li Jin's voice gradually faded, Wang Wei finally sighed in relief.
Then a finely dressed young lady in a white suit dress quickly walked to the competition stage. Behind her was a cameraman following closely.
Hello, Fang Xiu, I am a reporter from Huqing TV, Kong Shangmei. I would like to do a special interview with you, is that okay? Zhang Shuren and Zhang Panpan saw this and took a few steps back knowingly. Interviewing the champion of the freshman exchange competition is an old tradition. Even as they stepped back, Zhang Panpan patted Fang Xiu's shoulder, hinting him to perform well. After all, Fang Xiu represents Huqing No. 1 High School. Hello, reporter Kong. Fang Xiu nodded and smiled.
Although it was his first time accepting an interview, he was mentally an adult and did not feel too nervous. First of all, I want to congratulate you, Fang Xiu, for winning the championship in this freshman exchange competition.
You must be very excited right now, right? Excited? Not really. Fang Xiu smiled. Not really excited?
It seems Fang Xiu has been determined to win from the very beginning.
So may I ask, do you have any insights regarding beast training that you can share with us? Insights on beast training? Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow.
If he were a protagonist in a web novel, he would probably say something pretentious at this moment, showing off, right? For example, saying, nothing special, I don't understand why others' beasts are so weak.
But Fang Xiu suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind.
Well, I actually have a lot of insights regarding beast training, but I feel it can't be explained clearly in just a few words.
If there are interested classmates, you can follow my Douyin account.
I will often update videos to explain knowledge about beast training.
For example, how to awaken phantom beasts, how to mutate, and how to feed them. Of course, if any classmates want to add me as a friend on Tencent to consult the details of beast training, you can send a gift.
Fang Xiu said with a smile. The so-called sending gifts means giving gifts on Douyin. A plain gift is about 200 yuan, and after the platform takes its cut, Fang Xiu can get half.
Kong Shangmei? Kong Shangmei stood there with a face full of question marks.
As a reporter from Huqing TV, it was not her first time interviewing the champion of the freshman exchange competition. Even in previous years, the most ridiculous champion freshman would just casually say, "Oh, I didn't expect to win after just raising some beasts."
Wow.
If one didn't know, they would think Fang Xiu was selling courses.
No, wait. He is actually selling courses.
And he is using their TV station to advertise for himself.
Fang Xiu, are you?
However, before Kong Shangmei could comment, Fang Xiu took out his phone and opened his Douyin account. Although he hadn't officially released a video yet, he pointed at the screen and displayed a follow QR code. He also casually changed his account ID to Boring Beast Trainer Fang Xiu and cleared his throat. Please recognize my account. This is my only account across all platforms, please click to follow.
Kong Shangmei? Zhang Panpan? Zhang Shuren? Referee Wang Wei? Host Zhao Di? It should be noted that Kong Shangmei's interview was conducted live.
Even around the Beast Training Gym, large screens were hanging, broadcasting this interview. At the moment Fang Xiu took out his phone, the enormous QR code occupied 3/4 of the screen. The audience at the scene was first stunned, then quickly took out their phones to scan. Even host Du Lia couldn't wait to take out her phone and began scanning the QR code. In fact, both she and Zhao Di had hosted the commentary for the freshman exchange competition before. But they were encountering a champion like Fang Xiu who used a QR code for the first time.
What are you doing?
Zhao Di looked at Du Lia, her eyes widening in surprise.
Just clicking to follow.
Du Lia replied without thinking, then opened Douyin's recharge system. Directly sent a plane to Fang Xiu, then privately messaged his Tencent friend QR code. This fluid operation left Zhao Di stunned.
Be a little restrained. Zhao Di couldn't help but complain.
If they weren't still on the commentary platform, he would definitely mock her fiercely. You're already 30 years old, do you really want to chase after Fang Xiu's tender grass?
What are you thinking?
With Fang Xiu's beast control talent, he will surely become a legend coming out of Huqing No. 1 High School. Of course, I need to take advantage of this opportunity to connect with him now, so when Fang Xiu becomes successful in the future, I can ride on his coattails.
Du Lio said earnestly.
The older sister is really after the younger grass.
She has foresight. What you said seems to make sense.
Zhao Di thought for a moment and felt that Du Lio was indeed not wrong, so he also sent a plane out.
Then, he cautiously clicked on Fang Xiu's Douyin profile and sent his own QR code. Chapter 69, Haijiang Prefecture League. +1 update.
Kong Xiangmei gasped in shock, trying hard to steer the conversation back, but Fang Xiu's every response was about Douyin.
Moreover, since the interview time was already limited, Fang Xiu's actions blacklined Kong Xiangmei's face. However, Fang Xiu didn't care about Kong Xiangmei's thoughts. After finishing the interview, he continued to pay attention to his Douyin account.
He saw his follower count skyrocketing, breaking 10,000 fans in just a few minutes.
Fang Xiu Zhang Panpan walked Fang Xiu towards the lounge, still criticizing. What are you thinking? You should thank the school and the teachers for that interview just now.
Man, you never even mentioned number 1 high school but just promoted your Douyin account throughout.
Zhang Shuren felt a bit awkward upon hearing this.
The live broadcast from Huching TV was in front of the entire city. If the leaders of number 1 high school saw it, their faces wouldn't look good.
It might even negatively affect number 1 high school.
Pan, what you're saying isn't right. There's a saying, 1 honors, 1 loses, all lose.
If I become famous enough, wouldn't that also bring glory to number 1 high school?
Instead, the boring empty words would probably make the school leaders sick of hearing them.
And
Fang Xiu put down his phone, his expression turning serious. As long as my fame is high enough, the student council won't dare to cause trouble.
Zhang Panpan couldn't help but freeze. If Fang Xiu hadn't brought it up himself, he would have almost forgotten about the student council. Yeah.
Fang Xiu not only put an end to Ma Ming's bullying from the student council but also directly refused the contract that Qianfeng offered.
They definitely won't let it go easily. So, was all of this part of Fang Xiu's plan?
New students who win the freshman exchange competition are often overwhelmed with joy, some even get carried away for a while before returning to reality. But Fang Xiu showed no such signs. He remained calm and thought about his future path. Although it sounds a bit rough, Fang Xiu using the interview to promote his account is actually quite clever.
But then again, what is the most lacking resource for Beast Masters? Resources.
On the Douyin platform, 10,000 views generally yield about $15, and gifts can also be split evenly. If Fang Xiu really builds his Douyin account into something great and strong, it could not only generate income but also solve his beast resource problem.
It might even attract e-commerce interest, with various sales, business orders, coming in non-stop. Thinking of this, Zhang Panpan couldn't help but admire Fang Xiu's intellect. Compared to previous year's new student champions, Fang Xiu is the true genius. For a moment, Zhang Panpan couldn't help but look at Fang Xiu with renewed respect.
The following events were much simpler. Li Qingqing and Chen Fan were injured and sent to the hospital. So, the award ceremony could only be conducted by Fang Xiu and Zhang Shuren.
At the same time, Huching number 1 high school.
In the office of Class 2's head teacher, Zhang Yu. Because there were still students in class, he couldn't run to the Beastmaster Sports Hall to watch the offline exchange competition, so he could only sneakily watch on his phone in his office. Li Guoshang, the head teacher of Class 6, and Zhang Chao, the head teacher of Class 3, also gathered around. When Chen Fan and Li Qingqing were injured, all three of them felt a chill of sweat in their hearts. It wasn't until Fang Xiu's alien queen knocked out Li Jin, the half-dragon, that their hearts finally relaxed completely. Wow, Zhang Yu, you really hit the jackpot this time. Zhang Chao, the head teacher of Class 3, couldn't help but complain. How can such a good student not be assigned to his class? If Fang Xiu could come to his class, he would want to support him with everything he had.
Hey, you can't say that. Your class's Zhang Shuren performed really well, too.
It's just that the new student over there, Deng Wangwei, is really too much. Zhang Yu couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. If it weren't for Fang Xiu, the champion of this new student exchange competition might have fallen to Class 3. However, Li Jin from Class 3 is truly something else.
Li Guosheng couldn't help but sigh.
Although students at number 1 high can customize Beastmaster equipment with credits, no matter how they customize, it's still equipment from small workshops. It can't be compared to large enterprises like Longquan Industries at all. After all, there are about 1,000 students in just one grade. Altogether, the school has almost 4,000 to 5,000 students. With various school expenses and teachers' salaries, they can't afford overly expensive equipment at all. Beast mastery is indeed something that requires resources, Zhang Chao also couldn't help but reflect. If he had an average family background, he might have been able to go to a 985 or 211 university and wouldn't have to return to Huqing to be a teacher. However, Fang Xiu's beast mastery is really quite extraordinary. I was shocked when that alien queen appeared. Zhang Yu, this time in the Haijiang Province League, we might have a chance. Zhang Chao's gaze sharpened, and his expression suddenly became serious. Even though Fang Xiu wasn't his student, he represented number 1 high. Most importantly, his student Zhang Shuren's performance was second only to Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing's. The Haijiang Province League. Zhang Shuren had a chance to participate. The Haijiang Province League? Li Guosheng couldn't help but pause. What? Have you forgotten? Zhang Chao glanced at Li Guosheng. How could I forget? Li Guosheng immediately shot back. The Hejiang Province League is a provincial-level exchange competition.
Daxing City, He City, Qiqir City, Qing City, Ha City, Hucheng, Jia City.
Only the top high schools from each city in Hejiang Province qualify to participate in the Beast Master confrontation. Once they achieve a top 3 finish, they can even receive bonus points in their college entrance exam scores.
But
Li Guosheng gasped slightly. Although number 1 high is the pride of Hecheng and could be said to be the strongest high school, its ranking in the entire province is barely within the bottom 100.
In Hejiang Province, they have always been among the last few. Past provincial leagues have simply been a formality, with no chance of even entering the group stage. Especially Hasan High School, the strongest existence in Hejiang Province. It is said that the key classes in Hasan High have an average of phantom beast types. Even the student ranked last can be recommended to a 211 university. Moreover, more than half of the students can get into the top 10.
No. Li Guosheng shook his head. The goals of the key class students in Hasan High are never the top 10.
Their goal is to be the top among the top 10. Even though the top 10 is the strongest 10 universities in the country.
But Imperial Capital University, Magic City University, and Ha Beast Master Engineering University are the top 3 among them. Even in the key class of Hasan High, there has always been a saying. If they don't get into Imperial Capital, Magic City, or Ha, they might as well choose any of the top 10. This, just the thought of the monsters from Hasan High made Zhang Yu gasp.
Chapter 70, A Call from the Capital University. Huching No. 1 Middle School, Student Council.
It's really rare, President.
Vice President Wu Mingjian pushed open the door of the student council meeting room and saw Ma Wanfeng standing by the window, admiring the scenery outside.
Since entering the 3rd year of high school, Ma Wanfeng has rarely involved himself in student council matters, focusing completely on his grades. Although with his beast taming results, getting into the top 10 is a sure thing, there are still competitors for the title of top student in Hecheng. Especially from the 3rd middle school, which has invested a lot of resources this year to capture this year's top student in the college entrance examination. Due to various reasons, Ma Wanfeng hasn't been to the student council side for a long time. The big and small matters of the student council naturally fell on Wu Mingjian's shoulders. Now that Ma Wanfeng had suddenly come to him, Wu Mingjian felt a bit nervous.
The Capital University called. Ma Wanfeng turned around and glanced at Wu Mingjian. What? Wu Mingjian was momentarily stunned. Capital University?
Hiss. Immediately, Wu Mingjian gasped in surprise, a man's name emerging in his mind.
Xu Xinghe.
The top student from Huching No. 1 Middle School who walked out years ago. He is also the legendary man who boldly established the current student council.
It's not Senior Chu. Ma Wanfeng noticed Wu Mingjian's change in expression, a slight smile curling on his lips.
Although Xu Xinghe has paid attention to Huching No. 1 Middle School over the years, he had more important things to do at Capital University, and most of the time, the messages were conveyed by juniors who came from Huching No. 1 Middle School. This time was no exception.
Fang Xiu performed quite well in the freshman exchange competition, and apparently caught Senior Chu's attention. Ma Wanfeng explained. Fang Xiu. Wu Mingjian furrowed his brow.
He had noticed Fang Xiu during the freshman placement exam and specifically instructed Qianfeng to recruit Fang Xiu into the student council. However, that guy messed things up, not only failing to persuade Fang Xiu but also making the situation very awkward. I heard about the matter with Ma Ming.
Ma Wanfeng continued.
Though he had focused his energy on beast taming lately, he was not completely clueless about school events. Especially the fight between Fang Xiu and Ma Ming on the playground, which was not only recorded but also spread everywhere. Although the reputation of the student council was somewhat affected, it must be said that Fang Xiu's beast taming skill was indeed impressive. Especially in this freshman exchange competition.
Fang Xiu's aberrant sword saint had shadows of Ma Ming's beast.
Combined with his aberrant's ability to have a parasitic host, Ma Wanfeng quickly understood the origin of that aberrant sword saint. And then there was that aberrant queen. Based on sheer strength, it defeated Li Jin's half-dragon. According to his investigation, that half-dragon was not Li Jin's beast but a data copy obtained from a genius among the top 10 through the connections of his mother. Yet even so, the aberrant queen still defeated it in a single blow.
You should understand, right? The aberrant queen is much stronger than the aberrant sword saint. Apart from its terrifying power, the aberrant queen showed no signs of mutation. This means that Fang Xiu's aberrant queen can continue to grow stronger. No wonder the Capital University would call. How could such an excellent seedling not be absorbed into the student council? Even a talent like Fang Xiu would be worth cultivating according to the future standards of the student council president. Although in Heching No. 1 Middle School, we can say we are a group of heroes controlling the admission rates, but in the top 10, we are just a bunch of local ruffians making our way into the city. Compared to those true city dwellers, our vision is merely looking at the sky from the bottom of a well.
If it weren't for Senior Chu integrating everyone's strength, even if we entered the top 10, we would just be a drop of water fallen into the vast ocean.
Sooner or later, we will fade into the crowd during our university life.
Ma Wanfeng said earnestly. In this world, if one wants to achieve something and stand atop a high peak, it has never relied solely on individual strength.
Even if a person's strength is strong, can it be stronger than that of a group?
The saying a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake is not without reason.
I understand.
Wu Mingjian sighed, I will personally talk to Fang Xiu and persuade him to join the student council.
No.
Wu Mingjian shook his head slightly, I will make that Gai Qianfeng apologize to Fang Xiu.
Well, that's good.
Seeing Wu Mingjian take a stand, Ma Wanfeng nodded in satisfaction, then walked to his side, patted his shoulder, and finally disappeared from the student council activity room. Once Ma Wanfeng left, Wu Mingjian finally sat down, feeling a huge sense of relief. Although he was only the vice president compared to Ma Wanfeng, the power he held was vastly different. Sometimes, Wu Mingjian felt more like a little brother to Ma Wanfeng.
This incident was no exception.
To think he would directly pressure himself, the vice president, for Fang Xiu.
Damn that Qianfeng.
Wu Mingjian gritted his teeth and slammed his hand on the table. If it weren't for that Gai Qianfeng messing things up, why would he have to be scolded by Ma Wanfeng?
Forget it.
Although Fang Xiu had a conflict with Ma Ming, thereby affecting his view of the student council, in this world, there are no eternal enemies. Thinking of this, Wu Mingjian got up from his chair again and hurriedly left the room.
Meanwhile,
Heechang Beast Trainer Sports Hall. As Fang Xiu led the first high school to win the championship of this new student exchange competition, the organizing committee personally awarded him the trophy and prize money.
Holding the 50,000 yuan in his hands, Fang Xiu felt very happy.
But as soon as he thought of the injuries that Li Qingqing and Chen Fan had sustained, after the new student exchange competition was completely over, he immediately followed Zhang Panpan to the hospital.
At first, Fang Xiu thought Li Qingqing's injury would require a month or two of rest.
What Fang Xiu didn't expect was, in this world, not only can everyone train beasts, but even the medical level is more advanced than in his original world.
There are even beasts specifically used to treat the injured. In just half a day's time, Li Qingqing's leg injury had completely healed. Teacher Zhang and Fang Xiu.
Li Qingqing lay on the hospital bed, and upon seeing Fang Xiu, she erupted, You've completely embarrassed the first high.
Fang Xiu? Fang Xiu looked at Li Qingqing with a puzzled expression. Did this girl get it all backward? If it weren't for him taking down Li Jin, would the first high school have won the championship in this new student exchange? But soon, Fang Xiu understood why Li Qingqing was criticizing him. Because Li Qingqing took out her phone and played the interview video of Fang Xiu promoting his Douyin account. Chapter 71, College Entrance Exam Bonus Points.
Li Qingqing half lay on the hospital bed, pointing at the interview video on her phone, looking at Fang Xiu with disdain, as if blaming him for being too unambitious. With such a great opportunity to show off, he chose to use it to promote his Douyin account.
How embarrassing. What's so great about that? Fang Xiu scoffed, then took out his phone.
Thanks to this interview, Fang Xiu's Douyin account had accumulated 250,000 followers, with countless people actively sending him gifts just to ask for a friend request.
Fang Xiu roughly estimated that just these gifts amounted to nearly 10,000 yuan.
And this was just the first day. As long as he managed it well, becoming rich was just around the corner. At this point, a very proud expression appeared on Fang Xiu's face.
Penny pincher.
Li Qingqing frowned, truly unable to understand Fang Xiu. This guy clearly has a powerful beast queen, and he looks good too.
So why does he act like such a miser? It's as if he has never seen money before. However, as much as she wanted to complain,
when she was sent to the hospital, Li Qingqing didn't forget to use her phone to watch the final match. There was no need to mention Li Shijia.
Li Jin's half-dragon was truly beyond Li Qingqing's expectations.
And that electric fork, Li Qingqing recognized it at one glance as a custom piece from Longquan Industries. Although her family was well off, she had never customized a beast equipment from Longquan Industries. In terms of connections and resources, Li Jin was stronger than her. At that moment, she felt a cold sweat for Fang Xiu. But unexpectedly, the Beast Queen killed Li Jin's half-dragon with just one hit. If a fight really broke out, my little gray bird probably wouldn't be a match for a half-dragon. Li Qingqing thought to herself. Soon, she realized her gaze toward Fang Xiu changed, it no longer held disdain but instead expressed heartfelt gratitude.
She smiled gently, Thank you, Fang Xiu. If you really want to thank me, you can give me some money. Fang Xiu said casually. Li Qingqing? Not bro, have you really fallen into the money pit? Just kidding.
To her surprise, Fang Xiu chuckled, You don't need to thank me, after all, defeating Li Jin was also for myself. Li Qingqing didn't expect Fang Xiu to be so amusing, she was stunned for a moment, then smiled.
Looks like you still don't know anything. What do you mean?
A hint of surprise flickered in Fang Xiu's starry eyes.
Huh, did you forget? The man I want to take down.
Li Qingqing clenched her fist tightly, a fierce look in her beautiful eyes.
Chu Xinghe.
This name flashed through Fang Xiu's mind.
Only he could make Li Qingqing so angry.
But Fang Xiu didn't understand how Chu Xinghe related to the freshman exchange match. Seeing Fang Xiu's puzzled expression, Li Qingqing suddenly felt something was off. She turned to Zhang Panpan, "Teacher Zhang, didn't you tell Fang Xiu?" Upon hearing this, Fang Xiu also looked at Zhang Panpan. However, just as Zhang Panpan was about to speak, a dull knocking sound came from outside the hospital room.
Is this Li Qingqing's hospital room? That voice sounds familiar. Teacher Zhang Yu? Fang Xiu asked instinctively. Fang Xiu?
Zhang Yu pushed the door open and found not only Fang Xiu but also Zhang Panpan and Zhang Shuren had come over.
Didn't you go to the event?
Zhang Yu recalled that after the freshman exchange match, there were often follow-up activities, so he hurried to the hospital, not expecting Fang Xiu and the others to be here. "I'm not interested in that kind of event, so I declined,"
Fang Xiu said without thinking. Oh, I see.
Zhang Yu nodded, casually closing the door as he approached Li Qingqing's bedside, asking about her condition. Li Qingqing didn't shy away. She pulled back the blanket, revealing her bandaged thigh. "The doctor said there's nothing serious, but I need to be observed a bit more. If everything is alright, I can be discharged tomorrow," Li Qingqing said with a smile.
That's good to hear. Zhang Yu sighed in relief. You're just in time.
Zhang Panpan said, as if she thought of something. "You should explain the league matters."
League? What league? Fang Xiu immediately showed interest. The league.
Zhang Yu originally just wanted to come over to check on Li Qingqing. He actually intended to tell Fang Xiu about the league at another time. Unexpectedly, he was asked directly. In this hospital room, Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and Fang Xiu were all outstanding students from the first high school.
All right.
Actually, the so-called freshman exchange match is not just about which college's freshman beasts are stronger.
The main reason is to select a representative for Hecheng. Then participate in the Hejiang Prefecture League. Hejiang Prefecture League?
Fang Xiu raised his sword-like brows.
That's right.
Zhang Yu nodded. Hejiang Prefecture League, as the name suggests, is a provincial-level competition. It is held every year, and the best high schools from each city can send 4 students to compete.
Through group matches and knockout rounds, rankings are determined.
If you can finish in the top 3, you can get extra points for the college entrance examination. The points are 30, 20, and 10.
Zhang Yu continued speaking. If a high school wins the championship 3 times in the league, then they can get a total of 90 points? Zhang Shuren couldn't help but be shocked. Wow. 90 points, huh?
You have to know that the current college entrance examination has general knowledge points and beast mastery points. General knowledge points include mathematics, Chinese, and comprehensive science, or liberal arts. Each subject has a full score of 100, totaling 300 points.
Beast mastery points are 700 points. The total score is 1,000 points. And for a provincial-level league, it can directly add 90 points. That's equivalent to an extra subject score in general knowledge. This is just too exaggerated. Don't think too much.
Zhang Yu raised his hand and flicked Zhang Shuren's head. Winning first place in the league has nothing to do with our Hecheng No. 1 high school.
Hecheng No. 1 high school can actually get first place? What have Hecheng No. 1 high school's past performances been like? Fang Xiu immediately became interested and asked curiously. In previous years?
Zhang Yu glanced at Fang Xiu. They couldn't even make it out of the group stage.
Fang Xiu? Can't even get out of the group stage? That's too pathetic, right? Li Qingqing's expression also became subtle.
Although she knew Hecheng No. 1 high school wasn't strong in the league, hearing that they couldn't even make it out of the group stage still made her feel a bit uncomfortable.
What about the best result in history? Fang Xiu asked again. The best result?
Zhang Yu thought for a moment. Once, they did get a second place.
Fang Xiu? A second place as the maximum, and a failure to get out of the group as the minimum? This gap is just too ridiculous, right? Chapter 72, Chu Xing has passed, add 1 update.
Fang Xiu noticed that when Zhang Yu mentioned Hecheng No. 1 high school having once obtained a second place, a complicated emotion flashed in Li Qingqing's eyes. She grasped the quilt with both hands and subconsciously lowered her head. In contrast, Zhang Shuren's eyes lit up at the mention of Hecheng No. 1 high school's second place. Though he said nothing, his face clearly displayed the pride of Hecheng No. 1 high school.
To achieve second place in a league filled with strong competitors in Hejiang Prefecture is incredibly impressive.
Their reactions were worlds apart. As far as Fang Xiu knew, Li Qingqing was not without a sense of collective honor.
On the contrary, she would also feel a sense of pride when she mentioned she was a student of number 1 high school. But only upon hearing the achievements of number 1 high school did she show such a reaction.
Teacher Zhang Yu. Fang Xiu suddenly understood, the second place you mentioned can't be Chu Xinghe, right?
Ever since coming to Haching number 1 high school, Fang Xiu felt as though he kept hearing Chu Xinghe's name.
That's right.
Zhang Yu looked at Fang Xiu and nodded.
As expected. Just as I guessed. Chu Xinghe? Is he the top student in Heizhong Prefecture? Impressive. Zhang Shuren directly gave a thumbs up.
But, who did he lose to? However, Zhang Shuren then began to ponder.
Since Chu Xinghe was able to become the top student in Heizhong Prefecture, that meant he was the best in the prefecture, right? His beast companions must be incredibly powerful. Such an existence, who would he possibly lose to?
You have to understand that Chu Xinghe did not win the championship in the league, which means he received fewer extra points than others. And general knowledge subjects have reached their peak. Except for the Chinese essay, subjects like mathematics and comprehensive studies are basics for these top students. So being in a situation where he had fewer extra points but still became the top student indicates that Chu Xinghe must have surpassed others with his beast mastery scores. And there is only one standard to measure beast mastery scores, which is combat power.
Chu Xinghe did not lose. Zhang Yu shook his head.
Although he did not have a good opinion of Chu Xinghe in his heart, he had to admit that Chu Xinghe was indeed a genius beast master.
No loss? Zhang Shuren was taken aback. No loss, so why was he the runner-up? Fang Xiu also became interested at once.
That year, Chu Xinghe was in his second year of high school. As a genius beast master from Crane City number 1 high school, he naturally attracted everyone's attention. He led his team to a strong breakout in the group stage, like a true dark horse. And in the quarter-finals, he defeated Qing number 2 high school, creating an upset that year. You should know that Ha number 3 high school, Qing number 2 high school, Kikier number 4 high school, and Jia number 1 high school are the 4 top high schools in Heizhong province. Chu Xinghe's victory over Qing number 2 high school was already a monumental achievement that changed the history of Crane City. At this point, Zhang Yu's eyes were shining with bright light.
And the 4 top high schools.
Ha City, Qing City, Kikier City, each more unique than the other. Ha City is now the capital city of Heizhong province. Whether in education, medicine, or anything else, it is the best in the entire province. Kikier City, on the other hand, was originally selected as the capital city due to its comprehensive strength, but it did not get chosen in the end, which created the current Ha City. However, a thin dead camel is larger than a horse. Although they lost some opportunities by not being chosen, Kikier City still developed well due to its own comprehensive abilities. Qing City was originally just an ordinary small city, but in the last century, it was discovered that this city connected to an entrance of the Beastmaster realm. Military forces and various big shots started to flock to this city, causing Qing City to begin rapid development. Especially in the field of beast mastering, in recent years, Qing City has even surpassed its older brother Kikier City and gradually gained strength to wrestle with Ha City. Some experts even predict that Qing City is the future of Heizhong province. Zhang Yu simply introduced the situation in Heizhong province, so you should understand how difficult it was for Chu Xinghe to defeat Qing number 2 high school, right? But heaven did not favor us. When Chu Xinghe led his school into the semifinals, the opponent he faced was the talents of Ha number 3 high school. Hiss. Upon hearing Ha number 3 high school, Zhang Shuren gasped in surprise. The strongest high school in Heizhong province, Ha number 3 high school. I heard that Ha number 3 high school has an elite class called the Miracle class, and every student in it, even the one ranked last, is a Phantom Beast Master.
Fang Xiu?
Upon hearing Zhang Shuren's words, Fang Xiu was stunned. You should know that in this new student exchange competition, only he, Li Qingqing, Li Jin, and Li Shijia have phantom beasts. Among them, Li Jin is merely a pseudo-phantom beast master. Because his beast was not nurtured by himself, but was replicated by spending money. Crane City's 4 top high schools could barely muster 4 phantom beast masters.
But now, Ha number 3 high school's miracle class, an average of phantom beast masters? Can this be played?
Wait, Teacher Zhang, you just said that Chu Xinghe got the runner-up, but he encountered Ha number 3 high school in the semifinals, doesn't that mean?
Fang Xiu suddenly realized. That's right.
Zhang Yu said emphatically, Chu Xinghe single-handedly fought against 4 and toppled Ha number 3 high school.
In an instant, both Fang Xiu and Zhang Shuren opened their eyes wide in shock. 1 against 4. Zhang Shuren's mouth formed a huge O.
He only knew Chu Xinghe was very strong, but he never expected him to be this strong. But who knew, Zhang Yu ended up laughing bitterly. In fact, Chu Xinghe didn't want to go 1 against 4, it was simply that the students from Ha number 3 high school were too monstrous, eliminating all of Chu Xinghe's team members immediately.
Chu Xinghe was forced to go 1 against 4.
That match was even called a miracle of the impossible.
It's just that. Zhang Yu sighed. Although Chu Xinghe defeated Ha number 3 high school 1 against 4, he himself also paid a heavy price, to the point where he couldn't participate in the finals. So that's why Class 1 stopped at being the runner-up, losing to Jiaqing. So that's why I say Chu Xinghe did not lose.
Hearing this, Fang Xiu fell silent.
Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with his student council, he had to admit that this Chu Xinghe was indeed a remarkable person. To be able to force Class 1 into the finals under such desperate circumstances was truly impressive.
What about the third year?
Fang Xiu thought for a moment. Since Chu Xinghe was already half a champion in his sophomore year, what about his senior year? Did he also only stop at being the runner-up in his senior year?
In the third year, Zhang Yu sighed. Chu Xinghe did not participate in the league because he was reorganizing the student council.
Fang Xiu? To reorganize the student council and give up on a league that could boost his college entrance exam score? What had Chu Xinghe really gone through? For a moment, Fang Xiu couldn't help but feel some curiosity about Chu Xinghe's past. Chapter 73, The Student Council Comes Again.
After understanding the situation of the Haijiangsu League, Fang Xiu, along with Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan, returned to school. Fang Xiu had developed some interest in Chu Xinghe, so after getting back to the dorm, he opened his computer and began to search for reports about Chu Xinghe online.
Ding dong.
Suddenly, a doorbell rang outside the dorm room.
Is that Zhang Panpan?
Fang Xiu muttered to himself, then stood up from his chair and walked toward the door. During this freshman exchange competition, his parasitic bug had attached itself to Gung Wangwei and Li Shijia's magical beasts, which could produce a chest breaker in just a few hours. Especially Li Shijia's Shadow Wizard, which was created based on the giant trolls from Western stories.
Combining it with alien genes, who knew what kind of monster could be born?
It was not surprising that Zhang Panpan came to visit, but when Fang Xiu opened the door, he was greeted by a stranger's face. He looked the newcomer up and down. The person wore a white short-sleeved shirt and dark blue jeans, had a fresh short haircut, squinty eyes, and was about the same height as Fang Xiu.
You must be Fang Xiu?
Let me introduce myself.
My name is Wu Mingjian, I'm in Class 3 of the third year, and I'm also the Vice President of the Student Council.
Wu Mingjian smiled as he introduced himself to Fang Xiu.
Upon hearing the title of Vice President of the Student Council, Fang Xiu's starry eyes instantly became alert. May I ask why Vice President Wu is here? Fang Xiu replied.
It seems there's a misunderstanding between you and Qianfeng, and as the Vice President of the Student Council, I think we should give Fang Xiu a proper explanation. As he spoke, Wu Mingjian made a gesture, and Fang Xiu turned to see Qianfeng standing at the stairwell, his eyes full of fear, with his face a mess of bruises, limping as he walked.
Fang Xiu.
Qianfeng covered his swollen face with one hand and said to Fang Xiu, "The last incident was my decision alone. I hope you can be magnanimous and not hold it against me."
I'm sorry.
After speaking, Qianfeng immediately bent down, his bangs soaked with sweat.
Fang Xiu noticed that the wounds on Qianfeng's face were all fresh.
It seemed that after winning the championship in the freshman exchange competition, Wu Mingjian had given Qianfeng a severe beating. Looking at Qianfeng, his fear did not stem from seeing Fang Xiu. Rather, it was due to Wu Mingjian. Although Qianfeng bringing Ma Ming over to cause trouble for him made Fang Xiu quite unhappy, it was clear that the true villain was this Wu Mingjian.
Do I look not very smart? Fang Xiu's gaze shifted from Qianfeng back to Wu Mingjian's eyes.
The two locked eyes, and Wu Mingjian paused for a moment. What do you mean by that, Fang Xiu?
I meant it literally. The contract signing business was indeed initiated by Qianfeng, but without the instruction from above, he wouldn't have brought people to find me, would he?
In the end, Qianfeng is just a pawn.
If it were someone else seeing this scene, they might choose to forgive Qianfeng.
At least on the surface, they would give Wu Mingjian a way out and put this matter behind.
But people are not grass or trees. How can they roll away when in round form, and stop when in square form? Clearly this is a student council issue, now shifting the blame to Qianfeng, and hitting him again, so they can act like nothing happened?
The credit all belongs to the superiors. All the faults belong to the subordinates.
This student council is truly terrible. Fang Xiu certainly wouldn't give Wu Mingjian any good face. Wu Mingjian stood there in a daze.
He had investigated Fang Xiu's matters, thinking that reaching this point could at least ease Fang Xiu's attitude toward the student council.
But, unexpectedly, this Fang Xiu gives no face at all.
Meanwhile, Qianfeng was so scared by Fang Xiu's words that he thudded and knelt before Fang Xiu.
Senior Qian, our conflict is already in the past. There's no need to act like this.
Seeing that Qianfeng had lost his previous pride and appeared somewhat pathetic, Fang Xiu's gaze held a hint of subtlety. This is none of your business, you should go do what you need to do. Wu Mingjian glanced at Qianfeng and said in a low voice. This. Qianfeng was momentarily stunned, appearing somewhat at a loss.
Why aren't you leaving yet? As Wu Mingjian raised his voice, Qianfeng trembled and fled. If Vice President Wu has no other matters, I'll return to my beast training. Fang Xiu didn't want to get involved with the student council, saying this as he moved to close the door. Bang! At the crucial moment, Wu Mingjian raised his hand, blocking the door. Classmate Fang Xiu, don't rush to kick me out. Besides wanting to resolve the conflict between you and Qian Feng, there's another matter I'd like to discuss with you. Wu Mingjian put on a smile again, but inwardly he wished he could punch Fang Xiu twice. Besides needing to lower his head in front of Ma Wanfeng, when had he been so humble? In front of other classmates, he had always been a shining star at number 1 high school. Wherever he went, he was surrounded by admirers. Only this Fang Xiu dared to kick him out. What made it even harder for him to accept was he had clearly been kicked out but still had to embarrassingly show up. If it weren't for a call from someone at Capital University, why would he endure such humiliation? Damn it! So angry. But there's no choice. The other side is from Capital University. When he eventually goes there, he will still need those seniors to take care of him. Thinking of this, Wu Mingjian suppressed his anger, smilingly pulling out a bank card from his pocket and waving it in front of Fang Xiu, as if saying that even for this thing, he should be allowed in, right? What do you mean? Trying to bribe me with money? Fang Xiu laughed. It's not what you think, classmate Fang Xiu. This is just a little token from our student council. Wu Mingjian casually found a reason. After all, you led our school to win the freshman exchange competition championship, you deserve some reward. How much is this token? Fang Xiu asked bluntly. It's a bit more than this time's prize money. Wu Mingjian said with a smile. Come in. Fang Xiu looked at the bank card in Wu Mingjian's hand, then stepped back and invited Wu Mingjian inside. This Fang Xiu. Though Fang Xiu made a concession, Wu Mingjian's face became even worse. As a proud vice president of the student council at Huqing No. 1 High School, he actually had to rely on giving money to enter someone else's dormitory. If this got out, he would likely be laughed at for a whole year. Damn Qian Feng. Wu Mingjian's resentment towards Qian Feng deepened. If it weren't for him messing up the contract matter, why would he need to be so lowly? Chapter 74, A Letter of Invitation. Junior Fang Xiu, I know you have misunderstandings about our student council. Wu Mingjian arrived at the dormitory living room and sat down on the sofa, placing the bank card he took out at the door on the coffee table. In reality, our student council is not what Fang Xiu thinks it is. Our essence is to dig out every student's potential as much as possible, so they can go to better universities in the future. We not only provide help with resources, but we also guide classmates on how to better control their beasts. Wu Mingjian spoke endlessly, like a good senior who cares for his junior. Fang Xiu was not interested in what he said and simply picked up the bank card on the table. What's the password? Wu Mingjian's face darkened, but he quickly forced a smile. The password is 368464. There is a total of 80,000 yuan in this card, as a reward from our student council to you, Fang Xiu. Trying to use 80,000 yuan to ease my conflict with the student council? Fang Xiu nodded slightly. Let's get to the point. Vice President Wu specially came here, shouldn't it just be to give me money? After all, Fang Xiu was not just a naive freshman. There is no such thing as a free lunch. If they didn't clarify things here, who knows what Wu Mingjian would do next? Moreover, he also wanted to know what the student council's attitude towards him was.
Wu Mingjian hesitated for a moment. His original plan was to first get closer to Fang Xiu before inviting him into the student council. But now it seemed that this Fang Xiu was far more impressive than he had imagined. To be frank, both President Ma Wanfeng and I are high school seniors, and we will have to take the college entrance exam next year, leaving this school. Although Qian Feng and the others have good beasts, they can handle a department but struggle to support the entire operation of the student council. In contrast, Fang Xiu, your performance in the baseline exam was breathtaking, not to mention your brilliant performance in the freshman exchange competition. No one would deny that Fang Xiu is unbeatable in the first year. And Wu Mingjian's gaze became serious. In less than a month since school started, you've managed to have your beast undergo mutation and can even control the mutated beast. Even the older students in the second year cannot compare to you. Most importantly, that shapeshifting queen's power. Wu Mingjian praised Fang Xiu lavishly and then shifted his tone. Therefore, I sincerely hope Fang Xiu can join our student council. Join the student council? Fang Xiu was not surprised by Wu Mingjian's invitation. After all, his performance in the freshman exchange competition was indeed remarkable. Instead of continuing to oppose this genius, it would be better to make him an ally. However, thank you for your kindness, Vice President Wu, but I am used to my freedom and spend most of my time focusing on controlling beasts. I really have no intention of joining the student council. Fang Xiu, you don't have to decline so firmly. Please consider this matter again. By the way. Suddenly, Wu Mingjian seemed to think of something and took out an invitation letter from his pocket.
I wonder if Fang Xiu is interested.
Wu Mingjian placed the invitation letter on the coffee table and pushed it forward.
What is this? Fang Xiu asked as he picked up the invitation letter Wu Mingjian had taken out.
There wasn't much information on it, just an invitation to an art exhibition.
I wonder if Fang Xiu has heard of Master Che Xin. No. Fang Xiu shook his head without thinking. Who is that?
He was originally a traveler and had not received all the memories of his previous life, spending most of his time on controlling beasts, so he wasn't very familiar with the famous people in this world. Wu Mingjian immediately showed a speechless expression.
Wow. He was just being polite. He didn't expect Fang Xiu to actually ask this. That is Master Che Xin.
Hiss.
Wu Mingjian sucked in a breath sharply. I could only patiently explain to Fang Xiu. This Master Che Xin is a beast master who came out of He City.
During high school, his beasts were unbeatable in He City. He entered one of the top 10 universities, Magic Capital University, with excellent grades. After that, he participated in several important beast battles, becoming famous overnight and successfully rising to the position of vice president at the Sunflower Beast Company. He is truly a successful beast master. Now retired, he chose to return to East City and hold this art exhibition. There are rumors saying that the purpose of this art exhibition is to select a favored student for sponsorship. Fang Xiu's talent in beast mastery is extraordinary. If he can catch Master Che Xian's eye, he will surely progress by leaps and bounds.
Listening to Wu Mingjian's explanation, Fang Xiu began to understand the intent of this art exhibition.
In short, it's just a casual excuse to invite the geniuses from various schools. Then, to pick someone he is satisfied with for mentoring.
However, I wonder what criteria the so-called Master Che Xian uses for selection. If it's just looking at talent, why not just pay attention to the freshman exchange competition?
In Fang Xiu's view, if it really was all about talent, Master Che Xian had no reason not to contact him. After all, technology is so advanced now, with things happening, short video platforms can spread news like wildfire.
Even if Master Che Xian doesn't watch short videos himself, there must be someone around him who does, right? Alright.
Seeing Fang Xiu taking the bank card and invitation, Wu Mingjian finally stood up from the sofa, patting his pants. There are the time and place on the invitation, Fang Xiu, you just need to go there.
Someone will specially host you. I'll head back now.
And about joining the student council, I hope Fang Xiu can reconsider. Knock, knock, knock. However, just as Wu Mingjian was about to turn and leave, there suddenly came a knock at the door.
Who could it be? Fang Xiu set down the invitation, his brows slightly raised.
Why does it feel like ever since I won the championship of the freshman exchange competition, my home has suddenly become lively?
Fang Xiu hurried to the door, opening it with a swift motion.
The visitor was none other than Zhang Panpan.
Fang Xiu.
Zhang Panpan greeted him with a smile. Considering that the Shadow Wizard is a phantom beast type, after returning to school, Zhang Panpan felt a bit uneasy about Fang Xiu, so she came to see how Fang Xiu's beast mastery was progressing.
Teacher Zhang.
Wu Mingjian also politely greeted Zhang Panpan upon seeing her. Only then did Zhang Panpan notice him.
You are Vice President of the Student Council, Wu Mingjian.
Zhang Panpan frowned slightly, clearly unimpressed with the Student Council.
Chapter 75, Heading to the Alien Kingdom.
Fang Xiu, you shone in this freshman exchange competition. As the vice president of the student council, I should visit you. Wu Mingjian answered with a forced smile. After all, Fang Xiu is the future of our He City No. 1 high school. Zhang Panpan glanced at Wu Mingjian. Although she had a bad impression of the student council, she wouldn't vent her frustration in Fang Xiu's home.
Okay.
Zhang Panpan nodded and no longer looked at Wu Mingjian, turning her gaze to Fang Xiu.
Same as before?
Fang Xiu smiled as he put away the bank card and invitation that Wu Mingjian had brought, rubbing his thumb and index finger together.
Oh, Fang Xiu, this time the prize from the freshman exchange competition and the gifts from the Douyin account must exceed 100,000, right? And you still remember me with your little leftovers?
Zhang Panpan sharply retorted. You can't say it like that, Panpan, you know my beast mastery situation, and that half-dragon's weapon was really impressive. If it weren't for the power of the alien queen crushing the opponent, I might have lost this time.
Fang Xiu started to explain for himself. So I also want to customize better equipment for my beasts. 100,000 is really not a lot of money. The path of beast taming is all about crazy spending.
Don't mention just 100,000, even 1 million or 10 million thrown in wouldn't make much of a splash.
Zhang Panpan surely knew this too, right?
Exactly because of this, he thought Fang Xiu operating a Douyin account was a good method.
Alright.
Zhang Panpan didn't argue with Fang Xiu and directly transferred 500 yuan to him.
What are you all doing? Wu Mingjian suddenly took an interest.
As far as he knew, sports teachers had the highest value, and during holidays, parents would try everything to give gifts. If one wanted guidance from a sports teacher in private time, it would cost a large amount of money.
But Zhang Panpan's situation was completely the opposite of this. This truly piqued Wu Mingjian's curiosity. The fee to visit my beast taming space, is Vice President Wu interested?
Fang Xiu gestured with his hand.
Although he didn't have much goodwill towards the student council, why not take advantage of what they had? How much? Wu Mingjian asked without thinking.
In fact, Wu Mingjian was very interested in Fang Xiu's beast taming space. It's just that beast taming was a very private matter, and since Fang Xiu had some resistance towards him, he didn't speak up.
If he had known that money could solve everything, why worry at all? 2,000. Fang Xiu tentatively stated a price. Good. Seeing Wu Mingjian transfer the money without hesitation, Fang Xiu was also taken aback. Damn. That's too little.
Well then, welcome to my beast taming space. Fang Xiu opened his arms, and as he activated the beast taming space card, light engulfed Zhang Panpan and Wu Mingjian. The hot white light made them instinctively close their eyes.
When they opened their eyes again, the surroundings had changed dramatically.
Walls, tiles, furniture, and appliances all disappeared, replaced by a huge underground cave entrance. A cold wind blew continuously from inside. Looking up from the ground to the ceiling, it was at least 10 meters high.
Aliens.
Wu Mingjian muttered about Fang Xiu's beasts, then silently followed behind Fang Xiu. After passing through a long passage, the space inside suddenly opened up.
The height from the ground to the ceiling was at least 20 to 30 meters. Rows of milky white egg sacs were neatly arranged like a military formation. But the environment here was somewhat chilly and damp.
Since entering, he could occasionally see shadows of aliens. And these aliens all regarded Fang Xiu as their king.
Wherever they went, the aliens that noticed them all knelt down.
Fang Xiu's beast taming space is truly remarkable, Wu Mingjian exclaimed.
This sentence was not flattery. After all, he was the vice president and a senior in the 3rd year.
In over 2 years at Yizhong, he had visited many different beast taming spaces.
However,
even as the vice president, it was his first time seeing such a eerie and terrifying beast taming space.
And Fang Xiu's beasts.
Just walking from the cave entrance inside, he had encountered dozens of aliens. And the size of these aliens was generally around 2 meters, looking much weaker compared to the elite alien sword saint.
Fang Xiu, how many aliens have you raised? Wu Mingjian couldn't help but ask.
So far, probably more than 300.
Fang Xiu roughly estimated. More, how much?
Wu Mingjian's eyes widened like a cow's eyes, his brain buzzing, seriously doubting if he had heard wrong.
Goodness, 300? Are you taming beasts? Or running a wholesale business here? It could be 400 too.
I haven't counted carefully either. Once the alien queen finds a safe spot, she will transform into a breeding machine, laying dozens of eggs in just 1 hour during her most frenzied times.
With enough food available, those facehugger parasites will continuously latch on, strengthening the alien colony.
At the same time, the male aliens will dig and expand the cave size. Before, due to a lack of money, Fang Xiu's beast space was only a few hundred square meters large, causing the aliens to quickly dig to the edge and hit an air wall.
The egg-laying speed of the alien queen also slowed down.
After Fang Xiu received the prize money from the new student exchange competition, he directly used that 50,000 yuan to expand the space here, increasing it from a few hundred square meters to over 10,000 square meters.
The male aliens kept expanding this underground kingdom.
The alien queen also began her breeding work earnestly. Listening to Fang Xiu's description, Wu Mingjian gasped in shock. Previously, he only knew that Fang Xiu's aliens were outrageous, but he didn't have an intuitive feeling for it.
If there is enough space and a guaranteed food source, then you're aliens. Wouldn't they multiply into thousands? Wu Mingjian couldn't help but be frightened by Fang Xiu's explanation. This is not just controlling beasts. This is clearly about cultivating a species.
What kind of monster is Fang Xiu, after all?
Theoretically, that's correct. Fang Xiu nodded, confirming it, but there's a problem. Ordinary male aliens have limited fighting power. Only those mutated forms born from parasitizing other beasts are the future of the aliens. So, the number isn't that exaggerated.
Fang Xiu explained seriously. After all, for him, the surging number of aliens would pose a significant food issue.
However,
if the number of aliens doesn't reach a certain base, the alien queen won't evolve into the alien empress.
Only the genetically superior royal facehuggers can be produced by the alien empress.
Listening to Fang Xiu's serious explanation and looking at the countless eggs, Wu Mingjian could only think of 2 words.
Ruthless person. Fang Xiu is really a ruthless person.
Zhang Panpan frowned slightly, resting one hand on his chin. Fang Xiu, your beast control method has problems. Zhang Panpan deeply recognized Fang Xiu's talent. No matter the students he had seen or heard of, none matched Fang Xiu's prodigious skills. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Fang Xiu is a candidate for the top 10 in the future.
However, simply pursuing the quantity of beasts is meaningless. You should be able to sense that, right? The fighting power of these ordinary aliens is not stronger than Li Jin's half-dragon or Li Shijia's shadow wizard.
Even during the new student exchange competition, Li Shijia's shadow wizard used the 10,000 Snakes Massacre formation to eliminate several male aliens.
Li Jin's half-dragon subdued Fang Xiu's alien sword saint. If it were an even more common male alien, it could easily be taken down by a half-dragon in one blow.
On the other hand, due to the sheer number of these aliens, their food consumption would also be staggering.
As a result, many eggs even entered a dormant state voluntarily. Once the number of these aliens reaches the thousands, Fang Xiu will definitely be weighed down by them. More isn't better, quality matters more than quantity. If you can give up the number of aliens,
you won't need to use a lot of resources on food.
The excess could even be used to customize good gear for elite beasts like the alien sword saint.
Zhang Panpan said with a serious expression. No matter how one looks at it, he is Fang Xiu's physical education teacher, so when they encounter problems, he naturally needs to point them out for Fang Xiu to improve.
Teacher Zhang is right.
Wu Mingjian agreed from the side. Initially, when he was called over by Ma Wanfeng to ease the relationship between Fang Xiu and the student council, his heart still felt somewhat reluctant. After all, he was the vice president. In the entire Crane City No. 1 high school, he was almost second to none, above countless others. In the end, he was asked to come here to please Fang Xiu.
It was simply humiliating.
However, when he came to this beast master space and saw Fang Xiu's strange shape, he understood everything. Someone like Fang Xiu was worth him reaching out to win over.
Once he entered university, he might even become a great help to Chu Xinghe.
Based on this relationship, Wu Mingjian also united with Zhang Panpan. With one hand on his waist, he said, "If I were you, I would remove these strange beings and keep the powerful individuals like the Sword Saint and the Queen. Pour your efforts into these strange beings."
Listening to Zhang Panpan and Wu Mingjian, how could Fang Xiu not understand this simple principle?
But the strange beings did not belong to this world.
They lacked enough understanding of the strange beings.
Only when the strange beings developed to the scale of a nation would the strange queen be born. After that, the strange queen would continuously produce royal broodworms. Let alone the queen mother of the ultimate life forms of the strange beings. If one wanted the strange beings to give birth to a queen mother, they would have to further expand their territory. If it weren't for the existence of such a setting for the strange beings, Fang Xiu would not want so many of them.
Isn't walking the elite route good enough? But there was no way.
The strange queen and the strange empress were two entirely different biological forms. The thinking of the strange queen was much simpler, only capable of brutal reproduction, while only the empress could possess strategic intent and better maintain the stable development of the species. Once the empress's control range further expanded, she could evolve into the queen mother. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu looked affectionately at the strange queen that was giving birth. In this small crane city, his strange queen could definitely topple all enemies. Even in the Hejiang State League mentioned by Zhang Yu, Fang Xiu was confident he could reach the pinnacle. But what about after that? This world was very big.
The top 10. Among the top 10, the three great families.
If the evolution of the strange queen comes to a halt, one day, his beast would not be the strongest in this world.
If I say my strange queen can continue to evolve? Fang Xiu's starry eyes focused on Zhang Panpan and Wu Mingjian.
What did you say? Zhang Panpan and Wu Mingjian's hearts shuddered, their eyes widening as they turned to look at the strange queen.
That massive creature, can it still evolve? Wait, Fang Xiu, are you talking about mutation?
Wu Mingjian suddenly realized. Fang Xiu was still in high school and had not encountered the knowledge of mutations.
He probably saw Ma Ming's beast and thought his strange queen could evolve further.
While that wasn't wrong, it had nothing to do with the number of strange beings.
Ah, Fang Xiu, that mutation.
But who knew that as soon as Wu Mingjian opened his mouth, Fang Xiu interrupted him directly.
It's not mutation. Fang Xiu shook his head, although I also want my strange queen to complete the mutation and gain greater power. But what I'm referring to as evolution is not mutation.
I mean, when the strange beings expand to a certain scale, my strange queen can evolve into a higher level empress. At this point, Wu Mingjian was completely frozen in place. His mouth gaped open as he took a deep breath, his pupils wildly shaking, staring at the strange queen behind him. This gigantic creature was merely curled up, looking down at them. The massive ovipositor behind her continuously spat out one egg after another.
Evolve? Strange empress? Just this strange queen was already outrageous enough, right? During the new student exchange competition, she knocked out Li Jin's half-dragon with just one slap.
If she advanced and evolved into the strange empress, isn't its power going to reach the sky? Fang Xiu, who told you about this?
Zhang Panpan couldn't help but ask. This way of evolution, he was hearing about for the first time.
No one told me. Fang Xiu shook his head. This idea came to me when I created the aberration. As for why I had this thought, I don't know. But I can guarantee, it is true. That feeling is just like a person breathing as soon as they are born. It is an idea that exists within the genes.
Fang Xiu was seriously convincing Zhang Panpan.
Zhang Panpan looked at Fang Xiu. Beast species and beast tamers inherently have all kinds of strange abilities.
Looking at Fang Xiu, he did not seem to be lying.
So, how many aberrations are needed to evolve your queen into a queen? However, just as Zhang Panpan's words fell, a painful howl echoed throughout the entire underground cave. What is that noise?
Wu Mingjian couldn't help but blurt out, his eyes instinctively searching for the source of the sound.
At a glance, he saw a giant troll trembling in pain. Chapter 77, New Aberration Breaks Chest. That is Li Shijia's beast?
Wu Mingjian looked in the direction of the sound and saw a blueskin troll wildly convulsing on the ground, making woeful moaning sounds. The freshman exchange competition is a rather grand event in Crane City, and Wu Mingjian paid attention, instantly recognizing this troll as Li Shijia's beast from the 3rd middle school.
Moreover, it was a beast species. Parasitizing, stealing someone else's beast. Wu Mingjian's heart suddenly tightened. Is it finally going to break its chest? Fang Xiu's gaze also focused on the troll.
During the freshman exchange competition, he captured a total of 4 beasts. Apart from Li Shijia's troll, there were also 3 upright beings captured from Gungguangwei.
Since he caught the upright beings first, and they were ancient species, by the time they reached the hospital, these aberrations had already broken their chests. After a frenzied feeding, the 3 aberrations that assimilated the upright genes had also turned into adult forms.
Their appearance was not much different from ordinary male aberrations, just that their skeletons were bigger. Each aberration stood over 4 meters tall. Compared to ordinary male aberrations, they were like the difference between adults and children.
Fang Xiu named them Aberration Guardians, assigning them the task of guarding the Aberration Queen.
Instead, Li Shijia's troll seemed to be harder to assimilate due to genetic reasons, only now starting to show signs of breaking its chest. The Aberration Sword Saint quickly rushed to Fang Xiu's side, flicking his wrist. The black knife shot out from his elbow, and he gripped it in his hand. Seeing this, Zhang Panpan immediately released her hellfire, watching the troll as if facing a great enemy.
Teacher Sheng, what are you doing?
Wu Mingjian raised an eyebrow, quickly realizing that Zhang Panpan was worried Fang Xiu's beast would go out of control. However, he did not release his own beast but instead took a step back, positioning himself behind the hellfire.
Put. Blood sprayed from the troll's chest, like red butterflies fluttering in the air.
Then a flat, elongated head drilled out from the troll's body, opening its mouth, with teeth much larger than ordinary aberrations, especially the 2 upper fangs, as thick as Fang Xiu's arm. Clearly mutated after assimilating troll genes, its corrosive saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth, dissolving a pit into the ground. Its hands were also broader, easily splitting the troll's body in 2, and then it stood up. Its stance was very similar to that of the troll. It clenched its fist, seemingly feeling something was missing, then turned around, looked at the troll's corpse on the ground, and finally reached out, gripping the troll's spine. With a mighty pull, he forcefully yanked out the entire spine of the troll, holding it in his hand. However, this alien creature did not attack its kind like the alien sword saint did. It stood still, seemingly pondering for a moment, and finally knelt on one knee and bowed its head towards Fang Xiu. Very good, Fang Xiu said with satisfaction, nodding his head when he saw this. It seems that after you suppressed the alien sword saint, the power in your heart has grown stronger, allowing this creature to submit to you, Zhang Panpan said. Fang Xiu nodded, feeling it was true, then consumed some resources to summon a 500-pound fat pig. No matter how one viewed it, breaking the chest was just the beginning for the aliens. They needed to eat a lot to grow into their complete form. Without enough food, they would fall into a dormant state. Ordinary aliens could be ignored, but elites like the one before him required a steady supply of food. Hunt it, Fang Xiu said in a low voice. Although he could create cooked meat to feed this alien, Fang Xiu still wanted to see its power after assimilating the troll. Just in the broken chest state, it's close to 2 meters tall. If it enters its complete form, it might be a staggering 4 or 5 meters tall.
Fang Xiu estimated based on past experience.
Wu Mingjian instinctively held his breath. He hadn't even heard of a beast master like this alien, let alone seen one. But what Fang Xiu and the others didn't expect was that this alien did not rush towards the domestic pig Fang Xiu had released. Instead, it turned around, extending its wide palm towards the troll's head.
What is it doing? Wu Mingjian asked in confusion. Wasn't it supposed to hunt that pig? Could it be that it didn't understand Fang Xiu's orders and mistook the hunting target?
If that were the case, then Fang Xiu's alien had a somewhat low intelligence.
Fang Xiu silently observed.
He saw this alien grabbing the troll's head, then using sheer brute force to crush it. Boom! Various white and red liquids sprayed out like an exploding watermelon, the sound causing Wu Mingjian to momentarily freeze.
But as the alien crushed the troll's skull, a faint glow transformed into red energy, swirling around its feet. Is this a snake stick?
Fang Xiu mumbled to himself, his gaze shifting. Li Shijia's troll, known as the Shadow Sorcerer, primarily attacked by crushing animal skulls to summon snake spirits through sorcery. Now, it appeared that his alien, after assimilating the Shadow Sorcerer, had also gained the power to use sorcery.
This is truly wonderful. Fang Xiu's eyes lit up, looking forward to this alien's hunting performance.
One must know that Fang Xiu's underground kingdom lacked nothing but skulls.
So many ordinary aliens could all serve as tools for using sorcery.
He watched as the energy morphed into the shape of the alien, then opened its mouth and spat out a crimson needle that flew towards the domestic pig. Before this pig could react to what was happening.
No.
To be precise, this domestic pig noticed nothing at all. In the blink of an eye, the needle shot directly into its body and exited from the other side, finally embedding itself in the ground. The area it passed through dissolved at a visible speed. It looked as if it were melting away from strong acid.
Acid blood.
The alien, using sorcery to create the alien stick, could merge the corrosive effect of acid blood into the energy needle.
Thud.
In less than half a breath, the domestic pig fell heavily to the ground, letting out a wretched scream as if it were being slaughtered.
It was enough to make one's scalp tingle.
The area pierced by the needle had dissolved into a hollow the size of a fist, clear from front to back.
Fang Xiu's alien showed no surprise, as if everything were perfectly normal.
He walked over in 2 steps and began to feast heartily.
Wu Mingjian watched the scene, and he couldn't help but gasp in shock.
Fang Xiu, your aberrant one is truly unique. If I remember correctly, that sorcery was originally Li Shijia's beast-controlling ability. I didn't expect it to be copied by an aberrant. Chapter 78, The Whole Year of Shock for Manhwa Feng. Since you can use sorcery, I'll call you the aberrant sorcerer from now on.
Fang Xiu looked at the newly hatched aberrant and nodded in satisfaction, giving it a new name.
The aberrant is basic, and there's no need for changes, but to distinguish it from ordinary aberrants, we'll just use their abilities for differentiation. Aberrant Sword Saint for melee control, aberrant sorcerer for ranged support, looking for chances to deliver a one-hit kill. Especially those flying needles with acidic blood properties, they can definitely turn the situation around at a critical moment.
Fang Xiu looked at his aberrant sorcerer and aberrant sword saint, already eager to participate in the Haijiangsu League. Speaking of which, when will the Haijiangsu League be held? Fang Xiu calmed his excitement and curiously asked. After the midterm exams, I guess.
Zhang Panpan adjusted her glasses. The first semester of freshman year starts at the end of August, and winter break is at the end of December. It's only 4 months apart. There's the opening assessment exam when school starts, followed by a newcomers exchange match a month later, and then the midterm exams.
By the time they return from the Haijiangsu League, it will basically be close to the final exams.
One has to say, just the first semester of freshman year is quite packed with time.
Midterm exams? If it weren't for Zhang Panpan's reminder, Fang Xiu would have completely forgotten about midterms.
Yes, Zhang Panpan nodded, the midterm exams aren't particularly difficult. With Fang Xiu's strength, maintaining the first place ranking is basically guaranteed. Perform well, if you can secure the first place in the school, you can earn a scholarship.
And it's quite a generous one.
Zhang Panpan smiled, a key high school like Yizhong, if one can make it into the top 10, not only can they win a scholarship, but also earn credits. If Fang Xiu truly achieves good results in the Haijiangsu League, just those credits could allow him to have an aberration during the previous semester.
You must know.
So far, no one has been able to earn so many credits in the first semester of freshman year. Even with the operation of the student council, those so-called geniuses had their aberrations in the second semester of freshman year.
I will work hard. Fang Xiu nodded, expressing that he would definitely shine in the Haijiangsu League.
The future of Yizhong depends on you, Fang Xiu. Thus, Fang Xiu left a large amount of food for the aberrant sorcerer, allowing it to grow to completion, before sending Zhang Panpan and Wu Mingjian off from his beast-controlling space.
Alright, I should be heading back.
Zhang Panpan waved to Fang Xiu to continue with his beast control. Wu Mingjian said his goodbyes as well.
However,
after witnessing Fang Xiu's aberrant, Wu Mingjian didn't return to control beasts or rest, but hurriedly ran to Ma Wanfeng's dormitory. As the strongest in the senior year of Yizhong and the student council president, his dormitory is a spacious 500 square meters villa. Just the living room is decorated in a very luxurious manner.
How's the situation being handled? Ma Wanfeng wasn't surprised by Wu Mingjian's arrival. He invited him in and had his cooking aunt brew a pot of tea.
Well, Wu Mingjian's face was slightly embarrassed, but he could only shake his head. Although he got along with Fang Xiuxue pretty well, at least eliminating the conflict between him and Chen Feng, Fang Xiuxue didn't agree to join the student council.
But I went to his beast-controlling space.
Worried that Ma Wanfeng would blame him for his lack of effectiveness, Wu Mingjian changed the subject and directly talked about the beast-controlling space.
Oh. After hearing these words, Ma Wanfeng's tightly knitted brow instantly relaxed.
It should be known that the Beast Master space has always been quite private, unless the relationship between two people is very good. Generally, one would not invite the other into their Beast Master space. From this point of view, even though Fang Xiu did not directly join the student council, his heart was certainly shaken.
Tell me.
As Ma Wanfeng spoke, he picked up the teapot and poured a cup for Wu Mingjian. This tea was sent by Senior Chu's messenger. It tastes good. Wu Mingjian quickly accepted the tea with both hands. Even though the cup was a bit hot, he still grit his teeth and took a sip, while omitting the part about having to pay for the visit. Fang Xiu has over 400 beast forms.
At this statement, Ma Wanfeng's expression instantly froze. His pupils trembled slightly, and the expression on his face seemed to say, "Are you joking? Over 400 beast forms? Isn't Fang Xiu just a first-year high school student?"
I have investigated his background. Both his parents are ordinary workers, under pressure from a mortgage and a car loan.
There are no high-ranking relatives, just a very ordinary family. Over 400 beasts? What a joke.
If it were insects, like wasps, having hundreds wouldn't be hard to understand.
But Fang Xiu's beast forms are obviously giant beasts.
Each one has extremely strong combat power.
That's right.
Wu Mingjian nodded, indicating he was absolutely not mistaken and was not joking.
Chairman, you should remember the huge creature Fang Xiu unleashed while battling Li Jin, right? Ma Wanfeng replied briskly.
To be honest, when he saw the alien queen appear, he was also startled. Compared to other alien forms, the power of this queen was simply on another level.
With just a single slap, she knocked the half-dragon into unconsciousness. It was truly amazing. However, what does this have to do with Fang Xiu's number of beast forms? According to Fang Xiu, that beast is called the alien queen.
When the alien race develops to a certain scale, the alien queen can evolve into the alien empress. Whether it's strength or anything else, it can greatly enhance. Wu Mingjian said seriously. At first, when he heard this, he was somewhat skeptical.
But Fang Xiu's beast mastery talent was indeed too monstrous.
Especially that alien wizard, who could actually steal Li Shijia's shadow wizardry. Such a thing had completely shattered his understanding.
Is there really such a thing? Ma Wanfeng's pupils shook wildly.
Although he did not convince Fang Xiu to join the student council this time, Wu Mingjian did manage to gather decent information.
Did you record it? Ma Wanfeng asked without thinking.
In his view, Fang Xiu was far more powerful than he had imagined. They should record his beast situation and send it to Chu Xinghe and the others. Wu Mingjian chuckled awkwardly. In Fang Xiu's beast master space, he had been so shocked that he completely forgot that he could record the encounter.
Forget it.
Ma Wanfeng waved his hand and did not blame Wu Mingjian for his incompetence. He rested his chin on his hand and thought seriously. After all, Fang Xiu is a student in our school, and there will be plenty of time to interact with him in the future. Wu Mingjian, your next task is to find every possible way to get Fang Xiu to join our student council.
Chapter 79, Fang Xiu's female fan leader.
With the new student exchange competition coming to an end, Fang Xiu returned to campus life. However, as soon as Fang Xiu stepped onto campus, he became the focus of everyone's attention.
Is that person Fang Xiu? He looks so handsome, even better than in the video. I want to ask him for an autograph.
For a moment, various voices filled Fang Xiu's ears, but very few students actually approached him. Although Fang Xiu's original family was ordinary. But he had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, a fresh and handsome appearance, along with his performance in the freshman exchange competition, making many classmates believe Fang Xiu came from a prestigious family. Like a shining star, the brilliance gave people an unreachable feeling. If this continues, I'll have to wear a hat and sunglasses at school. Fang Xiu pretended to be calm on the surface, but couldn't help but complain inside. No wonder those celebrities have to hide their identities with hats, masks, and sunglasses when they go out. Such intense stares and gossip truly made one quite shy.
Fang Xiu.
However, soon a familiar voice emerged from the noisy chatter.
Fang Xiu instinctively turned around and found it was none other than his deskmate, Shi Zhanhong. Congratulations!
You successfully won the championship of the freshman exchange competition.
I was so nervous at the time. By the way, how on earth did you cultivate that alien queen? She's so strong.
Shi Zhanhong excitedly waved his hands, making it seem like he was the one who won the competition.
Just like that. Fang Xiu replied casually.
Shi Zhanhong's performance wasn't particularly outstanding, but his first impression on Fang Xiu was quite good, plus he was very interested in gossip.
Speaking of which, do you know who Master Che Xin is?
Fang Xiu walked side by side with Shi Zhanhong on the tree-lined path heading to their classroom, casually chatting along the way.
Master Che Xin? Of course I know him.
Shi Zhanhong nodded repeatedly. He is the pride of our Crane City. It is said that he was among the earliest group of genius beast masters to take the Beast Control College entrance exam.
He made a name for himself not long after entering university and even participated in the Beast War.
Later, during the military reform, he retired and went to the Woodwa Flower Group, but still rose through the ranks, becoming a vice president in just a few years.
He can be said to be an exceptional person among men.
While talking about Master Che Xin, Shi Zhanhong's eyes sparkled, his pride apparent. I know some might think that being a vice president in a big company is no big deal, but for a small 18-line city like ours, having someone like him emerge is a great achievement. Although Shi Zhanhong didn't feel that Crane City was lacking, it was indeed a small border town, and education and resources weren't very developed.
It's tough for people from Crane City to achieve high accomplishments.
Especially after entering the era of beast control, Heilongjiang Province had previously collaborated with Jizhou, Liaozhou, and parts of Mengdong Province to create the Beast Control Bureau of 4 provinces. At its peak, the bureau could directly compete with neighboring countries. Such actions naturally caused some dissatisfaction. Ultimately, a team from above came down, disbanded the Beast Control Bureau, and reformed the personnel arrangements in Heilongjiang Province.
Since then, the entire Heilongjiang Province has been in decline and seriously weakened.
Sigh. Shi Zhanhong swung his fist while narrating the past. Otherwise, our Crane City could have competed with those second and third tier cities in the south.
So you understand, having a person like Master Che Xin is incredibly rare, right? I didn't know it had ever happened. Fang Xiu nodded.
Yes, but Master Che Xin is getting older, and with the fierce internal strife in Woodwa Flower, he ended up retiring early, Shi Zhanhong said, his gaze dimming significantly.
Clearly feeling it's unfair for Che Xin's fate. But he quickly realized
Fang Xiu had no reason to suddenly ask such things. He wasn't as fond of gossip as himself.
Fang Xiu, you wouldn't have received an invitation, would you?
Shi Zhanhong suddenly froze in place, his eyes wide open like a cow's, staring intensely at Fang Xiu, his mouth involuntarily forming an O shape.
Dumbfounded. Master Che Xin could be said to be his idol.
These years, he had not missed following the other online. When he learned that the other person retired and returned to Crane City, he found out about the art exhibition.
Not only that, Shi Zhanhong tried every possible way to get an invitation to the exhibition.
However, the ticket price for the invitation had been inflated by scalpers to 100,000 each, which was completely unaffordable for a student like him. Moreover, even scalpers had very limited invitations, having money alone wouldn't work. To his surprise, the invitation he had been longing for was actually obtained by Fang Xiu.
100,000?
You really have money, Shi Zhanhong replied with envy. In his eyes, Fang Xiu must have used the prize money from the freshman exchange competition to buy the invitation. No, it was given to me by someone else, Fang Xiu said casually.
Ha? Given to you? Shi Zhanhong was taken aback. Who gave it to you? Wu Mingjian. Wu Mingjian? Isn't he the vice president of the student council?
Shi Zhanhong was shocked again.
What's going on? Didn't Fang Xiu beat up Ma Ming?
Though Ma Ming was just a thug for the student council, he was still one of them.
If Fang Xiu hit him, isn't that like slapping the student council in the face? Why on earth would Wu Mingjian give Fang Xiu an invitation? This script doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah, what other reason could there be? He probably wants to win me over, Fang Xiu said with a light smile. He could feel Wu Mingjian's importance placed on him, otherwise, he wouldn't have come with money to apologize, and even gifted money to him. However, what Fang Xiu didn't expect was this invitation to the art exhibition had such high value. This was truly a generous gift.
Win you over?
That makes sense, after all, your performance in the freshman exchange competition was stunning. I also heard that there are many female fans at our school, and they even created a group, Shi Zhanhong complained.
You know about this too?
Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow. Although he knew Shi Zhanhong liked gossip, it seemed a bit outrageous that he even knew about the female fan group.
Well, my cousin is the leader of your female fan club.
I found out when she created the group, and after hearing that I am your deskmate, she wanted to collaborate with me. Shi Zhanhong awkwardly scratched his head. Since this matter concerned Fang Xiu, he didn't want to hide it.
Collaborate? What kind of collaboration? Fang Xiu's starry eyes narrowed.
She hoped to sneak some photos of you during class, preferably while you were sleeping, then print them out and sell them to the girls in the group.
Fang Xiu? Chapter 80. So you've thought about what the child will be named, right? But don't worry, Fang Xiu, how could I do something so lacking in taste? So I firmly rejected her.
Shi Zhanhong said loudly.
This is Fang Xiu, the top student of Crane City's first high school. Just being his deskmate is something to brag about for a lifetime. How could he secretly photograph him? Well, it's not impossible.
Fang Xiu's gaze shifted.
Shi Zhanhong? Did your sister tell you how much a photo sells for? Fang Xiu pondered a bit.
He didn't expect his female fans to be so outrageous. And Shi Zhanhong's sister was simply the leader of the female fans.
But let's talk about it. Whose money is the easiest to make? Of course, it's these female fans.
Online stars can casually endorse any product, and they buy it without question. It doesn't matter if the things they buy are useful or if they can even use them, the important thing is they are supporting their idol.
She didn't mention that.
Shi Zhanhong said with a dark expression, this is not what friends do.
We could collaborate, selling my photos is fine, but I want to share.
His beast-raising expenses are high, although he has the prize money from the freshman exchange competition and Wu Mingjian's gifts, it's just a temporary relief.
Now that there is such an easy way to make money, Fang Xiu naturally had no reason to refuse. Are you serious?
Shi Zhanhong asked incredulously.
Well, you know that raising beasts can cost a lot of money, right? As long as the price isn't too outrageous, it's not bad to sell more for less.
Fang Xiu shared his thoughts. If a photo sells for 5 yuan, and there are 200 people in the group, that's 1,000 yuan.
And 5 yuan isn't a burden for high school girls. In a way, it's a win-win situation. After receiving Fang Xiu's approval, Shi Zhanhong's eyes lit up.
He understood why Fang Xiu's beasts were so powerful. Fang Xiu's business mind is indeed strong, even selling photos can be applied to raising beasts. So, Shi Zhanhong took out his phone and sent a text message to his sister, Shi Yonglin, directly passing on Fang Xiu's few requirements.
Selling photos is fine. But the price can't be too high.
And Fang Xiu wants a 50% cut.
Buzz, buzz. Shi Zhanhong's phone vibrated immediately. Shi Yonglin replied back in an instant, really? Wow, please make sure to take a picture of me first. Shi Zhanhong looked at the message with a black line on his face. Goodness. So the first one to benefit is his sister, huh?
But no matter what, Shi Zhanhong and Shi Yonglin have always had a good relationship, almost like siblings. In the end, he still raised his phone and took a picture of Fang Xiu's back to send it over.
Ah, so handsome, even just the back is so handsome, truly deserving of our Fang Xiu.
Shi Zhanhong looked at the message on the phone, with a face full of black lines.
Sister, what do you mean our Fang Xiu? You can't possibly want me to ship with Fang Xiu, right? We have a normal desk-mate relationship. Please don't initiate random pairings. What nonsense are you daydreaming about? Don't you think your sister and Fang Xiu are a good match?
He's talented, and I have looks, plus, I am your sister.
I'm only related to you by blood.
If I successfully end up with Fang Xiu, then he becomes your brother-in-law, Haicheng No. 1 High School, no, wait. The future top person of the Emperor Capital University, being your brother-in-law, isn't that great? Speaking of which, what do you think of the names Fang Yuan and Fang Zhang? In less than half a breath, Shi Yonglin sent a series of messages that made Shi Zhanhong realize what a fan leader's firepower looks like.
Goodness. Clearly, they haven't even met face to face, yet she has already thought of potential baby names, right? And it's for the second child. Are you responding to national policies here?
For a moment, even Shi Zhanhong felt his sister was full of quirks.
But when he put down his phone and looked at Fang Xiu again, he thought, brother-in-law, huh? If he could really be Fang Xiu's brother-in-law, wouldn't that mean he achieves great success and his whole family rises too? What's wrong? Fang Xiu noticed Shi Zhanhong wasn't following. If we don't hurry, we'll be late. Coming. Shi Zhanhong quickly caught up. By the way, do you have a girlfriend? Fang Xiu? No, why does it feel like after winning the freshman exchange competition, everyone in the school has gone strange?
Thus, the two arrived at the Class 2 classroom. Before Fang Xiu could react, the classroom erupted with thunderous applause. There were even people lighting up firecrackers to celebrate. If you didn't know any better, you'd think someone was celebrating a birthday. Not only that, but even the blackboard was filled with celebratory banners congratulating Fang Xiu for winning the freshman exchange competition. Congratulations to Fang Xiu. If you gain wealth, remember the past, Fang Xiu. Looking at the flattery from his classmates, Fang Xiu struggled hard to return to his seat. Just when he passed by Li Qingqing's seat, Li Qingqing specifically said, the freshman exchange competition, thanks to you. If Class 1 didn't win the freshman exchange competition, they would miss this year's Haijiangsu League. And as someone who wanted to defeat Zhu Xinghe, Li Qingqing prioritized this Haijiangsu League significantly. Li Shijia and Li Jin's phantom beasts were also beyond Li Qingqing's expectations. Plus, those vile tactics. If there was no Fang Xiu, then this year, the first middle school would really miss the Hejiangsu League.
It's just a small effort.
Fang Xiu smiled at Li Qingqing, but you, Qingqing, still need to work harder. Don't worry, when the Hejiangsu League comes, I won't hold you back. Li Qingqing said in a low voice. Although she was grateful to Fang Xiu, she still wore a cold expression when facing him.
Fang Xiu didn't mind and just returned to his seat, ready to start today's study. However, before the teacher for the first general course arrived, Class 2's homeroom teacher, Zhang Yu, had already come to the door, and the classroom, which had been full of laughter, suddenly fell silent. Zhang Yu glanced at the bulletin board and didn't say much, he just scanned the room before his gaze landed on Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu, come out for a moment. Coming.
Before Fang Xiu's bottom had even warmed the seat, he stood up and walked toward the door. The other students immediately cast envious glances. Although they didn't know why Zhang Yu was looking for Fang Xiu, considering Fang Xiu's performance in the new student exchange tournament, it was likely to be something beneficial. From now on, the gap between them and Fang Xiu would probably become even larger. At the same time, many students subconsciously looked at Li Qingqing once Fang Xiu left. The strongest student in Heching Middle School, the #1 genius girl in the high school entrance examination. Her brilliance was now completely overshadowed by Fang Xiu. Sai, if there is Qing, why is there Xiu? A classmate in the classroom made a sarcastic comment, and Li Qingqing suddenly snapped her pen in half. The crisp breaking sound instantly silenced the classroom.
Fang Xiu. Chapter 81, The Favor of Principal Ren. What's wrong, brother you?
Fang Xiu left the classroom with Zhang Yu. I'm not exactly sure what's going on, but I only know that Principal Ren wants to see you.
Just pay attention, Zhang Yu reminded Fang Xiu.
Usually, he would joke around with him and Zhang Panpan and collect some visiting fees. But in front of the principal, he better not be so carefree.
The principal of the first middle school specifically wants to see me? Fang Xiu finally realized, no wonder Zhang Yu seemed more serious than usual today.
He never expected that the principal of the first middle school would actively request to meet him. Before crossing over, Fang Xiu had also attended high school, and his grades were not just good, he was among the best. But in the 3 years of high school, he had never met the principal. Stay sharp, don't embarrass our class too. Zhang Yu whispered into Fang Xiu's ear. Just thinking about Fang Xiu meeting the principal made this homeroom teacher a bit nervous. However, compared to those who made big mistakes and were called to the principal's office, Zhang Yu was more happy than anxious.
A few minutes later, Zhang Yu brought Fang Xiu to the principal's office, raised his hand, and gently knocked twice. Please come in.
The voice from inside was quite gentle. It was completely different from the voice he had heard during the basic exam.
Hello, Principal Ren.
Zhang Yu pushed the door open and walked in, pretending to be calm as he greeted the principal, even patting Fang Xiu on the shoulder.
Oh, hello, Principal Ren.
I am Fang Xiu from Class 1, Year 2. While introducing himself, Fang Xiu glanced around, observing the office. The space here was quite large, not only could it fit a 60-inch TV, but Principal Ren's desk was also 3 meters long, looking both grand and luxurious, with a row of bookshelves behind it.
However, Fang Xiu didn't feel any scholarly ambience, he only sensed that this office was merely for showcasing wealth.
There was a kind of tackiness. The Principal Ren mentioned by Zhang Yu appeared to be a woman in her early 30s, dressed in a black jumpsuit, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, smiling as she flicked her hair.
Ren Xiuyue. Fang Xiu's gaze focused on the desk in front of Ren Xiuyue.
Under a decorative piece with the national flag, there was a woman's name carved. Adding Zhang Yu calling her Principal Ren, Fang Xiu instantly realized that Ren Xiuyue was most likely the name of this principal. But what puzzled Fang Xiu was that during the placement exam, he had not seen this Principal Ren.
Student Fang Xiu is really strange, you didn't see me during the placement exam or the new student exchange competition, did you?
Ren Xiuyue said with a cheerful smile, as if she had the ability to read minds, seeing through Fang Xiu's confusion. My mentor recently returned to her hometown, so all matters big and small in the first high school were entrusted to another principal, the one you met. Thanks to you, student Fang Xiu, for this new student exchange competition, otherwise this year's crown would have fallen to the third high school. Fang Xiu didn't expect Ren Xiuyue to explain all this herself, and her image appeared more like that of an insightful older sister. If it weren't for meeting her in this office, Fang Xiu would find it hard to connect her identity with the title of principal of the first high school.
Not at all. I am a student of the first high school, and it is my duty to bring glory to our school. Fang Xiu held his head high and said seriously.
Even Zhang Yu couldn't help but be stunned.
No, is this your line? When did you become so full of collective honor?
Although Zhang Yu wanted to harshly ridicule Fang Xiu, he swallowed these words in front of Ren Xiuyue.
Very good. Ren Xiuyue sized up Fang Xiu and nodded in satisfaction.
Even though it was their first meeting, she had heard a lot about Fang Xiu before this. Especially his outstanding performance during the new student exchange competition, which was truly impressive.
If it's Fang Xiu, he might shine brightly in the Hejiang Prefecture League.
Thinking of this, Ren Xiaoyue's hand reached under the table, pulled open the bottom drawer, and then took out an invitation letter and a bank card, placing them on the desk and pushing them forward. The password for this card is 123456. There's about 200,000 in it, as a reward from our first high school for you this time. A good seedling like Fang Xiu, Ren Xiaoyue naturally had good reasons to nurture. However, Fang Xiu was different from Li Jin. The latter was the vice principal of the third high school's son. Although he received a lot of resources, most of it was done in his personal name. If she helped Fang Xiu like that, it would only bring unnecessary trouble once someone exploited the situation. Compared to working in unity and mutual assistance, there had always been undercurrents within the first high school.
200,000. Hearing this number, Fang Xiu's starry eyes sparkled.
It was the first time he had come into contact with such a large sum of money in his time training beasts. With this, not only could his unique creature's scale expand again, but the upcoming feeding issues would also be resolved. However, compared to the bank card, Fang Xiu's gaze was drawn to the invitation letter on the desk.
Because that invitation letter felt familiar to Fang Xiu. Master Che Xian's art exhibition?
Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow and then remembered that with Chu Xingha backing the student council, there had been conflicts with the gym teachers. Now, it had become a big issue, making the principals a bit of a headache.
Wu Mingjian's private actions, of course, wouldn't be reported to Principal Ren Xiaoyue. So the question arose. Should he tell Ren Xiaoyue that he had already received the invitation letter and let her give it to someone else? Or should he pretend he knew nothing and later sell the invitation letter? I'm not a saint.
Fang Xiu murmured in his heart, then took both the invitation letter and bank card in his hands.
Well then, thank you, Principal Ren.
I look forward to your performance in the Hejiang Prefecture League, Ren Xiaoyue smiled, then as if suddenly remembering something.
By the way, the midterm exam is coming up. Fang Tongxue still needs to work harder. If he can get a good ranking this time, I am willing to personally sponsor Fang Tongxue with a piece of equipment. Really? Fang Xiu's eyes moved. Through the freshman exchange tournament, Fang Xiu gained a clear understanding of Beastmaster equipment.
If Li Jin's half-dragon hadn't had that electric fork, his alien sword saint might not have lost to him.
This shows how much equipment can improve a Beastmaster.
Especially Fang Xiu's alien wizard, which, without a proper staff, had to use the shadow wizard's spine to pretend. If it could have its own equipment, it would help greatly in the Black River State League.
It's settled then, Principal Run. It's a deal. Chapter 82, If Gong is not forsaken, I am willing to adopt him as a righteous father.
After receiving Principal Ren Xiaoyue's bank card and invitation letter, Fang Xiu and Zhang Yu left the office together. However, Zhang Yu's gaze kept focusing on the invitation letter in Fang Xiu's hand.
What's wrong, brother Yu? Fang Xiu shook the invitation letter, feeling something was off with him since earlier.
Nothing, just a bit envious. Zhang Yu's tone carried a hint of melancholy. It was clear he wasn't lying.
Envious? Fang Xiu was a bit surprised. Do you know how precious the invitation letter Principal Ren gave you is? It's for Master Che Xian's art exhibition. And, even though it's called an art exhibition, it's actually meant to select a Beastmaster to take as an apprentice. Not only can you receive personal guidance from Master Che Xian, but you will also get all the resources you need for beast mastering, and never have to worry about future equipment. The most important thing is that with Master Che Xian's connections, after graduation, you will have the chance to enter a major company. Zhang Yu grew more excited as he spoke. He wished Master Che Xian could retire 10 years earlier so that he might have a chance. Of course, Zhang Yu only thought about this in his heart. With his talent, even if he got an invitation and went to the art exhibition, he probably wouldn't be selected. Fang Xiu was different. He was the top freshman of Crane City High School. If it was him, maybe he actually had a chance of being selected. So amazing, Fang Xiu nodded. Why didn't you bring Li Qingqing along? Though he knew the invitation letter was a big deal, Fang Xiu still felt puzzled. If he was the top freshman, then Li Qingqing was the second. Her middle school grades were outstanding, too. Logically, she should also be qualified to receive an invitation letter. Do you think Master Che Xian's art exhibition is something you can attend just by paying money? Zhang Yu gave Fang Xiu a look. Although there are scalpers online, those are just scams. The real invitation letters only circulate internally. Invitation letters, as the name implies, mean I invite you to attend. Hearing Zhang Yu's explanation, Fang Xiu finally understood. So you mean, who can attend the art exhibition is predetermined? Principal Ren gave me the invitation letter because I'm on the invitation list? The child can be taught. Zhang Yu nodded. Now is not the past, where information was not developed. You can find out about a student's info with just a phone.
Ma Wanfeng, Wu Mingjian, Shinbing, and you, these famous students from Crane City High School, are all on the list. Li Jin, Li Shijia, Han Bing from Class 3, and Wang Daolong from Yutsai are the same.
Will the second and third year students also go?
Fang Xiu raised his sword-like eyebrows, catching the key point in Zhang Yu's words.
He initially thought only first-year freshmen were invited. He didn't expect second and third-year students to be invited as well. But that didn't seem right. If only people on the list were invited, then what about Wu Mingjian? Could it be that the invitation he received was also specifically for him?
Thinking of this, Fang Xiu directly took out another letter.
Then what about this one? Zhang Yu was taken aback. How do you have two?
It was given by Wu Mingjian.
Fang Xiu said casually. I see.
The shock in Zhang Yu's eyes quickly disappeared. With Fang Xiu's talent, it was not surprising that he was recruited by the student council. After all, some of the parents of the children in Heqing are prominent figures. If they were directly turned away, it wouldn't be good, so they prepared more invitations.
I guess it must be like that.
Anyway, Zhang Yu was just a high school teacher, so he naturally had no contact with someone like Che Xian and only knew a little about the exhibition. If you're interested in this matter, you might as well ask Li Qingqing. After all, her family connections are quite strong. Seeing that he had said everything he needed to, Zhang Yu parted ways with Fang Xiu at the stairway and went back to his office to get busy. When Fang Xiu returned to the classroom, class had just finished, and since the next class was PE, there weren't many people in the classroom. However, Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong were both there.
Speak up, what did teacher Zhang Yu want from you?
Li Qingqing turned her body and crossed her legs, speaking in an accusatory tone.
It was as if she was blaming Fang Xiu for doing something bad behind her back. It's nothing. Fang Xiu shook his head.
Under normal circumstances, he would have definitely mocked Li Qingqing for being out of her mind.
Why do I need to explain myself to you?
However, right now, he indeed had something he wanted to ask Li Qingqing.
Do you know about Master Che Xian's art exhibition? Principal Ren gave me this.
As he spoke, Fang Xiu took out the invitation to the exhibition.
Seeing this, the other students immediately felt a surge of jealousy. An invitation to Master Che Xian's art exhibition? So envious. Damn it, I saw online today that the scalper tickets have risen to 200,000 each. I really want to go.
Due to Li Qingqing's imposing presence, the other students whispered from a distance, and no one dared to approach. Only Shi Zhanhong suddenly remembered that Fang Xiu had mentioned this matter in the morning. He said Wu Mingjian had given him one. Now the principal had given another one. Didn't that mean?
Does Fang Xiu have two invitation letters now? Adoptive father. In an instant, Shi Zhanhong rushed to Fang Xiu, kneeling down and speaking loudly, covering the entire classroom. Fang Xiu? Li Qingqing? What does it have to do with you? Shouldn't you go back to what you were doing?
Li Qingqing glared fiercely at Shi Zhanhong.
But how could Shi Zhanhong fear Li Qingqing? For the invitation, he was ready to go all out. Adoptive father, if you give me the invitation, I will serve you like a horse for 3 years of high school. Li Qingqing heard this and couldn't help but have a dark expression. Even if Fang Xiu were a saint, he couldn't possibly give away Master Che Xian's invitation letter, right? Stop daydreaming. Li Qingqing snorted.
Fang Xiu looked at Shi Zhanhong. He had originally planned to sell the invitation.
Selling to whom was still selling, right? Fang Xiu then sat down on a chair. It's not impossible, but do you have that much money?
Shi Zhanhong was momentarily stunned. It was because he had no money that he would kneel to Fang Xiu as an adoptive father.
Fang Xiu, are you really planning to sell?
Li Qingqing was also shocked by this statement. Although Master Che Xian has retired, he is still a 5-star beast master.
Indeed, Li Qingqing had some knowledge about Che Xian. Are you interested too? Fang Xiu said as he took out both invitation letters. How about you auction for them? You have two?
Li Qingqing was momentarily stunned. She never expected Fang Xiu to have 2 invitation letters.
Where did you get them?
He simply sold it to him for a low price of 100,000. Of course, it was documented with an IOU. In the time that followed, Fang Xiu devoted all his energy to training his beasts. With the large sum of money given by Rin Shouyue and the gift money from Wu Mingjian, Fang Xiu expanded the number of his shapeshifters to 1,000. He thought he could help the shapeshifter queen evolve, but nothing happened.
Until 3 days later, on the weekend, Fang Xiu and Shi Zhanhong agreed to meet at the Times Square in Crane City.
After all, Fang Xiu was a traveler. After coming to this world, he put all his energy into training beasts and had hardly any chance to go shopping, feeling quite unfamiliar with the place.
Adoptive father.
When Shi Zhanhong saw Fang Xiu, he was very excited. He thought he would miss this art exhibition, but unexpectedly, Fang Xiu got another invitation.
Just call me Fang Xiu, Fang Xiu replied with a wry smile.
Although he knew Shi Zhanhong was just joking about calling him adoptive father, it still felt a bit embarrassing in public like this.
Okay.
Shi Zhanhong nodded with a grin, but Master Che Xin is choosing disciples, and it probably has nothing to do with me. Even though he had the chance to come with Fang Xiu to see the world, Shi Zhanhong didn't think he would be the lucky one. In his eyes, Fang Xiu's talent was the strongest.
You can't say that. Fang Xiu shook his head slightly. He didn't think so. If it were really about talent, then Master Che Xin wouldn't have gone to such lengths. He could just choose based on results.
Also, with short videos so developed now, the live recording of my battle with Li Jin has been repeatedly edited and posted online.
Although the influence is limited to Crane City, it's enough for Master Che Xin to know about it.
But he hasn't contacted me, which shows he has his own standards for choosing.
Fang Xiu analyzed. Is that so?
Shi Zhanhong's eyes lit up, and a fighting spirit arose within him.
However, at that moment, a chilly female voice drifted from behind Fang Xiu and Shi Zhanhong. But don't celebrate too early.
Shi Zhanhong instinctively turned around and found that the person standing behind them was none other than their classmate, Li Qingqing.
Qingqing, what a coincidence.
Shi Zhanhong was slightly surprised, not expecting to run into Li Qingqing here. But the next second, he was met with a big eye roll from Li Qingqing.
The feeling was as if she was mocking him, as we are all here for the art exhibition, isn't it odd if we didn't bump into each other?
Shi Zhanhong awkwardly scratched his head. Li Qingqing didn't spare him another glance but quickened her pace to walk next to Fang Xiu. Now that November was approaching, the weather was getting colder. Li Qingqing had also changed into a black jacket and a windbreaker, looking very warm and highlighting her long legs. With her hands in her pockets, she lightly parted her crimson lips next to Fang Xiu. I advise you not to take this too seriously.
Why do you say that? Fang Xiu became interested, and Shi Zhanhong perked up his ears.
My family said that when Master Che Xin returned this time, he didn't bring a single beast. Li Qingqing walked towards the Grand Dihao building at Times Square and shared the information she had with Fang Xiu.
He didn't bring back a single beast? Why? Shi Zhanhong asked in confusion.
For a beast master, a beast was not only the result of years of hard work but also a partner in battle.
Often, the bond between a beast master and their beast is even stronger than that between people.
I heard that the Five Flowers group held all of Master Che Xion's beasts as group property.
So do you understand?
Rather than saying Master Che Xion returned in glory, it would be more accurate to say he was forced back home due to a power struggle failure. This time, the disciple selection might also be for revenge.
Li Qingqing analyzed. In her view, a person like Che Xion wouldn't easily bow his head.
This time, the news of recruiting disciples was grandly released in Crane City. Perhaps it was just to cultivate his own successor, so that he could seek revenge in the future. So, be careful of being used as a pawn, Li Qingqing said with a meaningful glance at Fang Xiu. Being used as a pawn isn't necessarily bad, Shi Zhanhong said with some confusion. According to Li Qingqing, Che Xion's enemies are mostly high-level people from the Five Flower group. If Che Xion really wanted to take revenge, he would have to send his disciple to the Five Flower group first.
That is one of the 3 strongest factories. It's known alongside Laney and Penguin as the top 3. Isn't it really not bad?
Li Qingqing glanced at Shi Zhanhong, as if to say how could he be so naive.
But Shi Zhanhong still looked puzzled and didn't understand what was wrong. If Che Xion couldn't win against them, why can we?
Fang Xiu casually stated his thoughts.
If we choose a freshman, then 3 years of high school and 4 years of university, even without postgraduates, that's 7 years.
7 years is enough for someone to become deeply rooted in a field.
Moreover, with the internet so developed, what if the other party is a ruthless person who finds out that Che Xion has such a disciple? Do you think they will do nothing?
If you take on Che Xion Master's cause, you must bear his consequences.
Hearing Fang Xiu's explanation, Shi Zhanhong finally realized.
Li Qingqing also felt enlightened. Having a strong network and much intelligence at home, all the analysis was what she heard from her family. Even before she came out, her family reminded her not to worry too much about this matter.
But Fang Xiu's family was just ordinary workers, still paying off car and housing loans.
Even if he has great talent with beast taming, surely no one could explain such matters to him. This meant Fang Xiu understood the whole situation immediately after she reminded him. This guy's ability to infer from one example to another was stronger than she had imagined. I thought Fang Xiu only knew about taming beasts, but now he's not just a bookworm. Li Qingqing thought to herself, and when she looked at Fang Xiu's profile again, she couldn't help but feel the light radiating from his starry eyes.
What's the matter? Fang Xiu sensed Li Qingqing's gaze and instinctively asked. It's nothing.
Li Qingqing's cheeks turned red, and she quickly turned her head to the side, stammering, no, I mean, that.
If you weren't chosen as Che Xion's disciple, you don't need to feel too disappointed. Chapter 84, Lu Yuanhui from Sanzhong.
Oh? Are you concerned about me?
Fang Xiu teased, only to receive a big eye roll from Li Qingqing.
Who would care about you?
Stop being so vain, Li Qingqing said, puffing up her cheeks as she quickened her pace.
Looking at Li Qingqing's back, Fang Xiu couldn't help but smile.
Although Li Qingqing has been the envy of others since middle school, with various halos, she is simply a high school student. Her thoughts are easy to guess.
Let's go too, Fang Xiu said to Shi Zhanhong.
But just as Fang Xiu quickened his pace, a familiar voice came from beside him.
I thought who it was, isn't this Fang Xiu?
Upon hearing this, Fang Xiu turned his head to look.
The newcomer was none other than Li Jin, the top student from Sanzhong's first year.
After the freshman exchange competition, Sanzhong quickly distanced itself from Gung Guangwei, expelling him for his poor character. Though Gung Guangwei deserved it, Li Jin's methods were not so honorable either.
Fang Xiu found this double standard very annoying.
Beside Li Jin stood another person, taller than Li Jin, with a strong build and a hint of arrogance in his brow.
Heroic spirit. You are Fang Xiu. My name is Lu Yuanhui, senior at Sanzhong.
Lu Yuanhui said in a low voice, taking the initiative to introduce himself to Fang Xiu. Li Jin had a wicked smile on his face, thinking that Fang Xiu would be startled by Lu Yuanhui's words. But who would have known, Fang Xiu's expression remained unfazed, just like during the freshman exchange competition.
TCH. Li Jin clicked his tongue. Master Che Xin values more than just the ability to control beasts. He also looks at overall talent, family situation, and background as standards. If you think of clinging to Master Che Xin's leg, I suggest you stop dreaming.
Li Jin scoffed, heavily mocking Fang Xiu's background.
If I remember correctly, your half-dragon is a copy of someone else's beast data, right? Can that even be considered talent? Fang Xiu tilted his head.
Without someone else's data, with your level, you probably wouldn't even qualify for the freshman exchange competition. You can fool others, but if you fool yourself, that's just embarrassing.
Fang Xiu stood his ground, directly quarreling with Li Jin. However, lies do not hurt people, the truth is the sharp knife. As Fang Xiu's words fell, Li Jin's expression also turned fierce. At the crucial moment, it was still Lu Yuanhui who blocked him. He, are you Fang Xiu? Lu Yuanhui smiled. It seems you are very confident in your talent. But there is one thing you may not know, this art exhibition is not only open to freshmen. Sophomores and seniors also have a chance to become Master Che Xin's direct disciples. You are not special.
Although Fang Xiu did not know who Lu Yuanhui was, based on the situation between the two, it was clear that Lu Yuanhui had clung to Li Jin's family leg more than once.
Can't argue with me, so you start barking like a dog? Fang Xiu directly ignored Lu Yuanhui and mocked Li Jin.
This sudden turn of events greatly frightened Shi Zhanhong, who quickly grabbed Fang Xiu's arm. His beast was indeed very powerful in the freshman year. But it wasn't powerful enough to challenge seniors. If a fight really broke out here, they would suffer a great loss.
Fang Xiu, let's hurry inside.
Shi Zhanhong said, his cold sweat pouring down.
Very well.
Lu Yuanhui sneered, stepping forward. His slightly reddened gaze made Shi Zhanhong feel somewhat uneasy.
Fang Xiu, however, felt no fear. His face-hugging bug could parasitize others' beasts.
Though he didn't know what Lu Yuanhui's beast was, if they did confront each other, it would also be an opportunity for him.
Enough.
Li Jin gritted his teeth, although he was also furious. This was Times Square, with a large crowd and surveillance everywhere.
Most importantly,
they were there for the art exhibition, not to fight Fang Xiu. Despite feeling upset, Li Jin still forced himself to restrain his emotions.
Fang Xiu, don't be so pleased with yourself. One day, we'll settle the score. Let's go. With that, Li Jin turned and walked toward the Empire Building. Before leaving, Lu Yuanhui shot a fierce glare at Fang Xiu, but Fang Xiu blared back. Ha!
Shi Zhanhong covered his chest and let out a long sigh of relief. That scared me to death. Li Qingqing, who had originally left, turned back upon seeing Fang Xiu not following.
What happened?
Seeing Shi Zhanhong drenched in cold sweat, Li Qingqing tilted her head, puzzled.
Ran into Li Jin. Fang Xiu said casually. Not just Li Jin, do you really not know who that person is?
Shi Zhanhong exclaimed with a look of shock.
That's Lu Yuanhui, one of the 4 protectors of Sanzhong.
Not only is he a genius with phantom beasts, but his combat power can be described as terrifying.
Fortunately, he didn't take action against you.
Even now, Shi Zhanhong felt his heart pounding.
Lu Yuanhui? What's going on? Li Qingqing's beautiful eyes also flashed with surprise. It was clear how impressive Lu Yuanhui's reputation was. Is it really impressive? Fang Xiu frowned slightly.
This Shi Zhanhong can be set aside. Li Qingqing has been to her beast space and seen the different shape kingdom.
But the result is still this expression. Is the gap between senior 3 and freshman really that big? I wouldn't say it's very impressive. Li Qingqing sighed. If we wait until we are in Senior 3, Lu Yuanhui's kind would not even be worth mentioning.
But, after all, he has led for 2 years, for us.
No.
Li Qingqing shook her head slightly.
Even your mutant queen is still somewhat lacking compared to the strong ones in Senior 3.
I know, you are definitely going to say you defeated the sophomore Ma Ming before. But at that time, when school just started, Ma Ming had not yet gone through the sophomore baptism, at most he was just at the late stage of freshman.
There is a gap between him and Lu Yuanhui.
So, don't clash with Senior 3, do you hear me? With your current strength, it's not enough. Worried that Fang Xiu might not listen, Li Qingqing stood on tiptoe and shouted in his ear. But the next second, her cheeks turned red again, and she quickly turned around.
Ahem.
After a light cough, Li Qingqing leisurely added, in short, we are here to attend the art exhibition, not to fight with the third middle school.
Okay.
Fang Xiu said okay 3 times in a breath, but what he was thinking in his heart was something else.
Senior 3, ha. If Lu Yuanhui is considered very impressive, then what level is Wu Mingjian, who is also a Senior 3? Chapter 85, the strongest high school student in Hecheng. At Hecheng Times Square, Dihao Building, 59th floor. Fang Xiu is standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the entire Times Square.
This is the first time he has looked down at this city from such a high position since coming to this world. Although Hecheng is just a small town in this world, under the technological tree influenced by beast mastery, the infrastructure of this world has completely surpassed that of his previous world. From this height, half of Hecheng lies in front of him, making Fang Xiu unable to help but reach out his hand towards the front.
What are you doing?
Li Qingqing came back from a distance, holding a cup of cola.
This art exhibition occupied the entire flat floor, and security personnel were stationed every few meters to maintain order. However, although they came to attend the art exhibition, most people were here for Master Che Xian's disciple conditions, and very few were willing to spend time appreciating the paintings here. Instead, they gathered in small groups to discuss what kind of methods Che Xian would use to conduct the assessment.
And Shizhan Hong was even simpler. When he came back with Li Qingqing, he was holding a large lobster, which made Fang Xiu stare in shock.
Is this seafood?
From its size, Fang Xiu felt that the lobster in Shizhan Hong's hand looked very much like the Boston lobster from his previous life. He just didn't know if this world even had a place called Boston, so he was unclear about the origin of this lobster. But one thing he was sure of. Shizhan Hong seemed not to be here for the art exhibition, but more like he came for a buffet. His mouth had not stopped since earlier, mentioning things like sirloin steak, black truffles, French foie gras along with the lobster he brought back now. It was basically all high-end ingredients.
Compared to other students attending the art exhibition, Shizhan Hong's boldness was simply an oddity.
It should be, who cares? Shizhan Hong shrugged indifferently, then felt something brighten in front of him.
Don't move, Fang Xiu, you look a bit cool from this angle.
While speaking, Shizhan Hong directly took out his phone to take a picture of Fang Xiu. Especially as Fang Xiu raised his hand, as if he wanted to grasp the entire Hecheng in his hand, it looked even more dominant. After happily taking the photo, Shizhan Hong sent it directly to his sister. After a round of negotiation, Shizhan Hong received a 10% bonus from the photo business. This way, he also had the chance to pay off the debt for the invitation letters sooner. Fang Xiu, you really shouldn't have brought this guy here. Li Qingqing's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of disdain.
Qingqing, you shouldn't say that.
You are all the pride of Hecheng. If Master Che Xian takes notice of him, although he might be targeted by the Five Flower Group, at least he would have the chance to rise high.
I'm just an ordinary person, how could I be chosen?
Of course, I'll eat more. Shizhan Hong replied seriously, swallowing a whole lobster in a few bites. No wonder it's a wealthy person's exhibition, the food is really delicious. Just as Shizhan Hong was enjoying his feast, 2 high school students walked towards the 3 of them.
Finally found you.
Fang Xiu turned to look at the visitors and saw that one of them was Wu Mingjian, who had given him the invitation letter.
His outfit was obviously carefully designed, giving off a pretentious vibe.
However, when standing next to another person, Wu Mingjian deliberately stepped aside, clearly showing his attitude towards the other person.
Fang Xiu narrowed his starry eyes, sizing up the other person.
This person was of similar height to Wu Mingjian, wearing a white Zhongshan suit, quite like the protagonist from a novel Fang Xiu had read in his previous life.
Hello, Fang Xiu.
My name is Ma Wanfeng, the president of the student council at number 1 high school, and currently the strongest high school student in Hecheng.
Ma Wanfeng said casually.
This statement was like a timed bomb, instantly igniting the entire art exhibition.
Many people turned their gazes and stopped discussing the artwork. The hot topic quickly centered around Ma Wanfeng. Is that person really Ma Wanfeng? The strongest high school student in Hecheng? He does look quite impressive. Why is he here? Even without Master Che Xian's sponsorship, with his grades, he could get into Imperial University. Damn it, why should seniors come here?
I heard that for 3 years in middle school, Ma Wanfeng never ranked second in exams, he was always first. In the number 1 high school mock exams, he cleared it in just 4 minutes. In the new student exchange competition, he single-handedly defeated the 4 guardians of number 3 high school.
He is truly a genius at controlling beasts.
It's a pity that Ma Wanfeng's luck is not great. In the Hajang Provincial League, he only made it to the quarterfinals, and then faced Hassan High School.
If he had a bit better luck, he might have broken into the top 4. Wait, did he just mention Fang Xiu? That rising star from number 1 high school? I think so. I even follow Fang Xiu on Douyin. It's really him. My husband Fang Xiu. Husband? Sister, have some restraint. So, does that mean the strongest active student from number 1 and the strongest newcomer are going to compete?
Various voices came from all directions.
The initial heated discussion about Ma Wanfeng gradually spread to Fang Xiu.
It even triggered some screams from the female students.
However,
according to their gathered rumors, this time Master Che Xian only wanted to take 1 student. This made Ma Wanfeng and Fang Xiu direct competitors.
Ma Wanfeng did not care about these discussions and simply smiled slightly with his head down.
It seems you and I have become the focus of this art exhibition. Li Qingqing threw the cola in her hand to Shi Zhanhong and stood with her arms crossed in front of Fang Xiu.
So what? Are you here to use your position as student council president to force Fang Xiu not to compete with you? Senior Ma really has a big ego.
Li Qingqing was relatively tall among girls, but in front of Fang Xiu and Ma Wanfeng, she still had to look up slightly.
At this moment, she could only look up at them. Ma Wanfeng was momentarily stunned, not expecting Li Qingqing to stand up for Fang Xiu. In fact, even Fang Xiu was taken aback.
Even at this moment, Fang Xiu was still immersed in the title of the strongest high school student. Although he understood why everyone called Ma Wanfeng the strongest high school student in Hecheng, it still felt quite juvenile.
Wait, how did this guy calmly say that with such a composed expression?
Fang Xiu silently criticized him in his heart.
Ma Wanfeng smiled gently.
You must be Li Qingqing, the strongest female beastmaster in the first year.
Very impressive. But there's one point you misunderstood. I'm not here to persuade Fang Xiu not to compete with me.
On the contrary, whether Master Che Xian chooses me or classmate Fang Xiu, it's a pride for our school.
Chapter 86, The Student Council's Tactics.
Ma Wanfeng spoke casually, as if the matter of Master Che Xian taking on a disciple was of no great appeal to him. Although Master Che Xian is indeed powerful, Senior Chu has gathered quite a few connections and resources over the years. Wu Mingjian's mouth curled into a smug smile.
He wasn't just speaking for the sake of it.
Now, Chu Xinghao was in full bloom at the Imperial Capital University, already becoming a force to be reckoned with. As long as these up-and-coming talents held on tightly to Chu Xingha's leg, they would surely achieve great success one day.
Even if they didn't have Master Che Xian's favor, it wouldn't matter. Another mention of Chu Xingha.
Li Qingqing clearly had a strong aversion to this name, blaring daggers at Wu Mingjian. If the student council has offended classmate Qingqing in any way, I, as the president, am willing to apologize.
Hearing Li Qingqing's words, Ma Wanfeng wasn't angry at all.
Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, you both are the cream of the crop in the first year and will surely achieve something great in the future.
There's one principle I hope you can understand.
In this world, there's no absolute right or wrong, and there are no eternal enemies, only interests.
Especially in this age of beastmasters. Connections and resources are what allow beastmasters to go further. So I hope you can join the student council. Helping each other out would be better, right? Ma Wanfeng said sincerely.
This made Shi Zhanhong feel somewhat tempted. If Ma Wanfeng were inviting him, he definitely wouldn't refuse. We appreciate Senior Ma's good intentions, but we're not interested in joining the student council. Li Qingqing stood in front of Fang Xiu, like a human barrier, preventing Ma Wanfeng and Wu Mingjian from getting closer to Fang Xiu.
Shi Zhanhong was also startled by Li Qingqing's reaction. Is classmate Fang Xiu thinking the same way? Ma Wanfeng did not pay attention to Li Qingqing and instead directly confirmed with Fang Xiu.
Hey! Li Qingqing turned back to look at Fang Xiu, fearing he might be swayed.
Well, I'm just here to attend the art exhibition and didn't really think about anything else. Fang Xiu shook his head slightly, not giving Ma Wanfeng a clear answer. However, in Ma Wanfeng's view, not giving an answer was already a kind of answer. Since classmate Fang Xiu is not interested in the student council, I won't push it. However, we are all students of the same school. As a senior, I should help my juniors. Let me share the information I gathered with you. Information? Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing spoke in unison, and the nearby students perked up their ears. If it weren't for Ma Wanfeng and Wu Mingjian's identities, they would want to join in as well. Exactly. Ma Wanfeng nodded. It is said that the painting master Che Xin brought back is a product of the Five Flowers group.
It can be used to test the qualifications of beast masters. Generally used to discover those with high qualifications who have not had the chance to showcase them. So, this art exhibition is not just a chance for us geniuses to be noticed by Master Che Xin. After all, us geniuses sometimes just have slightly better resources than others. When saying this, Ma Wanfeng intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Li Qingqing. It was as if he was reminding Li Qingqing that her glory and achievements were more the advantages of her original family and did not mean she was a true genius. So, in this art exhibition, it is possible that not a single chosen person will be found.
Sure, Zhanhong couldn't help but be taken aback.
Although he didn't think he would be chosen, so he relaxed and started to eat. Hearing Ma Wanfeng say this still startled him, and he immediately felt the food in his hand lost its flavor.
You have to know.
This art exhibition attracted all the elites of Hecheng. Ma Wanfeng from First High, Wu Mingjian, Xin Bing, Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing.
Wang Dalong from Yucai.
Lu Yuanhui, Li Jin, Li Shijia, and others from Third High. All of them were stars in his eyes. But now, at Ma Wanfeng's place, it seemed that not a single person would be chosen.
In fact, this statement even discouraged those students who wanted to eavesdrop for information.
It immediately made many people feel like backing out. Don't listen to him, Li Qingqing suddenly shouted.
In her view, Ma Wanfeng's claim of providing information was actually to discourage others.
This way, not only could he reduce the competition, but he could also promote the student council. It made those students who were already wavering join his student council. After all, First High, as a key high school in Hecheng, had many students participating in this art exhibition. Among them were some elites who were noticed by the student council but failed to be absorbed.
I don't know what others think,
but I've heard from my family that the true powerful strength is the heart of the beast master.
This is also where we humans can control the beasts.
But Senior Ma, at this time, released such a statement.
Surely it's to undermine the mentality of other classmates, right?
After all, if the mentality is affected, the upcoming test could very likely shake their minds.
Students who originally had the opportunity to be chosen by Master Che Xin might also lose their chance because of their anxious mindset. And,
in my opinion, even the way Senior Ma presents himself seems quite deliberate. Li Qingqing said in a sarcastic tone. Who would introduce themselves in a way where they fear others can't hear that they are the strongest student in Hecheng?
I originally thought Ma Wanfeng was self-important.
Now thinking about it, maybe it was also a way to attract attention.
First, release information in a kind way, using this to undermine others.
In other words, Ma Wanfeng must be quite serious about this selection. Qingqing's thoughts are indeed fresh and unique, Ma Wanfeng responded, not angry, but smiling kindly. After all, everyone's thoughts are different, it's perfectly normal to have disagreements. As Ma Wanfeng and Li Qingqing stared at each other, the crowd in the distance suddenly became restless. It seems Master Che Xin has arrived, the exhibition is about to officially begin, Wu Mingjian quietly reminded beside Ma Wanfeng.
Yes, I know. Ma Wanfeng nodded, then, let's head over first.
Saying this, Ma Wanfeng and Wu Mingjian walked side by side towards the direction of the crowd's excitement, leaving Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, and Shi Zhanhong behind. That Li Qingqing really is a bit tricky, Wu Mingjian couldn't help but complain once they had walked far enough. It was already having some effect. Wu Mingjian shook his head slightly, feeling somewhat regretful. If it weren't for Li Qingqing's interruption, Ma Wanfeng's words could have shaken many students' hearts.
Ma Wanfeng didn't care much, striding towards the spot where the crowd was buzzing.
Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, and Shi Zhanhong saw this and quickly followed, running into Zhang Shuren who was coming as a pair along the way.
Chen Fan and another person. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they quickened their pace.
Amid the attention of many guests, a tall woman slowly approached, surrounded by a crowd. Other guests flowed away to the sides like a retreating tide. Fang Xiu's pair of starry eyes focused on her. She was wearing a bright red dress, and her shiny black hair highlighted a noble aura. However, in Fang Xiu's eyes, this person looked only to be in her 30s.
Master Che Xin, is she so young? Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow, lightly mocking.
This person is not Master Che Xin, Li Qingqing huffed softly. What a grand show, clearly inviting all the outstanding students from his city to this art exhibition, yet she won't even show her face.
Then who is she?
She is Che Xin's daughter, Che Yu, Li Qingqing replied casually. Che Yu did not engage in small talk with the crowd, her beautiful eyes held a hint of coldness as she merely glanced at everyone before walking to a curtain. First, I want to thank all of you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this art exhibition. After saying this, Che Yu deliberately paused to allow the audience to applaud. Although many attending the art exhibition were outstanding scholars from various universities, there were also some members of high society present at this event.
My father has dedicated his life to beast taming.
But unfortunately, he has extremely high expectations for his students, and even after so many years, he hasn't found a suitable candidate. Now that he has honorably retired and is at home, he has the thought of seeking a successor to pass on his lifelong efforts. Thus, he personally created this beast-taming heart refinement painting. I'm sure all of you students have heard your physical education teachers speak of
beast taming, taming the beasts, refining the heart.
Chaeyu began her vivid speech, captivating everyone's gaze. Humans do not have sharp teeth or claws, thus, our ancestors had to hide in dark caves when faced with fierce predators. In the end, relying on wisdom and the advantage of using tools, they gradually became the superior beings on this continent. However, a century ago, the beast-taming world suddenly appeared in our lives. The situation for humanity became precarious. Ultimately, our ancestors discovered a way to use beasts to defeat beasts. The era of universal beast-taming thus began. So, what kind of power do we use to drive these beasts to fight for humanity? It is the power of the mind. Only with a strong mind can we suppress those beasts, making them serve humanity. Therefore, my father's assessment is quite simple. This is a painting that can reflect the power of the mind in beast taming. If any youth under 20 can withstand the power of this painting and pass the test, my father is willing to accept them as a disciple and cultivate them to the top 10. Moreover, all the resources you need during your 4 years in university, my father is willing to bear all the costs. As Chaeyu's words fell, the audience erupted in an uproar. Top 10? Just pass the test and you can enter the top 10? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But, since the assessment method is the beast-taming heart refinement painting, there shouldn't be just one spot, right? I don't know, but I'm ready. No matter what, I want to become Master Chae Xian's disciple. In an instant, the young boys and girls below the stage were all eager, their emotions stirred. Even Shi Jihong, who originally had no expectations, felt a strong urge to give it a try. However, immediately, Chaeyu raised her voice to drown out all other sounds. This painting of the beast-taming heart refinement contains a hint of my father's mental power. Watching this painting will inevitably cause some impact, so I hope all you young heroes do not act recklessly. Now, let's unveil it. After confirming that everyone understood the rules, Chaeyu stepped back, and the staff followed her request, pulling down the curtain that covered the beast-refining heart diagram. Before everyone's eyes, a more than 5-meter-long painting was revealed. This. Fang Xiu gasped at the sight. Was this really painted by Master Chae Xian? Why did it look like an elementary school child's doodle? One block black, one block white, various colors seemed extremely uncoordinated. But the next second. What a great painting! A 2-meter-tall sturdy man passed by Fang Xiu and shouted loudly, "This painting is indeed brilliant, the use of various colors is just right, especially that colorful black in the painting, it is the finishing touch. I thought Master Chae Xian was only a genius in beast mastering, I didn't expect his painting skills to be exquisite as well. Truly a model for us." Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing were both stunned. But before they could voice their complaints, another deep voice came from another direction. In my opinion, this painting is not at all inferior to Van Gogh or Picasso. It seems abstract but contains profound meaning. In an instant, other students nodded in agreement, saying the 2 senior students were absolutely right. Even more people joined in this wave of praise. Some even began to recite poetry on the spot. Ahem. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Chaeyu couldn't help but clear her throat to interrupt everyone's flattery. Everyone, my father specially handled this painting to prevent it from harming anyone. You can only see the content of the painting clearly within 2 meters of it. If any young talents would like to give it a try, please step forward. As soon as Chaeyu finished speaking, those who had just boasted about the painting turned red-faced and awkwardly retreated into the crowd. Ha ha, did you end up flattering the horse's hoof? Suddenly, a youth stepped out from the crowd, laughing and mocking the earlier flatterers, then strode towards the painting. It's Li Jin. Shi Zhanghong murmured instinctively upon seeing the other person's name. Then another person hesitated for a moment but decisively walked up. Then came the third, fourth. Li Shijia from number 3 middle school. Wang Dalong from Yucai. Shui Quan from number 8 middle school. Each one was an elite from various prestigious schools. Hiss. Shi Zhanghong gasped, wanting to walk over, but upon seeing the so-called geniuses, he finally hesitated. Chapter 88, Restless Heart. Fang Xiu initially thought a large crowd would rush to surround the beast-refining heart diagram, but as time passed, only Li Jin, Li Shijia, Wang Dalong, Shui Quan, and Lu Yuanhui stood there. More people chose to watch from the sidelines. It makes sense, this trial does not count rankings or order, and the painting is only 5 meters long, plus you have to be within 2 meters to see the content. With such strict conditions, it's natural that not many can fit. However, testing through a painting, isn't it a bit childish? Fang Xiu couldn't help but complain. Although he had heard it was an art exhibition, he thought the exhibition was just a title, and the actual test would focus on everyone's beast mastery.
But it turned out you just had to take a glance at the painting?
However, just as Fang Xiu's words fell, Li Jin was suddenly thrown backward. This surprise scene startled many students. They hurriedly dodged, allowing Li Jin to trace a parabolic arc in the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. His face was extremely pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth.
Damn, is this getting serious? Shi Zhanghong's eyes widened like a cow's, bursting out a curse. Li Jin was the top student from number 3 middle school. How did he just get thrown out like this? What on earth did this guy see?
What surprised Fang Xiu even more was that despite this incident, Yu showed no change in expression.
Just ask someone to send Li Jin back. This Li Jin is ultimately a false genius.
Li Qingqing snorted coldly.
False genius? Shi Zhanghong was taken aback. Don't you know?
His beast control relies on his mother's connections, copying data from others.
In the end, he's just standing on someone else's shoulders. This isn't his own skill.
If he rashly tries to comprehend the beast control heart-refining diagram, he will naturally end up like this. Li Qingqing said casually, her brows showing a hint of pleasure.
Who asked this Li Jin to flaunt his family background?
However, after such a mess, Shi Zhanghong didn't dare to step up anymore. He even noticed that the faces of Li Shijia and others didn't look good either.
Fang Xiu, you just said that testing through a painting might be too childish, right?
Li Qingqing raised the corner of her mouth, showing off a smug expression.
Fang Xiu nodded slightly. Then do you know the term heart monkey, intention horse?
Li Qingqing didn't give Fang Xiu a chance to respond and continued speaking.
Everyone has a demon monkey in their heart.
If the demon monkey cannot be tamed, it will cause chaos in the heavenly palace. If the heavenly palace does not maintain order, the mind will be harmed, leading to a violent and frenzy temperament.
And our beast control can sense these, hence also becoming violent and frenzy, ultimately turning into a cruel and brutal beast, fighting for dominance every day, until completely losing control.
If you don't want to be backfired by these beasts, you must tame the demon monkey causing chaos in the heavenly palace, thus reaching a state of clarity like a bright mirror.
If you must put it in another way, it's probably a kind of spiritual power.
Li Qingqing said, full of pride.
These words shouldn't be your own thoughts, right? Fang Xiu looked at Li Qingqing in disbelief.
Although their interactions were still shallow, they were at least classmates in the same class. Li Qingqing's general knowledge was indeed remarkable, but it shouldn't reach the level of enlightenment. Her eloquence about the beast control heart-refining diagram was likely something her family explained to her specifically. Then she came here to regurgitate it. Even as Li Qingqing finished speaking, Shui Quan from the 8th middle school could not bear it and fell to the ground with a thud. Li Shijia also knelt on one knee, his expression twisted in pain. But even so, Li Shijia didn't withdraw, he was still struggling. Instead, Wang Dalong took a long breath and retreated from the visible range of 2 meters.
I give up.
But just as everyone thought Wang Dalong had passed the test, he uttered 3 words towards Yu.
Yu nodded slightly, a wise choice to retreat bravely from danger.
Maybe you haven't met your father's requirements now, but one day, you will walk the right path. Although Wang Dalong failed his comprehension, Yu gave him a high evaluation.
Thank you, Senior Yu.
Wang Dalong clasped his hands in thanks. When he walked back to the crowd, he happened to bump into Fang Xiu and others.
What did you see? Li Qingqing asked curiously.
The reason she didn't step on stage directly was to observe and listen to the remarks of other classmates. Wang Dalong smiled awkwardly and looked at Fang Xiu. I saw classmate Fang Xiu.
Fang Xiu? Fang Xiu was full of question marks. No, isn't this the beast control heart refining diagram? Why is the content I saw about me? Am I a beast? It's embarrassing to say. Wang Dalong took a deep breath and explained what he saw while watching the painting.
At a glance, he only felt that the scenery around him was rapidly changing. When he regained his senses, he was already standing on the stage of the freshman exchange competition. And the opponent he faced was Fang Xiu, along with his alien queen. The more he fought hard, the more despair he felt inside.
He even felt that Fang Xiu and his alien queen were constantly growing larger.
Like they had cast a spell to make the heavens and earth change. 40 meters tall, Fang Xiu looked like an insurmountable mountain in his life. Listening to Wang Dalong's description, Li Qingqing couldn't help but gasp, it seems that you have given him quite a psychological shadow.
Fang Xiu clicked his tongue, I am not taking the blame.
Soon, Li Shijia also fell defeated before the painting, and only with the help of the security staff could he distance himself from it. Many students from Class 3 crowded around, asking what Li Shijia had seen. Although Fang Xiu and the others were not on good terms with Li Shijia, they also perked up their ears. However, Li Shijia did not say much, only shaking his head slightly.
In reality,
his vision was Li Jin.
No. To be precise, it was a world without Li Jin. If there were no Li Jin, the Beastmaster second generation, he and his Shadow Sorcerer would definitely be the top in Class 3. Not only would they receive abundant resources, but the future would also be bright. Even in the college entrance examination, he would have achieved excellent results and been admitted to Devil City University. He would have become a true child of destiny. However, his world quickly collapsed as Li Jin entered with his half-dragon and forcefully took away everything that should have belonged to him. Damn. Even after distancing himself from the Beastmaster refining heart diagram, Li Shijia still gritted his teeth. What made him feel most powerless was that he hated Li Jin, this Beastmaster second generation. Yet he couldn't say a word of complaint. Once he told others what he had seen. Once this matter got out, he would be suppressed by Li Jin. Can't say it. Can't say it. Ah. The more Li Shijia thought about it, the angrier he got, and he began to scream hysterically, clenching his fist and smashing it hard into the floor. This sudden scene shocked many people. Chapter 89, Feng Xiu, have arrived. Li Jin, Li Shijia, Wang Dalong, Lu Yuanhui were all quite famous students. Seeing them consecutively fail, even being taken away by security on a stretcher, many eager students were filled with dread, looking at the painting but daring not to step forward. Let's go. Li Qingqing scanned the reactions of others and directly called Feng Xiu to go up together. Feng Xiu naturally had no reason to refuse, but when he walked over with Li Qingqing, he noticed Zhe Zhanhong standing still and unmoved. Aren't you going to give it a try? Feng Xiu asked softly. This. Zhe Zhanhong awkwardly smiled and then shook his head. He originally planned to give it a try, but after seeing Li Shijia's fate, he had completely lost his courage. Ultimately, he was neither high nor low in class rankings, and the best he could hope for in the future was to attend an ordinary 211 university. To become a disciple of Master Che Xin was still far away. In case he injured himself, his progress with beast mastery would fall behind. His family background was already not particularly outstanding, and with the midterm exams coming up, why take the risk? After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Zhe Zhanhong decided to cheer for Feng Xiu from the sidelines. Okay. Feng Xiu nodded and then turned to walk onto the stage. Zhang Shuren and Chen Fan exchanged a glance and then decisively followed. Then, a burst of heated discussion arose from the crowd. Hey, did I just see wrong? Those who just went up are Feng Xiu and the others, right? The lineup for the freshman exchange competition. That's right, it's them, the strongest new student group from Huqing First High. They look so cool. In an instant, many people cast envious, jealous, and hateful gazes. Qingqing is here. What surprised people even more was that when Li Qingqing stepped onto the stage, Che Yu actually took the initiative to greet her. Hello, Auntie Che. Li Qingqing responded politely. Go for it, Qingqing. Although it was only a simple exchange, it was evident the relationship between the two, stirring envy in many hearts. Let's go too. Seeing this, Ma Wanfeng also boldly walked up. This. Wu Mingjian couldn't help but freeze. This trial didn't prioritize any order, he could go after Feng Xiu and the others finished. Why did he have to compete on the same stage at this moment with these freshmen? You scared? Ma Wanfeng noticed Wu Mingjian's turmoil. Looking back, he let out a light laugh. What do I have to be afraid of? Wu Mingjian snorted coldly and decided to follow him. Over the years, he had always been overshadowed by Ma Wanfeng. If he could get guidance from Master Che Xin, he might surpass Ma Wanfeng in the college entrance examination. This was undoubtedly an opportunity for him. Even though my high school life is about to end, if I can become the top student in Huqing, I would naturally gain Senior Chu's favor. Wu Mingjian thought to himself, his eyes becoming sharp, Ma Wanfeng, you can't always be number one. As the president and vice president of the student council in the first high school, their existence was well known among everyone. Many even referred to them as the twin supremes of Huqing High School. When the two of them stepped onto the stage, the discussions became even more intense. It's Ma Wanfeng and Wu Mingjian. They are here too? They are both third-year elites already, why are they here competing with us for opportunities? Is that right? But why at this time? Although the scroll is over 5 meters long, 6 people on stage feels a bit crowded, right? It seems Feng Xiu and the others haven't joined the student council, maybe they want to suppress the newcomers? Someone in the crowd said this, and other students felt it made some sense. After all, the student council had always been eliminating rivals, and those talented students who hadn't joined the council would face their exclusion. Feng Xiu, being a genius among the freshmen, was naturally the focus of their attention. What shocked everyone even more was that after Ma Wanfeng stepped onto the stage, he directly approached Zhang Shuren and shot him a glance. Senior Ma. Zhang Shuren had heard about Ma Wanfeng and took a few steps back to make room. However, everyone could see that Ma Wanfeng was not making things difficult for Zhang Shuren.
He simply asked Zheng Shuren to step aside to stand next to Fang Xiu. An invisible pressure began to close in on Fang Xiu. Senior Ma actually stood deliberately next to Fang Xiu, the pressure feels so huge. Yeah, if Senior Ma stood next to me, I'd probably lose the courage to keep watching. It seems Fang Xiu is not affected at all.
On stage, Fang Xiu did not pay attention to the changes around him, he was fully focused on the scroll, feeling the scenery around him change rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in the middle of a grassland.
Moreover, the wind and soil here gave Fang Xiu a sense of familiarity. This is my beast control space? Fang Xiu frowned slightly and quickly recognized the place. Then, the ground cracked, and the earth beneath his feet began to rise. The sudden change took Fang Xiu by surprise, he slipped and fell to the ground as the soil kept rising. He did not know how long it took for the ground to stabilize. What is happening? Is this what heart disturbance feels like? Fang Xiu recalled Li Qingqing's words, then stood up from the grass and brushed off the dirt on his body. After looking around, Fang Xiu noticed that the rising ground was not just beneath his feet, but various square patches of land were also rising. They formed squares. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the next second, a chilling and deep voice came from behind Fang Xiu. This voice. Fang Xiu's eyes moved, feeling something was wrong. He quickly turned around and saw his altered sword saint standing on the other side of the square platform. This altered sword saint held a black sword, emanating a sharp killing intent all over. This is my inner world? Fang Xiu muttered to himself. According to Li Qingqing, this scroll would infinitely expand the violent side of a beast master's heart, thus influencing his beasts. But he had not entered his beast control space. So Fang Xiu felt that he might have entered his inner world. This painting scroll shows what is most likely the deep fears inside oneself. So that's how it is. Fang Xiu suddenly realized, as long as my heart is calm like still water, I can make the illusion in front of me disappear. Fang Xiu slowly took a deep breath, relaxing his mindset. However, the alien sword saint standing opposite him tightened his grip on the black knife, stepping closer to him one step at a time. The killing intent emanating from him grew even stronger. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In fact, Fang Xiu felt that he could read the message being conveyed through the hissing sound. A mere human, daring to aspire to become the king of aliens. Chapter 90, Worthless, Worthless, Worthless. This place is. Chen Fan stared at the painting scroll, becoming more and more captivated, and in a trance, he returned to Huqing No. 1 High School. He sat in the front row of the classroom, and the homeroom teacher, Li Guosheng, picked up a list from the lectern. The scores from the midterm exam have come out. Some students deserve praise, but some students are simply a mess. In today's world, everyone can tame beasts. Every industry cannot be separated from beast taming. In the future, as you step into society, without a powerful tamed beast by your side, how will you stand firm and stand out? How can you face your parents? I don't want to waste more words with you. If you refuse to take beast taming seriously and want to continue wasting your time, then go ahead. Here are the rankings for this exam. First place, Fang Xiu, second place, Li Qingqing. At this point, Li Guoxing deliberately paused, his eyes cold and ruthless, casting a harsh glance at Chen Fan below. Look at the students in class 2, always ranking in the top 2 in every exam, and then look at some of you. After saying this, Li Guoxiang continued to read on. Chen Fan's face turned a bit red and hot. In terms of family background, he was much better off than Fang Xiu. But the gap in talent was like the difference between clouds and mud. Phew, it's okay, even if I can't compare to Fang Xiu or Li Qingqing, I can still stay in the school's top 10. There's still a chance to enter the top 10. Chen Fan started to comfort himself. But what he never expected was. After Li Guosheng finished reading the top 10 rankings, Chen Fan found that his name was not on the list. Not me? His eyes bulged in disbelief, staring at the list in Li Guosheng's hand. Li Guosheng did not pause and continued reading. In the rankings from 11 to 20, Chen Fan's name was also missing. Then came 21 to 30, 31 to 40, even the top 50, top 60. Chen Fan's name never appeared. His expression shifted from confusion to surprise, then to bewilderment, and finally to terror. Impossible. He had been studying hard to tame beasts, his family even hired the best sports teacher for tutoring. The cost for one lesson alone was as high as 8,000. How could it be that he could not even make it to the top 60? Moreover, there were limited spots to make it to the top 10 each year. If he couldn't even rank in the top 60, how could he have any chance of entering the top 10? The more he thought about it, the more despair grew in Chen Fan's heart. However, what made him despair even more was. In the rankings from top 70 to top 80 to top 100, there was no mention of his name. Not only was he far from the national top 10, he was also disconnected from 985 and 211. Impossible, impossible. Impossible.
Chen Fan suddenly stood up from his chair, feeling dizzy, ready to question Li Guosheng about why his name was not on the list of the top 100. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he felt discomfort in his throat, difficulty breathing, and everything in front of him became blurry. Then his legs softened, and he stumbled forward.
Thud. Chen Fan's vision darkened, and he collapsed straight onto the stage.
Zhang Shuren, standing beside him, also gradually could not withstand the pressure, retreating repeatedly, distancing himself from the painting scroll.
Huff. He breathed heavily, his bangs already drenched in sweat.
Once again, the two could not resist the impact of the painting scroll.
Declare failure. The students below became even more anxious upon seeing this. Even Zhang Shuren and Chen Fan couldn't hold on, so what right did they have to participate in the trial? Meanwhile,
in the spiritual world of Wu Mingjian, he was desperately chasing after Ma Wanfeng.
Ma Wanfeng, as long as I pass this trial, I can become Master Che Xian's disciple. In the college entrance examination, I will never lose to you.
Once I get to the Imperial Capital University, I will be Senior Chu's right-hand man. Wu Mingjian vented all the frustrations he had bottled up during 3 years of high school. However, in response to his outburst, Ma Wanfeng said nothing, only quietly walked ahead.
Hey, you guy, are you even listening to me?
Wu Mingjian gradually quickened his pace, wanting to catch up to Ma Wanfeng, wanting to stand in front of him and shout loudly. But the faster he ran, the greater the distance grew between him and Ma Wanfeng. It felt as if he would never be able to catch up.
Damn it.
Wu Mingjian gritted his teeth. During his 3 years in high school, he had defeated countless opponents and fierce enemies to reach this point.
Could it be that Ma Wanfeng was the towering mountain he could not overcome? Vice President Wu, what are you doing? Suddenly, a young male voice entered Wu Mingjian's ears. Can't you see?
Wu Mingjian wanted to shout that he was chasing after Ma Wanfeng and would soon surpass him, but when he turned his head, he found Feng Xiu casually walking up from behind him.
Vice President Wu, your speed is a bit slow, Feng Xiu said while leisurely munching on an apple, teasing him. I'll go ahead, Vice President Wu. In fact, Feng Xiu didn't stay much longer, he just exchanged a few casual greetings with Wu Mingjian and continued walking forward.
Hey, you guy. Wu Mingjian, surprised and angry, almost wanted to pull Feng Xiu back. But when he reached out, he found Feng Xiu became out of reach.
No matter how hard he tried, he could not touch Feng Xiu.
Even running like crazy, he was drenched in sweat. His heart raced, and he became dry-mouthed. His body finally reached its limit, and his speed gradually slowed down.
While Feng Xiu, without him noticing, caught up to Ma Wanfeng and ran side by side with him. He not only couldn't catch up to Ma Wanfeng, but also found himself overtaken by the latecomer Feng Xiu. Damn it!
Wu Mingjian gritted his teeth, finding it hard to accept this reality. But then, another voice came from beside him.
Waste.
The speaker was none other than Li Qingqing from the first year, who hurried past Wu Mingjian while coldly leaving that remark.
Who are you calling a waste?
Wu Mingjian was taken aback and quickly retorted, but he found that Li Qingqing did not stop at all, leaving him far behind. That one word, waste, echoed around him like a cursed sound.
Waste. 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 Ah.
Under the mental pressure, Wu Mingjian could no longer bear it. Clutching his ears, he turned and ran in another direction. I'm not a waste, I'm not a waste. I, Wu Mingjian, am not a waste. When Wu Mingjian came to his senses, he was already far away from the stage.
His miserable appearance was seen by countless people. However, due to Wu Mingjian's influence, those people could only pretend to be calm.
In the end, it was Wu Mingjian who felt ashamed and fled from the scene. Only Li Qingqing, Feng Xiu, and Ma Wanfeng were left on the stage.
Chapter 91, Is even 1 in 10,000 talent not enough? Did even Senior Wu fail?
No way, Senior Wu is the second best at Heqing No. 1 high school. With his results, he could get into the top 10 even without a quota.
Is such talent not enough?
This beast taming and refining heart diagram is too exaggerated.
As Wu Mingjian walked off stage, various discussions entered his ears. Although no one blamed Wu Mingjian.
But these discussions, which were usually normal, became harsh at this moment.
Wu Mingjian's eyes turned red, biting his lip tightly, unknowingly drawing a trace of blood. Not only had he failed to defeat Ma Wanfeng, but he had also been surpassed by juniors like Feng Xiu and Li Qingqing. An unprecedented sense of defeat rose in Wu Mingjian's heart. Damn it! Wu Mingjian cursed inwardly, feeling extremely unhappy even after retreating back into the crowd.
As Chen Fan, Zhang Shuren, and Wu Mingjian stepped down one after another, some spots opened up on the stage. A few classmates exchanged looks and finally gathered the courage to step up. But in front of Che Xian's Beast Master Heart Refining Diagram, these students could barely hold on for 3 or 4 breaths. Those with slightly weaker mental qualities even fainted on the spot. Even Che Yu couldn't help but frown and ordered security personnel to carry away the fainted students.
Time passed by, second by second. Li Qingqing took a long breath and walked down from the stage.
Compared to the reactions of Wu Mingjian and the others, Li Qingqing appeared calm and even her eyes shone much brighter.
Truly worthy of Master Che Xian's Beast Master Heart Refining Diagram.
After a moment of insight, my state of mind has indeed become much clearer. Li Qingqing stretched her muscles, her bright eyes now focused on Che Yu. This scene shocked many students below, who thought Li Qingqing had truly succeeded.
She had an incredibly dazzling aura in middle school.
Although she had been overshadowed by the rising Fong Xiu after entering high school, she was still the second in Huchang No. 1 high school. Now, having the fortune to pass the test of the Beast Master Heart Refining Diagram, it made others envious. Furthermore, the corners of Li Qingqing's mouth quickly lifted, revealing a smug look of pride. But who knew, in the face of the excited Li Qingqing, Che Yu let out a sigh. Qingqing, you can face the Beast Master Heart Refining Diagram and stabilize your state of mind. In terms of talent and qualifications, you truly are 1 in 10,000.
Given time, you will surely be able to enroll in a top university. It's just a pity. It still falls a bit short of my father's requirements.
Che Yu shook her head helplessly. She had been classmates with Li Qingqing's aunt in high school and attended the same university, having a deep friendship. To be selfish, she was very willing to see Li Qingqing pass her father's test.
However, the requirement was set by Che Xian himself, and even she, as his daughter, could not interfere. Hearing this, many students present were secretly astonished, their pupils slightly trembling.
Even Che Yu said that in terms of talent qualifications, Li Qingqing was indeed 1 in 10,000.
But the result was that even such talent could not meet Master Che Xian's requirements? What terrifying kind of disciple did he want? 1 in 100,000? 1 in a million? Does such a person really exist in Huchang? How truly regrettable.
Li Qingqing slightly clicked her tongue, feeling grateful that she hadn't shown too much excitement, otherwise, she would have embarrassed herself greatly. For a moment, the entire scene fell completely silent, and no student dared to try again easily. Li Qingqing returned to the crowd, and Shi Hongzi quickly approached her, asking her what she had seen in front of the painting.
But in response to this question, Li Qingqing didn't answer, instead focusing intently on Fong Xiu. It's up to you now. Her gaze flitted back and forth between Fong Xiu and Ma Wanfeng.
One was her classmate, and the other was the student council president she wanted to defeat. Naturally, Li Qingqing favored Fong Xiu.
The atmosphere on site gradually became tense without anyone noticing. Fong Xiu and Ma Wanfeng were respectively the first in grade 1 and grade 3 at Huchang No. 1 high school. The two stepped onto the stage almost simultaneously and had persisted until now.
Unconsciously, it felt like they were in a competition. However, Fong Xiu paid no attention to the outside or to Ma Wanfeng at all. In a blur, he found himself on the stage, and the shapeshifting sword saint he raised was quickly approaching him with a weapon in hand. A piercing killing intent enveloped him.
Could this be my inner demon?
Fong Xiu raised his sword-like eyebrows and decided to use the method from the beast taming space, walking towards the shapeshifting sword saint, wanting to pressure it down again with his aura. But what Fong Xiu didn't expect was that this time the shapeshifting sword saint did not stop its slaughter as it had last time. It still charged forward, and the black knife in its hand was quickly raised above its head.
The distance between them kept shrinking.
By the time Fong Xiu came to his senses, the shapeshifting sword saint was already standing in front of him, and the sharp black knife slashed down fiercely. Whoosh! A gust of wind whistled by Fong Xiu's ear, and the overwhelmingly real feeling of pressure made Fong Xiu evade at the last moment. He pushed off the ground with all his strength and rolled away with the momentum. Bang! The shapeshifting sword saint's black knife struck the ground, creating a deep and bottomless crack.
What the hell, is this for real? Fong Xiu blinked, looking in disbelief at the crack made by the shapeshifting sword saint.
If he had been even a moment too slow, he might have been bisected by this sword saint.
Die!
Upon missing a hit, the shapeshifting sword saint immediately turned around and slashed 3 times at Fong Xiu. The blade glimmered with a cold light, imposing and frightening, forcing Fong Xiu to dodge repeatedly, looking quite pathetic.
Shapeshifting Queen.
Fong Xiu rolled to evade the attack of the shapeshifting sword saint, and spoke in a low voice, wanting to summon the shapeshifting queen to fight. But his command didn't get any response for a long time. Instead, the shapeshifting sword saint seized this opportunity, suddenly whipping its tail and hitting Fong Xiu hard. In the blink of an eye, Fong Xiu crossed his hands in front of his chest to barely block this attack, but his body was still sent flying like a kite with a broken string, hurtling back 8 jang.
Bang!
Fong Xiu crashed heavily to the ground and rolled several times before coming to a stop. He gasped for air, feeling his arms tingle with pain.
Isn't this the mental world? Why does it hurt so much?
Fong Xiu couldn't help but complain, seeing that the shapeshifting sword saint was relentless, had to turn around and run.
However, what Li Qingqing said also appeared in Fong Xiu's mind. A restless heart. A great uproar in heaven.
Fang Xiu adjusted his breathing and started to hypnotize himself, trying to calm his emotions. My words and actions are as clear as a mirror, all my deeds are righteous. In my life, I need not explain anything to you.
However, Fang Xiu's self-hypnosis received no response.
The shape-shifting sword saint was still madly chasing him. It seems that this isn't working.
Chapter 92, I, Fang Xiu, am the
shape-shifting king. Fang Xiu tried to apply Li Qingqing's theories to adjust his mindset, but it was of no use. The shape-shifting sword saint was still swinging its knife at him.
Unknowingly, Fang Xiu had been forced to the edge of the square formation by the shape-shifting sword saint. Is this never-ending?
Fang Xiu suddenly turned his head. If it weren't for him, would these creatures have survived in this world? He was the one who created these creatures. If it were in the real world, it would be fine. The human body's capabilities are no match for a silicon-based creature like this. But this is his own mental world.
In my dream, am I going to let you bully me?
As Fang Xiu roared, he raised his fists. There was no place to hide anyway, so it was better to clash with the shape-shifting sword saint. Even if Xin was eager to take in students, surely it wouldn't lead to a fatal outcome, right? The worst that could happen was getting thrown out like Li Jin. Better than endless torment here. With the thought of exploding with the shape-shifting sword saint, Fang Xiu pushed off hard from the ground, charging straight at the shape-shifting sword saint, and aimed his fist at its chest, striking with all his might. It seemed that the shape-shifting sword saint didn't expect Fang Xiu to dare to counterattack. The alien sword master was momentarily caught off guard. Boom! Accompanied by a loud explosion ringing in Fang Xiu's ears, his alien sword master was sent flying. Ah! At this moment, it was Fang Xiu who was dumbfounded. He watched as the alien sword master drew a parabolic arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, while his own fist felt surprisingly painless. He looked at his hand in disbelief. So, in my spiritual world, I don't have to follow the rules of the real world? I can take on the aliens single-handedly? Fang Xiu's eyes sparkled, and the corners of his mouth lifted involuntarily. Compared to the earlier chaos, Fang Xiu now felt as if he were playing a horror game, being chased by monsters and ghosts, and just when he felt utterly hopeless, he suddenly saw a red object above the opponent's head. A health bar. Then there's nothing to fear. Then there's nothing to fear.
Fang Xiu couldn't help but smirk evilly and took a step forward, proactively approaching the alien swordmaster.
Thinking carefully, his physical abilities here were indeed much stronger than in the real world. Otherwise, he couldn't have dodged the alien swordmaster's slashes just by rolling time and again. Die. The alien swordmaster flipped back onto its feet, its mouthparts hissing as it issued a death threat towards Fang Xiu. But the next second, Fang Xiu directly appeared in front of it, his fingers forming a fist and landing a heavy blow to the alien swordmaster's chin. Rising Dragon Fist. This punch was powerful, sending the alien swordmaster flying 3 meters high. As it started to fall, Fang Xiu jumped up, hands together, and hammered down hard onto the alien swordmaster's abdomen. Bang! With a loud bang, the alien swordmaster's body was embedded into the ground, fissures spreading out like a black spider web. What amazed Fang Xiu even more was, just a moment ago, the alien swordmaster had been a towering figure several meters tall. But in the blink of an eye, it had shrunk considerably. No, wait, it's not that the alien swordmaster has shrunk, but that I am growing. Fang Xiu muttered to himself, feeling an endless surge of power ever since he developed a sense of resistance. It was not merely that his strength had increased. Even the alien swordmaster's movements were now crystal clear to him. It felt as if he had slowed the movie down to half speed. Splat! In an instant, the alien swordmaster lay on the ground, spitting out its sour blood at Fang Xiu, then suddenly sprang up, swinging the black blade in its hand toward Fang Xiu in a sweeping motion. Just then, as the sour blood flew towards him, Fang Xiu felt his starry eyes brighter than ever, not only able to see the trajectory of the sour blood, but his body also moved on its own. He dodged the sour blood attack with a sidestep and reached for the alien swordmaster's wrist with one hand. Meanwhile, Fang Xiu's size was slowly increasing without him realizing it. When he came to his senses, he found that he had grown taller than the alien swordmaster. He grabbed the alien swordmaster's wrist with one hand and reached for the bone joint with the other. It should be noted that this bone joint connected to the black blade was the part that made the alien swordmaster different from other aliens. Did you really think that just because I named you swordmaster, you truly are one? You're 100 years too early to play with blades in front of me. Looking at the gleaming health bar above the alien swordmaster's head, Fang Xiu's roar was beast-like as he exerted force with both hands, his features contorting into a grimace. The sudden turn of events even made the alien swordmaster shiver. Crack! Crack! Cracks coursed over the alien swordmaster's arm, ultimately culminating in a series of crisp cracking sounds. Fang Xiu forcefully broke the black knife of the alien swordmaster and grabbed it in his hand. Watch closely, this is real swordsmanship. Fang Xiu shouted again. Although he had never practiced swordsmanship, in his previous life, he had played many games related to sword techniques. For example, in a game called DNF, at his peak, he once defeated the highest difficulty rate without any sword aura.
Phantom Sword Dance. Fang Xiu held the knife in one hand, charging fiercely towards the alien sword master. His speed was incredibly fast, and trails of sword technique appeared in the air. At first glance, it seemed like dozens of swords were simultaneously slicing toward the alien sword master. The alien sword master wanted to defend but couldn't withstand the sharpness of the black knife, and couldn't distinguish between the real and the illusion. In an instant, sour blood splattered everywhere. But what frightened the alien sword master even more was that, facing his own splattered blood, Fang Xiu chose not to evade its danger. Instead, he crazily waved the black knife in his hand and chopped towards the blood along with it. That feeling was as if there was an invisible barrier around Fang Xiu that could cut everything approaching him. Such exquisite swordsmanship made even the alien sword master tremble in his heart. Is this guy really human? No. Hiss. He is not human. He is the true king of the aliens. At this moment, the alien sword master truly realized the gap in strength between him and Fang Xiu. That powerful force, that superb swordsmanship, seemed to be from a different dimension than himself. A truly invincible presence. However, even though the alien sword master was being hacked to pieces by the black knife in Fang Xiu's hand, he felt no hatred at all. On the contrary, at that moment, the alien sword master was fully immersed, admiring Fang Xiu's strength. He is the true king of the aliens. Break for me. Fang Xiu executed the final strike of the phantom sword dance, with brilliant sword energy sweeping forward. Everything it touched was cut in half. The entire world began to collapse and shatter.